Chapter 1, Prelude. Xiao Sun felt unbearably cold, as a chill rising from the depths of his heart stiffened him where he knelt on scorched earth. He still remained in the same embrace position, but his arms were now empty. Just minutes ago, Gu Lingji, who had just broken through to stage 7, lay in his arms. When Xiao Sun was stunned, Gu Lingji cut open his forearm and pried out a crystal core, placing it into Xiao Sun's hands. Even after Gu Lingji closed his eyes and dissolved into nothingness, Xiao Sun's mind couldn't function properly. He never thought that Gu Lingji would leave in such an undignified way. And all of this, he caused himself. Xiao Sun gripped the crystal core tightly, ignoring the sharp edges piercing through his palm. Slowly standing up, his numb legs made him stagger slightly before regaining stability. A wave of soreness spread through his tensed legs, reaching deep into his heart. Xiao Jinhong stood high above, shutting off the communicator. Raising an eyebrow, he glanced down at Xiao Sun surrounded on all sides. His eyes flashed with cruelty and concealed satisfaction. He wanted nothing more than to kill Xiao Sun right there and then, but it wasn't the right time yet. He had to break every ounce of hope within him, crush him entirely underfoot. After waiting so long for this moment, a few more minutes meant nothing to him. Xiao Sun forced himself to calm down, unclear about Shen Yaofeng's situation. If possible, he wished to protect the only remaining family member of Gu Lingji and his own brother-in-arms. But something puzzled him. Why did Xiao Jinhong have so much patience? They could have acted much sooner. Why the delay? Unless... The slowly mounting sense of powerlessness only added chaos to Xiao Sun's already turbulent emotions. As time passed, Xiao Jinhong grew increasingly ecstatic, relishing in the slow destruction. In gratitude for your small help, I'll let you die knowing, this plan isn't just supported by the base, Dad agrees too. You want to run? That's not an option. Those who disobey are doomed. Suddenly, a sound of engines approached from afar. A figure disembarked from a vehicle, handing over a cell phone to Xiao Jinhong. Xiao Jinhong swiftly opened the phone and, after watching the video inside, revealed a smirk. Gu Zicheng, Shen Yaofeng, they're dead too. Even if you try to escape now, it wouldn't make a difference. He tossed the phone to Xiao Sun. Shaking, Xiao Sun finished watching the video. At this point, what else was there left for him to care about? Seeing his silence, Xiao Jinhong assumed despair, expecting him to surrender quietly. He continued, if the network hadn't failed here, you wouldn't be alive till now. Too bad for those people, they chose self-destruction. TSK, if it weren't for saving you, they might not have ended up dismembered like this. Xiao Sun, you son of a bitch, you're a curse. 8 lifetimes of misfortune must have befallen me to share the same surname as you. Xiao Sun looked up at Xiao Jinhong, whose normally gentle face now seemed submerged in icy waters, instilling fear. Unnerved, Xiao Jinhong averted his gaze. Suddenly his body trembled violently. Would he retreat? It's too late. Gu Lingji's stage 7 crystal core combined with his own stage 6 was enough to wipe out these people entirely. Though most of their forces were far away at the base, this should suffice. With his good younger brother acting as cover, without Xiao Jinhong, those left behind would lose their main support. The consequences were clear. Xiao Jinhong grabbed someone beside him to cushion the explosion's force, but to no avail. He never expected Xiao Sun would take it this far. There was no turning back now. After the explosion, black smoke filled the sky. Here and there crows flew in to peck at the remains. Not long afterward, scattered figures arrived searching for something. But to Xiao Sun, it didn't matter anymore. Chapter 2. Xiao Sun opened his eyes to a dim room, the only light coming from a palm-sized milky white circular night lamp on the bedside table, its soft glow barely penetrating the heavy double curtains that made it impossible to tell the time. Xiao Sun was momentarily dazed, his thoughts still caught up in the explosion. He stared at the ceiling above him, intricate patterns twisting and turning just like his tangled thoughts. It took him a while to snap back to reality, mechanically reaching for his phone, lighting up the screen, and bringing it to his face. The date glaring back at him was June 15th. The timeline had jumped forward by several months. Shaking, he pulled up the calendar. The year was 2018. 2018, is this a dream? No, I'm already dead. Could it be? Xiao Sun quickly threw off the thin blanket, his phone landing with a muffled thud on the carpet. Barefoot, he walked straight to the desk in the next room, retrieving a small sandalwood box. Holding his breath, he opened it. Inside was an ancient, unadorned ink jade ring. The surface of the ring was smooth and cool to the touch. Xiao Sun desperately needed proof that he had come back. He tried on the ring, settling it on his middle finger before rummaging through the drawer for a paper cutter. With the blade's tip, he pricked his finger, smearing blood onto the ring. Instantly, the blood soaked into the ring. Xiao Sun steadied himself, trying to sense the existence of a space within the ring. Sure enough, he could feel a vast but desolate space contained within it. Though bright as daylight, there was no sky, indicating it was merely a storage space. With no time to ponder why this space differed from Xiao Jinhong's, Xiao Sun hurried back to the bedroom, picking up his phone, and making a call after calming his disordered breathing. The phone was quickly answered. AIX in. Upon hearing Gu Lingji's voice, Xiao Sun's heart settled slightly. Trembling fingers tightened around the phone, unsure of what to say. What's wrong? After a moment of hesitation, Xiao Sun laughed lightly with sudden realization. Where are you? I want to see you. On the other end of the line, there was a pause, then came the response, I'll come find you. Xiao Sun's eyes flickered, recalling the people who perished because of him. He changed his words, no need, I'll go to your place. It's been a long time since I've seen Cheng. Alright, I'll wait for you. M country, N city. Gu Lingji watched the phone screen go dark and stood up from the lounge chair, exchanging a few pleasantries with the person in the pool before heading back. Something wasn't right with Xiao Sun's state. It was the early hours of the morning in Shanghai, so something must have happened to prompt a call at this hour. As he walked, Gu Lingji dialed Changzhe, asking him to arrange a flight. Ignoring whatever racket he made on the other side, he hung up. Changzhe and he were childhood friends. After having a fallout with his family, Chang joined him as his special assistant, and although there were some things left to handle, it didn't make much difference without him. Putting down the phone, Xiao Sun collapsed onto the bed, lifting his arm to cover his eyes, suddenly letting out a low laugh. With even fate seemingly on his side, how could he possibly lose again if given another chance? This time, he wouldn't let his father and stepmother repeatedly drag Gu Lingji down, eventually costing him his life. He knew that man had his own ambitions, and shouldn't be held back by his laughable desires and responsibilities. As for his former relatives, he wouldn't harm them, but naturally wouldn't lend a helping hand either, especially not allow himself to be dragged into their messes due to their insistence on going to the capital city. In his previous life, Gu Lingji's group originally planned to head directly to Yunnan. Even in the apocalypse, the Gu family's strength remained significant, and Yunnan as the largest base location, was the most suitable destination. However, Xiao Sun's parents insisted on going to the capital, and naturally, he would have to follow. Whatever vague feelings he harbored towards Gu Lingji had to be suppressed, regardless of lacking affection for Xiao Jinhong, filial duty towards his biological father still mattered. When Gu Lingji learned about their plan to head to the capital, he revised his plans. Part of the group would proceed to Yunnan first, while he took the rest to escort Xiao Sun and his family to the capital. The journey would certainly be perilous, relying solely on Xiao Sun wouldn't suffice. During their journey northward to the capital, their relationship solidified amidst twists and turns. Xiao Sun thought that once his father was settled in the capital, he would leave with Gu Lingji as a way to repay his upbringing, but changes occurred faster than planned. His family managed to conspire with the base to trap him, forcing Gu Lingji to rescue him while using landmines to set a deadly ambush. This grudge, he remembered well. Xiao Sun rubbed the ring, which was passed down from the Xiao family ancestors. There were two identical rings, one given to him and the other to his half-brother Xiao Jinhong, the son of his father Xiao Bohan and stepmother. It wasn't until after the apocalypse that he accidentally overheard a conversation between his father and stepmother, learning that these two rings were originally one entity. Once one recognized its master, the other would turn into an ordinary ring. Given Xiao Bohan's consistent favoritism towards Xiao Jinhong, it was normal that he hadn't informed Xiao Sun first. However, Xiao Sun couldn't help but wonder why, in his previous life, they said Xiao Jinhong's space was vast and open, with clear mountains and rivers, 1,000 acres of good farmland. One could store items and even grow crops there. So, how come the space connected to his own ring turned out like this? He re-examined the space more carefully. Earlier, he had been too rushed, but now he noticed beneath the vast expanse, there was also a basement of about 15 square meters. This small, grayish area wasn't very clear to see, and he didn't know what made it special. But he guessed it wasn't a bad thing, so he didn't investigate further. Though the space seemed inferior compared to Xiao Jinhong's, upon reflection, Xiao Sun thought, gains are often accompanied by losses, and nothing is perfect. Such a space was still pretty good. At the very least, its storage capacity was much larger than that of a typical space. What mattered most was that he had returned, and as for the space, it was merely icing on the cake. Xiao Sun glanced at his phone. It was only 2 a.m. Carefully recalling the same time in his previous life, Gu Lingji should have been in America and wouldn't return until 2 days before the apocalypse. He had just called him back without thinking, and he couldn't help but smirk imagining how urgently Gu Lingji must have hurried back. Calculating, Xiao Sun remembered meeting Gu Lingji when he just started university. That person, only slightly older than 20, had already taken charge of the Gu family business. They'd known each other for years, and Gu Lingji had practically always granted his requests. In his past life, how could Gu Lingji not have realized rescuing him meant walking straight into a deadly trap? Truly, a fool. Xiao Sun's emotions fluctuated, deep in thought about supplies and plans post-apocalypse before drifting off to sleep. Xiao Sun slept restlessly. Early in the morning, he packed his meager belongings. There were only 6 days left until the apocalypse. He never wanted to return here, and he wanted no more ties to these people. When his mother was still alive, Xiao Bohan rarely came home and wasn't close to her or their son. With poor health, she left behind a 4-year-old Xiao Sun after passing away. Less than a year later, Lu Heling moved in with her children. From then on, Xiao Sun's life became even harder. It wasn't because of any lack in food or clothing, but rather the emotional indifference and neglect hurt far more than material deprivation ever could. Xiao Bohan was much closer to Lu Heling and the twin daughters she had with her former husband than he was to Xiao Sun. After years of such treatment, whatever little remained of their father-son affection was long gone. Moreover, in the last life, since Xiao Bohan had allowed Xiao Jinhong to harm him, Xiao Sun didn't feel any guilt now for not caring about their family bond. Deep down, he knew that even if Xiao Bohan had refused, what happened would have happened anyway. However, knowing how cold-hearted his father truly was, how could he remain unaffected while living among them all? If others don't wrong me, I won't wrong them. To repay grievances with virtue, how can one repay virtue if ignored? Xiao Sun was heading down the stairs when he coincidentally encountered the twins coming up. Normally, they didn't interact much, and their relationship wasn't particularly close. He remembered that after arriving at the base in Beijing, Wang Yulwan, the older sister, left alone and joined an ability squad, where she fared quite well. Wang Yuman, the younger sister, never grew up, remaining spoiled despite witnessing all kinds of scenarios during the apocalypse. She only lowered her haughty attitude when she needed something from him. Later, she even attempted to entrap Gu Lingji but, naturally, failed. When he died, the base in Beijing was already in jeopardy, and she was romantically involved with the second-in-command's son. He wondered whether the evacuation would even take her into consideration. This morning, the sisters were surprisingly early, but Xiao Sun didn't intend to ask them anything. As usual, he nodded briefly as a greeting and prepared to leave. However, Wang Yuman followed and began chatting aimlessly. "Big brother, where are you going?" Wang Yuman, absorbed in her own thoughts and noticing Xiao Sun pulling his suitcase, asked, "Are you on a business trip?" Xiao Sun glanced at her, not wanting to engage in any unnecessary conversation. Without stopping, he simply nodded. "So, where are you going, and for how long?" Xiao Sun hesitated for a moment and replied, "Sichuan, for a week." As Wang Yuman followed him downstairs, hearing that he was heading to Sichuan shocked her. "Sichuan? What are you doing there?" Seeing Xiao Sun getting into a car, she couldn't be bothered to keep asking about his destination and grabbed the car door instead. "Big brother, could you do me a favor? At Luo Xian's friend gathering, could you ask someone to design a unique dress for me, just like last time? I really liked the clothes designed by that person. I'm very busy." Wang Yuman was somewhat surprised. In the past, when she asked him for help, though he wasn't always willing to oblige, his attitude was never like this. Why did he reject her so outright this time? "Dad said we could ask you for help." "Let go." Xiao Sun stared at her with an emotionless face, not even offering his usual gentle smile. He didn't study fashion design. In the past, he helped her by asking others. But now? Humph. Wang Yuman stood there, stunned, feeling that the person before her had become much more unfamiliar. As she watched the car disappear into the dust, she angrily returned inside. Seeing her sister still waiting for her, she started complaining non-stop. Wang Yulwan remained silent. Xiao Sun's treatment of them wasn't particularly close, but it was never like today. She glanced at her chattering sister and said thoughtfully, "We'll talk about it when he comes back. Hurry up, Mom is waiting for us." Chapter 3. When the car arrived at the airport, Xiao Sun did not rush to get out but said a few words to the driver. "Uncle Li, haven't you worked in the Xiao family for quite a while now?" Li Xing wasn't quite sure what this was about, but he still replied truthfully, "Yes, master, this year is already the 11th year. Has your daughter's health improved recently?" At this point, Li Xing forced a smile, "Still the same. Have you had the surgery yet?" Li Xing turned his body back somewhat without speaking. The salary provided by the Xiao family wasn't too low, but after years of treatment, nearly all of their savings were gone. His wife worked as a housekeeper, but didn't earn much either. There were no close relatives in his family, and friends from whom he could borrow money had all lent as much as they could. Additionally, Mr. and Mrs. Xiao weren't easy to approach, and he wasn't particularly familiar with Xiao Sun, making it hard to ask for financial help. The recovery after surgery would be another substantial cost, and so far, the money had not been fully accumulated. Xiao Sun handed him a credit card. "You've worked for the Xiao family for many years and have been very dedicated. Take this card. The password is 6 5s, and the funds inside are sufficient." Li Xing hesitated for a long time. He had gotten a daughter late in life, both he and his wife were approaching 50 years old, and she was their only beloved child. Ultimately, his emotions got the better of him. After taking the card, he asked, "What does master mean?" "If someone asks, you." Li Xing fell silent for a moment and said, "I sent master to the airport and watched as you went through security personally. I only came back after the plane took off." Xiao Sun smiled, "Have the surgery done as soon as possible." "Thank you, young master." Li Xing hadn't missed Xiao Sun's emphasis on as soon as possible, so after some thought, he decided to request leave upon returning and arrange for his daughter's surgery. Xiao Sun took the luggage from Li Xing's hands and seemed nonchalant when he said, "After the surgery, consider taking them out to see the western landscape. The scenery there is good." Li Xing was momentarily confused and just laughed without responding. Although he didn't understand exactly what Xiao Sun meant, he remembered carefully. Xiao Sun paid little attention to it and ordered, "You go first." A few minutes later, Xiao Sun got into a taxi. That place had since become irrelevant to him. When Xiao Sun pulled his luggage, the steward, after a brief moment of surprise, respectfully took it over. Xiao Sun looked up to see Gu Zicheng slowly coming down the stairs, still half asleep. Upon seeing him, her expression brightened immediately, and she rushed toward him in a small trot. Behind her, rolling along, was a white bundle. Xiao Sun caught her, ruffling her curls that had been combed neatly. "Brother Sun, you haven't been here for a long time." Gu Zicheng stood steady, pulling on her hair as she feigned complaining. "It's my fault, it won't happen again," Xiao Sun slowly said, with a slight smile playing on his lips. Gu Zicheng glanced at Xiao Sun, then at the luggage in the steward's hand, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at him. Brother Sun, are you going to stay here?" He hadn't lived there since a year ago. "Doesn't little Cheng welcome me?" Seeing this child standing well, Xiao Sun couldn't help but tease her. "How could I not? Brother Sun is just joking around, I wish you would stay here forever. My brother has gone to M country, he surely wants to see you too. Let me call him to come back early." "There's no need, I've already spoken with your brother." "Oh, Brother Sun," Gu Zicheng rolled her eyes, deliberately elongating her tone. "Alright," Xiao Sun showed no awkwardness. "This kid saw things clearly, have you eaten?" "Not yet, I've just woken up." "Has Brother Sun eaten?" "I haven't had time." Xiao Sun picked Qingtuan up and gave her a gentle toss. "We haven't seen each other in how long? You've gained weight again, you're really turning into a dumpling." "Well, let me be a dumpling. It's better this way." Gu Zicheng was content, wrinkling her nose and making a funny face before saying, "The new cook we hired knows how to make Minnan cuisine well. Come and try it." Qingtuan was something Gu Zicheng brought back from a trip to Jiangnan. When she saw it for the first time, she was sitting in a little shop eating green dumplings. The owner held some food and fed the stray dog outside. She observed that small, dirty thing, unsure if it had even reached 1 month old. Gu Zicheng liked animals from a young age, looking at this little creature inexplicably likable, so she started chatting with the owner. It turned out the little thing had been abandoned. Its buyer had been tricked by the seller into thinking it was a Samoyed, only to find out from knowledgeable friends that it was actually a silver fox. Furious, the buyer threw it away. Store owners sympathized with it, and whenever they saw it, they would give it some food. Gu Zicheng had never kept pets mainly because none of the animals she met before clicked with her. However, looking at the green dumplings on the table, she turned and embraced that dirty little lump. It was love at first sight. Gu Zicheng was a first-year college student, and final exams were approaching. Some teachers needed to make up for missed classes, so her morning schedule was packed. Just after lunch, she was about to leave when Xiao Sun stopped her. "Don't go to school just yet. Is Yu Huiping there?" "Yes." Gu Zicheng paused and turned around to look at him. "What's the matter?" "He has good skills, today, you should practice some basics with him." Physical fitness had always been Gu Zicheng's weakness, and with only a few days left, Xiao Sun didn't expect miracles, but thought it best if she started to adapt now. Brother Sun, I think I'll still go to school." Gu Zicheng was lazy, so much so that she was practically on death's door, and Yu Huiping was strict. Spending a day practicing with him could kill her. Xiao Sun just smiled slightly as he looked at her without saying anything further. Under his gaze, Gu Zicheng surrendered and obediently went upstairs to change clothes, all the while feeling conflicted. Why was Brother Sun suddenly concerned about this? His serious eyes left her no room to question it. But never mind, Brother Sun must have his reasons and knew what was important. She'd follow his advice. She noticed something was unusual about Xiao Sun, but since her brother would be back soon, she decided not to ask. Walking along, Gu Zicheng suddenly tripped over nothing. Her mouth twitched as she recalled how even on flat ground she fell, and silently lit a candle for herself this day. However, one candle wasn't enough. The weather wasn't particularly hot, yet by the afternoon, Yu Huiping had already been supervising Gu Zicheng doing horse stance exercises because her lower body stability was terrible. Xiao Sun sat nearby holding a notebook, typing intermittently while occasionally glancing up. Qingtuan curled up at his feet, yawning softly, looking like a sleeping lump. The silver fox had grown fat into an adorable ball, a rare sight indeed. In their past life, Qingtuan hadn't mutated. Due to Wang Yuman's mischief, it had been trampled to death by zombies. Seeing it healthy now, even if fat, it certainly wasn't bad. An airplane roar came from outside, startling Xiao Sun momentarily. Had he come back in a private plane? He must have put in a lot of effort to manage without applying in advance. Xiao Sun walked out onto the grass, and during this time, Gu Zicheng collapsed lazily onto the grass to take a break. The helicopter descended slowly, the airflow blowing Xiao Sun's eyes painfully, yet he made no move to shield them. Watching the man approach step by step, it felt as if time had traveled through endless years, once again bringing him back to his side. The wind lifted the edges of Gu Lingji's clothing. He stood before Xiao Sun, tall and lean, clad in a well-tailored black suit, sharp yet calm. There was less of the wild intensity that remained after the apocalypse. This was the person Xiao Sun loved. How could he bear to push him to the edge? As the plane departed, casting a shadow of dimness, that man's silhouette became increasingly clear, slowly sinking into his view. Gu Lingji let out an almost imperceptible sigh, filled with affection and also concession. Let's go to the study. We need to talk. Xiao Sun wanted to say something, but his words faded away before they reached his lips. He opened his arms, giving a tight embrace to the slightly surprised man before him. Xiao Sun was a bit shorter than Gu Lingji. Lifting his chin, it rested perfectly on the other's shoulder, naturally harmonious, as if they had done it countless times before. Only then, sensing the reality within his embrace, did Xiao Sun truly feel that he had returned. The obvious tension between the two extinguished any hope Gu Ziqing had of asking for leniency. Watching Gu Lingji lead Xiao Sun away, she continued her grueling stance practice. As for her brother, who only glanced at her once from start to finish, Orange seemed very calm. First things first, getting her sister-in-law home was top priority. Yes, indeed. By the time evening came, with both men engrossed in their conversation, Gu Ziqing resigned herself to her practice. For the Orange, the situation was crystal clear. It was more important to get her sister-in-law settled than anything else. Chapter 4. Gu Lingji loosened his tie, gestured Xiao Sun to sit down, and the butler, after serving tea, quietly excused himself. What's wrong, Sun? Gu Lingji repressed a trace of joy. He had always been maximally patient with Xiao Sun. I know it's hard to believe. Xiao Sun stared at the teacup, hesitating slightly, but you have to believe me. From the moment they met today, Gu Lingji had sensed a change in the person before him. He seemed more open, though not expecting an immediate response to his feelings. He didn't like this version of Xiao Sun who claimed, you have to believe me, yet wouldn't meet his eyes. Sun, look at me. No matter what you say, I will believe you. Xiao Sun shifted his gaze to Gu Lingji, took a deep breath, and said quickly, in 6 days, there will be a large number of zombies around the world, biting anyone they encounter, just like those in movies. At the same time, various psychics will appear. Within a year, mutated animals and plants will emerge too. Upon hearing this, Gu Lingji showed little reaction, maintaining his usual tone. Go on. Xiao Sun was calmed by his steady tone and slowly added, the chain of earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions around the world 2 weeks ago was the precursor. This is the latent period for the zombies. Also. Xiao Sun extended his left hand toward Gu Lingji. This ring contains space within. Based on what was passed down from the Xiao family ancestors, the space activates only during celestial changes. Gu Lingji held Xiao Sun's hand, brushing over the black jade ring on his middle finger, and fell into deep thought. The official explanation for the recent global disasters was due to an active crustal period and abnormal climate. But Gu Lingji instinctively doubted that, while plausible in one region, it was somewhat forced globally, as if something was being covered up. Whatever happens, Sun, take care of yourself. This time, not only should I protect myself, but also protect you, everyone. I'll summon Yao Feng and the others right now. We'll discuss future plans together. Only 6 days, no time to waste. All right. Xiao Sun knew them were Gu Lingji's trusted confidants, brothers who had given their hearts and lives for each other. Without delay, except for Chang Zhe in the US and He Yan in Yunnan who joined via video, everyone else gathered at Gu residence within an hour. Not many people came. Shen Yaofeng, another of Gu Lingji's trusted advisors, along with Lu Zhikang and Yu Huiping. Including Gu Lingji, Xiao Sun, and Gu Ziqing, of course, plus Qingtuan lying comfortably on Gu Ziqing's lap. Learning about the end-of-the-world event in 6 days, no one was shocked or skeptical. The recent unrest was indeed unusual. Moreover, when the boss speaks, they believe without question. Even if the boss said aliens would invade tomorrow, they'd believe it. The projector displayed a map of China's administrative regions and terrain. The issue now was where to go after the apocalypse. How about Yunnan? Seeing no one speaking, Gu Ziqing scratched Qingtuan's belly and suggested. Though she understood little about her brother's power, she knew Yunnan was definitely one of the biggest choices. Xiao Sun remained silent. Yunnan was indeed a good place. However, several years after the apocalypse, it faced threats from flooding. Half of China would be submerged, leaving Tibet as the most stable high-altitude choice. Establishing a base on regular highlands might lead to cramped conditions due to insufficient space. But this problem doesn't exist with Tibet. Moreover, after the apocalypse, humans' geographical understanding underwent massive changes, no time zones, consistent seasons, and many other transformations. Take the Qinghai Tibet Plateau, for instance, its air humidity increases, rainfall increases, solar radiation decreases, and the climate gradually aligns with that of areas at the same latitude, eliminating altitude sickness due to geography. Shrubs and trees grow at an unimaginable speed, making it quite livable. Also, because people moved northward to the capital after the apocalypse, Tibet originally had a sparse population. Fewer people went there post-apocalypse, naturally reducing threats. We're going to Tibet. Gu Lingji had already analyzed the post-apocalypse situation with Xiao Sun. Choosing Tibet was unquestioned. Though others had some confusion, there was no questioning. It wasn't nonsensical. Having believed the end-of-the-world scenario, was the destination still questionable? Gu Lingji assigned tasks to the group, instructing them to prepare supplies separately. Xiao Sun did not hide the truth about the ring space, everyone present was trustworthy. It would be too troublesome to conceal things before them later. The result of such openness was harsh gathering of supplies, since there's room to store it, why hold back? Yu Huiping was busy with something, so the training was temporarily led by Xiao Sun. Though he studied design, supervising shouldn't be an issue. After Xiao Sun took Gu Jiqing away, Gu Lingji saw Shen Yaofeng's hesitation and slowly exhaled, saying, I know what you want to ask, Yao Feng. I can wait. Waiting until he fully accepts, waiting until he is willing to disclose everything. Shen Yaofeng was saved by Gu Lingji's father during a negotiation when he was young and then adopted as a foster son, they all grew up together. Shen Yaofeng didn't inquire further, switching topics instead, what about his family? What about them? Let's take them along. Speaking of this, Gu Lingji's gaze deepened slightly. A brief silence followed before Gu Lingji added, tell Changzhe that we need all the military equipment we can get. Once it's in our hands, come back immediately. Keep an eye on customs. Understood. What about Yunnan? Leave some people to head into the mountains, but move the others to Tibet. Shen Yaofeng sat in his car without starting the engine for a long while. Eventually, he took out his phone and sent a text. After heavily compensating the servants, only 3 of them remained in the mansion. The dinner was actually quite sumptuous. Xiao Sun and Gu Jiqing had spent half a day preparing. Alright, Gu Jiqing admitted, mostly it was her Sun Gu, elder brother Sun. We should have kept a chef, Gu Jiqing poked at the rice, feeling somewhat apologetic because her Sun Ji's cooking skills far surpassed hers. At least give me some more lessons. Xiao Sun and Gu Lingji exchanged glances and chuckled, not planning on letting her cook. Both could see how much Xiao Sun had changed, and it was good that he was willing to show these changes. Gu Jiqing naturally wouldn't ask anything. She'd long known that Gu Lingji liked Xiao Sun. Now, with Xiao Sun showing a willingness to accept it, things couldn't be better. As for why this shift happened, she would leave it to her big brother to handle. One must know one's limits, and she knew hers. Sun Gu, once the network becomes unusable after the apocalypse, do you think I should send a message now? Gu Jiqing thought it would be best to announce online. Although it would definitely draw a lot of criticism, doing nothing made her feel somewhat guilty. Xiao Sun glanced at Gu Lingji, who silently nodded, before responding, it's your call. Alright, then I'll go send it right now. When a house collapses, no single pillar can hold it up. And dismissing the servants early and arranging for them to return home meant just that. There wasn't much more they could do. Whether they believe or not, and whatever their path holds, it depends on destiny. After dealing with company affairs, there were many things openly and secretly that couldn't be moved around without attracting too much attention. It was clear that even without them, they were already sufficiently well off. Knock knock knock. Come in. It was Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun spoke first, before Gu Lingji did, there's something I want to talk about regarding my family. Xiao Sun didn't plan on bringing them along, but in other people's eyes, it was certainly abnormal. After all, though he didn't exactly dote on them, they were still very much in his heart. Gu Lingji gestured for Xiao Sun to sit down and said, I understand. Once everything here is ready, we'll go pick up your family. No, what I mean is, there is no longer any relationship between me and them. They don't matter anymore. Gu Lingji fell silent for a moment, sighing softly, I don't know what has happened, but however you decide, Sun, you don't have to be so cautious around me. I will never doubt you, not ever. Xiao Sun had a classic pair of crane-like eyes, gentle and warm, with faintly reddish rims around his eyes under normal circumstances. In this moment, staring straight at him, it caused his heart to momentarily skip a beat. Seeing the corners of Xiao Sun's lips curl upward, he was reminded of that kiss from a year ago, sweet, bright, clean, and gentle. In Xiao Sun's heart, sunshine seemed to bloom everywhere. He should have realized long ago that this person always extended unconditional trust to him. Perhaps it was Xiao Sun's lack of resistance when they got close that gave Gu Lingji a hint. His hand lightly grazed Xiao Sun's face, the smooth texture beneath his palm irresistible. Xiao Sun raised his hand to cover Gu Lingji's palm, gently tilting his head closer to his touch. He squinted his eyes and lightly rubbed against it twice, a sense of long-lost intimacy and comfort filled the atmosphere. In the previous life, most of their last days were filled with haste. Looking at Xiao Sun's feline-like actions, Gu Lingji was almost overflowing with happiness. How long had it been? Since a year ago when he accidentally kissed Xiao Sun, though Xiao Sun hadn't distanced himself, he also stopped calling him Lingu. Gu Lingji didn't know what had made Xiao Sun change his mind, but it didn't matter. Now that Xiao Sun showed intentions, this lifetime, there would be no escape. Chapter 5. Gu Lingji's people worked very quickly, within 2 days, everything was prepared. Moreover, they wiped out every trace of the hoarding thoroughly. In a single day, they swept through more than a dozen large warehouses, filling in all the gaps that Xiao Sun had overlooked. Fuel, machinery, canned food, fresh vegetables and fruits, frozen meat, pickled foods, seeds, clothes, building materials, daily necessities, these post-apocalypse essentials were, naturally, top priority. However, based on his experience from his past life, Xiao Sun highlighted mouthwash and toilet paper especially clearly. Time was still in the space, so food and other items with expiration dates would not spoil. The apocalypse hadn't arrived yet, and no one's special abilities had awakened. Otherwise, Xiao Sun could have utilized his abilities together with the space. Although the space originated from the ring, it required mental power to function. Simply touching objects to store them inside the space was slow, even if done continuously. By the time they finished clearing the last warehouse, it was already dusk. Xiao Sun leaned against Gu Linji for rest. Tomorrow there was another shipment, consisting of vehicles and helicopters for modification as well as military supplies. Changzhe should return tomorrow night too. To avoid drawing attention, the warehouses were spread apart. This particular warehouse was quite remote, and the journey back would take a long time. Gu Linji rested Xiao Sun's head on his shoulder. Sleep. I'll wake you when we get home. Xiao Sun replied, adjusted his position, relaxed, and soon fell asleep. An unconscious Xiao Sun failed to notice the small area beneath the space gradually turning black from its initial gray. At this point, for convenience, Shen Yaofeng and others also stayed at the Gu residence. The next day, Gu Linji, Xiao Sun continued collecting supplies with Lu Zhikang and Yu Huiping while Shen Yaofeng handled subsequent issues regarding the materials, then supervised Gu Zhicheng's practice session repeatedly. After finishing storing the cars and helicopters, they took a short break and headed to Zhangjiang port. The Zhangjiang port was close to the Xinghu Bridge and was currently only used for bulk goods and general cargo, with timber being the main product. When they arrived at the port, the sky was already dark, and the ship was already there. After slight concealment, they boarded the ship without delay, and Changzhe led them straight to the cargo hold. Changzhe knew about Xiao Sun's space, so he didn't involve the dock workers and arranged beforehand for the sailors to rest at the dock. After entering the cabin, Changzhe closed the door and directed Lu Zhikang and Yu Huiping to move the timber hiding the military weapons, revealing the concealed firearms. All sorts of rocket launchers, assault rifles, grenades, landmines, etc., are complete. Changzhe tapped the crates introducing them, and here are some auxiliary weapons, like flashbangs, they're all here. This time around, you didn't mess up. Gu Linji chuckled lightly, taking the rifle handed over by Changzhe and playing with it for a bit. Not bad. And why would I? Do you know who I am? This is the latest developed version based on GU-23 by the Americans. Its performance definitely surpasses the previous model. It just went into production, and even their officers don't have it yet. Besides, the ammunition is compatible with GU-23, so there's no need to worry. While boasting about himself, Changzhe looked at Xiao Sun in admiration as the crates disappeared one after another under his hands. Hearing was one thing, seeing it happen before your eyes was something else entirely. Wait, what did he miss out on? What did he mean by, this time around? His reaction was somewhat delayed. Xiao Sun carefully stored away the items from a few cargo holds but didn't relax. Instead, his brows furrowed in concern. Linji, let's go back. Xiao Sun felt inexplicably uneasy. They originally planned to spend the night in Zhangjiang and leave at dawn, but he had an ominous premonition. Before Gu Linji could answer, an uproar arose from the dock. Immediately afterward, Changzhe swayed once and fainted. As Xiao Sun lost consciousness, he felt someone pulling him. It was different, from the previous life. 2 days later. Perhaps because Xiao Sun's ability belonged to the spiritual category, he was the first to awaken. Upon waking, his spiritual force concentrated uncontrollably. Whether due to the influence of the space or not, this time trying to superimpose the willpower didn't seem so arduous. Gu Linji saw Xiao Sun's slightly confused expression upon waking up and gently patted the head resting against his chest. Xiao Sun snapped back to reality, realized his current position, hesitated for a moment, then stood up with a tinge of annoyance. Of course, Gu Linji did not miss his red ears. Next to awaken was Lu Zhikang, and the moment he woke up, he lunged toward the closest person, Yu Huiping. Gu Linji picked up the fallen weapon and fired several shots at Lu Zhikang's head. However, Lu Zhikang's movements did not stop. Break his neck. Xiao Sun cried out urgently. Following the instruction, Gu Linji fired 2 more shots, severing Lu Zhikang's cervical vertebrae. As Xiao Sun and Gu Linji looked at the fallen Lu Zhikang, Xiao Sun held Gu Linji's hand and said slowly, to stop them from moving, we must sever the connection between their heads and bodies. Apart from shooting them in the head, breaking all 7 cervical vertebrae would also work. Changzhe and Yu Huiping woke up shortly after. Upon realizing what had just happened, they couldn't help but sigh with sorrow. Even though Xiao Sun had already explained this possibility, seeing a brother turn into something like that was emotionally difficult to bear, and left lingering fear. Xiao Sun fell into deep thought. In his previous life, there wasn't such an episode of unconsciousness, and Lu Zhikang hadn't turned into a zombie. It appeared that his rebirth was accompanied by some changes in events. He didn't regret it, but he felt a tinge of helplessness and guilt. Let's go back, Gu Linji replied, gripping Xiao Sun's hand in return. Boss, what about Lu Zhikang? Yu Huiping couldn't help but ask, since both of them were orphans who had grown up together in the Gu family. They had always been close and shared a deep bond. Take him back. Gu Linji understood his meaning well. Due to their childhood relationship, Lu Zhikong wouldn't be left here like this. The mobile phone showed that 2 days had passed. The remaining battery could still make calls, but as expected, there was no signal, so they couldn't get through. Because of the magnetic field changes, even radio communication devices became unusable. All communication systems collapsed. Moreover, various electrical circuits suffered considerable damage. When zombies first appeared, they feared sunlight, but a few days later, when they adapted to light, the situation for humans worsened. It took hundreds of years for humans to build societal order, yet it nearly crumbled within a few days after the disaster struck. The government was still resisting, but it wouldn't take long before a significant portion slipped into a state of inaction, incapable of achieving anything due to lack of resources. After all, survival drove people to extremes where life itself became the top priority. There weren't many people on the docks. The group abandoned the car they came in, weaving through a scene of cries and chaos. Leaving the docks, they found a quiet spot, and Xiao Sun retrieved a Hummer from his space. The chaos had just begun, and there weren't too many cars along the way yet. The navigation system was useless, but fortunately, Yu Huiping was familiar with the road around this area. Taking a slightly longer route, the Hummer, with its high clearance and modified components, was quite adept at handling uneven roads. Despite the secluded route, they occasionally encountered wrecked vehicles. With Lu Zhikong gone in that manner, the atmosphere inside the vehicle grew heavy, resulting in a long silence. Only now did Gu Lingji notice that his entire right hand felt numb and tingling, as if something was flowing through it. Xiao Sun noticed him staring at his hand and immediately understood. He leaned over and firmly grasped his hand. This is your special ability. Gu Lingji had asked about special abilities early on, so this revelation wasn't overly surprising. However, upon hearing this, Changzhe became excited and eagerly asked, do I have one? What is it? Well, I don't know yet, Xiao Sun honestly admitted. In his previous life, Changzhe had been abroad, while He Yan was in Yunnan, so Xiao Sun truly had no idea about their abilities. He had originally planned to spend a couple of days teaching them about abilities like these, but unfortunately, plans didn't align with fate. Special abilities roughly fall into 3 categories: natural elements, mental control, and physical enhancement. There are also a small number that cannot be categorized, like poison or corrosion. Like Lingji, yours belongs to a branch of the natural elements category. Try it, Lingji. Xiao Sun loosened his grip. Special abilities are hard to consciously control when they first awaken. And they're usually very weak, to the point most people barely notice them. That was why, in the beginning stages of the apocalypse, physically enhanced abilities were the most sought after. Without saying a word, Gu Lingji focused on his right hand. Not long after, a short streak of emerald green electric arc flickered out, teasingly licking his thumb like a playful creature. Changzhe exclaimed in surprise, what is that? It's wood-based. Wood generates wind and lightning. This is electromagnetic, a derivative of thunder. Xiao Sun's gaze shifted from that small trace of emerald green to Gu Lingji's face, suppressing his inner astonishment as he provided an explanation. Gu Lingji looked at Xiao Sun, staying silent but gently rubbing his fingers. He saw that Xiao Sun was holding something back. After entering the city, looting and violence on both sides of the roads had noticeably increased compared to earlier in the day. Terrifying screams echoed from some shops. Although some people had fled, more remained, including hidden zombies lurking in the shadows. Finally, after rushing ahead, they returned before nightfall. Each villa in the compound was spaced far apart, with few people around. Debris scattered on the roads gave vague glimpses of human activity inside the villas. Before they even got out of the car, they saw an orange Lamborghini parked in front of the door. The intricately carved iron gate was wide open, it had been crashed through, and a Land Rover was blocking the courtyard. Chapter 6. Some people were blocked outside by Shen Yaofeng, while Gu Zhiqing stood inside the door. Originally, the two of them didn't want them to come in, but they kept making a ruckus and would surely attract zombies as it got dark. They were about to let them in when they saw Gu Lingji and a few others returning. Clearly, those people had also seen Gu Lingji. A woman dressed in a white silk long skirt walked over gracefully. Lingji, why did you return so late? Your sister was just acting distant with me. Gu Lingji sidestepped the hands of the woman who wanted to hold his arm, ignoring her fleeting awkwardness, and pulled Xiao Sun to an elderly man. Old Mr. Kai, excuse my younger sister for being timid and scared. Kai Guobin glanced at Xiao Sun and smiled. Not at all, we were the ones who were rude. This morning when we woke up and saw things were wrong, Lulu was very worried about you, so we came over. I imagine old Mr. Kai's group faced some shocks along the way, accidentally crashing into our gate. Changzhe stood aside with a cold look, as if they didn't know better. Don't make excuses. It must be that the car lost control. Do we not know how old Mr. Kai is? How could he do such a reckless thing? Old Mr. Kai, please forgive us. Shen Yaofeng bowed slightly, smiling politely, without any intention of apologizing. Kai Jianbin's smile froze on his face, his eyebrows twitching. It's dark, everyone should go inside. Brother Lin. Xiao Sun's gaze swept around and returned to Gu Lingji. Ai Sun is right, old Mr. Kai, please come inside. Saying this, Gu Lingji began to walk in, and until everyone was seated, he never let go of Xiao Sun's hand. Xiao Sun didn't resist from start to finish, nor did he care about what others thought. He discovered that since his rebirth, he quite liked having physical contact with Gu Lingji, perhaps due to some leftover effect from the previous life. Gu Lingji. He found it enjoyable as well. After a simple dinner, grandfather Kai Jianbin, Kai Wenlu, and her uncle Kai Yiren along with her two cousins were arranged in guest rooms on the first floor, supervised by Yu Huiping. The rest gathered in the second floor study to discuss their specific itinerary next. Dad, do you think this will work? Kai Yiren rubbed his hands, doubting his father's plan. That kid from the Gu family wasn't someone easy to deal with. How won't it work? Kai Jianbin leaned his cane against the armrest, asking in return. You saw it yourself. Gu Lingji seems to have feelings for someone else, can our Lulu handle it? It's just temporary infatuation. Kai Jianbin didn't believe that Gu Lingji would like men. This betrothal took him considerable effort to secure from the previous head of the Gu family. Although Gu Lingji left the family early under his father, there was no way to ignore their years of friendship. Kai Jianbin knew Gu Lingji had significant influence, leaving H City wouldn't be hard for him. Not knowing the situation outside, if he could establish a connection between him and Kai Wenlu, regardless of the future, the Kai family would not fall. So, you go talk to Lulu. Dad, elder brother passed away early, and this morning elder sister-in-law. Lulu is after all elder brother's only child, how could we? Didn't you see their attitude today? Gu Lingji isn't a good person. Without doing this, how could you ensure they would take us out of Shanghai? Well, alright. Study room. The group decided to drive to the capital. Although they could use helicopters to arrive in the outskirts of the capital and switch to cars, as they didn't intend to settle in the capital, there was no need to involve themselves in the initial mess. Moreover, slowing down a bit would give everyone more time to practice their supernatural abilities. Once in the capital, they would have greater flexibility and confidence. Having tentatively settled the itinerary, the group relaxed slightly. Do those people plan to latch onto us? Gu Zhiqing embraced Qingtuan and lounged in the sofa, somewhat dissatisfied. Kai Yuelu was simply leveraging the old marriage pact. However, the marriage pact was enforced by the others after Gu Lingji left the main residence, which he never acknowledged. She often came over, showing excessive enthusiasm to Gu Zhiqing, acting like she owned the place. That depends on whether they have the ability. Changzhe crossed his arms and taunted. Gu Lingji didn't pay attention. They would leave tomorrow, and it wouldn't be so easy for them to follow after that. If you have time, focus on understanding your supernatural abilities. In the future, they'll become increasingly important. Xiao Sun believed in Gu Lingji. There was no need to waste time on those unworthy individuals. They still had much to accomplish. As others were about to go back and meditate on their abilities, Yu Huiping entered to report on those people's movements, disturbing the last peaceful night. Keep an eye on them. Gu Lingji said expressionlessly, being too courteous would only make them overestimate their own importance. She wants to cozy up to our boss but doesn't even know if she's worthy. If she ends up humiliated, we won't be blamed. Changzhe followed behind Gu Lingji and had met Kai Yuelu a few times, harboring no good feelings toward her. Why don't you leave her to me? Gu Zhiqing grinned, revealing her small white teeth as she flexed her wrists slightly. Having endured several days of torment, she was in need of venting. If she dares come near, don't blame me for not holding back. The group split up to prepare. Shen Yaofeng and Changzhe went to secure the damaged gate with wire and eliminated a few nearby zombies along the way. To avoid obstructions, they tossed the bodies into a corner. Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun headed to the underground garage where there were still a few sports cars, which might come in handy later. After securing the cars, they drove out a Land Rover Range Rover before leisurely heading back. Gu Lingji moved to a guest room, where his clothes had already been delivered by Gu Zhiqing. Opening the door, he half-turned to look at Xiao Sun who was also looking back at him. Unable to resist his gaze, Xiao Sun naturally added, I'll go get some clothes, recalling how they shared a room in the latter stages of their past life. Gu Lingji watched Xiao Sun's retreating figure, a slight smile curling his lips. He hadn't originally meant anything special by his earlier actions, just waiting for something like a good night remark, but now that it seemed misunderstood, there was no need to further explain himself. While sharing a room wasn't part of his plan, he was indeed quite looking forward to it. When Xiao Sun returned with the clothes, he heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. Sitting on the sofa, lost in thought, Xiao Sun suddenly noticed Gu Lingji finishing his shower. Dressed in a bathrobe tied loosely around him, droplets slid off his damp hair onto his shoulder, creating darker shades on the indigo fabric. This appearance exuded a certain mysterious allure. Xiao Sun stared absent-mindedly, and used to seeing Gu Lingji so relaxed and casual despite years of interaction. Are you satisfied? Gu Lingji approached, smiling softly. Unexpectedly, Xiao Sun nodded in agreement, which surprised Gu Lingji, making him find Xiao Sun unusually endearing. Moving closer, he leaned down to touch Xiao Sun's neck, pressing his lips against his thin earlobe gently, without any further action. Feeling Xiao Sun stiffen momentarily and then shiver softly, Gu Lingji released his hold, observing the faint tooth marks left on Xiao Sun's earlobe, rubbing it gently. Looks like my seduction is successful, your turn to take a shower. Hearing this, Xiao Sun was startled. This side of Gu Lingji was unfamiliar to him. In their previous life, they had never reached such a point, and later on, things had simply grown complicated. How could someone utter such suggestive words? To Xiao Sun, Gu Lingji had never needed such tricks, even a teasing remark couldn't bear putting him in such a compromising position. Hooking his neck, Xiao Sun stood up easily, releasing one hand to lift Gu Lingji's face close enough for a thorough examination. Gazing into his luminous eyes, he lowered his voice, "Mr. Gu, have you ever tried simply waving a finger, and countless people would come rushing? Among those people, is my little junior disciple included?" Gu Lingji circled Xiao Sun with one arm, letting his fingers trace down his spine tenderly. Of course, Xiao Sun leaned closer until their noses almost touched, whispering, "But I also know. Your little junior disciple desires more than just Mr. Gu's looks. So tell me, what else does he desire?" Gu Lingji's entire demeanor radiated gentleness, his low voice resembling freshly brewed honey, rich and smooth. The answer seemed obvious. It's obviously Mr. Gu's whole self. Xiao Sun narrowed his eyes slightly, stopping his teasing. Tightening his arms, Gu Lingji felt the vibration of his own quickened heartbeat, betraying his calm exterior. He tilted his head, brushing Xiao Sun's earlobe with his lips, whispering breathily, "I accept your confession." Warmth brushed against Xiao Sun's ear before spiraling into his mind, growing steadily hotter. His brain felt thoroughly scorched while the warmth traveled through his airway to lodge itself at the base of his throat. Xiao Sun's eyes instantly misted over, yet he accepted it naturally as though it were inevitable. Yes. As soon as Xiao Sun's words faded, Gu Lingji tilted his head to kiss him, his tongue smoothly slipping past the corners of Xiao Sun's mouth and thoroughly exploring every inch inside. When the kiss ended, Xiao Sun leaned into Gu Lingji's embrace to recover, but Gu Lingji unexpectedly loosened his grip first. "It's late, go wash up quickly." After the closeness just now, Xiao Sun couldn't help but understand what had happened. Thinking that the night might not be peaceful, he knew both of them wouldn't do much more, so he simply responded and headed toward the bathroom. After taking a couple of steps, Xiao Sun suddenly turned around, grabbed a towel from the armrest of the sofa, placed it on Gu Lingji's head, and gently rubbed it a couple of times. He then earnestly said, "Lingji, we need to talk later." Looking at the frosted glass door closing behind Xiao Sun, Gu Lingji licked his lips as if savoring the moment. He was even more anticipatory for the upcoming conversation. How could he not have noticed the changes in Xiao Sun over these past few days? But he hadn't expected an admission to come so soon. The speculation in his mind had been mostly confirmed, there must be a reason behind Xiao Sun's actions, and Gu Lingji didn't want to waste time guessing where this reason came from. This person had carried too much weight to return as he was. Xiao Sun chose not to speak about it, and how could Gu Lingji bear asking? Chapter 7. After absent-mindedly taking a shower and turning off the hot water, Xiao Sun blankly stared at somewhere lost in thought. He had originally planned to confront things a bit later, but just now, he decided to tell Gu Lingji everything. Gu Lingji would surely notice his change, and there was no way to conceal all the matters related to the apocalypse. Precognition. It might sound absurd, but rebirth, wasn't that even more ridiculous than premonition? However, no matter what, the most important thing was that he didn't want to hide anything, and he didn't want even the slightest gap between them. When Xiao Sun came out, Gu Lingji was leaning against the headboard, looking at a map on a tablet. Seeing him come out, he casually placed the tablet on the bedside table. Gu Lingji pulled Xiao Sun to sit by the bed, took the prepared towel to dry his wet hair until it was half dry, then used a hairdryer to completely dry it before stopping. Xiao Sun slightly closed his eyes as he felt Gu Lingji's fingers brush across his scalp, finding it quite enjoyable. After drying his hair, Gu Lingji held Xiao Sun, turned him over, pressed him on the other side, and pulled the thin blanket half-pressed under his body to cover them both well. Xiao Sun snuggled into Gu Lingji's embrace, grabbing his hand and placing it under his palm. After preparing himself mentally for what he had to say, he knew not many people would believe the truth of his rebirth, but Gu Lingji was different. Confronting this person made it seem less difficult to say something that was originally hard to express. "I don't know, Brother Lin. I don't know if those events happened in my past life or were merely a dream. Perhaps it's because I harbored inappropriate desires towards my father. I'm sorry." After speaking, Xiao Sun lowered his gaze and stared at their intertwined hands, feeling somewhat uneasy. The two clasped hands rested on a silver-gray quilt, with Xiao Sun's fingernails turning a heart-wrenching white. Gu Lingji noticed this and gripped back with even greater strength. His anxiety, his self-blame, all of it was laid bare in front of him as if the next words from Gu Lingji could sentence him to death. Gu Lingji lowered his head to look for Xiao Sun's eyes, but Xiao Sun buried his entire face in Gu Lingji's shirt. At this moment, Xiao Sun was almost lying half on top of Gu Lingji. Gu Lingji gently patted the person's back, letting his hand slide downwards, resting his chin on Xiao Sun's head. His voice was very low, gentle like a breeze, perhaps tinged with the first rays of warm sunlight. It was unnaturally tender. He said, "Haroon, don't feel guilty, none of those things will happen again. No one will die. We'll go to the capital city first, obtain the Thunderstone, and then we'll head to Tibet. We'll establish our base there, and we will stay together forever. I promise." He said they would always be together, with an unfailingly certain tone. He believed him. Xiao Sun remained silent, nodding while rubbing his face against Gu Lingji's shirt, tears soaking through the thin fabric. Sensing the dampness on his chest, Gu Lingji didn't interrupt him, only soothingly stroking Xiao Sun's back repeatedly. It was good that he was able to cry. Listening to the steady heartbeat of the man beside him, relieved of his burdens and with loosened thoughts, Xiao Sun soon fell asleep. Gu Lingji turned off the bedside light, thinking that even if something unexpected happened tonight, it wouldn't be necessary for him to handle it. Right now, his focus was on Xiao Sun. The past had already turned to dust. The apocalypse had just begun, and the future lay in his own hands. On the other side, Gu Zhiqing had nearly finished preparing and was excitedly rubbing his hands together. He fixed the last rope and only then realized that Qingtuan, who had been circling around him all along, had vanished without a trace. Following the "ow ow" calls, Gu Zhiqing couldn't help but laugh. Are you really too stuffed? Qingtuan rarely came to Gu Lingji's room, but this dash, well, it didn't end well. He got stuck between the sofas. Qingtuan, let's negotiate something, shall we? Even though we agreed to use your call as a signal, when people come, please don't shout. I'll get you out, okay? Gu Zhiqing sat down on the carpet, talking terms with Qingtuan from above. Agree? Make a sound. After hearing Qingtuan's pitiful call, Gu Zhiqing moved the sofa a little. Though just a bit, it was enough for Qingtuan to wiggle free. As he combed its messy fur, Gu Zhiqing comforted, look, once you start calling, everyone comes over. Our brother and sister-in-law have a hard time staying alone together, so isn't it better not to disturb them? Don't you think so? Qingtuan licked Gu Zhiqing's hand, wagged its tail, and uttered a few murmurs in agreement. Kai Wenlu had liked Gu Lingji for several years, but she hadn't even touched his hand. This was such a great opportunity. The house had no servants or guards, and sneaking into his room to create a beautiful misunderstanding would be ideal. She didn't believe that her carefully dressed-up self wouldn't catch his eye. As for Xiao Sun, she simply didn't give him any regard. Around midnight, she pushed open the door. The oiled floor caused her to slip instantly. In the darkness, it triggered a mechanism. Snap, the door closed, and ropes came from all directions, tightly binding her so that she couldn't move at all. Wanting to wake up the person on the bed but also knowing how flustered she looked, she struggled, hesitating until someone hit her unconscious. Seeing that everything was quiet, Gu Zhiqing turned on the light and disdainfully patted his hands together. Kai Wenlu was dressed garishly, wearing very little, as if afraid to get frozen in the dead of night. Gu Zhiqing cleaned up the oil on the ground and from Kai Wenlu's feet. There wasn't much oil on the floor and it didn't stain her thin clothes. Daring to scheme against her brother? One must know one's own weight first. Phew. Finally, they could sleep soundly. In the early morning, an urgent bark cut through the apparent calm, gathering everyone with their various thoughts upstairs. The Kai Jianbin father-son duo hurried over, shocked upon seeing Kai Wenlu's state. They originally thought she hadn't returned because things were successful, never imagining such a situation. The two sides stood off against each other. When Kai Wenlu woke and saw so many people, she was instantly confused. Gu Zhiqing was still in her pajamas, just now putting on a thin robe, and walked out from inside the room to hide behind Xiao Sun. Qingtuan trotted after her enthusiastically. I woke up in the morning and saw Miss Kai lying here, it scared me. Qingtuan doesn't trust strangers and barked a few times, explained Gu Zhiqing while giving Qingtuan a good job glance. She wasn't lying, Qingtuan had always treated Kai Wenlu as a stranger. Kai Jianbin's face reddened with anger, unable to say anything. Kai Yiren hastily untied the ropes and searched the room for a thin blanket to drape over Kai Wenlu. May I ask where these ropes came from? Kai Yiren asked under pressure from his father. Sister has always been interested in these kinds of small contraptions. Normally, I don't easily enter her room, replied Gu Lingji with a distant expression, guessing a bit about Gu Zhiqing's intentions. Gu Zhiqing nodded rapidly, I slept late. Miss Kai didn't tell me she would come looking for me tonight. If she had said beforehand, I would have definitely put away these ropes. Seeing that Gu Lingji neither looked at her nor spoke on her behalf, and Gu Zhiqing shifting the blame entirely onto her, openly suggesting she had ill intent at night, judging by the arrangement, this clearly wasn't Gu Zhiqing's room. Feeling embarrassed, Kai Wenlu quickly went back to change her clothes. Changzhu exchanged glances with Gu Zhiqing. He waited all night without hearing any commotion and thought she might not have shown up. Gu Zhiqing glanced at the two men standing in front, and Changzhu immediately understood. Neither disturbing the boss nor sparing this woman some punishment. Hi. No matter how things truly unfolded, everyone present was aware. We will be leaving today. If Mr. Kai wants to stay, feel free to take the house. Gu Lingji sent others to pack up things. The food in the kitchen is enough to last you for a week. After hastily eating breakfast, everyone made a stop at the backyard before leaving. Gu Zhiqing picked a large bouquet of white lilies from the greenhouse and placed them in front of Lu Zhikang's grave. Qingtuan fetched a few wildflowers from the side, which she added to the arrangement together, patting its head when she was done. The deceased have passed on, but those who remain alive must take on everything. Gu Lingji pressed down on the wooden gravestone, let's go. Everything was just beginning. Standing upstairs, the group led by Kai Jianbin watched as two modified Hummers drove away. Kai Yiren's eldest son angrily asked, should we let them go just like that? Grab what we need from the kitchen, then let's leave. Kai Jianbin struck his cane twice on the ground, making the decision, to stay here would be like being a trapped beast. All of them left the place. No one knew that after the zombies rotted in the corner and scattered into the soil, tiny light points condensed beneath the decaying earth, only to lie dormant. Chapter 8. To prevent a breach of the space, a significant amount of supplies were placed in both vehicles. In the rear vehicle were Gu Lingji, Xiao Sun, and Yu Huiping, while Shen Yaofeng drove the other one ahead. Chang Zhe and Gu Ziqing did not join those in the rear. Yu Huiping was much more silent than them. As in the previous life, this group was once again heading to the capital. The existence of Lei Shi, Thunderstone, still posed a considerable risk. In the last lifetime, if it hadn't been for that jade, they wouldn't have lost so badly. Lei Shi has an immense suppressive effect on wood and fire-based abilities. The stronger the ability, the greater the suppression. Gu Lingji's electromagnetism falls under the branch of thunder energy, which itself is derived from wood. Thus, the suppressive effect is particularly strong. On the other hand, Lei Shi enhances other types of abilities, with the smallest enhancement being towards metal abilities. It sounds absurd, almost as though it was specifically created to counter certain powers. Heading to the capital, one reason is the jade Xiao Sun mentioned, and another is that although Gu Lingji had already dispatched a group of experts and researchers to Tibet earlier, he wasn't sure whether they would manage to sustain the base's development. After all, brain-enhanced ability users are at the core of construction efforts. If they needed to recruit such people, the capital is the most suitable location. Moreover, he didn't worry too much about the situation in Tibet, trusting He Yan's capability. Despite going further by making the journey to the capital, all their decisions felt worth it. Exiting the villa district, there were more people around now. It was only the second day, stores and shopping malls still had their items intact. Most people still held on to hope in the government, not knowing what awaited them outside or realizing the government might not save them. The chaos started becoming truly dangerous when zombies no longer feared sunlight. That's why they urgently left. They bypassed busy areas. Fully supplied themselves, they refrained from fighting over resources. When passing the library, however, Xiao Sun went inside. The initial blackout occurred during the night, so aside from security staff, there were no other people in the library. Although some preparations had already been made with books on technology, machinery, and planting, these weren't enough yet. During the early stages of the apocalypse, the hunger for food outweighed the need for books. However, reading more books even during this end times wouldn't harm anyone. After all, every doomsday eventually comes to an end. Their progress was slow. By the end of the day, they barely managed to leave the city. Just as dusk fell, they found a place to rest near the inner ring elevated road. Traveling at night was unsafe since solar-powered streetlights exposed everything to bright light. Some streetlight wires were damaged, leaving darker patches between functioning lights. Zombies were still low-level and couldn't pose much of a threat yet, not something to worry too much about. The real concern lay with people who might take advantage of the situation. Without lighting a fire, the group ate canned food, bread, and water for dinner. Gu Ziqing sat on a rock, feeding Qingtuan while eating. Suddenly, a small hand reached out from the darkness, grabbing the half-empty can from her hand and quickly running away. Inhu, Silver Fox, protective and alert, prompted Qingtuan to chase after the child, biting onto the child's clothes to drag him back. Yu Huiping, who was setting up the tent nearby, heard the commotion and immediately sprang forward to grab the kid, bringing the boy to face the others. He appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, tightly hugging the can, looking panicked, his complexion poor, and trembling like a sieve. 2 days into this post-apocalyptic scenario, it seemed unlikely that someone, especially a child, would be starving enough to steal from others. Gu Lingji gestured for Shen Yaofeng to find out what happened. Shen Yaofeng squatted down in front of the boy, hesitating for a while before asking with a smile, "Little friend, why are you alone? Where are your parents?" "Sounds like a kidnapper," Changzhe joked from behind, mimicking in a sinister tone, "Come with uncle, and I'll take you to find mommy." "Shut up." Shen Yaofeng turned back to glare at Changzhe. God knows why he always seems unapproachable to kids. Adjusting his expression, he continued, "If you tell us, we won't hold you accountable for stealing. Consider this a gift from us, all right?" The boy stammered in response, "My name is Lo Wen, my parents are over there." Following the direction the boy pointed, naturally, nothing could be seen. "Go back then," Shen Yaofeng concluded, as others stepped back to give space. Hesitant, the boy retreated until reaching the farthest point and suddenly sprinted off. "We'll wait. This kid seems to have decent upbringing." Shen Yaofeng stood up, confident in his ability to judge people. "Decent upbringing and he still steals?" Changzhe scoffed softly under his breath. Shen Yaofeng looked at him, smiled, and gave no response. Not long after, the boy returned with a man and a woman. As soon as the man approached, he apologized, "We are the child's parents. I know a bit about wilderness survival. We were supposed to split up to look for food, but the boy wandered off on his own. It's really embarrassing that he took your things." Saying this, he handed the can back to Gu Ziqing, clearly knowing that it was her can the boy had grabbed. Gu Ziqing didn't take it back. "We already said it was a gift for him. You don't need to return it." The couple weren't unreasonable people. Gu Lingji asked them, could you tell us what happened to you, if it's not inconvenient? Yu Huiping handed over 2 loaves of bread and 2 bottles of water to them. After exchanging glances, the couple hesitated for a moment but eventually accepted the offer. We just came back from the botanical garden ahead. We originally planned to stay there for a few days. Unexpectedly, we passed out. When we woke up yesterday morning, we found many people had turned into biting monsters, the man explained while handing the food to his wife. The terror in his tone was evident. We couldn't make any calls. Today, we barely managed to escape from inside, but we didn't bring much food with us. We thought we would quickly reach the city center, but it turned out the road wasn't good, so we only arrived here by nightfall. It's unsafe to walk at night, so we were trying our luck around here to find some food. The kid hadn't eaten or drunk anything for nearly 2 days. Do you plan to go back to the city? Shen Yaofeng continued questioning. Yes, all our relatives are in the city. I'd advise you not to go back there. Where could we go otherwise? Even if we have to die, we want to die with our family. The seemingly ordinary man thanked them, then left with the food. Watching the trio's figures fade into the darkness, Xiao Sun moved closer to Gu Lingji. Everyone has their own path, they should focus on walking their own. After arranging for people to take turns keeping watch during the night, Gu Ziqing went to sleep without needing to be reminded. Her main task now was to preserve her energy and ensure she wouldn't be a burden when trouble arose. With so many men present, one less person guarding the night wouldn't make much difference. After 2 days of exploration, everyone's abilities were starting to become clear. Shen Yaofeng's ability was ice, Changzhe's was fire. Gu Ziqing and Gu Lingji shared the same source, wood. Gu Lingji specialized in the branch of thunder, electromagnetism, whereas Gu Ziqing could control herbaceous plants. Yu Huiping's ability was stealth, which fit perfectly with his personality. Xiao Sun's ability was the same as in his previous life, a mental power of telekinesis stacking. Although currently he could only control a small twig, and even with the stack, it merely doubled its effect, still, with the awakening of his abilities, using the spatial powers no longer carried such a heavy mental load. However, Gu Lingji's electromagnetic waves troubled Xiao Sun, they shouldn't be olive green. In the last lifetime, they were purple. Why did they change color this time? He feared it might have an adverse effect on Gu Lingji's body. Gu Lingji didn't seem worried. His ability didn't cause him any discomfort, rather, it made him feel exceptionally refreshed and clear-minded. Xiao Sun contemplated whether thunder originating from wood might mean that its manifestation of green suggested a closer alignment with the root of wood energy. Since there were no current signs of trouble, he stopped worrying too much about it. Since being reborn, many things had changed, and he'd simply need to pay close attention moving forward. In this group, although Xiao Sun didn't have the lifelong training like Gu Lingji, Shen Yaofeng, and Yu Huiping, his experience from the previous life more than made up for it. Meanwhile, Changzhe had practiced taekwondo and kickboxing, making him well prepared for situations like these. If you wanted to avoid being bullied in such circumstances, having a few skills was crucial. Therefore, the only one who still needed training daily was Gu Ziqing. This was a source of great sadness for her. The next day, the group studied the map. They decided the general route would be via the Jingtai Expressway, switching to the Hu Expressway later. At this point, most vehicles were still stuck near the city outskirts, so once on the highway, the road conditions were manageable. They drove along the north-south elevated road for several hours. Along the way, they encountered some zombies, but since they moved slowly, they couldn't catch up and posed no real threat. Some people tried to flag down their vehicles, but they ignored them. In this apocalypse era, excessive kindness was unnecessary. Xiao Sun had seen enough similar incidents in his past life. Chapter 9. They entered Qing Shui town before noon. The sun was big at this time, and no zombies were in sight. The town had developed as a tourist attraction. Their location was on several shopping streets, where there weren't many people around. Occasionally someone came out of the mall, it wasn't hard to guess that it must be quite chaotic inside. They parked the car in a corner that wouldn't draw attention, then found a shop at the street corner. The dark double-paneled glass doors made it impossible for anyone outside to see in, yet they could easily spot the car from inside. They had other vehicles, but they'd rather not take the risk of having any stolen carelessly. After cleaning the shop, they noticed no trace of zombies entering, though the cash register had been thoroughly ransacked. It was a bubble tea shop, and Gu Ziqing glanced at the price list, finding that the selection was fairly complete. Taking advantage of this opportunity while conditions allowed, why not indulge a little? No pastries or cakes were available. Pulling Changzhe along, they rummaged through the cabinets, bringing out various items. Although the ingredients were all there, she couldn't make anything too complicated, so she decided to keep things simple. Extracting the nuts, tea leaves, and coarse sugar from a pile of materials, she turned on the stove. Fortunately, the natural gas supply hadn't been cut off yet. Without ice cubes, the drinks were cooled in water for a while. Changzhe helped pour them and carried them over. Outside, a man circled around 2 cars, and after receiving Gu Lingji's nod, Shen Yaofeng went out to chat with the man for a moment before bringing him inside. The man appeared astute. Knowing that the owners of those 2 modified cars would not leave them behind, he circled the cars only to lure their owners out. Once inside, looking at the condition of the shop, his confidence in his judgment increased even more. The man wore a silver-rimmed pair of glasses, looking refined and neat. After coming in, he scanned the entire situation and introduced himself to Gu Lingji. My name is Zhang Wei, my surname Zhang meaning bow and arrow, and my given name Wei from the word future. Zhang Wei explained his circumstances. He and his friends had come here from the capital city on a self-driving tour. Faced with such an unusual situation, they prepared to gather some supplies and return home. But places without many zombies had already been looted by locals. They turned their attention to the supermarket inside the mall. Though dangerous, it was an unavoidable choice. Initially wanting to try their luck, they ended up being trapped by creatures that ate people. He and two of his companions had become separated. Eventually, only he managed to escape alive. The mall was now chaotic, filled with many zombies, making it impossible for him to go back. Xiao Sun observed his clothes, which were torn and stained with blood, and asked, "Are you injured anywhere?" "Injured?" Zhang Wei seemed somewhat confused about why this was asked, but still answered truthfully, "Yes, on my back." Changzhe abruptly stood up but was stopped by Shen Yaofeng. Xiao Sun, unfazed, continued to ask, "How did you get hurt?" "I was caught by shelves when escaping." Seeing the one who had just stood up sit down again, Zhang Wei asked curiously, "Is something wrong?" "Based on our observations, people bitten or scratched by zombies will turn into zombies within 24 hours, Xiao Sun explained. It was just a matter of time before others discovered this. Those careful enough wouldn't fail to notice it. Therefore, he wasn't worried about causing trouble by divulging the information. Zombies? Are they those monsters that eat people? Zhang Wei quickly linked them together. Xiao Sun nodded. People familiar with related films called such similar monsters zombies. Later, various bases also adopted this term by default. Are you familiar with the road back to the capital city? Gu Lingji asked. With Gu Lingji's acknowledgement, Zhang Wei knew that things were almost settled. He roughly guessed that the mobile phones lacked signal, and navigation would definitely not work. So he earnestly replied, "Yes, we know the way even without navigation. Can we avoid major cities?" "No problem. Yu Huaping, you go with him, confirm the position and the number of zombies." Gu Lingji didn't intend to intervene recklessly. Understood. Zhang Wei understood that doing so was the most stable plan, so he said nothing more. After the two left, Gu Ziqing asked, "Isn't taking the national highway better?" They held the latest traffic map, which should suffice. "Have you ever killed zombies?" Xiao Sun casually added a question. Training along the way was an important matter. Ah. Gu Ziqing realized, saying that they merely wanted to prevent raising suspicions. If conditions permit, practicing your skills won't be bad either. Xiao Sun took out several military backpacks from his spatial ring and handed them out to everyone. Everything inside was well prepared. Within less than an hour, the two returned. The mall had 2 floors, not very large. The supermarket was on the first floor. According to Zhang Wei, his friends were driven to the second floor. The exact positions were unclear. Preliminary observation revealed that there were not too many zombies on the first floor, but more on the second. Within the limits of what they could handle. Yu Huaping remained behind, while the rest headed towards the mall, aiming to come out within 4 hours, before nightfall. Xiao Sun tossed a backpack to Zhang Wei and said coolly, "Take it. Do you know how to use a gun?" Zhang Wei hesitated for a moment and replied that he had been a member of a shooting club. Changzhe handed him an MP5, it was easy to handle, there shouldn't be any issues, but as he looked at the gun in his hands, his lips tightened. A shooting club was one thing, but this was completely different. There was no choice now but to face it head-on. Shen Yaofeng and Zhang Wei led the way, nearing the mall when the zombies inside started stirring, their mouths agape and cries echoing all around. Entering the mall, they found themselves in a grand hall where zombies gathered from all sides. The group formed a circle and opened fire, slowly moving towards the escalator. Gu Ziqing clutched her 5 Malawian kwachas, envying the MP5SD just a little bit, before focusing on the zombies in front of her. From her angle, she could see through the floor-to-ceiling glass that more zombies were gathering outside. Zombies. Zombies are coming from outside. Xiao Sun was momentarily startled. Since it took about a week for zombies to adapt to sunlight, upon turning around and seeing the undead creatures under the sun, he furrowed his brow. Zombies' adaptability had improved compared to the previous lifetime. With too many zombies around, the group fought their way back while abandoning the idea of further practice. Ascending to the second floor via the escalator, ammunition quickly ran out, forcing them all to pull out short knives and gradually spread out. Changzhe and Gu Ziqing stuck together. Not bad at all. Changzhe shook off the blood on his hand and praised her. We'll see after we're done with this wave of zombies. Gu Ziqing gave him a sharp glare. Now was not the time to let down their guard, many accidents happen due to complacency like this. Changzhe shrugged his shoulders and charged into the zombie horde. This girl didn't need much worry from them. Although she seemed cheerful and loved to laugh with a good temper, deep down, she was actually just like her brother, decisive when it came to killing. The number of zombies on the second floor exceeded expectations, but with everyone's concerted effort, they were swiftly eliminated. Gu Ziqing dragged a chair out from a nearby store and sat down to catch her breath. In the future, these kinds of fights would become commonplace. She couldn't rely solely on others to protect her all the time. Changzhe approached her teasingly again. You were pretty confident earlier, weren't you? Go away. Gu Zicheng kicked him, though without much strength. We'll split up and move faster. We'll meet up at the first floor in 1 hour, Gu Lingji said, then went down a floor with Xiao Sun. They intended to search for warehouses and supermarkets. Supplies were never enough. Though there were a few emergency exits, each had a considerable number of zombies blocking them. Therefore, they should all still be upstairs. Zhang Wei felt somewhat fortunate that he'd met these people but also worried that his friends might not have survived this long. Let's search methodically. The middle of the mall was hollowed out, connecting both floors so the two groups could keep each other in sight. Shen Yaofeng and Zhang Wei formed one team, while Gu Zicheng and Changzhe made another, ready to assist if needed. Half an hour passed, and besides zombies, no humans were found alive. Reaching the end, the two groups regrouped. Gu Zicheng noticed a small door with scratch marks. She went over to push it but it wouldn't budge. Seeing this, Zhang Wei walked over and called his friend's name tentatively, shouting a few times before receiving some noise from the other side. After a scraping sound of heavy objects, the door opened, revealing Zhang Wei's friends. The strong man standing at the door stared blankly at Zhang Wei, speechless. A woman then darted out from behind and hugged Zhang Wei tightly, crying and shouting, Zhang Wei, you finally returned. They said you were dead, or even if you were alive, you wouldn't come back. Zhang Wei's expression turned slightly unpleasant. The woman was Han Li, his girlfriend. He forced a smile and introduced the others, saying, I owe my life to these people helping me. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have made it back. The muscular man hurriedly chuckled awkwardly, clearly unsure of how to respond. The zombies had been scratching at the door non-stop. They must have only left recently, possibly lured away by the loud noises of their large group. Otherwise, they couldn't tell how much longer the door could hold. Shen Yaofeng glanced at his watch, time was almost up. He urged them, we need to leave here quickly. Chapter 10. 6 people came out of the utility room, 3 men and 2 women, plus Zhang Wei. Han Li clung to Zhang Wei's side, while another woman named Lu Aiyun walked next to Shen Yaofeng, trying to strike up a conversation. Unfortunately, Shen Yaofeng remained aloof and uninterested. Lu Aiyun felt extremely awkward. From childhood, she was used to people fawning over her, she had never tried to ingratiate herself with anyone. Turning around, she began talking to Gu Zicheng, thinking that as a young girl, Gu must not have seen much of the world. I can just flatter her, she thought. Additionally, fear and unease drove her to talk to someone. The oppressive silence combined with the chaos around them made her feel unnerved. Once we get to the capital, things will be fine. Gu Zicheng had earlier heard Han Li whispering to Zhang Wei about how it was this very woman who kept pestering Shen Yaofeng. Seeing Lu Aiyun slow down and move closer to her, Gu Zicheng gripped the scabbard of her knife and had no intention of chatting. What's your name? Lu Aiyun asked, thinking her tone sounded approachable. The slightly condescending undertone made Gu Zicheng frown slightly. Although she didn't want any trouble at this moment, she simply replied, Gu Zicheng. Feeling aggrieved, Lu Aiyun, accustomed to having everyone kowtow to her for years, saw Gu Zicheng's cold attitude and immediately lost her desire to continue the conversation. Thinking it was better to cozy up to reliable men than a headstrong girl, she again moved closer to Shen Yaofeng, bringing all her patience from over 2 decades of life. As they approached the staircase entrance, the number of zombies increased. Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun had cleared them out once when they went down, but now the zombies had gathered again. It seemed they were not back yet. Shen Yaofeng and the others walked in front, and Lu Aiyun followed closely behind. Though the sight of zombies was terrifying, at this point, she could no longer rely on her previous companions to protect her. Zombies swarmed toward the staircase. When they finally reached the first floor, without the protection of the stairs, those behind became much more vulnerable to attacks. Gu Zicheng's stamina was running low. Changzhe was too far away, so Shen Yaofeng, scanning the area, edged closer to her, and Lu Aiyun also moved closer. The sky was dimming, as if it was about to rain. More zombies appeared, one extending its claw from the side. Lu Aiyun panicked, pulling Gu Zicheng forward toward the zombie. Unprepared, Gu Zicheng stumbled, about to collide with it. Shen Yaofeng quickly grabbed her backpack and pulled her back. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, and the zombie's head exploded, splattering Gu Zicheng with brain matter. Just in time, Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun returned, averting what could have been worse. Gu Lingji's gaze swept past Lu Aiyun briefly, but he said nothing, immediately joining the fight. Lu Aiyun trembled, feeling as though the man had looked at her like an insignificant ant just then. Upstairs. The number of zombies was growing, and if it rained, going outside would be too risky. It would be wiser to stay here for now and rethink their plan. Xiao Sun pulled Gu Zicheng up the staircase first, followed closely by Gu Lingji. Not far from the staircase, Lu Aiyun ran up clumsily as well. Changzhe and Shen Yaofeng held the rear, kicking a zombie down each step. Xiao Sun told everyone to retreat, took out 2 grenades, pulled the pins, and threw them. With an explosion, the 2 staircases collapsed, temporarily blocking the zombies downstairs. Go check the fire escape. Gu Lingji ordered Changzhe. Zhang Wei and Han Li also went along. They still needed these people, so doing more work, causing less trouble, and asking fewer questions was definitely the way to go. Though Han Li was curious about Lu Aiyun's fate, under Zhang Wei's urging, she hurriedly caught up. Of the 6 people, 1 of the men had died. Besides Zhang Wei and Han Li, only a strong man, a fat man, and Lu Aiyun remained. Gu Lingji looked at Gu Zicheng, go change your clothes. Shooting for the head rather than the neck was simpler in the heat of the moment. Realizing her own carelessness, Gu Zicheng grabbed a bottle of water and quietly went off to find something to wear. She'd already passed some stores on the second floor selling women's clothing. Though she believed her psychological resilience was good, the red and white mess on her body truly disgusted her. Xiao Sun nodded to Gu Lingji and followed Gu Zicheng. Gu Lingji stepped toward Lu Aiyun, who gradually backed away until she hit the wall beside her. Some debris fell below, and she turned her head to see countless reaching hands of zombies underneath her. You can't kill me. My father is a minister. If you protect me to the capital, whatever conditions you have, my father will agree to them. Lu Aiyun forgot her pride and dared not even cry, only begging desperately with a voice quivering like a leaf. There are too many zombies downstairs. Shen Yaofeng walked up and tried to pull Gu Zicheng behind him for cover, such a small number of zombies wouldn't suffice. He had been so close but still missed this chance. Gu Lingji understood immediately, turning around to agree, yes, there are too many. A slow and painful death would be the best retribution. The group found a shop, cleared out some space, and rested for a moment. The strong man and the fat man sat in a corner, their faces and hearts filled with unease that they couldn't hide. Not long after, Xiao Sun and Gu Zicheng returned, carrying some food. There's a bakery and a drinks shop nearby. I searched and these things are still edible. Xiao Sun handed out some fruits and bread. Gu Zicheng carried 2 buckets of popcorn, which was also quite filling. Xiao Sun, using his backpack as cover, took out several cans from his storage and threw them to everyone. Tonight, they were destined to spend the night here. When Changzhe and the others returned, after eating, they began discussing how to leave. By now, it had already started raining. Gu Lingji played with Xiao Sun's fingers and looked at Changzhe, how's the situation in the mall? Most of the zombies are gathered near the escalators. There aren't many on the west side. Also, after going down through the fire escape to the west, it's closer to the west exit. Try contacting Yu Huiping and let him drive the car to the street on the west side. We'll leave at dawn tomorrow. After arranging someone to keep watch, the rest took clothes from the clothing store, spread them on the ground, and went to sleep early. Gu Lingji pulled Gu Zicheng, who was planning to squeeze next to Changzhe, over and pressed her head onto his leg. Sleep. Oh. Gu Zicheng didn't struggle, curling up. She was exhausted after all the commotion, and soon fell asleep. Xiao Sun walked over, took 2 blankets, covered Gu Zicheng well, then sat next to Gu Lingji. Gu Lingji hugged him and let him lean against his shoulder. Xiao Sun moved slightly to find a more comfortable position, then covered both of them with the remaining blanket. Lingji, on this journey to the capital, I estimate, in his previous life, Xiao Sun hadn't taken the national highway to go to the capital because of complications, taking a detour. Aside from this point, judging by today's situation, it would not be peaceful along the way. Leisure had appeared in the capital last time, but his rebirth had changed many things, and there was no guarantee that it wouldn't affect Leisure. What if he isn't in the capital? It doesn't matter, Akun, everything is fine with me. Gu Lingji tightened his arm, leaning his head to kiss Xiao Sun on the forehead. Nothing will happen. Be at ease. We have a long road ahead, and much to do. His tone turned intimate at the end. Xiao Sun chuckled softly, seemingly delighted, looking into Gu Lingji's eyes, then, you just wait. Indeed, being with this person, wherever they went didn't matter, even if he was reborn, many things were beyond control. But as long as this person was here, nothing was an issue. Xiao Sun held Gu Lingji's hand tightly, this person brought him stability and peace. Chapter 11. The rain had stopped by midnight, and early in the morning, Gu Lingji's group packed up their things. Just to be safe, they all equipped their guns with the privately distributed by Xiao Sun. Last night, they had already contacted Yu Huiping on the rooftop using a small laser flashlight. Lu Aiyun thought Shen Yaofeng had saved her yesterday, so today she closely followed him without noticing the subtle smile at the corner of his mouth. As the group descended via the fire escape, they could see 2 Hummers parked outside. The group wasn't eager to fight. Yu Huiping had already cleared the zombies from the streets. Seeing them come down, he kicked away the temporarily suspended sign, blasted open the lock on the west gate with a bullet, coordinating inside and out, just for clearing the path, not for killing zombies. Everyone moved quickly, sweeping through as they went down, reaching the gate within 10 minutes. Shen Yaofeng deliberately stayed behind, with Lu Aiyun naturally also at the back. At the very moment of exiting, Shen Yaofeng turned around and pushed Lu Aiyun towards the zombie. He treated her with her own medicine. He then turned to close the door, jamming an iron rod into the handle. Lu Aiyun was about to go out but was pushed back suddenly, her face full of disbelief. Soon, that disbelief was replaced by the pain of being bitten by zombies. Zhang Wei and others stood nearby, their faces pale. Next, we'll each go our separate ways, hoping to see you all in the capital. After saying this, Shen Yaofeng was the last one to get into the car. Watching the two cars drive away in clouds of dust, Zhang Wei silently broke a car window, opened the door and sat inside. Han Li hurriedly sat in the passenger seat. Zhang Wei started the car and asked the two standing there silently, "Are you coming?" The strong man and the fat man exchanged glances and said in unison, "Brother Zhang." Gu Zhiqing calmed down Qingtuan, who had pounced on her and retied her slightly disheveled hair. After the apocalypse, her hair had never been down because long hair is troublesome, but she didn't want to cut it, so she tied it up. Xiao Sun glanced at Qingtuan. In the previous life, animal mutations began around a year later. It's uncertain when it would happen in this life. Perhaps, his rebirth might affect Qingtuan, and mutation would be ideal. If it doesn't happen, it's fine too, they'll take good care of him. Gu Linji gazed at the buildings flashing past on both sides of the road. Going to the capital was merely the first step. With stop-and-go movements, the group reached Qingzhou, approaching the capital. During this period, everyone has been busy with rapidly increasing abilities. Changzhe almost wipes tears talking about it. There was fresh water available, but Shen Yaofeng insisted on freezing it and letting him melt it bit by bit with fire. Wasn't this tormenting? But he had to admit that this method greatly helped enhance and control his powers. Small fires took too long, big fires vaporized the water. As for Gu Linji, there was no need to say. What does a sudden leap mean? Look at him. The boss is always the boss, there's nothing to do but respect him. They did not enter the downtown area but passed through the distant suburbs. From the remains left at the scene, it looked like the army had been here, and there had been a battle of considerable scale. In the afternoon around 3 or 4 o'clock, the group settled in a small village, choosing a 2-story house on the edge of the village. The cars were driven into the yard. Shen Yaofeng was responsible for reinforcing the house to improve its defensive capabilities. Yu Huiping used his stealth power to scout out the situation in the village. Gu Zhiqing and Changzhe went to find zombies to dig out their crystal cores. Xiao Sun was in charge of dinner. Gu Linji showed signs of advancement in power these past 2 days, staying upstairs using the crystal cores to test whether he could break through to the second stage. Due to the existence of the space, Xiao Sun's power increased slower than average people. Now, humans have discovered crystal cores, but before the 3rd stage, they haven't found their uses yet. Powers before the 3rd stage can be upgraded through use and exercise. After the 3rd stage, crystal cores must be used, otherwise, it will be a waste of time with little progress. After the appearance of 1st stage zombies, the group began using crystal cores to increase their powers, so when fighting people of the same level, they had a significant advantage. They planned to stay in the village for 2 days. These days, they had slowed down their journey, striving to upgrade their own abilities as much as possible before reaching the capital. After all, upon arriving in the capital, there was bound to be a tough battle ahead. After preparing dinner, Xiao Sun didn't bother Gu Linji, who hadn't come down yet. Many rural families grow vegetables in their yards, such as long beans, chives, green peppers, etc. Xiao Sun squatted down and found that the soil had started to degrade, slowly. If it weren't for his past life experience, he might have overlooked it initially. Just like the last life, after the apocalypse, suitable planting soil continued to deteriorate and would not produce results after a year. Plants and trees also suffered, large areas rotted away. This is also an important reason and manifestation of climate change. By that time, a peculiar situation arose among spatial psychics. Their spaces couldn't store items but instead contained relatively fertile soil. Such spaces were called farming spaces. However, these psychics held no higher status than the spatial ones, they could only attach themselves to bases or psychic teams. Man always attempts to conquer nature, yet true conquest is an illusion. Man comes from nature and ultimately returns to it, just like how fallen leaves return to their roots. Plants break through the soil and flourish, but in the end, life gives everything back to the land. The apocalypse was nothing more than retrieving what had been lost. A chaotic noise interrupted Xiao Sun's thoughts. He turned around to see Changzhe carrying someone who looked like a soldier judging by the clothes, while Gu Zhiqing followed behind with 2 bags. Shen Yaofeng placed the man on a bamboo folding bed about a foot high in the yard. Xiao Sun went over to take a look. It wasn't entirely dark yet, and despite the blood covering the man's face, Xiao Sun immediately recognized him. Go prepare hot water. Xiao Sun glanced at Gu Zhiqing crouched by the bed, instructing Changzhe to heat up water since the fire had already been dimmed after cooking, just kept warm. Changzhe grudgingly got up from the ground. Wasn't he completely exhausted? Yu Huiping brought over the first aid kit, and after treating the wound, half an hour had passed. The injury was a knife cut, not serious, and there was no sign of infection or decay. In the meantime, Gu Linji also came down. Should we clean him? Gu Zhiqing asked. Xiao Sun patted her head lightly. No need. Gu Zhiqing didn't ask further, but Changzhe fumed at being told his efforts weren't needed. If only a little water was used, would the rest just go to waste? Make sure it stays warm. They carried the man along with the bed inside, and everyone went next door to eat dinner. Halfway through the meal, Gu Zhiqing put down her chopsticks. I'll check if he's awake. Hey, did our orange fall for him at first sight? You haven't even seen his face. What if he's ugly? Changzhe teased. No. Gu Zicheng shot Changzhe a glare and defended herself. Watching Gu Zicheng leave, Changzhe pulled Qingtuan into his arms as she tried to follow, sighing while petting her. Ah, well, I guess she just has a soft spot for him. Girls grow up so fast. Gu Lingji shook his head slightly, wanting to say something, but Xiao Sun squeezed his hand under the table twice, silencing him. All that remained was Qingtuan's muffled protests. Bai Su opened his heavy eyelids, scanning the surroundings before realizing he'd been saved. He closed his eyes again, the images from unconsciousness replaying endlessly. They were heading from the Jinan military region to the capital, and internal strife had broken out within the army. As a small unit of the special forces, they were assigned to hold the rear guard, but unexpectedly, the army abandoned them. With their last bullets spent and their blades dulled, Bai Su watched his comrades fall one by one, blacking out. He hadn't expected they'd become expendable pieces. Before losing consciousness, he caught a glimpse of the warm glow on the horizon, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Chapter 12. Gu Zicheng came in and placed the desk lamp on the cabinet, took the warm wet towel to wipe the blood off the face of the lying man. Unexpectedly, as he leaned down, he saw that the person had opened their eyes. Gu Zicheng put down the towel and didn't act rashly, asking softly, "Is there anywhere you feel uncomfortable?" Seeing no response, he asked again, "Do you want to eat something? Or would you like to wash first?" The person still did not answer. Gu Zicheng paused briefly, "I'll go get you some food." Knowing the person was awake, Xiao Sun handed over some change of clothes to Gu Zicheng, also bringing out a bathtub, which made Changzhe exclaim, "Lingji, aren't you going to do something? That's enough from you, don't make more trouble." Shen Yaofeng pulled him to boil water. They had finally found a place to stay overnight, and everyone needed to clean up, didn't they? Gu Zicheng held the clothes with slight embarrassment, sticking her tongue out a little before slipping away. Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun went upstairs. As for Yu Huiping, his eyes observed the nose focused inward, trying to minimize his presence, fully utilizing his abilities to just focus on the task at hand. As soon as Xiao Sun closed the door, Gu Lingji embraced him from behind, biting his earlobe, rubbing back and forth, indistinctly asking, "Why are you being so nice to him?" Xiao Sun slightly turned his head, unable to save his own ear, so he gave up. He then covered Gu Lingji's hand with his own, coaxing them both towards the bed, countering, "Isn't it right to be good to your future brother-in-law?" Forgot to tell you, the guy liked Xiao Cheng a lot last life, but the person who saved him pledged allegiance to Cheng Anyan, thus became our natural enemy. But, in the end, he sacrificed himself for protection. However, this time fate somehow let us save him back. Gu Lingji continued. In the previous life, they arrived in the capital half a year after the apocalypse began, far later than now. The person who saved Bai Su pledged allegiance to Cheng Anyan, and after Xiao Jinhong reached the capital, he quickly followed suit. Due to his relationship with Xiao Sun, Gu Lingji had always kept his guard against Xiao Jinhong. Opposed by Cheng Anyan, Bai Su owed a life debt, naturally standing on Gu Lingji's side. Even if the two admired each other, it was impossible for them to be together. If possible, making things smoother for these two people in this life wouldn't be bad either. Around 9 o'clock the next morning, someone came knocking on the door. It's another group from the village. Yu Huiping had already gathered all the information yesterday. Another group from the village used this place as their base, and their arrival had already drawn attention. A man came, tall and thin, with slightly slumped shoulders, dressed cleanly. "I am Ao Gao. As newcomers here, our leader would like to invite you over for a chat, hoping you give us the courtesy." The man spoke confidently and arrogantly, as if confident that they would not dare refuse. "Of course, we will come along shortly, please lead the way." Shen Yaofeng guided the visitor into the house. Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun were upstairs, keeping an eye on the outside through the curtain gap. "Based on the situation described by Yu Huiping, they have quite a number of people," Xiao Sun said after lowering the curtain. "Then we should take a look. They probably wouldn't have much leisure during their stay here, even strong dragons don't overpower local snakes. After all, they were unfamiliar with the area. But, this might not necessarily be a bad thing." Gu Lingji, Xiao Sun, Shen Yaofeng, and Yu Huiping followed Ao Gao, heading deeper into the village. This village had a great geographical location, nestled by a ravine, adding almost an extra natural barrier. With mountains surrounding it, hunting could sustain livelihood for a short while. Most of the houses in the village were unoccupied, revealing a decaying landscape within a few days. In the row of houses closest to the ravine, every house had people inside, and as they walked past, the occupants boldly observed them. "These people were all taken in by our boss." Ao Gao had his hands in his pockets, clearly proud. "Seems like your boss has a big heart." Gu Lingji glanced casually around. "There aren't many good people left in this world after the apocalypse. Your boss is one of them," Shen Yaofeng smiled approvingly praising. Ao Gao didn't find anything wrong with it, assuming they genuinely praised him. Inside, he sneered, "What good is looking good? Once you join, you'll have to follow my orders." In no time, they reached the place. 2 large men were guarding the entrance. Ao Gao led the group into the main hall. Upon entering, Ao Gao addressed the man sitting on the sofa as older brother. This man should be about 40 years old, broad-shouldered, flat-headed, with a light scar above his right brow. The man stood up and extended his hand actively. Wan Rongxuan, pleased to meet you. Mr. Wan is too polite. Gu Lingji shook hands with him, introducing himself. Gu Lingji. Please sit down. According to Mr. Wan's people, Mr. Wan has taken in quite a number of people. Not at all, it's just that we're all trying to survive together. Wan Rongxuan glanced at Ao Gao and chuckled lightly, showing a bit of the simplicity and kindness of a farmer. It takes skill for Mr. Wan to do this. Gu Lingji could sense that Wan Rongxuan's ability was fire-based and had already reached level 1. Do you gentlemen intend to go north to the capital? Wan Rongxuan then shifted the topic. Yes, as the capital, the city should be the safest place right now. That's true, but the capital has gathered many people, there are open conflicts and covert struggles, too risky. What does Mr. Wan mean? My point is, I believe you've already guessed it, and I hope you can consider it. Instead of going to the capital and risking your life, why not stay here and develop a free little base with us? What do you think? After the group left, Wan Rongxuan leaned back into the sofa. He could feel that earlier, the abilities of those individuals were also at level 1. However, Gu Lingji gave no indication of having an ability, yet given his position, he shouldn't lack one. Hence, there was another possibility, his ability class might be higher than his own. If that was indeed the case, things would get complicated. There were merely 5 people under his command whose abilities reached level 1. In a real fight, they wouldn't have much advantage. Moreover, judging by their demeanor and from the modified vehicles, these people were certainly not ordinary. On the way back, Gu Lingji saw several men returning with prey, a wild boar and 3 rabbits, quite a bountiful harvest. Back home after lunch, everyone gathered to discuss matters. Abilities only conceal their rank when reaching level 6. Though Wan Rongxuan seemed reckless, in fact, he had some thoughts. 8 out of 10 chances, he could guess Gu Lingji's level was higher than his, so he wouldn't dare act rashly. After observing earlier, on Wan Rongxuan's side, there were approximately more than a dozen capable people with abilities, plus some among those who came seeking refuge with him. Dealing with them wouldn't be easy. Xiao Sun expertly peeled an apple, sliced it into chunks, and placed them on a transparent crystal plate which he handed to Gu Lingji before slowly opening his mouth. Wan Rongxuan should be able to cooperate. Gu Lingji took the small fork and speared a piece of apple, feeding Xiao Sun first. Then he took another piece and decided firmly, Hao Feng will visit again this afternoon to preliminarily settle it. Dismissed. Gu Lingji picked up the plate and pulled Xiao Sun upstairs. The others left behind exclaimed silently, can't they stop torturing us by petting their dogs before finishing speaking? Is it necessary to miss just that one sentence? Gu Zhiqin quietly retracted his gaze, counted the fruits in the fruit dish, then grabbed an apple, an orange, called up Qingtuan and went looking for Baisu. Changzhe cried out in agony behind her, she actually took the last orange. Having something to eat is enough, stop being picky, Shen Yao Feng said while raising the orange in his hand teasingly, do you want it? Yes. Call out to Qingtuan first. Changzhe was speechless. Brother, can we not be so childish? Little master won't bow for an orange, okay? Not agreeable. Fine then. You. Wait. Let's talk about it. Chapter 13. Xiao Sun sat beside Gu Lingji and asked, Lin Gu, don't you feel like there's an issue within that group? Back then at Wan Rongxuan's place, he felt that there wasn't complete harmony inside. Gu Lingji hugged Xiao Sun closer around the waist. Yeah, some of them didn't join voluntarily. He had sensed it too, although calm on the surface, underneath the tide surged chaotically. Xiao Sun remained silent, having grown accustomed to Gu Lingji's frequent hugging and caressing. Moreover, hoping for more interaction between them, he turned slightly and rested his head on Gu Lingji's neck. Satisfied, Gu Lingji stroked Xiao Sun's waist twice. Let's wait until Yao Feng comes back to discuss. Seeing Xiao Sun half-closed eyes contemplating, Gu Lingji kept quiet and fed him apple slice by slice. Xiao Sun didn't pay attention, naturally opening his mouth to eat when the apple reached near his lips. Gu Lingji bit the last piece of apple, then passed half the bite to Xiao Sun, exchanging a kiss full of rich apple sweetness. Whatever you're thinking about, there's no rush, sleep a bit. Gu Zhiqing knocked on the door and entered, seeing Baisu sitting by the bed polishing a chipped military knife, one retrieved later specifically. Squatting in front of Baisu, Gu Zhiqing held up both the apple and the orange, asking, which one do you want? Baisu lifted his eyes and continued focusing on polishing his knife. Gu Zhiqing did not ask again. Instead, she took out the tool knife from her side bag, split the apple into 2 halves, and peeled the orange, also dividing it into 2 portions before passing them over again. After a brief standoff, Baisu finally put down the knife and asked her, why? Why be so kind to a stranger? Gu Zhiqing, upon hearing his disconnected words, surprisingly understood what he meant, tilted her head and smiled, no reason, I just feel you're likable. Qingtuan chirped twice on the side, showing agreement. Baisu's expression slightly deepened, and the light in his eyes seemed to dim as well. Having grown up in an orphanage, because of poor health during childhood which gave him a sickly pale complexion, he joined the army at 17. After 4 years, though his physical condition improved, his skin remained pale, making him resent people commenting on his looks. Seeing his expression change, Gu Zhiqing's smile stiffened a bit, was her remark ambiguous? She really wasn't judging by appearance. Looking at Qingtuan and then by Su, she hurried to explain, I didn't save you because you look good. Your face was covered with blood back then, it wasn't visible anyway, really. I mean no other implication. Bai Su stayed silent for a while before finally accepting the half apple that Gu Zhiqing had been holding all this time, thank you. Gu Zhiqing let out a sigh of relief and pulled a small stool to sit down, feeding a piece of apple to Qingtuan while nibbling another herself, cautiously trying to start a conversation. I found Qingtuan too. The first time I saw him was. Changzhe stood by the window with a bitter expression, lamenting the disparity between people, how he longed for an orange, but could only watch wistfully. It almost felt like their child had been lured away by some unknown fellow who appeared from nowhere. After Shen Yaofeng returned, he directly went to find Gu Lingji. Expectedly, they are charging us protection fees. Xiao Sun sighed after listening to Shen Yaofeng's report. Moreover, Wan Rongchuan wants us to move closer, claiming it's more convenient for protection and care. No need, we'll stay here, said Gu Lingji, aware of their true intentions. Tell him, we take charge of patrols outside the village. Let him rest assured. Lastly, he said there's something he needs to discuss with you in person. Shen Yaofeng frowned, unsure of Wan Rongchuan's motive. Not urgent. We can discuss what he has to say in a few days. In your opinion, what could he possibly want, asked Gu Lingji. Isn't Brother Lin already guessing? Xiao Sun smiled, throwing the question back. It seems these next few days will bring more interesting developments. Gu Lingji lightly pecked Xiao Sun on the corner of his mouth and grinned. As abilities enhance, ability users become increasingly sensitive to energy fluctuations around them. Xiao Sun was fortunate to enjoy such sensitivity due to his mental-based powers. Wan Rongchuan didn't push further, instead dispatching 2 men daily to join their patrols. Now, speaking of Bai Su, though quiet-spoken, he wasn't difficult to get along with. With everyone being perceptive individuals, within days, they all became familiar with each other. Gu Zhiqing and Bai Su returned from outside, where Gu Zhiqing held a branch of 100-child lilies in one hand and a bunch of foxtail grasses in the other. Xiao Sun sighed inwardly. Wild 100-child lilies were growing even in the north now, indicating the environment's transformation was quicker than in the previous life. But why pick so many foxtail grasses? What do you plan to do with all those foxtail grasses? I found a coarse pottery vase behind the house yesterday, it's perfect for this. You sure are creative. Yeah, right? After arranging them, I'll put them in the kitchen to add some color. Fine, follow your suggestion. Place it near the counter in the kitchen. Alright. Oh, by the way, Brother Sun, we saw lots of mushrooms in the mountain. Gu Zhiqing shoved the 100-child lily into Bai Su's arms and took over his backpack, placing it in front of Xiao Sun. Let's have mushroom soup tonight. Sure, Xiao Sun agreed readily, a simple request he could easily fulfill, take the stuff to the kitchen. Got it. And I'll help you prepare later. Dinner finished early. As night fell, Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun headed towards the mountain. Anticipating Wan Rongchuan would approach them to negotiate soon, they'd sent Yu Huiping ahead to scout paths in the mountain. This mountain was bountiful, having not yet witnessed mutated animals. There were plenty of huntable wildlife and its terrain wasn't very steep, merely featuring a rather gentle mountain gorge. Following the simplified swallow-shaped marks left by Yu Huiping, the duo ventured deeper into the mountain. The mountain air was quiet, insect sounds mixed with rustling leaves stirred by the wind. After walking for more than an hour, a mountain stream blocked their path, and the marks ended there. Footsteps approached from far away. Both figures swiftly hid in the shadows cast by the protruding stone walls. 2 burly men came into sight. Finally, done. Delivering meals to these people every day is exhausting me. No way am I coming tomorrow. At least you don't have to come anymore. Pity I cannot get a word in edgewise with the boss. Hey, I really don't know what we're guarding here. Is it necessary? So many people are already here, they just won't let us enter the cave opening. Our job isn't to question that stuff. We do as the boss says. What happened to Mingzi, you forgot. How could I forget? Brother, our relationship's good, right? Of course. Then how about you help me get out of this too? This work is seriously killing me. That, you know. After the 2 men moved further away, Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun stepped out. It seems like we're not far from the location. Xiao Sun stretched his slightly numb forearm a couple of times. Gu Lingji replied with a sound of acknowledgement. The meal delivery personnel were regular folks, but he was uncertain about the abilities of those stationed as guards. In the mountain gorge, shallow water flowed smoothly, occasional splashes reflecting silver under the moonlight, adding an ambience of serenity and calm. Not long after walking, they saw 2 tents surrounded by 6 or 7 people. Behind them was a dark cavern entrance, about 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. There wasn't any cover nearby, approaching directly would definitely alert the guards prematurely. We'll go up. The mountainside was abundant with vines and shrubs, allowing both individuals to climb up skillfully. Upon reaching directly above the cave entrance, less than 10 meters below, Xiao Sun retrieved 2 rabbits from his storage space and carefully released them downward, using the animals to divert attention and draw the guards away. Seeing the sudden appearance of these rabbits, the guards didn't suspect anything. Instead, they sharpened their knives, ready to catch and roast them for a change in their otherwise vegetarian meal supplied daily. These guards were assigned here precisely to keep animals and others from entering. Yet, with scarcely any animals showing up in this mountain gorge, let alone humans, their vigilance gradually slackened. Using the vines, Gu Linji and Xiao Sun descended and swiftly entered the cave. Inside, it was pitch black. After feeling their way through a section and ensuring no light would leak outside, Gu Linji turned on a small flashlight. The sight before them was quite unusual. Chapter 14. The ice crystals on the cave wall extended from within, their clear and intricate patterns fine and complex. Xiao Sun felt somewhat puzzled and uneasy, as if he had seen these patterns before. Gu Linji held Xiao Sun's hand and pulled him forward. Xiao Sun looked down at their interlaced hands and then at the person in front of him. A warm feeling welled up in his heart. Unease didn't matter, they were together, ready to face anything, even the den of dragons or lair of tigers. After walking for a while, the passage became wider, and the crystals grew more numerous, forming thick layers on the ground and walls. It was bright enough to see without lighting. Meanwhile, the temperature dropped quickly. About 10 minutes later, the tunnel reached its end. The cavern spanned half the size of a soccer field, with a rounded ceiling. The entire space was filled with icy crystals, and at the center stood a tree. Whether formed entirely of crystal or covered by it, the tree was eerily lifelike. It resembled a firework frozen at the height of its brilliance, forever captured in its most dazzling moment. As they approached the tree, Xiao Sun reached out to touch the crystals, but Gu Linji grabbed his wrist and shook his head. They still didn't know what the crystals were, so it was better not to touch them. Xiao Sun smiled faintly. I'm not worried as long as you're here. Touched by his trust, Gu Linji didn't let go but said gently, I'm worried about you. Xiao Sun paused momentarily, put away the idea of touching, and took out a wide-mouthed glass bottle and a chisel. He picked a piece of crystal, roughly the size of a baby's fist, broke it off, and placed it into the bottle. He then showed the bottle to Gu Linji, indicating that he hadn't touched anything. Gu Linji couldn't help but chuckle softly and stroked Xiao Sun's cheek, which felt slightly cold. We should leave, it's getting late. They had just taken a few steps when Gu Linji stopped abruptly, furrowing his brow. Aware of Gu Linji's every move, Xiao Sun asked immediately, what's wrong? Is there any anomaly? Gu Linji hesitated for a second and walked further inside, saying, since we entered, I've felt a subtle fluctuation. But it doesn't come from this tree. Following Gu Linji, Xiao Sun stopped in front of an ice-covered cave wall, closed his eyes, and spread his spiritual power. After over a minute, he reopened his eyes, a hint of surprise flashing in his gaze. Roots, Xiao Sun corrected himself after saying this, no, although it's underground, it feels more like a vine than a root. Gu Linji extended his hand and released a dark green electric arc, piercing through the cave wall and extending inward. After several minutes, he suddenly withdrew his hand and pulled Xiao Sun aside. The sound of soil splitting made everyone's heart race. Suddenly, it ceased. A shadow broke through the ice crystals, emerging with traces of the electromagnetic energy Gu Linji had unleashed. When the ancient vine fully emerged, its thick trunk and slender branches came into view. The thickest part was too large for an adult man to encircle with both arms. The vine twisted and turned in front of them, seemingly inspecting. Xiao Sun braced himself, but Gu Linji patted his hand reassuringly, saying, don't worry, look. A thin branch of the vine brushed against Gu Linji's hand, glowing with a dark green light. Then it quickly shrank, coiling around his thumb like an emerald green jade ring. Holding Gu Linji's hand tightly, Xiao Sun scrutinized the ring closely. It was delicate but deep in color, its interior swirling with smoke-like ink tones almost indistinguishable in the deep green. Suddenly, Xiao Sun recalled something he had been pondering for a while and blurted out, the electromagnetism is green, so does that mean it can control plants? Gu Linji smirked slightly, considering this vine as an unexpected gain, perhaps, ultimately, it's a good thing. We'll discuss specifics later. Let's leave this place first. As they retreated towards the cave entrance, the guards nearby were busy roasting rabbits, oblivious to what was happening near the mouth of the cave. By this time, night had fallen deeply, and the bushes on the mountain wall provided good cover. The two decided to climb out from here. Just as they prepared to move, a branch separated from the ancient vine, thick as a child's arm, with the ring still on Gu Linji's finger. Glancing at each other, Gu Linji and Xiao Sun realized this old vine could be useful. The vine silently shot upwards, wrapping around the two and pulling them upward. However, just before reaching the top, someone below suddenly looked up and saw them about to shout. A flash of white light passed through Xiao Sun's eyes, causing the person to freeze motionless. Noticing something amiss, another guard looked up too, but all he saw was a cluster of bird tongue leaves trembling slightly. Have you been watching these birds for decades and haven't seen enough yet? Nothing, maybe I got it wrong. That person recovered and continued concentrating on his rabbit leg. Xiao Sun leaned half against the tree, his upper body slightly tilted forward, supported by Gu Linji. His ability was not for controlling people but rather lifeless objects. In a moment of urgency, he had forcefully used it just now, unsure if it had caused any harm to the other person's brain. Thankfully, it worked, otherwise, even with the cover of night, the two figures would have been impossible to hide. But using his power in this way, even for just a brief second, left him completely exhausted, and the sudden dizziness and sharp pain caused by his drained powers made everything go dark before his eyes. Gu Lingji had one arm around Xiao Sun while his other hand grasped Xiao Sun's trembling right hand hanging down by his side, using his thumb to slowly rub at the palm, helping alleviate some fatigue. Spiritual control relied more on spiritual energy, overusing it could lead to extreme exhaustion. And this time, what Xiao Sun did could be considered reckless. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. At first, Xiao Sun was still somewhat conscious, perhaps due to Gu Lingji being there beside him. He soon completely fell into unconsciousness. Gu Lingji sucked on Xiao Sun's lips that had lost their color until they regained a faint red hue, then stopped and carried him back home after lifting him up in his arms. The next morning, Gu Zicheng prepared breakfast, but didn't see Xiao Sun at the dining table. When he asked Gu Lingji, all he got was, "He's sleeping." Ah, Gu Zicheng turned around and suddenly spun back again, earnestly blurting out, "When will my sister-in-law officially bear that title?" Hearing this, Gu Lingji smacked his forehead, saying, "What are you thinking about? Just because I haven't been watching you closely these days, are you looking for your place here?" Based on years of experience, Gu Zicheng instinctively knew something wasn't right and cursed herself for mentioning such a private matter, quickly smiling apologetically and begging, "Brother, I'm wrong, let me off the hook." "It's too late for that, I still need to compensate you somehow," Gu Lingji sighed, "so, all your training today will double." How does that sound? The weather wasn't hot, and her current training volume wasn't too high, doubling wouldn't hurt. Upon seeing an additional ring on her brother's hand, Gu Zicheng tried to divert the topic. "Where did this ring come from?" "It looks quite nice." "This I'll tell you later, for now, either head off for your training, or make it triple." "No." Gu Zicheng widened her eyes and hurriedly stopped, daring not say much more, only reminding, "Porridge is warm on the stove, vegetables covered in the bamboo steamer." "Understood, go." Gu Lingji gently patted his younger sister's hair, finding solace in his heart. As Gu Zicheng washed the dishes, her thoughts wandered. She knew her brother was destined to be captivated by Xiao Sun for life. If she couldn't get him, then there'd never be a proper sister-in-law. Now, with a chance, she naturally hoped the two could open up fully, sooner, both physically and emotionally coming together. Still, life has a long road ahead. But thinking of today's double training volume was truly unbearable. Her mind wandering once again, she failed to control the strength and the foam on the sponge was squeezed out, splashing onto her face. Before she could move, a hand extended beside her to clean it off for her. Seeing Bai Su, Gu Zicheng flashed a smile showing her white teeth, all grievances dissipating instantly. Knowing the increase in training would be good for her, plus Bai Su being around, what else should she worry about? By noon, Xiao Sun woke up, his abilities restored by about half. He drank some porridge paired with a dish to keep him energized. Gu Lingji sat reclined at the bedside, holding Xiao Sun in his arms, letting him fumble with the ring, removing it, putting it back, and messing around for half a day without finding any specific reason. The change in the color of Gu Lingji's ability had been lingering in Xiao Sun's heart, now explained as likely a dual system ability. It seems like a double ability system. It doesn't seem so, I've tested it. Apart from this ancient vine, I can't control any other plants. So it's peculiar. Don't overthink it, there are countless unexplainable things in this world. Especially during the apocalypse when abilities vary wildly, it's better if we can use it as assistance rather than pondering endlessly. Don't be obstinate, don't you trust me? Though speaking thus, Gu Lingji understood that Xiao Sun was concerned about him. I know, big brother. Xiao Sun's face flushed, his eyes twinkling with joy, reaching over to grab clothes quietly muttering, part scolding, part shy, and 2 parts indescribable, "Of course I trust you the most." Gu Lingji heard but didn't respond, grinning as he watched Xiao Sun change, finally slapping him lightly on his behind. Xiao Sun froze, didn't turn around, continued stiffly putting on shoes, muttered something like, "I'll go help in the kitchen," and bolted away without looking back, clearly fleeing in disarray. Gu Lingji got up leisurely, folded the thin blanket, and the smile on his lips, filled with satisfaction, wouldn't fade anytime soon. Chapter 15. In the main room stood a floor fan, in front of which was a bucket of ice blocks, Shen Yaofeng's contribution, which was somewhat akin to the ancient methods of cooling. Lunch was prepared by Gu Zicheng. After over a month of learning, he had finally produced some results, using fresh ingredients sourced from the mountain, especially a variety of mushrooms. After eating, Gu Lingji informed everyone about the old vine and the ring so they wouldn't be startled when using them later. Gu Zicheng shifted his attention from Gu Lingji's hand to the crystal Xiao Sun had just taken out. After studying it for half a day, none of them could make any sense of it. It had been exposed to fire and soaked in water, all to no avail. These people weren't skilled at research, so they were helpless with this crystal, except that they knew it was fragile. Gu Zicheng playfully poured the remaining Kimun tea from the teapot into a bottle. The icy crystal immersed in the bright red tea exuded an eerie beauty. She slowly widened her eyes and exclaimed, "The crystal is shrinking." Gu Zicheng placed the bottle on the table. Everyone looked, and sure enough, the crystal was shrinking, albeit at a very slow pace. They had already tried it with water, could it be? When the tea was poured out and replaced with hot water, it turned out the crystal dissolved on contact with heat. No, wait. The crystal wasn't melting, it was evaporating. After being mishandled for a while, the crystal came out significantly smaller. Gu Lingji took out the crystal and had Yu Huiping grab a rabbit that had been kept in a cage in the yard. As the rabbit approached the crystal, it sniffed it and brushed against it lightly. In just that instant, the crystal began to envelop its entire body from its nose. In moments, the rabbit shattered into pieces and vanished without a trace. Everyone exchanged glances and tried again with plants, but the plants were unaffected. This crystal evaporates when heated and causes animals to assimilate and dissipate upon contact. It would likely have the same effect on humans, while plants are immune to it. If used properly, this crystal could prove to be extremely helpful. In the afternoon, someone arrived at the door, saying they had come to discuss matters. Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun glanced at each other. It seemed Wan Rongxuan had finally lost his patience. However, trying to use them as cannon fodder was a bit too naive. Gu Lingji went alone to meet Wan Rongxuan, while the others seized the opportunity to enhance their abilities. They didn't have much time left here. He wasn't worried that Wan Rongxuan might attack him. On one hand, he wouldn't dare to move recklessly. On the other hand, they still had value to him. Seated, Wan Rongxuan spoke first. I'm sure Brother Gu has sensed it, there is a rather strong energy fluctuation here. Yes, Gu Lingji smiled, but without Brother Wan's orders, how could we act on our own? Wan Rongxuan laughed heartily a few times. He knew that although Gu Lingji said such words, there was not a hint of flattery in them. But after realizing that he couldn't truly subdue these people, he didn't need excessive cooperation anymore. Now the time has come. Would you agree? It's my honor. They discussed further, but throughout, Wan Rongxuan never mentioned the crystal. And waiting until now, he certainly wouldn't know nothing. When Gu Lingji returned, Changzhe and Gu Ziqing had already been tinkering with that crystal for quite some time. Now, they were poking it with small twigs on the ground, their heads close together muttering. You say, if we can let zombies touch this stuff, wouldn't that make things much easier? Changzhe gazed up into the sky, imagining. Saying is easy, but tossing it piece by piece is too slow, Gu Ziqing argued. What about turning it into powder then? Powder? How about making bombs instead? What about me? Bombs we have, but modifying crystal powder would waste them, plus we don't even know their exact power. Homemade bombs. That way we won't delay either. Who knows how to do it? Baisu, right? Gu Ziqing said, turning to look at Baisu sitting quietly aside. Isn't that right, Su? Baisu nodded. Is there any problem now? Gu Ziqing lifted her chin toward Changzhe. Hearing from Xiao Sun that there were many crystals in the cave, they could possibly make lots of bombs. There are two problems, Gu Lingji interjected as he approached. Are zombies dead objects or living beings? If they are living, what happens to the crystal core after the zombie dissipates? Exactly, what if this crystal recognizes zombies as dead, rendering it useless? Changzhe quickly agreed. We won't know unless we try. With no loss of enthusiasm, Gu Ziqing packed up the crystal and pulled Baisu outside. Come back before dark. Gu Lingji reminded. All right. You don't rein her in at all. Changzhe squatted on the ground, picked up the small stick that Gu Ziqing had just thrown away. With one stick in each hand, he absent-mindedly drew circles. Orange has been too cocky these past few days. Gu Lingji nodded, then asked back, isn't this good? Changzhe lowered his head. Indeed, it was fine, but Baisu was always too sensible. Just. Can Baisu be trusted? I see, maybe. After trying, Gu Ziqing and Baisu found that doing so wouldn't cause any loss of the crystal core. After a discussion among everyone, they decided to try collecting as much crystal as possible later. 2 days later, under Wan Rongxuan's lead, they arrived at the cave entrance. Wan Rongxuan looked at the demeanor of these people and was inwardly alarmed. His moment of doubt quickly passed, and now more cautious, he began to question whether approaching these people had been a good decision or not. Where are your other 2 brothers? Wan Rongxuan noticed 2 were missing from their group and asked. They were injured while hunting the day before yesterday, so we left someone to take care of them. Gu Lingji explained. We'll go first, you follow. Wan Rongxuan didn't ask further. After saying so, he left 2 men guarding the cave entrance and led the way inside, adding afterward, better not touch anything. He didn't want anyone dead before reaching their destination. Gu Lingji acknowledged. Wan Rongxuan brought only 5 level 1 psychics, Gao Ong wasn't with them. On Gu Lingji's side, aside from Shen Yaofeng, Yu Huiping, and Qing Tuan, the rest were present. Under the light of the flashlights, the crystals on the walls reflected colorful specks of light. Wan Rongxuan knew these people weren't ordinary. Seeing Changzhe and Gu Ziqing's surprise gave him some sense of ease. As they walked to a wider area, though the 2 groups came closer, they still maintained distinct factions. Xiao Sun saw that the eyes of most of Wan Rongxuan's subordinates seemed glued onto Gu Ziqing. It wasn't hard to guess, women were rare among Wan Rongxuan's crew, let alone those visible during the past few days. Baisu clearly felt it as well and deliberately slowed down. Gu Ziqing, despite being wise, paid little heed to such attention. Seeing Baisu fall behind, she set aside Changzhe and went to his side. When those 5 men saw Gu Ziqing move back, they no longer kept looking around constantly. After all, the boss had agreed, so there was no rush for a little bit of time. Xiao Sun leaned closer to Gu Lingji. Gu Lingji appeared to be chatting and laughing with Wan Rongxuan on the surface, but secretly squeezed Xiao Sun's hand. Wan Rongxuan must have come here multiple times and knew the danger wasn't yet near, allowing him to remain so calm talking with Gu Lingji. Wan Rongxuan did have a bit of intelligence, but overestimating oneself could easily lead to self-destruction. Looking at the giant tree standing in the center, everyone held their breath. The energy fluctuations grew stronger, as if whatever originally concealed it was gradually weakening. Approaching the huge tree, everyone's psychokinetic abilities became increasingly active, as if able to mutually perceive and attract each other. Wan Rongxuan was about to say something when a soft cracking sound interrupted him. The cracking sound started faintly and grew louder, originating from the surrounding crystals. The crystals crumbled into pieces, falling and accumulating on the ground. Those beneath their feet split open, transforming into streams of light flowing toward the base of the giant tree. Cracks spread from the bottom of the enormous tree upward through its branches. Leaves rustled and fell off, while the breaking tree simultaneously solidified into an ice-colored energy column rushing towards the crowd. Caught by surprise, there was no time to evade. Everyone could only release their psychic energies to form protective barriers to counteract it. Gu Lingji frowned slightly, sweeping his gaze over both sides. The situation was dire, necessitating a quick resolution. Exchanging a glance with Xiao Sun, they decided it best to stay put for now. Though the tree's energy was immense, it wasn't inexhaustible. A dark shadow flickered within the ring on Gu Lingji's finger, but at this point, no one had the extra mental capacity to notice. Wan Rongxuan, however, regretted bringing only these few individuals. What was the point of conserving strength or setting up ambushes when lives were at stake? Chapter 16. That energy seemed to be weakening, but everyone was almost at their limit. At this moment, a white figure darted in and rushed straight towards the ice-colored energy mass. Gu Zhiqing was momentarily distracted, shouting in alarm, "Qingtuan! Come back!" However, it was too late. No one could spare a hand to stop it, and in the blink of an eye, Qingtuan had already merged into the energy. At the same time, the energy pillar contracted, swirling on the ground to form an energy sphere that rapidly gathered towards the center of the ground, visible to the naked eye. The group retracted their external energies. The others all showed signs of fatigue, except Gu Lingji, whose condition was slightly better. There was no time for astonishment as roars of wild beasts and chaotic footsteps echoed from behind, causing the entire space to tremble. "Get out of the way!" Gu Lingji shouted loudly. They were right at the cave entrance. Once the beasts entered, they would be the first to face the brunt. Xiao Sun and others reacted quickly, moving as soon as Gu Lingji gave the order. Wan Rongxuan was slightly slower but still managed to dodge. However, 3 out of the 5 people he brought were lost. Wolves, wild boars, deer, and a large number of snakes surged in instantly, rushing towards the energy sphere. The energy sphere shrank uniformly and eventually disappeared, revealing a small figure in the middle. It was Qingtuan. Qingtuan's eyes were glowing with an icy hue, fully alert as it arched its back in preparation, growling to issue a warning. The previously aggressive herd fell silent for a moment before becoming restless again. Following another roar from Qingtuan, they retreated just as swiftly as they came. After the herd dispersed, Qingtuan ran happily to Gu Zhiqing. Gu Zhiqing fell to the ground, with Qingtuan's paws resting on her legs, wagging its tail for praise. Gu Zhiqing, though somewhat puzzled, still smiled and rubbed its head affectionately, saying, "Good job." Gu Lingji diverted his gaze from Qingtuan's ice-colored eyes. It appeared that the energy had a strong attraction to animals, and since Qingtuan was closest, it seized the opportunity first. Changzhe squatted down and patted Qingtuan's back, saying, "Who would have thought our Qingtuan is so capable? Please take good care of us from now on." Qingtuan shook its fur, raised its head, and let out 2 huffs. "Proud after a couple of compliments, aren't you? You're still too young." Changzhe retorted, smiling. "Let's go out." Gu Lingji glanced at Qingtuan, suppressing his doubts temporarily. Exiting the cave, there were quite a few animal carcasses along the way, and the scene outside was even more shocking. This ravine was relatively gentle, now filled with animal corpses, obviously having jumped from above. Many died from falls or trampling, and the once shallow yet clear stream was now completely dyed red. At this point, a group of people suddenly emerged from all sides. Wan Rongxuan approached them, unsatisfied with such a small number. Yang Ang looked troubled, calling out anxiously, "Brother! What happened? Where are the others?" Wan Rongxuan clenched his teeth. Before Yang Ang could answer, 2 more people emerged from behind, standing beside Gu Lingji. They were Shen Yaofeng and Yu Huiping. It turned out that Wan Rongxuan had arranged for most of his men to lie and wait outside for the opportune moment, but Gu Lingji had foreseen this and asked Shen Yaofeng and Yu Huiping to stay outside to handle these troubles. Unexpectedly, they were interrupted midway by a stampede of beasts, barely managing to survive. As the proverb goes, while the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, there was nothing else to say. Wan Rongxuan never intended to let them go. After all, resources were scarce in the apocalypse. Who would want to share? Gu Lingji scanned around. The number of people on Wan Rongxuan's side exceeded theirs by more than double, clearly staking all they had. Brother Gu, if you agree to my one condition, I will let you leave. How does that sound? Wan Rongxuan considered himself in the advantageous position. Although he lost quite a few men, as long as he got that dog, the energy would eventually be extracted. People. There would always be more. Let's hear it. Gu Lingji curved his lips as if interested. HMPH, seeing as you've been quite diligent patrolling these days, I won't make things difficult for you. Just leave the woman and the dog, and you can leave immediately, Wan Rongxuan smirked crookedly. Is that so? Gu Lingji spoke, swiftly drawing his pistol and shooting Wan Rongxuan's toe. Wan Rongxuan howled, falling to the ground, clutching his foot but not daring to touch it. Cold sweat broke out instantly. You, how dare you? Yang Ong was startled, stuttering, unconsciously stepping back. Their guns were mostly obsolete, either 3-shot flintlocks or 5-shot flintlocks, and some were lost during the earlier chaos. Though those behind Wan Rongxuan also aimed their guns, their resolve was insufficient. Each person on Gu Lingji's side was equipped with a firearm, giving them the upper hand. Gu Lingji pointed the muzzle downward at Wan Rongxuan and coldly said, "Get out." At the same time, Xiao Sun and Shen Yaofeng shot and killed the 2 people who emerged from the cave. Yang Ong was the first to give in, running off immediately. With his lead, the others hesitated briefly but soon fled faster than rabbits. Wan Rongxuan shivered and cursed incessantly, realizing he couldn't escape this calamity, gradually quieting down while still glaring at them malevolently. Gu Lingji didn't waste any more time, firing another shot directly into Wan Rongxuan's head. Coveting what one shouldn't comes with a price. Without lingering any longer, Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun went back to collect the scattered small crystal pieces before heading straight back to the road. The 2 vehicles they had used earlier were already put away, so there was no need to return for them. The Hummer led the way, followed by a small off-road camper van. With few people around on this stretch of road, there was no need to be subtle. Even if someone saw them, this vehicle would not have been driven out in the capital city under normal circumstances. As long as nobody saw the people inside, it wouldn't be linked back to them, giving them plausible deniability. The camper van wasn't usually used, but under possible conditions, allowing everyone a bit of comfort and rest wasn't an issue. In the rear of the camper, there was a double bed with storage underneath. On the side near the door were a double-seater sofa and a stove. On the opposite side were the restroom and a 3-seater sofa, above which hung a foldable single-person hammock that could be disassembled when not in use. After all the morning's hustle, everyone was inevitably tired and took turns resting on the camper. Not traveling far, they stopped at an abandoned factory far from any villages before nightfall. On the ground, there were some tire tracks and a scattering of relatively new food packaging, indicating someone had stayed there recently. A thorough search turned up nothing useful. Apparently, everything valuable had been taken already. The car drove into the factory where no zombies were present, and together they cleared out a space. They took out the foldable tables and chairs from the camper's storage compartment and set them up to eat a simple dinner. The factory consisted of 3 sections, 1 large and 2 smaller ones. They were in the left smaller section, which was better preserved. Gathering together, everyone focused their gazes on Qingtuan. Qingtuan looked nonchalant, licking its paws and grooming its fur, completely ignoring the probing looks it was getting from those around it. Where do you think that energy came from? Changzhe sat on the external folding ladder, fiddling with a piece of grass he'd borrowed from Gu Zhicheng. Unfortunately, no one could answer him, not even Xiao Sun. It doesn't matter where it came from, what matters is that Qingtuan absorbed it, Gu Zhicheng said, lowering the grass she'd manipulated into various shapes back into her hands, before picking up Qingtuan and placing it in her lap. We don't yet know whether it will have any adverse effects. It probably won't. This morning, it did suppress the herd. Shen Yaofeng shook his head slightly. Gu Lingji added, though we don't know the source of the energy, its nature may likely be wood. Hence, it has a certain deterrent effect on animals. The fluctuations from it indeed belong to the wood category. Xiao Sun confirmed Gu Lingji's hypothesis. Although his rank was lower than Gu Lingji's, his psychic abilities gave him an advantage in perception. Everyone fell silent in deep thought. Based on the current situation, Qingtuan absorbing the energy seemed to be a good thing. It provided at least some guarantee when encountering wild beasts in the future. Zhicheng. Bai Suo hadn't spoken until now. Looking at Gu Zhicheng's hand, he noticed something odd. What is it? Gu Zhicheng stroked Qingtuan's back, asking. Your left hand. My left hand. Gu Zhicheng was puzzled but still glanced down. Upon doing so, she froze. In the morning, a part of her left hand had scraped open, oozing a little blood. Now, it was perfectly smooth, without a trace of injury. Noticing the commotion here, everyone turned their attention over. Qingtuan licked it just now. Bai Suo supplemented. Yu Huaping. Xiao Sun suddenly remembered something crucial. Yu Huaping had a scratch on his arm from a branch. Xiao Sun untied the bandage and then gestured for Qingtuan to go over. If his guess was correct, he had seen this kind of energy before. Seeing everyone eagerly watching it, Qingtuan shook its head lightly and obediently leaned down to lick the wound. Sure enough, within seconds, the wound disappeared entirely, leaving not even the slightest scar behind. Instantly, silence enveloped the group. Chapter 17. Xiao Sun remembered that in the previous life in the capital city, there was a special squad with a healer-type energy user. However, upon casual contact, the energy fluctuations he sensed weren't from special abilities but another kind of energy. If it was this energy, things would make sense. WOC. Changzhe jumped up, this is literally an overpowered ability. It was akin to having a healer-type special ability. Overpowered, but we can't let our guard down, Shen Yao Feng said on the side, his expression turning serious. Indeed, we don't know where the limits of its healing lie, we still need to be cautious in our actions. Gu Linji understood deeply that mishandling this situation could turn them into targets for trouble. For now, let's not spread this around. After opening the RV door, Xiao Sun went inside first. Gu Linji was about to get in. Gu Ziqing came over, gripping the car door and smiled saying, I'm here to grab something. Gu Linji leaned against the other side looking at her, because of Baisu. That's right, Gu Ziqing continued smiling even after being caught out. What thing? Xiao Sun asked, everything was stored with him. It's the Tang dynasty sword. Gu Linji remembered, that Tang sword was once given by a friend from his business dealings as debt repayment, called Chasing Wind. It had delicate craftsmanship. He mentioned it at home, and Gu Ziqing expressed interest, so he agreed. Speaking of which, that sword really was a good weapon, matching Baisu perfectly. Xiao Sun searched through the space, the sword was in a box packed by Gu Ziqing, and it didn't take long. Moreover, he remembered that Baisu from the previous life used a Miao knife, combining wind attributes on the blade increasing its lethality greatly. Gu Ziqing grabbed the Tang sword and went off like a shot to find Baisu. Little Qing seems quite keen on Baisu. Gu Linji got onto the car, pulling Xiao Sun down to sit. For someone with Baisu's nature, one should indeed be proactive. Xiao Sun leaned against Gu Linji's shoulder, allowing him to play with his right hand. Gu Linji approved of these two, noticing through their interactions that Baisu suited Gu Ziqing well, their personalities being highly complementary. Xiao Sun understood that matters of the heart cannot be forced, the past life was as such, but this one may differ. Being together would be best, but if they can't come together, it could still serve as a boost for them. We're nearing the capital in roughly a month, Xiao Sun murmured. The closer they were to the capital, the more vivid the final scenes of the previous life became. Despite knowing all that was now ancient history, it still made his heart race anxiously. Gu Linji noticed his unease, don't think too much. I know, but... You must believe in me, Gu Linji interrupted Xiao Sun rather unusually, affirming that the past events would not repeat. Okay, Xiao Sun didn't hesitate. Understanding Xiao Sun's guilt and restlessness, Gu Linji repeated time and again, wanting him to trust in him, hoping it might ease Xiao Sun's anxiety somewhat. Xiao Sun slightly mocked himself internally, feeling he seemed to be increasingly reliant on Gu Linji, when previously he hadn't wanted it this way. Yet, he couldn't pretend indifferently in front of Gu Linji. Ai Sun, Gu Linji turned his gaze toward Xiao Sun, eyes and tone leaving no room to hide or avoid, there's nothing wrong, you can depend on me more. In front of me, you don't have to be so strong. Xiao Sun paused, uttering softly from his pursed lips, idiot. Daring to say that about your older brother, want to revolt? No dare, Xiao Sun replied while stretching his hand to hook around Gu Linji's neck and kissed him, a faint laugh escaped between their pressed lips, unsure who exactly laughed. Not only did he wish to rely on him, but also wanted him to be relied upon, desiring to fight shoulder to shoulder. Even though this world had no end, facing endless hordes and rivers of blood, as long as he was together with him, he found sweetness in it. Gu Linji's eyes darkened slightly, holding Xiao Sun's back of the head, deepening the kiss. When Gu Ziqing returned, Changzhe was teasing Baisu with her old stories. Do you know why Orange doesn't follow her brother's call, Gu Qingji, but calls herself Gu Ziqing? Why? It's simple. We often call her Orange Juice. When she was just a few years old, she kept shouting demanding a name change, causing her uncles and aunts headaches, even Lin Ji couldn't console her, hence the name change. Gu Ziqing was facing away from Changzhe, and upon hearing this, she tossed the tang knife to Baisu from several steps away before pouncing on Changzhe and tickling him under his arms. That's right, Changzhe was ticklish. Changzhe collapsed laughing with tears streaming down his face, repeatedly begging for mercy. Gu Ziqing then brushed off some imaginary dust from her hands and pulled Baisu away. Get up, Shen Yao Feng, who had enjoyed the spectacle enough, pulled Changzhe up. Get some water to wash yourself, otherwise, you'll be awake all night. That much care would make me misunderstand you, said Changzhe teasingly but obediently followed. You misunderstand all you want, I certainly don't have a pedophilic fetish, Shen Yao Feng said while throwing the towel slightly disdainfully onto Changzhe's face. Changzhe ripped off the towel, eyes widening, check again, I'm 24 years old, just 1 year younger than you. If I am a child, aren't you one too? Yes. Shen Yao Feng smirked, even among children, there are distinctions. You. I will tell Brother Yen. You called him a pedophile. I didn't say anything, you confessed yourself, Shen Yao Feng shrugged and turned to leave, you're going to splash water again. I can't be bothered to get more ice for you. By the way, I remember there's stored water in the car if you're willing to bother Lin Ji. Shen Yao Feng. Little master won't let it go. Changzhe held the basin of water, wanting to cry but not shedding any tears. Don't thank me, I do it out of respect for Brother Yan, it's natural to take care of a brother's wife. If you want to thank, find him. Shen Yaofeng's voice drifted further as he walked away. Damn. Changzhe hung the towel over his face and cursed softly, forgetting about whether he's being called a wife or not. After a long pause, he shouted again, I want to go to Tibet, Aya. Gu Zhiqing and Bai Su went to the back of the factory, leaving Qingtuan in Yu Huiping's care. The iron staircase had already decayed, rusting in many places. Gu Zhiqing walked ahead, backing down carefully, holding a small wooden stick to scrape the loose rust that rushed down onto the ground. Bai Su trailed behind her by a few steps. Here's your tang knife back. Bai Su held the knife up to Gu Zhiqing. Gu Zhiqing stopped, pushing Bai Su's arm back. It's a gift for you. She had specially instructed Yu Huiping to pay attention since it was obvious from Bai Su's manner that he knew how to use knives. Though Bai Su couldn't discern the exact material of the sword scabbard, it shimmered with a dark purple glow and definitely wasn't an ordinary weapon. Pulling out the blade revealed a cold glint on its edge, it was indeed a fine sword. How expensive or precious it is doesn't matter, as long as it suits your use. Gu Zhiqing saw through Bai Su's refusal. Besides, I want to. Looking at Gu Zhiqing's smiling features, Bai Su suddenly felt his heart soften. Nothing eventful happened that night. Before setting off, a convoy of vehicles came driving towards them, and everyone was still inside the factory. Peering through the door, Gu Zhiqing even counted 8. This convoy didn't seem like it belonged to the military. There were 3 SUVs, 1 jeep, some sedans, a minivan, and a medium-sized bus. Sensing it, there were quite a number of psychics and even more normal people. Bringing so many people means either they're strong or overly kind-hearted, Changzhe leaned against the car, remarking. Sometimes, more people did not necessarily indicate an advantage. We're going. Gu Linji sat into the vehicle, giving a cold look indicating prudence if intervention was needed. Xiao Sun smiled sitting next to Gu Linji. Sometimes, rescuing a wolf that knows how to repay kindness is better than rescuing a group of ungrateful humans. Chapter 18. Moving forward, there were a few villages ahead, so they put the RV away. Gu Linji, Xiao Sun, and Changzhe drove in one car at the front. Although the temperature had dropped slightly compared to before, it was still summer, and the zombies they encountered on the road were badly decayed, with not much good flesh left, showing greenish-purple hues. A few days ago, Gu Linji's supernatural ability broke through to the second stage, and the others wouldn't be far behind. Bai Su would take longer, but Xiao Sun wasn't worried. In his past life, early on he reached the 6th stage without relying on crystal cores. This time should be faster, right? As for Xiao Sun, his progress was the slowest due to the burden of his space. However, he wasn't anxious. Knowing where to direct his strength eliminated the worry, so slowly accumulating was fine. I wonder if we'll run into those people from earlier this morning. Changzhe sat in the driver's seat, holding a hazelnut chocolate bar in his mouth, speaking indistinctly. Passing through these villages, it will take at least a day to get to the next town. They are just ordinary people, and wild animals often appear in the outskirts at night. They likely wouldn't choose to camp out in the wild. Xiao Sun recalled the map he had studied the previous day and answered him. You interested in them? Gu Linji noticed how detailed his response was and asked. A little. Xiao Sun nodded. There were people in the cargo hold of the bus. Who would drill themselves into that? After the apocalypse, seeing medium-sized buses was extremely rare. At the time out of curiosity, Changzhe had looked a bit longer. Besides, the bus wasn't even filled. And did you notice that everyone inside the bus were men and children? So what? There's no rule saying women have to ride the bus. Changzhe retorted, suddenly pausing mid-sentence. Are you saying? Yes. Not possible, too despicable. Changzhe immediately imagined all sorts of scenarios, even dropping the half-eaten chocolate bar from shock. Gu Linji knew this alone wouldn't be enough to make Xiao Sun care. Is there someone special among them? Yes, Xiao Sun glanced over at Gu Linji, but we don't need to meddle with their affairs. Alright, as you say. Gu Linji leaned forward and kissed Xiao Sun's cheek. Hey hey hey. Changzhe glanced at the rearview mirror, angrily stuffing 2 more chocolate bars into his mouth as a form of protest. Do you two have to be this mushy? I see, Xiao Sun feigned a serious sigh. When we reach Tibet, I will surely convey your frustration over lack of attention to Hien. Changzhe had already given up struggling. Sooner, you've changed, definitely corrupted by Linji. Give me back the proper Xiao Sun. I actually like this version better. Gu Linji wrapped an arm around Xiao Sun, smiling easily. Changzhe felt overwhelmed, too bullied by the two who weren't alone. Did they just unlock some new skill? I'm switching cars when we rest. Gu Linji glanced at his watch. It was almost noon. Then it's perfect. Let's find a place to park. Can we not talk normally anymore? Seeing Changzhe angrily getting out of the car and slamming the door, Xiao Sun still asked, is he okay? Sensing that they might have teased him too much, Shen Yaofeng had also been fooling around with him quite a bit lately. It's fine, it's better to divert his attention and stop him from worrying too much. With Yan's abilities, nothing will happen. Gu Linji combed Xiao Sun's hair gently. Let's get out of the car. Don't let appearances fool you. though outwardly Changzhe seems ferocious and imposing in front of others, when it comes to He Yan, he transforms into a kitten-like creature, seeking affection and stroking. Though he doesn't say much, any sharp-eyed person can tell that deep down, he can't wait to be in Tibet with He Yan already. Gu Lingji originally planned to send him to meet up with He Yan once he returned from country, but the apocalypse came unexpectedly earlier. Life is unpredictable. After getting out of the car, everyone gathered together. Gu Zicheng spread out his palm, revealing 3 seeds lying within a white handkerchief, emitting a faint glow. Just now, Qingtu's stomach hurt, then she threw up something. Everyone listened intently, observing carefully. These 3 beans looked similar to white cloud beans, but unlike normal ones being completely white, they showed a light milky green color instead, with intricate patterns appearing subtly under the glowing layer, precisely the patterns found in crystals. After vomiting these things, Qingtu showed no discomfort, currently playing joyfully in the grass. Xiao Sun put the 3 clean beans into a glass bottle, sealing it tightly, and temporarily storing it in the space, as none of them could handle it. There will always be a solution when needed, sooner or later its purpose will become clear. It was just unknown whether Qingtu's healing ability still existed, they needed to find an opportunity to test it. They deliberately intended to avoid the convoy they had met in the morning. After lunch, instead of rushing off, they lingered under the shade of a tree where it was cool and chose to cultivate their supernatural powers instead. As expected, an unexpected visitor soon arrived. A man walked over, his face serious and proper, with a reluctant and helpless expression as if asking for something. The others had dispersed, leaving only Gu Lingji, Xiao Sun, and Yu Huiping by the cars. Gu Lingji didn't speak, but he tossed a bottle of water to the man first. The man glanced at Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun, then looked at Yu Huiping a short distance away. He put down his backpack, took a few sips of water, and said, "Thank you. Mister, you seem to have been following us all morning." Xiao Sun tilted his head to look at Gu Lingji. "Isn't that right, Lin? I don't mind having someone tailing behind me, but when tails drag on too long, it tends to irritate people." Gu Lingji looked at the man slowly and calmly. The man gave an awkward laugh a few times. If not driven to desperation, he wouldn't want to beg anyone. "My name is Fu Jiehui, I won't hide from you too, I'm indeed seeking your help. You'd better give me a reason to help you." Gu Lingji guessed that this probably had something to do with the convoy, but he would never act rashly or put his group in unnecessary danger. "You guys should have seen the convoy this morning, right?" Fu Jiehui frowned bitterly when talking about the convoy, clearly filled with resentment. The majority of the convoy consisted of ordinary people, with very few being supernatural power users. Fortunately, the convoy leader Sun Onping had high management skills, and the supernatural power users weren't weak either, so the convoy managed to remain safe until now. However, Sun Onping had locked up several women in compartments, drilling extra holes into them only to strengthen air circulation, and allowed them to be exploited for enjoyment by supernatural power users. This outrageous behavior was somehow accepted by ordinary men. What could those who didn't accept it do? Without supernatural abilities, these men and children were accustomed to city life and simply couldn't go hunting or survive on their own. Such incidents were increasing, especially within the base. Even though unwilling, these women had to consider their children. Fu Jiehui was an ordinary person. He, his wife, and their 3-year-old child encountered the convoy 3 weeks ago. They originally thought they were saved, but unexpectedly, the convoy demanded that his wife go and serve other men. How could he allow that? However, his wife merely gazed at him quietly, handed their child over to him, and followed them without resistance. He could hardly imagine how his wife endured each day. Every time the child asked where mom went, he could only tightly embrace the small frail body of his son, grinding his teeth until they hurt while unable to utter a word, silently expressing his weakness and incompetence as a man. He was frightened by the undead. An accident occurred 5 days ago when the child wanted to see his mother. At night, while Fu Jiehui slept, the child slipped out. He happened upon those supernatural power users, got frightened by what he saw, panicked, and rolled down a small slope. Despite everything, they couldn't save the child, and he passed away 3 days ago. Fu Jiehui decided to take his wife and leave, but the convoy threw him out instead. It made no sense to come and go as he pleased. After getting thrown out, Fu Jiehui managed to get a car and kept trailing the convoy. But there hadn't been an opportune moment, until now when he encountered Gu Lingji and his companions. He knew this might be his one and only chance. He had not seen anyone else in the past few days capable of helping him. Several women in the convoy had already died, he didn't know how much longer his wife could endure. There's a space supernatural power user in their convoy, and their supplies are sufficient. You need supplies, right? Fu Jiehui appeared calm now. By now, no one failed to understand the importance of supplies. The space of a space supernatural power user can only be controlled by themselves. Do you think you have a way to make them release supplies? Xiao Sun didn't particularly intend to get involved in this mess. Even if the woman was exceptional, Sun Onping was not an easy target back at the capital's base. There are countless ways to make him release supplies. Fu Jiehui growled. Upon hearing this, Xiao Sun refrained from further questioning. What about you? Gu Lingji noticed Xiao Sun's silence and added another question. Me? I know their nighttime arrangements and everyone's strengths and weaknesses. With this information, your success rate will double. We need to consider. Come back after an hour. Chapter 19. Brother Lin, this person is not trustworthy, Xiaosun furrowed his brows. Fu Jiahui's performance before and after was quite different, perhaps in his subconscious, his wife was far less important than himself. We can trust him for now. Gu Lingji raised his hand to stroke Xiaosun's forehead. He also knew that Fu Jiahui was not reliable, but regarding the matter at hand, he probably would not conceal anything. Fu Jiahui needed a way out, a path to go further and better. We don't need those supplies, Xiaosun continued to object. You're interested in his wife. Gu Lingji licked Xiaosun's earlobe and lowered his voice. Xiaosun suddenly choked, Brother Lin, I'm not. I know. His wife can be helpful to us, right? Gu Lingji understood Xiaosun better than anyone else. In fact, I'm not sure. Xiaosun regained his composure. Sun Anping was the eldest grandson of the Sun family in the capital city, with no weak ability, and after the apocalypse, the Sun family controlled a large amount of supplies, allowing him to live comfortably under the family's protection. Unfortunately, in the end, both he and many of his subordinates were killed in one night by a woman, Su Yan, Fu Jiahui's wife. Su Yan's abilities awakened late. At this time, she should not have yet awakened, otherwise it wouldn't have been like this situation now. Her awakening was triggered by some sort of stimulation, but Xiaosun didn't know the specific details. Consider it as practice. We don't necessarily have to confront them head-on. Gu Lingji didn't want any shadow of doubt in Xiaosun's mind. Xiaosun stopped persisting. With their abilities, they could launch a surprise attack and handle these people without much issue. Yu Huiping gathered everyone back. They needed to make things clear before Fu Jiahui arrived. Rescue. Changzhe opened his mouth in disbelief. Weren't they supposed to be helping others? You might gain a strong companion, you won't lose out, Gu Lingji joked. If it helps, then let's rescue. As long as they're useful, I'm not interested in those who hold us back. Changzhe crossed his arms. Their team did not need weaker members. At this moment, Fu Jiahui came over, though it wasn't clear whether he heard what Changzhe had said. Keeping an eye on the convoy all along, just before dark, they discovered them in a desolate village. It was basically impossible for the convoy to hide completely without leaving a trace. They parked at a distance and set the plan for 12 o'clock. At this hour, most people would be asleep, except for those standing guard or looking for entertainment. According to Fu Jiahui, there were 6 women in the group, 2 each night. Tonight happened to be his wife's turn. The people in the convoy occupied 2 courtyards. Gu Lingji and Xiaosun were responsible for the space ability users. Shen Yaofeng and Yu Huiping took Fu Jiahui to rescue his wife, while the others kept vigilance. Gu Lingji and Xiaosun scaled the back wall and into the compound. Gu Lingji paralyzed 2 guards from behind, making them think they fell asleep due to fatigue. He gently paralyzed the nerves of the people inside each room so that when they woke up the next day, they would feel no discomfort and would be unaware of encountering thunder-type abilities. Before setting off, Gu Lingji handed several small stones laced with minimal thunder energy to Shen Yaofeng, ready for use with a slingshot. Naturally, Fu Jiahui did not know what made these stones different. Finding a chair, they bound the spatial ability user to it, covering his eyes and stuffing his mouth before waking him up. Hand over the supplies, we have no intention of harming you, Gu Lingji said in a low voice. If it wasn't for fear of trouble later, they wouldn't even need these supplies. The man mumbled and struggled fiercely. My patience isn't great, I don't have time to waste on you. Counting down to 3, if you don't hand them over, bear the consequences yourself. Gu Lingji had no intention of wasting more time. Meanwhile, Xiaosun placed his knife against the man's neck. 1. This man was easily frightened. Even before counting to 3, some food appeared at his feet, though it wasn't much. Gu Lingji paralyzed him again, restoring everything as it was originally. Since they didn't plan to kill, taking some things just for appearance's sake was fine. There was no need to push people too hard. In dealing with matters, it was always wise to leave some leeway. Even if they might never meet again, they'd have fewer troubles. When Gu Lingji and Xiaosun returned, Shen Yaofeng and the others hadn't come back yet, but Gu Zicheng and Baisu had already checked the surrounding area, though there were not many zombies. Seeing the backpack lying on the ground, Gu Zicheng leaned on Baisu, saying, Fu Jiahui will definitely think we're not as capable as they seem. This is perfect, isn't it? Xiaosun watched her grow increasingly affectionate toward Baisu, then noticed the scarves tied around their wrists, one orange, one blue, and couldn't help but smile. After all, that was a girl's sentiment. Gu Lingji observed the 2 of them, skiing softly to himself. This young man appeared aloof and indifferent, but his actions were quite swift. It was known that apart from those people who had grown up with Gu Zicheng since childhood, he rarely liked any physical contact with others. Even though he had changed a bit during this period, by observing her current natural gestures, Gu Lingji finally gained a true understanding of the former anguish in Changzhe's heart. The little sister they had painstakingly raised was now owned by someone else, despite their having known each other for such a short time. Despite this, such an outcome was what they were happy to see. Falling in love with someone sometimes only takes a second. When fate arrives, it is just that simple. Xiaosun put away the car and left Yu Huiping along with the others. They would go first to the resting place that Changzhe had found. It was necessary to keep a distance from the convoy since the night wasn't safe, so they could only wait until the convoy departed. Changja had chosen a good location, it was far from the convoy and quite secure. There weren't many people in the village, and now even zombies were scarce. They hadn't settled down for long when Shen Yaofeng arrived with his people. Seeing the woman whose hair was disheveled and looked dazed, Gu Zicheng took the initiative to help. With his matters concluded, Fu Jiahui noticed that there was merely one backpack on the ground and asked, there should be plenty of supplies. Why is there only this much? Maybe they really don't have that many. Changja passed by Fu Jiahui and gave him a sidelong glance. Fu Jiahui rubbed his hands nervously without seeing any vehicles, then asked again, what about the vehicle? Why can't I see it? The target was too big, so it's hidden outside the village. Changja could sense that this man had ambition. However, if his abilities couldn't match his desires, it would create complications. He hoped this man wouldn't do anything out of line. Su Yan remained silent throughout. Fu Jiahui had already informed her about their child. At this point she was likely utterly disheartened. After putting away the clothes, Gu Zicheng went out. At this moment, it seemed words were futile. The group set off in the afternoon the next day. Fu Jiahui carried Su Yan following behind. Her mental state wasn't great, she seemed listless all day. After several days, under Gu Zicheng's occasional encouragement, her condition slightly improved. Life always goes on. Fu Jiahui hung around Yu Huaping wanting to learn some techniques. Yu Huaping didn't speak much, nor did he pay attention to him until after Gu Lingji approved. So then, Yu Huaping began teaching Fu Jiahui. But instead of learning from Yu Huaping like before, Gu Zicheng directly approached by Su. Xiao Sun found a suitable time and talked with Su Yan. As expected, most of the results were as anticipated. How did she respond? Gu Lingji pulled Xiao Sun close, holding him in his arms, allowing him to lean against his chest while massaging his temples. Since Xiao Sun broke through the second rank, he often experienced headaches. He had used his mental power to investigate himself, and there should be no problems. It was probably related to his special abilities. I always thought she hadn't developed any abilities yet. Unexpectedly, her ability awakened just 2 days ago. Xiao Sun relaxed into Gu Lingji's embrace, alleviating the slight vertigo. What kind of ability? Premonition. Premonition. Yeah, but currently, she can only foresee a few seconds, and it consumes a lot of mental strength. Based on what he knew, the premonition could last for several months, yet still in vague terms and heavily constrained regarding what could be foreseen. It's enough, providing a significant advantage in battles. Let her practice with Yu Huaping as well. Alright. I remember Xiaocheng had a gun, which she doesn't handle well. Let Su Yan try it. Compared to a gun, Gu Zicheng preferred the Tibetan knife she had brought back from Tibet. And, she doesn't want Fu Jiahui to know. She sure has clarity of mind. Aware that Fu Jiahui was not someone trustworthy. Chapter 20. Fu Jiahui said that Sun Anping's group took the Eastern Jinghu Expressway. Sun Anping is a conceited person and wouldn't change his route because of what happened between Fu Jiahui and Su Yan. Besides, they were discreet about it, and unless the spatial anomaly ability user says something, no one would know. And even if a woman ran away, it's not such a big deal. It might just be due to oversleeping and not watching properly. So their group decided to take the Western Expressway instead, which shouldn't make much difference in time and isn't hard to navigate either. On the way, many vehicles passed by. The closer they got to the capital city, the more people there were. During rest stops, they were no longer alone. With more people gathered together, the general consensus was that grouping up made things safer. One noon, Gu Lingji's group arrived first at an open roadside slope. 2 other groups joined them soon after, all being close to each other. They distributed cookies, bread, and water for everyone, then dispersed to rest. 2 children, 1 boy and 1 girl, squatted next to Su Yan. Their overly thin frames made their cheekbones stand out prominently, making their eyes appear especially large. They stared at her without blinking. Su Yan kept her head bowed. Her own child was about this age. However, she knew well that even if she gave these kids food, the chances of them actually eating it themselves would be minimal. She also couldn't let them eat right here as they'd probably be beaten when they returned home. A sudden wave of heartache and an inexplicable sense of relief rose within Su Yan. Seeing how dirty and out of place these children looked, Fu Jiahui tried to shoo them away. The children refused to leave. They sat quietly on the ground, neither crying nor making any noise. When Su Yan glanced at Fu Jiahui, she helped the children up and handed them a small pack of cookies. Only then did they finally leave. What's the point of wasting food on someone who looks like she won't live long anyway? Fu Jiahui scolded under his breath. Yan's sister, those cookies might never reach her. Gu Zicheng fed Qingtuan without looking up, clearly disagreeing with Su Yan's actions. I know, Su Yan watched as the child handed over the cookies to a woman, showing little expression on her face, but this can help reduce the scolding they receive. Gu Zicheng wiped off some crumbs from her hands. Though understanding Su Yan's choice, she didn't want to get involved too deeply. Such incidents have been common along the journey. In the apocalypse, children have the hardest time surviving, especially when coupled with unkind parents, which only worsens their situation. Gu Lingji noticed some movement from afar. The woman's demeanor told him that another troublemaker was likely approaching. Don't worry. From the things Su Yan has done before, it's clear she's not the type to take blows silently without retaliating. Those trying to take advantage will find it difficult to gain anything from her. Xiao Sun followed Gu Lingji's gaze and quickly comprehended the situation, whispering into Gu Lingji's ear to explain. Let her handle the troubles she causes herself. Gu Lingji's hand moved from Xiao Sun's shoulder down to her waist, giving it a gentle pinch. While understanding the explanation, he felt slightly jealous of how familiar Xiao Sun seemed with others. Xiao Sun held on to the hand at her waist and leaned towards Gu Lingji, a bit weary. Don't start messing around. Gu Lingji was amused by Xiao Sun's tone, akin to talking to a child. Rest for a while then. The road in the afternoon had already been reconnoitered, it wasn't easy to travel on, so resting now would become harder later. Within a few minutes, Xiao Sun fell asleep. Gu Lingji caressed the jade ring on Xiao Sun's finger, then compared it with the one on his own, it was as if they formed a pair. Suddenly, the ring shifted from cool to hot, melting slowly into the skin, then a black mark disappeared, leaving no trace. Observing Xiao Sun's unchanged expression and absence of any bodily reaction, Gu Lingji assumed the ring had fused successfully. He sighed in relief. Though Xiao Sun hadn't shown much externally, Gu Lingji could tell that her mental state hadn't been good recently. Now that the fusion was complete, things should improve. Xiao Sun slept for quite some time, over 2 hours. In that period, a group of people had left but the group that the two children belonged to hadn't. It was obvious they were waiting for them. Regretfully packing away the blanket, Xiao Sun complained, why didn't you wake me up? How could I bear to interrupt such peaceful sleep? Gu Lingji trailed behind, enjoying a rare chance for quiet rest. Silently climbing into the car, Xiao Sun could do nothing about Gu Lingji's occasional flirtations. Gu Lingji, looking at Xiao Sun's slightly red ears, refrained from teasing further but reminded her of the ring's matter. Upon checking, Xiao Sun realized the spatial awareness was indeed smoother than before. Control over items within the space was more effortless, and her mental burden lessened significantly. The headache she had suffered from persistently had also vanished. Sure enough, those people had continued following them. Although their off-road vehicle was holding up fine, the two cars carrying the other group clearly endured much hardship in order to keep pace. By nightfall, they reached a countryside inn located outdoors. Signs indicated it had once been attacked by zombies, yet no zombie figures were visible. Most rooms were unusable, but after some cleaning, a few could still provide shelter. The strong smell of decay in the kitchen was so intense that Gu Zicheng couldn't bring himself to step inside. He thus decided to set up a temporary cooking station outside. There were no suitable stones around, so he built a hanging stove instead. He found 2 forked branches and inserted them parallel into the ground, laying a stick across their tops. He hung the pot from the horizontal stick and lit a fire underneath. It wasn't at all troublesome. In the past few days, it had been Gu Zicheng and Su Yan who were responsible for cooking. Su Yan's culinary skills were commendable, utilizing local ingredients creatively, while Gu Zicheng assisted her in small ways. It was chilly outdoors in the evening, so they made a rich stew, mixing an unknown variety of mushrooms with freshly hunted rabbit meat. The taste was excellent. Alongside the stew, they had compressed biscuits and roasted rabbit meat. Under these circumstances, it was a veritable feast. As Su Yan picked up her bowl and took only a few sips, the two children appeared again, repeating the same scene from earlier in the day. Su Yan carried her bowl over to the group of people, with the two children closely trailing behind. Standing 2 meters away, Su Yan placed the bowl on the ground and sighed, once or twice is understandable, but not a third time. Su Yan kept her word. The next day, despite the children's imploring gazes following them all day, she didn't give anything to them. That night, 2 slices of bread lay beside the extinguished 3-stone stove when a thin hand reached out toward them. However, it was quickly caught by Su Yan. The child's cries woke everyone up. In fact, Shen Yaofeng and Chang Zhe, who were on watch, had already noticed her. They thought this would be a good opportunity to get rid of the group, so they hadn't intervened at first. Su Yan apologized to the others who had been disturbed and pulled the child close. I'll take care of it. The following morning, the group left early and stopped following. When making lunch the next day, Gu Zicheng chopped vegetables nearby and asked with his head lowered, Yan's sister, do you think we're being too unsympathetic? Su Yan's hands never paused as she added salt to the pot. She replied, no, I'm just too soft-hearted towards kids and I've been dragging us back. She understood well, so-called compassion often hurts both oneself and others. Speaking of two sides. Xiao Sun had felt all along that he had overlooked something crucial. But what was it? Suddenly, Xiao Sun grabbed Gu Lingji's arm, Ling brother, haven't we noticed there haven't been many zombie corpses lately? As soon as he said it, he realized something was off. Gu Lingji didn't pay much attention to the term zombie corpse since zombies are fundamentally bodies anyway. Yet, he had a gut feeling this mattered greatly and asked curiously, why say that? Did you discover something? Others turned their heads as well, because indeed, Xiao Sun's statement seemed peculiar. Isn't it obvious after killing the zombies? Chang just spoke lightly, but in his heart, he knew there was more complexity than that. Xiao Sun paused, thinking carefully about his words. There are obvious traces where humans have fought against zombies in some places, but we only see scattered human remains and no zombie bodies. Think back to the inn from a few days ago. Sun brother means the zombies disappeared into thin air. Gu Zhicheng grasped it first. His hand accidentally squeezed Qingtuan's claw hard, eliciting an audible grunt. Xiao Sun stayed silent. Indeed, they had vanished, completely. Everyone fell quiet. It was true, then why? We can try, Gu Lingji finally said after a long silence. They settled down in a few bungalows on the outskirts of the city, grouping the zombies together. Half would be dismantled, half left intact. It seemed that the disappearance of zombies should require a certain period of time. Over 3 days, aside from the decomposition, the zombies showed no other changes. In other words, there were absolutely no signs of vanishing. It shouldn't be like this. Xiao Sun furrowed his brow. Why were the zombies still here? Could it be because we're still here? Shen Yaofeng voiced a plausible guess. At this point, there were no other methods. They packed 2 zombies and spent several hours transporting them to a distant place, planning to check back later. Chapter 21. During the waiting time, Gu Lingji looked at Xiao Qin, who seemed somewhat uneasy, and thought about finding him something to do. In addition to your training, if you have free time, you should thoroughly organize your space. Xiao Qin looked at Gu Lingji, understanding his meaning. He let out a long breath and nodded in agreement. Xiao Qin hadn't rested well these past 2 days. Rather than overthink things, it would be better to find something to do. He could only try to calm himself down, and as for the rest, he would just have to wait and see. By shifting his focus to managing his space, Xiao Qin gradually reduced his fixation on the disappearance of the zombies. 4 days later, the group arrived at the place where the zombies had been placed. To prevent the zombies from being eaten by wild beasts, they had been kept inside sleeping bags. Now, the sleeping bags were deflated, and upon opening them, it was clear that the zombies had indeed disappeared, along with their crystal cores. It was only now that Xiao Qin understood why so many scientific experts in the capital city of the previous life had failed to notice this phenomenon. It seemed that the disappearances happened during periods when there were no people around. With the level of technology available a few years later, long-distance observation and monitoring were still quite difficult. Could it be that they could somehow sense whether humans were present? And if that were the case, then why? Perhaps, the deterioration of the soil is related to the disappearance of the zombies? The group looked at each other helplessly. Even though they had discovered this phenomenon, none of them were scientists. They couldn't establish deeper connections merely through assumptions and inferences. They were still in Bazhou but needed to head to the capital quickly. Traveling along the highway, stopping occasionally, it took them a week to reach the capital. Since they had traveled fast the previous day, they arrived by 9 o'clock in the morning. The roads appeared to have been cleared, with cars piled up on the sides and sidewalks. The 4-lane road could barely accommodate 2 vehicles driving side by side. After the strict quarantine in the capital, large numbers of vehicles were not allowed inside due to space restrictions. Vehicles were allocated by the capital base, and ordinary ability users only got cars for missions. The government had noticed signs before the apocalypse but didn't announce it publicly. Therefore, after the apocalypse, the capital's response to the zombies was swift, and the losses were relatively small. The military's core strength remained intact, and within a few months, they built inner and outer defensive walls. The capital was divided into an inner and outer city. Ordinary people lived in the outer city, protected by only a single outer layer of barriers, while the inner city housed the leadership class, ability users, and their families. Gu Lingji and his team did not rush to get off the vehicle but instead pulled back a bit, reorganized, and then entered the city. Avoiding the crowd, they turned into a remote area. Everyone got out, backpacks on their backs, and Xiao Qin stored the car in his space. Driving forward was no longer an option. There were plenty of luxury cars on the road, which, despite being admired in normal times, were now abandoned without hesitation. After nearly half an hour of walking, they finally saw the defensive wall. A haggard-looking middle-aged man dressed in ragged clothes approached, sidling up to Gu Lingji and fawningly said, "You're trying to enter the city?" Gu Lingji didn't look at him. For nonsense, he didn't want to waste words, and neither did anyone else bother to deal with him. Like this, how about I tell you about the situation in the capital? Just for 2 bread rolls. The man rubbed his hands together cautiously. Tell us, Gu Lingji, keeping his eyes on the towering wall not far away, slowed down. They indeed needed to understand some of the current conditions in the capital. Xiao Qin stayed a step behind Gu Lingji. Who knew what differences might exist between the current capital and that of the previous life? Moreover, as newcomers to the capital, they needed to know. Look, over there is the entrance to the outer city. As long as you're uninfected, you can go in. After entering the outer city, the base used to hand out 2 bread rolls per person daily, twice a day, but then the supply kept decreasing until now where they only give out once a day in just 1 roll. The man sighed repeatedly as he spoke. A small piece of bread, who could eat enough with that? Not even enough for children, let alone adults. Go on. Gu Lingji wasn't interested in the man's complaints. Without turning back, he reached behind to pull Xiao Qin, who was lagging a step behind, closer to him. Oh, okay. The base manages the outer city in zones. How does one enter the inner city? Gu Lingji didn't think they needed to stay in the outer city. Understanding the situation there adequately would suffice. You don't need to rush, I'll explain it. Ability users are eligible to enter, and so are their relatives and friends. When entering, there's stricter inspection and registration required. Once inside, ability users can join ability squads or register new teams at the guild. Gu Lingji asked, who holds power in the base? It's General Zhao Fulin. The man hesitated for a moment before answering. Given this reaction, Gu Lingji stopped asking about governance-related matters and shifted topics. What about the ability squads? The most outstanding ones among the ability squads are Qiyuan and Xinzhou. Let me tell you something else, there's also a Phoenix squad in the city, all female members. That's enough. Gu Lingji interrupted and looked at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin understood, all these were the same as in his previous life. He had a few things to confirm. Are any of the three teams affiliated with the base? Yes they are, Xinzhou is. The man hurriedly answered. Xiao Qin took out 2 packets of biscuits from his bag and gave them to the man. They, as newcomers who had braved wind and rain on their way here, certainly didn't have bread, but they did have biscuits. It seemed that the situation in the capital was roughly the same as in his previous life. After walking just a few steps, the sound of a mob looting could be heard from behind. It was easy to guess what was going on. An ordinary person without crime can be killed for being too wealthy. The guard saw their neat clothing and, after privately receiving some items, didn't strip them down to check for wounds, allowing the group to hastily enter the outer city. As soon as they entered, the scene before them was as expected. Although the outer city was under the management of the base, it was still chaotic. For ordinary people, this was already good, at least there were no zombies here. With no intention of lingering in the outer city and no need for a guide, they simply continued straight after entering the outer gate. On both sides of the road, small stalls sold jewelry, antiques, paintings, and even clothes, trying to trade for food. This road was the necessary route for ability squads when they went out on missions, but they rarely stopped in the outer city. Peering into some alleyways revealed shacks crammed together, the noise and chaos never ending. 2 SUVs came speeding from the direction of the inner city, causing the pedestrians to step aside quickly. Xiao Qin gazed at the departing vehicles, he recognized them as belonging to Xinzhou. What's wrong? Gu Lingji noticed Xiao Qin lost in thought and asked. It's Xinzhou's people. In no time, they arrived at the entrance of the inner city. Gu Lingji glanced around the group and realized Gu Zicheng and Bai Su were absent. King Tuang ran off halfway, they went to chase him. They should be back shortly, Changzhe said shrugging. We'll go in first, Yu Huiping will stay behind and wait for them. Upon seeing them come in, the guard by the gate immediately approached with a flash in his eyes, then greeted them warmly. You've just arrived, it must have been tough along the way. We have tea prepared for you to rest for a moment, I'll arrange the tests right away. The young man sensed they were newcomers. Based on his observations over the past while, he instinctively felt these people weren't ordinary, so he hustled to lead them toward the seats. Thank you for the trouble. Xiao Qin seized the moment when the young man came near and handed him 2 chocolate bars. Not at all, not at all. It's my honor to serve you. The young man calmly slipped the chocolates into his pocket, his tone becoming more enthusiastic. These could likely exchange for quite a bit of food. The testing utilized machinery, which showed that the capital had preserved and developed its technology well. When Gu Zicheng and Bai Su returned, the others had just finished their tests. Xiao Qin took out 2 packets of cookies demonstrating that he was a space ability user. The tester, expressionless, simply placed the cookies in a cabinet without checking them with an instrument. Su Yan skipped the test, her record simply read, no abilities. Having completed the tests, the group registered and then waited in the rest area for the base to assign housing. Chapter 22. Please wait a moment. The young man from before received the notification. However, having benefited already, he let slip a little information, lowering his voice to say, the base has sent word, the military department is going to send specialists here. Though he wasn't present during the test, the reaction from the base was enough for him to decide that he needed to cultivate good relations with these people. Are there second stage, Psi users, in the city? Gu Lingji understood what the base had in mind, they merely wanted to co-opt them. There's one, the young man paused briefly, Cheng Anyun, the leader of Xinzhou. Gu Lingji remained expressionless as he glanced at Xiao Sun. This situation didn't quite align with what Xiao Sun had mentioned. There were also doubts within Xiao Sun, Cheng Anyun's abilities shouldn't have progressed this rapidly, unless he already knew the use of spirit cores. But in the previous life, spirit cores were discovered only now. Evidently, many things had changed, and the experiences from the past life could only serve as reference points, not something to overly depend on. Xiao Sun tentatively asked, what are the circulating goods in the city? Money at this stage had become completely useless. A short while ago it was bartering of physical items, but a week ago we started using these. The young man pulled out a spirit core from his pocket. These can be found in the heads of first-stage zombies. They're rumored to help Psi users enhance their abilities. Xiao Sun massaged his temples. Why had they come to know about this so early? The young man mistakenly thought that Xiao Sun regretted missing so many spirit cores. It's fine, as long as you establish a psi team, you'll get plenty after completing a mission. I see. You may leave now. Gu Lingji dismissed him, without any clue regarding Lei Shi's whereabouts, and unsure how long they'd have to stay in the capital. After several minutes, the rest room door burst open as a blonde person rushed in. This person went straight to Shen Yaofeng and embraced him tightly. Yao Yao. You've finally come. Shen Yaofeng was caught off guard for a moment and did not resist. Gu Lingji hadn't expected to encounter Bian Wei here. This individual used to be his business partner prior to the apocalypse, and the Western Territory was under Shen Yaofeng's management. Xiao Sun had grown accustomed to unexpected twists, and was grateful that fortune had favored him as well as those around him. After all, in the previous life, he had never encountered Bian Wei in the base. Bian Wei was of Chinese-French descent, with his mother being Chinese. Let go. Rarely showing such irritation, Shen Yaofeng wondered how Bian Wei managed to show up when France was so far away from the capital. Bian Wei released Shen Yaofeng, holding his shoulders from behind as he inclined his chin towards Gu Lingji. I'm taking him with me. No objections? Of course not. Upon seeing the mix of surprise, resignation, relief, and delight in Shen Yaofeng's eyes, Gu Lingji naturally agreed. Thanks. Without giving anyone in the room time to react, Bian Wei left with Shen Yaofeng in tow. Factually, Shen Yaofeng had willingly followed him, otherwise given the difference in combat strength alone, Bian Wei couldn't control him. Chang Zhe silently crossed himself. He knew a little bit about their relationship. I am Hisu, responsible for receiving all of you, the soldier in military uniform following Bian Wei introduced himself. Apologies, I met Bian Wei on the road. He heard that someone would be coming to receive all of you and came along. No problem, Gu Lingji stood up. Next, please follow me to your accommodations where I will introduce you to the current state of the capital. Hisu maintained a constant smile throughout. We appreciate your effort. It's my pleasure. They each boarded 2 vehicles, and the scenery witnessed en route surpassed the outer city significantly, seemingly no different from pre-apocalypse times on the surface. The streets were neatly organized, with quite a few shops still operational, albeit fewer people on the streets. Hisu gave a quick tour, covering important areas, then entered an alleyway, twisting and turning until eventually stopping. This alley was modernized but preserved the charm of old alleys with blue tiles and white walls, blending traditional essence with modernity to better suit contemporary living standards. Indeed, the base was generous, showing so much emphasis on them that the alleyway contained very few households, clearly indicating their intent to recruit. Leading the group to view the quadrangle courtyard house, Hisu prepared to bid farewell. I'll leave 1 vehicle here for your use. If there's anything you need, feel free to visit the headquarters to find me. If there are no other issues, I'll take my leave. Captain He, if you don't mind, stay for lunch. Xiao Sun made an invitation. It was still necessary to cultivate a good relationship with people from the military department. That wouldn't be appropriate, Hisu declined graciously. There's work at the military department waiting for me, so I can't stay longer. Hearing that spirit cores circulate inside the base, my younger sister accidentally discovered some. Girls have interest in such things, so she has collected some. Saying this, Gu Lingji took over the glass jar passed by Gu Jicheng and handed it to Hisu. No, it's all part of my job, I can't accept it. Hisu finished speaking and left. It seems like we've been disliked by someone. Xiao Sun looked at the vehicle disappearing around the corner and said leisurely. If he dislikes us, the loss is his. Gu Lingji put his arm around Xiao Sun and went inside. People like this were too straightforward. Without a powerful patron, they would sooner or later run into trouble. Just as the saying goes, being too rigid often leads to breakage. Xiao Sun used his psychic abilities to check the courtyard. No surveillance was found. This 2-story courtyard had wooden tables and chairs set up outside, and the state of the plant seemed fine too. In the afternoon, Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun went to register their team. At the guild's entrance, there was a large whiteboard with the ranking of psychic teams, announcements, and other relevant information posted on it. A fairly large electronic screen occupied the prime position, scrolling through tasks that had not yet been claimed, each labeled with its difficulty level. Next to it was a smaller display screen, clearly added temporarily, showing tasks already claimed along with the names of the teams that had taken them, clear at a glance. Inside the hall were 5 service windows. They approached an unoccupied one where a young woman behind the counter appeared somewhat weary. Hello, may I ask what business you'd like to handle? We want to register our psychic team, replied Gu Lingji. Alright, may I ask what you'd like to name your team? Jia Mu. Xiao Sun blurted out the name without hesitation. It was the same name Gu Lingji used in their past life. The girl glanced at Gu Lingji for confirmation after hearing the name. Let's use Jia Mu. Gu Lingji clasped Xiao Sun's hand. Okay, may I ask who the captain will be? Gu Lingji. The girl looked up as if confirming, then smiled brightly, hastily taking out a registration form and writing down the team name before handing it over to Gu Lingji to sign. She mentioned that these forms had already been sent over several times at noon by military orders. Gu Lingji's team could directly be classified as an A-class team. I understand. Task assignments and completions are both processed here. Would you like to accept a mission now? No thanks. Then here's the insignia representing the rank of your psychic team. Please keep it safe. Back in the car, Xiao Sun took out one insignia from a bagful, scrutinized it for a while, then returned it, muttering, when something seems odd, there's usually a demon lurking within. The military definitely hasn't thought this through. To some extent, the military department and the base were interchangeable terms. Let's see what kind of tricks they're going to pull. Gu Lingji knew the military aimed for their psi abilities. If they wanted to play games, he'd play along. When they returned, Shen Yaofeng had come back, accompanied by Bian Wei, and the two were sitting at the table drinking tea. Hey, you're back. Bian Wei waved a hand to greet them. Gu Lingji acknowledged briefly and walked inside. Let's talk. Yao, wait for me. I'll be right back. Bian Wei finally tore himself away from Shen Yaofeng, giving a casual toss of his half-long curly hair before sending an air kiss. So, feeling down? Xiao Sun sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a sip. It was Yunnan Tucha tea, and he never expected that someone accustomed to wine and coffee could also drink this. Not really. Shen Yaofeng replied lightly. How did he get here? Xiao Sun couldn't help but feel curious. By helicopter, Shen Yaofeng flicked a leaf fallen from the small potted coconut palm on the table. It's absurd. For safety reasons and to avoid trouble, they all drove here, but he came flying with absolutely no worries. Indeed absurd, Xiao Sun chuckled slowly, but whoever lets him behave so frivolously remains unknown. Shen Yaofeng placed the leaf back into the flower pot and changed the subject. Is the team registration complete? Yes. Xiao Sun stopped there, keeping things simple, and started chatting about matters related to the team. Chapter 23. Gu Lingji and Bian Wei sat face to face, a wisp of fine white smoke rising between them from the hot tea. What do you plan to do? Gu Lingji didn't beat around the bush. Why do you not know why I came to Beijing? Bian Wei smiled teasingly, glancing out the window. Our destination is not here. Then what are you doing in the capital? The water is too murky here. To find something, and then we'll leave. What thing? That can wait. If we didn't come, wouldn't you have waited for nothing? So what? If you hadn't come here, you would probably have gone to Yunnan. No, we're going to Tibet. Bian Wei raised an eyebrow. Will you give up Yunnan? Gu Lingji laughed softly as an acknowledgement, and then asked about the base, questioning if their group was stronger than those outside. It's hard to say. The military department currently has the most power, but the majority of the supplies are in the hands of the Sun family. They've gathered some psychics with the promise of resources, and neither side will yield. Gu Lingji knew the Sun family well. Before the apocalypse, they were a century-old prominent family in the capital, deeply rooted and extremely powerful. It made sense that they could seize control over supplies and authority. He had business dealings with Sun Hongchang, the patriarch of the Sun family, who was no pushover. There are also some psychic teams. Xingzhou belongs to the military department, and it was them who discovered the use of crystal cores. Qi Yan appears independent on the surface, but is secretly controlled by the Sun family, which still maintains balance. However, Bian Wei smirked, with a hint of enjoyment. Now this balance has been disrupted. No matter what kind of balance, it will be broken eventually. It's just a matter of time. Bian Wei shrugged indifferently. You've already been targeted by the military department, and since you've accepted their arrangements, old man Sun will now be worried. Let him worry, Gu Lingji said nonchalantly. He didn't intend to stay in the base long and didn't want to get involved in unnecessary things. Is there a research institute in the base? There are two, one under the military department and one under the Sun family. With your current position, it shouldn't be difficult to gather some researchers, right? How many? You decide. Alright, understood. Do you have any knowledge of Xingzhou? They're always around. I even went on 2 missions with them. Generally speaking, they're alright. Their leader, Cheng Anyan, has the same type of psychic ability as you. He's already reached the 2nd level, fire attribute. Under him, there's someone named Xiao Wenbin, quite intelligent and tricky to deal with. It's inconvenient for me. You'd better have someone keep an eye on them. Bian Wei blinked mischievously, catching on. Do you suspect that they're connected to what you're looking for? We don't have other leads yet. Gu Lingji wasn't certain if Lei Shi was currently in their possession, but considering how badly they'd been hurt last life, this life required extra caution. Alright, I also have a question. What is it? Is Xiao Sun truly just a space manipulator? Not entirely. He also has telekinetic layering abilities. Wow, let me see sometime. There will be opportunities. As for your abilities, won't you introduce them? Bian Wei didn't speak immediately. He pointed his finger at the cup on the table. The cup wobbled in the air, hovering for a while before falling back onto the table. Gravity. That's interesting. I've only told the military department that I can control my own gravity, not external objects. It's a safeguard. Right. Gu Lingji naturally understood. Bian Wei's words were a way to clarify his stance. For now, I'm staying within the military department. They'll be glad to have someone familiar to connect with. Alright, be cautious. Of course. I'm not willing to fail after finally waiting so long for you guys. By the way, I need to move. Talk to Yao Feng. If he agrees, I have no objection. Gu Lingji suspected that in a previous life, Bian Wei might not have arrived or perhaps encountered some mishap, hence they never met. Dinner was prepared by Bian Wei, whose mother always loved Chinese cuisine. Therefore, he had a pretty good grasp of Chinese tastes. Ultimately, he decided to stay behind, the challenges and difficulties of that choice omitted for now. Though electricity was limited here, there was at least water available 24 hours a day. After taking a shower, Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun lay side by side in bed, chatting idly. Brother Lin, aren't we going to take on any missions? Xiao Sun was a little worried about Gu Lingji's continued inaction, though he wasn't questioning the decision. Having just arrived at the base and knowing that crystal cores could help enhance their psychic abilities, they hadn't rushed to accept any missions. Wouldn't this cause suspicion? In their past life, when they had reached Beijing, the situation there had already been extremely tense. They missed their chance, even though they achieved some success later, they were still isolated. A conflict with Xingzhou, who was aligned with the military department, also arose. And because of their unclear stance, Sun family refused to offer support, which led them into an impossible situation. However, this time around, they had arrived several months earlier than before. They had more time to prepare. Most importantly, they didn't plan to stay long in Beijing, so naturally, some things could be avoided. There's no rush. We're safe once we reach the base. We should relax and rest for a few days, let them wander around a bit as well. Gu Lingji wrapped his arms around Xiao Sun, his breath brushing against Xiao Sun's ear. Feeling him tremble slightly, he lightly nibbled at his earlobe. It was obvious they were now marked by the military department. They weren't in a hurry, but plenty of others would be. The two of them exuded affectionate intimacy. Xiao Sun buried his head in Gu Lingji's shoulder, surrendering to the touch. In these matters, he always lagged behind Gu Lingji. Even though in their previous life they had done everything there was to do together, perhaps because it was this particular person, Xiao Sun unknowingly surrendered his control every time. Under the porcelain white light, Xiao Sun's damp earlobe shone with a translucent glow. Gu Lingji pulled his head back, scattering kisses over his forehead, the corners of his eyes, his nose tip, his cheeks, and finally landing softly on his lips, which were slightly parted. Their lips melded together as Gu Lingji's tongue explored his mouth, brushing along his palate and teeth, teasingly twining with Xiao Sun's own, pulling and suckling until Xiao Sun's face flushed pink. Xiao Sun exhaled softly, his breathing labored. Gu Lingji raised himself up slightly, licking away the moisture trailing from the corner of Xiao Sun's mouth before capturing his lips again in soft, unhurried pecks. Xiao Sun tilted his head upwards, his normally bright eyes misty and glazed with desire. Gu Lingji undid Xiao Sun's pajamas and cupped his nipples, tugging and kneading gently until they stood erect. He then moved downwards, caressing and rubbing through the thin fabric of his clothes over an increasingly aroused area. Xiao Sun gradually went limp under Gu Lingji's gentle attentions. In their new life, this wasn't the first time they relieved each other, but such meticulous attention from Gu Lingji was indeed unprecedented. On the road, convenience was lacking. Gu Lingji lavished Xiao Sun's collarbone with licks and nips, occasionally bumping it with his teeth, making Xiao Sun clutch tightly onto his broad back in trembling anticipation. When their heated bodies pressed together, Xiao Sun let out a muffled moan in surprise. But Gu Lingji wasn't finished. Taking Xiao Sun's hand, he gripped both of them together, moving their hands rapidly back and forth, releasing all tension in a moment of pure ecstasy. Despite not seeing the night through to completion, Gu Lingji tidied up both of their bodies, turned off the lamp, kissed Xiao Sun's forehead once, and whispered, "Sleep." As Xiao Sun's breathing gradually returned to normal, he bit down on Gu Lingji's lower lip before closing his eyes to sleep. Gu Lingji chuckled quietly. His Asun, despite having gone through so much, was still his small Asun. Nothing had changed. Chapter 24. Finally, the military came knocking, and it was Hisu who arrived. After exchanging a few words, Hisu cut straight to the point. "You've been at the base for some time now, but for some reason, you haven't taken on any missions. Is there anything we can assist you with? We were just resting, and everything here is still new to us. We've delayed a few days, it was our oversight." Gu Lingji added, "Today, we'll take on a mission, and we appreciate the military's concern. Please move quickly. Recently, the number of first-stage zombies has increased, and many second-stage zombies have also appeared. It's crucial that we prevent further losses among the special ability teams. We will do our best." That day, they accepted an S-class mission. The young woman in charge of mission registration expressed her surprise while reminding them that Qi Yuan had already attempted this mission but failed, having just returned. As a result, the mission had been upgraded to S-class, which required at least 2 teams to execute. This mission couldn't have come at a better time for Gu Lingji and his group. Their refusal to take on missions until now carried implications of waiting and testing, but accepting their first S-class mission to be completed alone clearly carried significant meaning. People who are greedy for leisure, prone to slackness yet reckless with strength, are easiest to control. The mission was to explore an area southwest of the base, retrieve novel crop seeds, equipment, and data from the Biomedical Science Research Institute, as agricultural output has been declining. Promoting new seeds and planting techniques was becoming an urgent necessity. Additionally, a researcher would accompany them, as the complex files needed someone experienced to identify them. 2 jeeps loaded with the group departed from the base. Gu Linji, Xiao Sun, Shen Yaofeng, and Yu Huaiping joined from their side. On the military side, aside from Bian Wei, there was another researcher named Yu Hua, as well as a physically enhanced abilities individual, Ding Jian. Shen Yaofeng let Bian Wei cling to his waist, half scowling. Why did you come? I told you before, I'm part of the military's special operations unit, said Bian Wei, pushing further and sticking to him tightly, with a touch of grievance. I remember all of your matters so clearly, so why doesn't Yao Yao remember my things? Shen Yaofeng retracted his extended foot, sighed, glanced away, knowing that reasoning with such persistent behavior was useless. When he first learned of the apocalyptic news, he informed Bian Wei after much hesitation, thinking it best for him to prepare early. But what he didn't expect was that Bian Wei would abandon his massive family, leading only a few individuals to Beijing after the apocalypse. Although he knew there was conflict between Bian Wei and his family, he hadn't anticipated Bian Wei would give up everything so thoroughly. To tell the truth, how could his heart not be stirred? To him, not everything brought by the apocalypse was necessarily bad. Half an hour later, they finally reached their destination. Where they parked was actually still some distance from the institute, but the density of zombies was already quite remarkable, making the vehicle's passage nearly impossible. The group had no choice but to get out and head over on foot. Everyone tightened their nerves and kept the non-combat researcher, Yu Hua, surrounded in the middle, slowly advancing towards the institute. As they moved forward, the closer they got to the institute, the more numerous the zombies became. It wasn't difficult to understand why the team that took the previous mission had failed. Up to now, they hadn't encountered any second-stage zombies, but the sheer number of attacking zombies was overwhelming. Even if you're skilled, you can't fight against too many opponents. Although everyone's special abilities were strong, continuing like this would be dangerous. Gu Linji quickly thought of a countermeasure, looking around at the buildings nearby. He had an idea. Let's enter the building ahead. Without any objection, the group moved into the office building, where the number of zombies was slightly fewer, easing everyone a little. Reaching the 9th floor, Gu Linji paused, take a 20-minute break. Then we'll use ropes to cross over. The research institute only had 6 floors, so the height from the 9th floor would be just right for crossing over using a rope. But, Xiao Sun pointed out, the length of the rope we have isn't sufficient, and it's too lightweight to make it across. That, Gu Linji pointed toward the fire exit. From this angle one could see the fire hose box. We should be able to use the hose. Yu Huaiping rushed a few steps forward to open the valve door, pulling out the hose. Everyone compared its length, finding it a bit short, then tore off another section to attach, securing the metal nozzle which spun twice and caught on the railing of the roof of the institute thanks to momentum. Had it not been necessary to conceal Gu Linji's ancient vine power, they could have simply used the vines directly. Shen Yaofeng reinforced the setup with ice, preventing accidents. He included the surrounding railing in his reinforcement plan. Meanwhile, Bian Wei secretly reduced people's gravitational force, ensuring it would work without issues going unnoticed by the other two. Using the rope as a safety line, Yu Huaiping led the way and crossed over smoothly. As he was about to collide with the wall, he kicked off it, used the momentum to flip up, and landed steadily on the roof. With Yu Huaiping there to assist, the others also crossed over safely one by one. However, Bian Wei's ability had been overused. Fortunately, he was already pale, so this unhealthy paleness wasn't too noticeable. Shen Yaofeng asked him in a low voice, "How are you doing? Are you concerned about me, Yao Yao?" "Don't worry, it's just crossing once. I'm not scared of such a height." Bian Wei smiled broadly as he leaned against Shen Yaofeng, pretending to be surprised and dissatisfied. The first half of his sentence was for the people nearby, but the latter part was for Yu Hua and Ding Jian to hear. "What you say goes," Shen Yaofeng softened his tone. Bian Wei widened his eyes slightly, appearing somewhat childlike, making Shen Yaofeng sigh softly as he lifted his hand to gently rub the light golden semi-long curly hair in front of him. "In any case, take care." Gu Linji and Xiao Sun exchanged smiles. They could all imagine how Changzhe would react. When Changzhe learned that they were really together, he would be moaning while leaning on Yu Huaiping's shoulder. That was another story altogether. Regarding the intimacy between Shen Yaofeng and Bian Wei, Yu Hua seemed unaware, acting normally, while Ding Jian frowned but said nothing, only urging everyone to hurry. "There's no rush, let's look at the situation first." Gu Linji was in no hurry. The instruments and data were on the first floor, and the seed samples were in a low-temperature, low-humidity storage cabinet in the basement. In this case, they needed to go down to the first floor first, so checking the situation was necessary. Moreover, Gu Linji wanted to figure out why so many zombies gathered around the institute. It meant there must be something inside the institute that attracted them. Since the zombies hadn't left, it suggested that object was still there. A living person was almost impossible. Upon hearing this, Yu Huaiping activated his ability to check the situation below. The zombies barely noticed him, and he returned within half an hour. "There are the most zombies on the 3rd floor, the 4th floor upward has fewer." "What is on the 3rd floor?" Xiao Sun turned to Yu Hua and asked. "Nothing much, just a large soilless cultivation observation lab." Yu Hua looked bewildered. Weren't zombies uninterested in plants? Did they change their nature? "In that case, we can slide down using the elevator cables directly to the 1st floor." Yu Hua was originally a researcher here and was very familiar with its structure. The elevator only went from the first floor to the 7th floor, it didn't directly connect to the basement to ensure protection. After exiting the elevator, we'll be close to the room where the equipment is located. This was indeed the most feasible and convenient method. Having decided on the approach, no time was wasted. They found the elevator, and Ding Jian kicked the door open, revealing the elevator car on the first floor, avoiding further trouble. Xiao Sun retrieved climbing gloves from the space pocket and handed them out to everyone as protection, otherwise, sliding down like that would ruin their hands. Exiting the elevator, they kept Yuhua protected in the middle, and under his guidance, quickly reached their destination. Although part of the defense system had collapsed, this particular room was clearly still operational. Yuhua approached and input the password, verified his palm print and iris scan, and then the 2 doors opened. Once inside the room, they closed the door and began to inspect it. The main color scheme was the cold white of metal, devoid of life. Decide quickly, the atmosphere here was far from pleasant. Chapter 25. Most of the equipment in this room needed to be taken away, some even required disassembly. Yuhua organized the documents while others dismantled the equipment. After nearly an hour of hard work, they finally finished packing everything up. While Xiao Sun placed items into his storage space, Ding Jian supervised him closely. Gu Linji glanced at Ding Jian and then stopped paying attention. In order to maintain the disguise of being a spatial ability user, even though Xiao Sun could retrieve things from a distance now, he still had to use the same tactile method as other ability users to place objects into his space, making it a rather slow process. Gu Linji and a few others were studying the Institute's structural diagram, discussing the next steps on how to reach the basement. Leaving this room, it wasn't close to the staircase leading down to the basement. The twists and turns made it both unsafe and time-consuming. Mr. Lin, it's noon already. Why don't we have everyone eat first? Xiao Sun, having put away the items, looked at his watch and suggested. Let everyone rest for a bit. Gu Linji stepped away from the table and pulled Xiao Sun over to sit on the side. The others also found their own spots to sit, taking out rations and water to eat quietly. For a moment, the room fell silent except for the sounds of chewing. Here was relatively safe for the time being, the sturdy protection door ensured that zombies wouldn't be able to get in. Everyone's nerves, which had been taut all morning, could finally relax somewhat, allowing them to replenish their energy. Abilities had already consumed most of their power in the morning, further use would likely lead to exhaustion. Gu Linji, who had a higher ability rank, and Xiao Sun, who hadn't used much of his abilities, were in better shape than the others. If only we could shorten the distance, Yuhua quickly finished his lunch and returned to the table, eager for this batch of seeds but feeling helpless due to the layout of the research institute. The shortest distance, Xiao Sun murmured, suddenly lighting up with inspiration, why don't we go straight down from here? The vertical distance is indeed the shortest, Gu Lin understood Xiao Sun's thought process. Both stood up, walking over to the table and comparing the maps of the first floor and basement level. Descending from here, the distance to the storage cabinet will be very close. How are we supposed to get down there? Yuhua asked anxiously. Gu Linji and Xiao Sun exchanged glances, understanding each other instantly, before turning their gaze toward Ding Jian. Naturally, we'll have to ask Ding Jian to make a hole in the ground. Xiao Sun's expression held a hint of helplessness, seemingly frustrated at his inability to contribute. If not for Ding Jian, Gu Linji could easily have instructed the old vine to destroy the floor and create an opening. However, the old vine hasn't been used much lately, and it would be quite wasteful. Moreover, using abilities to break through the specially reinforced floor of the Institute would consume large amounts of energy unnecessarily, given that Ding Jian was available, free labor should not be wasted. Seeing everyone looking at him, Ding Jian seemed pleased by his apparent indispensability. Even if his ability level wasn't as high, he realized his value in this critical moment. Thinking about this, Ding Jian started putting on airs, pretending to deliberate before saying, not bad, move aside a little. Be careful, I might accidentally hurt you. Gu Linji managed a faint smile, stepping back along with Xiao Sun to give Ding Jian space to act. Shen Yaofeng leaned against the research bench, with Bian Wei sitting atop it, almost entirely pressing down onto him. He patted the head resting on his shoulder and thought inwardly, this guy really knew how to seize opportunities. Once he gave in like this, what about the future? Still, Shen Yaofeng now understood why Gu Linji and Xiao Sun seemed so amused during these moments. At this point, following Ding Jian's comment, Shen Yaofeng casually flattered him, pushing Ding Jian's sense of pride to its peak, of course. This is our first mission after all, we'll need your help. Ding Jian chuckled, satisfied. The troubles and challenges he endured in the military department seemed a little less severe now. It was because of his humble background that he didn't receive much attention from the upper ranks. Sent here to supervise and carry out a mission that had a 90% chance of failure, it appeared now that the Jammu team did possess some small amount of capability. This return trip, bringing back crucial equipment and materials, would likely improve his standing in the military. After all, no matter how important one's background might be, in the apocalypse world, it all came down to real ability. Sure thing, watch closely. Rolling up his sleeves, Ding Jian squatted down and concentrated his ability on his hands, hammering punch after punch onto the floor. By the time cracks started to appear, he had already felt his abilities running low, yet he didn't want to lose face in front of everyone. Having boasted confidently, failing would just invite ridicule. The floor split open, revealing a roughly 20 centimeters diameter hole. But Ding Jian had completely exhausted his abilities, sitting on the ground and breathing heavily. After a long pause, he said, "The rest is up to you guys, shouldn't be a problem, right?" He had done his part. "No problem, you've worked hard." Gu Lingji accepted the steel rod Xiao Sun passed over and smiled. A few of them used the rod to widen the opening around the hole where there were already cracks. It was now large enough for a robust adult man to pass through. "The four of us will go down to retrieve the items," Gu Lingji said, referring to himself, Xiao Sun, Yu Huaping, and Yu Hua. "You guys handle things up here." Ding Jian's ability had been completely depleted, bringing him along would only be a burden. As for Bian Wei, he should rest some more. Ding Jian actually wanted to go down as well, after all, he hadn't forgotten his own mission. But his physical condition had reached its limit. If he didn't rest now, he might end up making a fool of himself later. Seeing Yu Hua there reassured him, having this research enthusiast with them meant they probably wouldn't overlook any details or have ulterior motives. Yu Huaping went down first, catching Yu Hua at the bottom. Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun naturally landed effortlessly. Clearly, the basement wasn't in good shape, the circuits were already mostly damaged, and pressing the switch yielded no response. They took out flashlights to illuminate their surroundings, revealing that they were in another research room, albeit significantly smaller than the one upstairs. "This is a private research lab," Yu Hua explained. The institute provided senior researchers with separate labs on the basement level. His own lab wasn't far from here, conveniently located on the way to the storage room. If possible, he'd like to retrieve some of his belongings. Gu Lingji nodded, stepping up to the keypad lock and covering it with his hand. He then used electromagnetism to directly damage the internal structure of the lock. After the sound of mechanical collision, the door remained stubbornly shut. The group moved slowly through the darkness. Xiao Sun allowed Gu Lingji to hold his hand, deep in thought. This institute was an industry leader. According to Yu Hua, these new research findings led the world in their field, and were being preserved in 2 storage cabinets. With their construction base in Tibet certainly dependent on basic crop cultivation, he considered something else. Reaching the entrance, Gu Lingji destroyed the keypad lock the same way he had before. Upon seeing the 2 cabinets, Yu Hua grew visibly excited. These seeds bore almost half of his efforts, even if they weren't yet perfect. With them, he could continue his research. The storage cabinet had its own independent emergency power supply which was still functioning properly. Yu Hua opened the cabinet, confirmed the seeds were intact, and stepped aside so Xiao Sun could proceed. However, Xiao Sun wore a troubled expression. "I've just checked the space, there's not much left. We can probably fit only 1 cabinet." Upon hearing this, Yu Hua paused momentarily, sighing inwardly. The equipment did indeed take up too much room. Even other spatial ability users might not be able to carry all the equipment. Given the situation, Yu Hua relented, knowing returning here again would be extremely difficult. Still, having something was better than nothing. "Then let's take 1. Xiao Sun complied, storing 1 cabinet inside his space. As they left, Xiao Sun stayed behind, storing the 2nd cabinet before casually closing the door. On their way back, Yu Hua hesitated outside his own lab and asked, "Could you help me? I want to retrieve some items from my room, just a few chips." "No problem." While speaking, Gu Lingji had already opened the door. Yu Hua went in alone while the 3 waited outside. In about 15 minutes, he emerged, patting his inner pocket contentedly. Chapter 26. When Gu Lingji and the other 3 returned to the first-floor room, the 3 who had remained behind had rested enough. After a brief meeting, the group predictably encountered another difficulty: how to leave. They couldn't possibly return by the same route. It was easy to slide down, but climbing back up would be difficult. The more reliable method was to exit the room, walk around the corner, break the floor-to-ceiling glass, and quickly return to the car. However, the numerous zombies outside were intimidating. Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun had already discussed it, they would divert the zombies. Compared to the 2nd and 3rd floors, there weren't too many zombies on the 1st floor, and the 2 of them could handle it. As soon as these words were spoken, those who understood got it. As for Yu Hua, devoted to research, he wasn't savvy with social graces and didn't realize that they wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to investigate further. He merely thought these 2 were incredibly brave. Ding Jian, on the other hand, had completed his mission this time. His abilities hadn't fully recovered yet, so he had no interest in worrying about anything else. Returning unscathed was sufficient for him. Although he was curious about what Xiao Sun had stored in her space pocket, he ultimately said nothing. "You must be careful. We'll wait for you in the car." Shen Yaofeng furrowed his brow, feeling uneasy about the risk. But knowing Gu Lingji's determined nature, saying anything at this point would be futile. "Let's set the time. It's now 2:37 p.m. If we don't see you by 5 p.m., we'll come back to assist." After setting their watches, the 2 made some preparations and moved toward the door. After opening the door, Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun didn't linger long. They only diverted the zombies, hearing the sound of breaking glass. Alongside it, some zombies outside the research institute were also attracted inside. After all, compared to the attraction of the 3rd floor, food right before their eyes was much more tempting. Realizing they had departed, the duo stopped maneuvering circuitously. They found the damaged elevator doors from when they had come down, kicking out 2 zombies that had intruded into the elevator compartment. Before any zombies could approach, Gulinji leapt up, grabbing the edge of the hole in the top of the elevator. Using the strength in his arms, he hoisted himself up easily, then pulled Xiao Sun up after turning around. The two sat on top of the elevator carriage to rest for a moment. When they reached the 3rd floor, there would likely be a dense crowd of zombies waiting for them. With just the 2 of them, getting to the 3rd floor wasn't much of a challenge. Xiao Sun used the old vine to carry them to the height of the 3rd floor. Once finding the right leverage points on either side, she reluctantly retracted the vines. The 2 exchanged a look, then simultaneously exerted force, kicking open the elevator door. After activating their abilities, the physical fitness of ability users significantly increased. Though their strength might not compare to that of a pure strength ability user, it was still enough to deal with this elevator door. Indeed, what met their eyes was a large group of zombies crammed together, leaving no space to even stand. Even though the 2 had been accustomed to seeing masses of zombies along their journey, they couldn't help but feel somewhat nauseated. Fortunately, the moment Xiao Sun stepped onto the 3rd floor, she used her telekinetic powers to constantly stack air around the 2 of them, increasing its density to form an air barrier. This prevented any trouble from arising amidst the swarm of zombies. The overall structure of the 3rd floor was not complicated. In the middle was a larger partitioned area surrounded by 12 smaller ones. The walls separating each smaller area were made of transparent glass, which was quite sturdy since so far, none had been breached by the zombies. Judging by the appearance of the zombies, the thing that attracted them was likely in the central culture chamber. The 2 jumped over the heads of the zombies and landed on a partition wall, then descended into a smaller chamber. For now, they were safe. However, looking at the zombies on the other side of the glass, the sight didn't make them feel much better. Xiao Sun's attention was drawn to the surrounding plants. She said involuntarily, if Xiaocheng were here, she would probably find this interesting. Gulinji nodded in agreement. The condition of these plants is better than outside, but if left untended, they will wither in no time. Half of the plants were already dead. Even if the plant seeds themselves were good, without care, they would remain delicate flowers in need of protection. It's really a pity. Xiao Sun scanned through rows of plants and added, let's look for something special and bring it back for Xiaocheng. The glass walls were too narrow on top, and neither of them was skilled at walking on tightropes. If Xiao Sun hadn't thickened the path by stacking air, today would have turned into a major headache. Once they entered the central partitioned area, Xiao Sun wiped the sweat off her forehead and let out a sigh of relief, though her complexion had turned quite pale. Gulinji noticed this and focused his attention on the object that had faintly attracted him ever since earlier. Apparently, this item was having a similar effect on power wielders as well. It wasn't hard to find, it was casually placed on top of a cabinet in the corner. It should have been a jade ornament. Its color was decent, but the clarity was ordinary, indicating it was of a mediocre quality and certainly not an outstanding piece. After finding what they needed, the 2 didn't plan to stay any longer. However, Xiao Sun pointed toward a direction opposite their way back. Let's take a look over there and pick a couple more. Looking at Xiao Sun's increasingly pale complexion, how could Gulinji agree to let him expend more energy? It's already enough. Seeing his opposition, Xiao Sun said nothing. Instead, he lowered his head and grabbed Gulinji's hand hanging by his side, their palms touching. With his other hand, he placed it on top of the hand that was already holding Gulinji's. After completing these slow actions, he finally looked up into Gulinji's eyes, saying, Brother Lin, I can't forget, you, Xiaocheng, Yao Feng, Bai Su, how you all. That word Xiao Sun ultimately did not say out loud, he dared not, fearing that if he voiced it, he might never bear another parting. Gulinji lifted his hand, wrapping it around Xiao Sun's nape and bringing him closer until their foreheads touched tightly, just like their still clasped hands, locking eyes with Xiao Sun. How could he fail to understand Xiao Sun's guilt? Sun, neither me nor Xiaocheng would want to see you this way. We don't blame you, it's not your fault. If Xiaocheng knew these plants were obtained by you risking your life, do you think she'd be more happy or worried and self-accusatory? Xiao Sun turned away, burying his face in Gulinji's shoulder hollow, releasing his grip and tightly hugging Gulinji's waist instead. The suppressed guilt and unease seemed to have found an outlet now, spilling forth without restraint. Even if things were replayed, even if nothing had yet occurred, he couldn't undo the irreparable damage he'd once caused to these people. Gulinji gently stroked Xiao Sun's back, sighing inwardly. He knew Xiao Sun wouldn't let go of this anytime soon, but fortunately, he had a lifetime to spare. No matter how long it took, he was willing to be by his side forever. Outside, the zombies became more excited upon catching the scent of humans, yet the 2 inside remained completely unaffected. We should head back. It's getting late, and everyone will start to worry, said Gulinji, observing Xiao Sun's condition wasn't good and they shouldn't linger much longer here. Xiao Sun lifted his head, retreating from Gulinji's embrace. His voice, having just cried, sounded hoarse and dull. Gulinji kissed his red eyes, teasingly. Whenever Xiao Sun got emotionally charged, or had cried a little, his eyes would swell easily. If others knew, they'd probably think I bullied you somehow. You're quite old enough, yet still crying. Look who's become a crybaby now. Don't make fun of me, Xiao Sun understood his bantering and rubbed his eyes, glaring at him. Alright, but don't cry in front of others. Xiao Sun was about to respond with a, of course not, when Gu Lingji cut him off next. If you must cry, cry only on my bed. Got it? Xiao Sun was instantly amused by his attempt to act as a domineering CEO, though he still responded seriously. Shen Yaofeng sat in the driver's seat, resting his hand on the steering wheel, tapping lightly with his index finger to create a rhythm. The surrounding zombies had been cleared by them, and waiting always felt endless. When they saw Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun appearing in sight, the tension in their hearts finally eased. Xiao Sun was practically half carried by Gu Lingji to the back seat, Bian Wei helping close the car door and then moving to the passenger seat while others went into another vehicle. Xiao Sun's head throbbed slightly, leaving him listless, leaning entirely on Gu Lingji's chest, lacking spirit. Shen Yaofeng slowed the car as much as possible for a smoother ride. Bian Wei, noticing Xiao Sun's state, spoke softly, once we return to base, go straight home to rest first. There's no rush to submit the mission details. The military side is your responsibility. Gu Lingji rested his forehead against Xiao Sun's scalp, constantly monitoring his situation. At this moment, heading straight to submit the equipment would mean discomfort for Xiao Sun, so they decided otherwise. Trust me. After going through inspections and entering the base, Bian Wei swapped vehicles with Yu Huaping. Ding Jian insisted that they complete the mission submission first, but seeing Bian Wei's stern face, he refrained from complaining. It was all due to Xiao Sun dragging their heels, delaying his precious time. Luckily, despite the tight schedule, they had gathered quite a few crystal cores, which helped mitigate some of his dissatisfaction somewhat. Yu Hua genuinely appeared concerned. He hadn't forgotten, had it not been for those two drawing large numbers of zombies, they might not have escaped so easily. Moreover, being a thinker rather than a fighter, he was almost redundant during combat scenarios. But his inquiries were quickly brushed aside by Bian Wei. Chapter 27. Upon entering the quadrangle courtyard, Chang Zhe, Gu Zhicheng, Bai Su, and Su Yan all came out, but there was no sign of Fu Jiahui. After Xiao Sun was settled in, Qingtuan jumped onto the bedside and rubbed its furry little head against Xiao Sun's forehead. A pale green light seeped in, and Xiao Sun's furrowed brows gradually relaxed, his breathing becoming much steadier. Supper is ready, let's eat first, said Su Yan, who did not show too much surprise, only feeling a sense of relief inside. It was really rare that they were willing to accept her, but as for Fu Jiahui, it would be better not to mention him. You go ahead and eat first, I'll wait a while. Gu Lingji sat by the bed, his eyes never leaving Xiao Sun. Not long after, a soft knock on the door was heard, and Gu Lingji responded, allowing the person to enter. Gu Zhicheng carried a wooden tray and placed it on the cabinet by the bed. Brother, have something to eat first. Xiao Sun's portion is still warm in the kitchen. Hot water is also ready, available whenever needed. Gu Lingji adjusted the edge of the quilt for Xiao Sun. In the air-conditioned room, it was easy to catch a chill. Xiao Cheng. What is it? Gu Zhicheng was about to leave when she heard Gu Lingji call her and turned around with a puzzled look. Come here. Not knowing what was going on, Gu Zhicheng obediently walked over. Gu Lingji took his sister's hand. On the slender wrist of this girl was a fine vine bracelet. This bracelet came from old vines. Close to the bracelet were 3 colorfully patterned philodendron leaflets curled up with several young foxtail grass awns, almost as thick as the vine bracelet. They served as ornaments in everyday life, but during combat, they could be sharp weapons. At first, Gu Lingji was curious why this child was so fixated on foxtail grass. Perhaps it was because of its toughness. Talking about its uses, they were many, and when entwined, the strength was sufficient. And the 3-color philodendron leaves were equally sharp. Staring at the bracelet, Gu Lingji's thoughts drifted back. When their parents had unexpectedly passed away years ago, Gu Zhicheng was still in elementary school. In such a family, children matured early. The little girl had already understood what death meant. Gu Lingji held the little one on his lap, patting her back stroke by stroke. Gu Zhicheng didn't make much noise, crying in a choked manner. When she finally stopped crying and quieted down, Gu Lingji thought she fell asleep, but unexpectedly, the little girl suddenly lifted her head. Her swollen red eyes, brimming with tears, looked at him without blinking. Brother, don't be sad. Although Mom and Dad aren't here anymore, Xiao Cheng is still here. Xiao Cheng will be good and will always stay by brother's side. Brother knows, Xiao Cheng is the most well-behaved. If brother is sad, then cry once and you'll feel better. Tomorrow, laugh more, said the little girl earnestly straightening her small body as she hugged Gu Lingji's neck in a sweet voice. Xiao Cheng's shoulders are lent to you. Brother didn't mock me, Xiao Cheng won't mock brother either. Gu Lingji tightly embraced the little body close to him. How could he not cherish this child who was still consoling him at this moment? He gently rested his chin on the tiny shoulder, tilted his head slightly, closely leaning on the little head and closed his eyes. Although so weak, this little one possessed a nature tougher than ordinary people. This was the younger sister he had pampered since childhood and yet had not grown into a frail flower in a greenhouse. Although Gu Zhicheng was confused by her brother's reaction, she didn't interrupt him, just waiting for him to speak. Thank you. Gu Zhicheng was a bit bewildered. What was this sudden, thank you? But she didn't ask further, pretending to be dissatisfied and saying, really? Saying, thank you, to me, now I'm mad. Well, it's my fault, I'll not do it again. You promise? I promise. Humph, Gu Zicheng replied with her nose sound, reminding him in the end, hurry up and eat, or it will get cold. No rush, tell me about Baisu first. Baisu? Isn't it, just like what you know? Decided? Yeah. Then, let him come see me tonight. Oh. It wasn't until she returned to the dining table that Gu Zicheng couldn't figure out what was up with her brother, but anyway, she always had an inexplicable confidence in her own brother. She merely whispered to Baisu that Gu Lingji wanted to meet him and didn't worry at all that he would be troubled. Gu Lingji, who she knew so well, wouldn't be mean. So she focused on her dinner. She knew this mission wouldn't be easy, it being the first time and with quite a high difficulty coefficient. She wasn't brought along. Worrying throughout lunch, she hadn't eaten well and was already hungry by now. She knew the task ahead wouldn't be easy, given it was their first attempt with a higher difficulty level, which was probably why she hadn't been included this time. At noon, she had worried so much she hadn't eaten well, and by now she was starving. Alright, now tell me about Baishu, Gu Lingji requested. Baishu? Isn't he exactly what you think? Gu Zicheng responded somewhat indifferently. Have you made up your mind? Yeah. In that case, let him come see me tomorrow evening. Okay. Even as she stepped out of the room and returned to the dining table, Gu Zicheng remained utterly perplexed about her brother's mood swings. However, having unwavering trust in her elder brother, she quietly informed Baishu about Gu Lingji wanting to see him and didn't give it a second thought. Gu Lingji wouldn't treat him unfairly. Turning her focus back to her meal, she resumed her battle with dinner. Baishu nodded, indicating that he had understood, then added another helping of vegetables to Gu Zicheng's plate. To be honest, he should have been the one to confess to Gu Lingji first. Changzhe was holding his bowl of rice when he slightly nudged Shen Yaofeng and softly asked, what happened? It was predictable that Gu Lingji was concerned about Xiao Sun, but why did Shen Yaofeng look so self-satisfied? You'll know soon enough. Shen Yaofeng glanced at him but didn't say more. The pseudo-loneliness should be stimulated as little as possible, it's better for Changzhe to find out later. Changzhe, perplexed, shrugged and focused on his meal. Whatever he needed to know would eventually come to light, there was no rush. Qingtuan's healing effect was quite evident. Xiao Sun woke up just after 1 a.m., having slept for nearly 7 hours. Gu Lingji put down the book in his hand and quietly asked, do you want some water? Gu Lingji helped Xiao Sun sit up, reached for another pillow from the other side to support him, then turned around and prepared a cup of warm water for him. Xiao Sun obediently let Gu Lingji take care of him. In fact, after resting for so long, he had already recovered quite well. Moreover, with Qingtuan's treatment, there was no need to worry. It was Gu Lingji who really should rest. Are you hungry? Gu Lingji stood by the bedside, pressing down a tuft of Xiao Sun's hair that had stuck up while he slept. A bit. Xiao Sun replied with a touch of embarrassment since he had woken up due to hunger. There is congee still warm in the kitchen. Eat a little and sleep again. Gu Lingji finished speaking and turned to head downstairs. Xiao Sun looked at the metal alarm clock on the bedside table, it really wasn't early anymore. When Gu Lingji returned, Xiao Sun had just stepped out of the bathroom and sat back in bed. He obediently took the bowl of congee made of sweet white porcelain, where the rice had been cooked until soft, blending with the aroma of lean meat and mushrooms, paired with spring onions, it truly made one's mouth water. Spoon by spoon, Xiao Sun drank the congee while Gu Lingji silently watched him from the side. That. Brother Lin, don't you want to have some? You eat. Xiao Sun knew what Gu Lingji wanted to say and intentionally delayed, but how long could a bowl of congee delay the inevitable? The bowl clinked slightly against the cabinet as it was set down. Aishin, how many times has this happened? After a long silence, Gu Lingji asked with no prelude, his voice even and revealing no emotion. Twice. Xiao Sun questioned in confusion while also trying to grab Gu Lingji's hand in an appeasing manner. He knew this referred to his overuse of his abilities leading to fainting. For whatever reason, don't ever do it again. Gu Lingji's words were slow yet carried a weighty undertone of rebuke and warning, each word landing softly yet deeply on Xiao Sun's heart, filled with tender affection. I know I was wrong, Brother Lin isn't angry. Xiao Sun embraced Gu Lingji's arm, leaning forward and resting entirely on him, his tone unusually teasing for once. Gu Lingji couldn't bring himself to say anything harsh, turning slightly to wrap his arms around Xiao Sun and explained, I'm not mad, I'm worried about you. No one knows the consequences of repeatedly overusing one's ability, especially since your ability is spirit-based. Xiao Sun choked, this problem Gu Lingji mentioned hadn't crossed his mind before, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Reflecting, if he were in Gu Lingji's position, he'd feel the same worry. Brother Lin, I won't do it again. If you won't do it again, that's good, Gu Lingji patted Xiao Sun's back, after issuing the warning, he comforted, I wish to be with you forever and ever, don't run away halfway. I wouldn't run away. Xiao Sun buried his head in Gu Lingji's neck hollow, his teeth gently grazing the collarbone beside his mouth. The sound was somewhat muffled yet extraordinarily serious. And strangely, his ears hidden among his hair turned red altogether. When had his brother Lin become so skilled at teasing? Remember what you said, don't let it happen again. Well, time to sleep. Xiao Sun pulled back the thin blanket on the other side, signaling Gu Lingji to rest as well. His cheeks were still flushed, looking particularly alluring in Gu Lingji's eyes. Good boy. The indicator light from the air conditioner lit up a small space, the temperature just right. They slept straight through till morning. Chapter 28. Both of them woke up quite early. However, since they both wanted to linger in bed a little longer, they didn't get up right away. Yet, the increasingly loud commotion coming from downstairs was impossible to ignore. After being so disturbed, neither of them had any thoughts left for lingering in bed. Gu Lingji handed Xiao Sun his clothes, walked over to the double-layered curtains, and pulled open a crack. The scene in the courtyard could only be described as chaotic. I'll go check it out. Xiao Cheng will bring you your meal later, you can rest a bit more. Gu Lingji tidied up her clothes, leaned down, and placed a kiss on Xiao Sun's forehead, reminding him gently. Xiao Sun swiftly got up. Wait for me, I'll go with you. Gu Lingji watched him enter the bathroom and couldn't help but reveal a faint smile, not uttering a word of refusal. The chaos was not caused by anyone else but Fu Jiahui, who had been hard to track down recently. After arriving in the capital city, Fu Jiahui took the crystal cores given to him by Su Yan to indulge and gamble recklessly. In just a few days, he lost everything, and with the few amateurish tricks he learned before, naturally couldn't stand up against the people from the casino. Therefore, he claimed to be someone affiliated with Jiamu and brought 4 men from the casino to settle accounts. However, among Gu Lingji's group, Su Yan had subtly distanced herself from Fu Jiahui openly and privately. Seeing this, the others also reconsidered their stance, especially considering that Fu Jiahui wasn't someone worth associating with anyway. Leaving the group sooner or later was an inevitable conclusion. Now that trouble arose, how could they possibly help him? Seeing everyone like this, Fu Jiahui knew no one would help him and clung even tighter to Su Yan, his lifeline. Nevertheless, his impatience boiled over, making his tone sharp and angry. Su Yan. Considering all the years we've spent together, can you really bear watching me be beaten to death by these people? Feelings. Don't talk to me about feelings. You should know what you've done yourself. Su Yan's fury reached its peak at his words. When Fu Jiahui initially sought help from Gu Lingji and the others, what he said, she had already found out through her chats with Gu Jicheng. She hadn't exposed it because deep down, she felt cold and heartbroken, unwilling to pursue the matter further, partly to save face for the man she had loved for many years. Who would have thought that Fu Jiahui would still dare mention feelings today? Fu Jiahui hesitated slightly, seemingly confused by what Su Yan had said, but there wasn't much time left for him to ponder. Every inch of his face and body reminded him that he owed the casino over 300 crystal cores. The several men standing behind him were already showing signs of impatience. Right. The child. Su Yan. Calm down, listen to me. Fu Jiahui turned around and weakly smiled at the people following him. Then, facing Su Yan, he spoke, although his voice carried unmistakable pleading, for the sake of our child, please help me. If the child were still alive, they surely wouldn't want to see us like this. Su Yan, please help me. You don't deserve to speak of the child. Su Yan remained exceptionally calm despite instantly reddening her eyes when Fu Jiahui mentioned the child. Her back was ramrod straight. For the child, she would do anything, but she couldn't forget how Fu Jiahui handed her over without hesitation or regret. How could she not hate him? Fu Jiahui wasn't completely stupid. He clearly understood from Su Yan's demeanor that asking for help would be futile. Hunching over, he chuckled a few times, his voice coarse and dry, like sandpaper scraping over it. Turning to the restless individuals, he said, "This woman is my wife. Our marriage is legally binding. Anyway, I don't have any crystal cores. Just deal with her. Don't listen to his nonsense. He's only my ex-husband. We've long had nothing to do with each other." Su Yan stood there with composure, uttering a lie. But did it matter? If others wouldn't show kindness, why should she repay their enmity with virtue? Su Yan believed she couldn't do such a thing. Now, the few people who came with Fu Jiahui clearly understood. Although they weren't sure how powerful this woman was, Fu Jiahui should indeed have come to the base with Jiamu. However, judging by the reaction of everyone in the yard, they were all on the woman's side. They weren't fools, marriage. Regardless of whether it was after the apocalypse or even before, it offered little real security. Nevertheless, this debt, they couldn't let go of. Fu Jiahui owes money, though he used to be part of Jiamu. Here's the deal, if you pay off his debts, we won't bother anymore. Otherwise, we'll come back every day demanding repayment. It'll certainly tarnish Jiamu's reputation, right? Leading the group, Li Tao couldn't help but suppress his disdain for Fu Jiahui. After all, over 300 crystal cores was no small sum. He didn't want to offend Jiamu either. Though the mission wasn't handed in yet, the base already spread rumors that Jiamu had successfully completed the S-class mission. Still, there was no way he could let go of such a bounty, he needed to report back too. Shen Yaofeng took a few steps forward, shielding Su Yan behind him. "Are you threatening us, brother? It wouldn't be easy for them to swallow this loss." Li Tao's abilities had just leveled up one grade, so facing Shen Yaofeng who was nearing grade 2 was quite taxing on him, who said were threatening. Our casino has been able to exist peacefully for so long and become dominant simply because of the support and protection from all sides. Shen Yaofeng was about to refute, but Gu Lingji's voice interjected, Yaofeng, give them 400 crystal cores. Shen Yaofeng glanced at the two people descending from upstairs and naturally understood his intent. Yesterday, they had collected quite a bit along the way and hadn't transferred them to Shaosun's storage space yet, around 400 and a little more. Now, it'd basically be gone. So you are Captain Gu, truly a straightforward man. Li Tao, seeing that the matter was resolved, hurriedly flattered with a few words. Hardly, Gu Lingji cast a glance at Fu Jiehui, I'm not that straightforward to lose hundreds of crystal cores in just a few days. Exactly, Li Tao wiped off the sweat on his forehead and agreed, as long as he retrieved the debt, everything else could be set aside temporarily. As Shen Yaofeng returned with a bag, he handed it over to Li Tao and asked, do you need to count now to avoid accusations later? No need, we trust Jiamu. Li Tao opened the bag for a glance, momentarily dazzled by the shining crystal cores and laughed as he responded, completely ignoring the sarcasm in Shen Yaofeng's tone, we'll leave right away so you can deal with your matters. Li Tao left quickly with 3 others. Fu Jiehui tried to leave with them, but Changzhe kicked him to the ground. Li Tao glanced back once, sneered at the man lying on the ground, then smiled again before closing the door behind him. I can't hold back my urge to beat him up, what should I do? Changzhe stretched his arms and legs with a voice full of laughter, carrying an ominous undertone. You don't need to hold back, but beating him would dirty your hands. Su Yan spoke up and then turned to Gu Lingji, leader, I'll send him out of the inner city right now. Alright, go ahead. Su Yan lifted Fu Jiehui by the collar and practically dragged him out. Only now did Fu Jiehui realize she wasn't powerless as he had presumed. Finally, tranquility returned to the courtyard. Brother Sun, why don't you have breakfast first? Breakfast is better eaten early. Gu Zhichen pulled the two towards the hall, come on, remember how good last night's porridge tasted. Chapter 29. When Bian Wei arrived, everything here had just been tidied up. After learning what happened in the morning, he frowned and said, this Fu Jiehui is also so capable of provoking Jin Li. What is the background of this Jin Li? Shen Yaofeng asked. It was not hard to tell from Li Tao's words that their backing should be pretty strong. The one behind Jin Li is the Sun family. The military department turns a blind eye to them and doesn't pursue them much. After all, as you all know, the Sun family holds too many resources. It could be said that without the Sun family, the base would hardly last more than 2 months. No wonder Li Tao dared to come here and cause trouble. Changzhe leaned against the wall, somewhat lax. Let's set this matter aside for now. Next, we'll take on some cleaning tasks, collect crystal cores, and break through to the second level as soon as possible. Gu Lingji looked at Changzhe's appearance and guessed that he was almost going crazy, and, regarding the use of crystal cores, it was no longer a secret. The military department and the Sun family certainly wouldn't sit idly by. We can pick up the tasks while handing over our previous ones this afternoon, Xiao Sun added. Gu Lingji nodded and asked Bian Wei, do you have any leads on the researchers I mentioned? How about Yu Hua? Forget those old fossils, besides him, there are a few others, I'll check again. This matter wasn't actually difficult, what was difficult was Leisure. Bian Wei currently didn't have a single clue yet, but Leisure is another issue. Forget about Leisure for now, the urgent thing is enhancing our powers. Bian Wei raised his eyebrows and gave a meaningful smile. If Gu Lingji said so, it was likely there was a way. He was finally relieved of some burdens, and he didn't want to exert too much effort on it anymore, so he left the headache to Gu Lingji, and he just wanted to properly talk with his own Yao Yao. How are things going for you in the military department? Shen Yaofeng pretended not to worry, but that was fake. With how close Bian Wei had gotten to them, how could the group of old foxes in the military department not have the slightest suspicion? Don't worry, Bian Wei was sitting next to Shen Yaofeng already. He leaned his head towards him, pointed at his dark circles. I argued nonsense with them until 2:30 in the morning yesterday, before they let me go. But, they probably don't suspect anything. They haven't suspected since you came to Beijing just when the end times broke out. That's easy, I've long told them about my family's discord, true or false. At this point, they couldn't possibly trace it back. Moreover, the image I crafted, coveting power, has been pretty successful. Still, you should come earlier. Shen Yaofeng knew Bian Wei wasn't like he appeared to be. Before the end times, both sides were doing business. Each negotiation was always filled with intense arguments, bloody struggles, never ending unless someone won, no one taking any points from the other. But now, Bian Wei's unrestrained, whimsical nature seemed even more pronounced than before. Do you have anything to do right now? Come and sleep with me. Bian Wei tilted his head and blinked at him. Maybe it was the pale complexion making his black eye circles darker, or maybe it was the hazy light in his shallow grey-blue eyes. Shen Yaofeng surrendered. He stood up, causing Bian Wei who was leaning on him to wobble. Using his hand to support himself on the chair, confused, he stared at Shen Yaofeng. Weren't we supposed to sleep? Shen Yaofeng spoke, and without waiting for his reaction, he left with a step. Slowly relaxing his brows and eyes, Bian Wei sprang up and followed. Changzhe was completely confused throughout this whole interaction. Weren't the two always in a situation where only Bian Wei was enthusiastic? According to Shen Yaofeng's personality, wouldn't it take quite some time to win him over? What happened? After one mission together, the two hooked up. They. Still unaware of his miserable fate before Tibet, Changsha was just shocked at this turn of events. Yes, Xiao Sun gave him a definite answer. Watching Gu Linji and Xiao Sun leave together, and Gu Zicheng and Bai Suo go as well, Changsha quickly caught hold of Yu Huiping who was about to slip away. Climbing onto his shoulder, he feigned sadness and said, Ping Ping look, it's just us two now. How about we team up? Before Yu Huiping could say anything, Changsha continued on his own, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your agreement, come on. That's Yu Huiping who didn't manage to say anything. A few days later, after dinner time, Hisu showed up, saying Zhao Fulin wanted to see the person in charge of Jammu. Gu Linji pondered for a moment, asking, should we go now? Yes, Hisu sat on the sofa, his spine straight, his state still manageable, but his overall complexion was clearly not as good as during their last meeting. Old Zhao ordered that you're allowed to bring people over. I understand, please wait a moment. Please hurry. Hisu finished and went out with Su Yen. Yu Huiping and I will go, the rest of you stay here. Gu Linji put his hands loosely together and made the decision. Brother Lin. Even though Xiao Sun understood that there wouldn't be any danger this time for Gu Linji, he was still worried. Relax, I'll definitely be back before 10 o'clock. Gu Linji glanced at his watch, it had just passed 7. Since Gu Linji said so, the others didn't say anything more. Zhao Fulin should merely want to test them, and the reason he brought Yu Huiping was because his psychic ability had just broken through to the 3rd rank and wasn't yet stable. Yu Huiping could cover up this instability, avoiding drawing other people's attention. Just now in front of Hisu, they used Yu Huiping's concealment psychic ability, which would not alarm the snake prematurely. Under normal circumstances, psychic abilities are hard to detect unless there is a significant disparity in ranks. However, right after advancement is another matter entirely. Gu Linji stood up, ruffled Xiao Sun's hair gently, then walked out composedly with Yu Huiping trailing behind. Hisu drove, while Gu Linji and Yu Huiping sat in the back seat. One glance at Hisu's expression revealed that he was certainly not doing well at the moment. However, Gu Linji did not ask about it, as regarding people like him, it seemed even hitting the southern wall might not cause them to turn back. Gu Linji stayed silent, and naturally, Hisu had nothing to say either, staying reserved outside of their mission. Their destination was Zhao Fulin's home. Upon arriving at the gate, after exchanging pleasantries with the security officer, Hisu turned to Gu Linji and said, I'll wait for you here. Gu Linji nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Even before entering the living room, Gu Linji had sensed another energy, golden attribute, 2nd rank. In the entire base, it could only be Cheng Anyan. A smirk tugged at Gu Linji's lips. It appeared that this trip hadn't been wasted after all. Concerning his opponents from the previous life, he still harbored some interest. Ever since getting out of the car, he'd shown slight impatience coupled with a bit of disdain, but now, a hint of anticipation was added. Gu Linji entered the living room, pausing for several seconds before composing his face into a rather calm expression, neither arrogant nor particularly humble. Elder Zhao, I apologize for keeping you waiting. No need, your timing is perfect. Zhao Fulin was, after all, a superior figure. Despite being a martial general, he couldn't help but stay alert and observe Gu Linji's expression thoroughly, feeling increasingly satisfied. Based on Xiao Sun's description, Gu Linji roughly knew the identities of those present, Zhao Fulin and his aide Du Tianming, Cheng Anyan, and also Chao Wenbin, the strategist from Xinzhou. After sitting down, Gu Linji didn't rush to speak. If others wanted to pry, he naturally had to cooperate, letting them learn whatever they wished to know. The demeanor Zhao Fulin exhibited was not the stern severity expected of a military man, instead, he was very amiable, seemingly posing no threat. After some casual chit-chat to ward off the coldness, he finally got to the point, straightforwardly speaking, now everyone in the base knows that Jammu belongs to the military department. We hope that in the future, you continue to perform well, contributing to the stability and development of the base, and naturally, we won't treat you poorly. Since entering the base, the military department has taken good care of us in various ways. Returning favors with kindness is a principle we understand. Rest assured, O Elder Zhao, when there is something you need, do let us know. Gu Linji leaned back into the sofa, his posture less than respectful. Zhao Fulin's face maintained a smile all along, as he turned toward Cheng Anyan. He had already noticed that during the time Gu Linji kept glancing over at Cheng Anyan and him, his heart gave a soft chuckle. Slowly, Zhao introduced, these are Cheng Anyan and Chao Wenbin from Xinzhou. All of us will be collaborating closely in the future, so let's take a moment to get acquainted. Long admired. Gu Linji straightened up and raised an eyebrow. Chapter 30. Cheng Anyan was a retired soldier, extremely solemn and unsmiling, only nodding briefly. It was Chao Wenbin who smiled and said, it's been so long, and I haven't had the chance to meet someone from Jama until now. Today we finally meet. Mr. Chao seems to be hinting at something. Captain Gu worries too much. I'm just regretful that our meeting came so late. I don't think it's late right now. Then we'll need Captain Gu's care in the future. Gu Linji chuckled softly, only responding with a nasal hum. Zhao Fulin laughed and smoothed things over. You young ones chat more, get familiar with each other. Wenbin, you have a good talk. I won't bother you guys here anymore. Feel free. After Zhao Fulin left, Gu Lingji didn't say much before he stated, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave. Aren't you interested in the current state of the base? I heard there were Jin Li incidents not long ago. Chao Wenbin removed his glasses, slowly wiping the clean lens with the cloth taken out from his trouser pocket. So what if they cause trouble? Don't forget, it's the apocalypse now, power is paramount. Gu Lingji stood up, smoothing out the creases on his clothes. I don't care how the base is doing nor am I interested. If Captain Cheng wants to spar abilities, I'm ready anytime. Farewell. On their way back, after leaving the compound and getting in the car, there was silence all the way until the destination. Before getting out, Gu Lingji handed a Gemma emblem to Hisu, saying indifferently, take it. Hisu hesitated slightly but eventually took it. The word thank you got stuck in his throat due to the sharp closing of the car door by Gu Lingji and Cheng Anyan. He stayed there for quite a while before driving back to the military department, as he still had unfinished work. After Gu Lingji left, Cheng Anyan and Chao Wenbin went to see Zhao Fulin. Sitting down in the study, Zhao Fulin put down the pu'er tea and sighed, when you get old, eating anything in the evening doesn't digest well. Unlike you young people, the base will have to be entrusted to your hands in the future. You can rest assured. Cheng Anyan pursed his lips and spoke these words stiffly. I know you pretty well. You are straightforward without any tact. If not for Wenbin being around, I wouldn't feel reassured. Military command isn't decided solely by me. While I can still speak a few words, I must find more support for you guys. Although Zhao Fulin appeared to be in good health, he had suffered numerous injuries in earlier years, and with age came numerous ailments. After pausing for a moment, he asked, what do you think of him? He looked somewhat arrogant, with strong abilities. If he could work for us, that would be ideal. If not, he could pose a significant problem in the future. Chao Wenbin answered honestly. They've been fairly disciplined since arriving at the base. If we can draw them closer, then that's great. Recently, the Sun family hasn't been quiet either. Previously, it was just Sun Anil, now another one named Sun Onping has emerged, far tougher than his younger brother. I will handle this side of Gemma. But, Gu Lingji at least dabbled in business prior to the apocalypse. Normally, such a person shouldn't flaunt themselves so openly. Chao Wenbin rotated the purple sand teacup in his hand, puzzled. Though Gu Lingji didn't appear off-putting or dissonant, Chao Wenbin couldn't believe that someone who managed to grow the Gu Corporation to its former height lacked depth and acted solely through brute force. Zhao Fulin hadn't failed to think about it. Look at Xiaoyan, despite having plenty of strategies, wasn't he also your team leader for many years? Chao Wenbin had followed Cheng Anyan shortly after joining the army. After years of cooperation, their mutual understanding needed no explanation. More importantly, though Cheng Anyan seemed single-minded and coldly rigid, Chao Wenbin precisely compensated for this aspect. Calling him an advisor wasn't unwarranted, and it was the key reason why Zhao Fulin felt confident in assigning them responsibilities at Xingzhou. A lone wolf fighting independently isn't terrifying. What's frightening is deliberate planning combined with team strength. But the battlefield and the market are different. What did they say? The marketplace is a war zone without gunpowder smoke. Zhao Fulin didn't want to dwell further on the topic, unless Wenbin lacks confidence in himself or doubts Xiaoyan's capability. Upon hearing this, Chao Wenbin could only concede, I understand, please don't worry. You also don't have to be overly worried. A fox's tail can be hidden tightly, but it will always reveal itself eventually. Keep a close eye on him. Zhao Fulin added more tea into Chao Wenbin's cup, then turned towards Cheng Anyan, maintaining his silence, asking again, Xiaoyan, you've been wanting to meet this Gu Lingji, today your wish is fulfilled. What do you think of him? Very strong. Cheng Anyan continued to hold his stern face, if we ever go head-to-head, my chance of winning won't exceed 50%. Zhao Fulin hadn't expected Cheng Anyan to have such a high opinion of Gu Lingji. If they hadn't accidentally learned about the use of crystal cores earlier, Cheng Anyan wouldn't have reached the second stage so quickly. However, even if Gu Lingji had discovered the method to use crystal cores early, it wouldn't matter since this was not Shanghai but the capital. You need to step up your game then, our military department is counting on you. Aha. Upon hearing that, Chao Wenbin felt somewhat discontented inside. The general only knew how to apply pressure but had no idea that Cheng Anyan's training load far exceeded everyone else's daily limits already. Step up more. Wasn't that pushing too hard? He worried that Cheng Anyan might not be able to handle it eventually. Faced with the Sun family, Zhao Fulin had finally become anxious. Gu Lingji did return before 10 o'clock, though not by much. As he entered, every person sitting in the room came up with an excuse and vacated within 30 seconds, leaving behind Xiao Sun who remained seated where he was, looking at him motionlessly. Although Gu Lingji found himself helpless, he felt more pity towards Xiao Sun. Since entering the capital, Xiao Sun's calmness had frequently given way. At the beginning of this new world after rebirth, even though he obviously shed the naivety typical of someone fresh out of school, he behaved far more mature than people several years older than him like Shen Yaofeng and Changzhe. Bearing the heavy memories from his previous life, all of this seemed reasonable. But as they got closer to the capital, the panic imprinted in his memory began surfacing occasionally to regain some presence, reminding him of the mistakes he once made. Xiao Sun knew in his heart that things would not go the same way as last time, they wouldn't falter here. Although there was still little news about Leisure, their lives had been running smoothly. This smooth sailing accumulated his uneasiness bit by bit. The smoother things went, the more restless he became. Such contradictory psychology tore at his nerves, making him abnormally nervous at the slightest provocation. Gu Lingji originally thought he could gradually soothe the wounds in Xiao Sun's heart, but seeing him now, jumping at shadows, he couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Apparently, drastic measures were necessary, and solving this issue sooner rather than later was best. Gu Lingji walked over, scooping Xiao Sun into his arms and whispered against his cheek, "Let's head upstairs. It's still early, we can do something else." Xiao Sun didn't respond, simply lifting both arms to encircle Gu Lingji's neck, pulling them closer together. After washing, Gu Lingji leaned back against the bedhead reading a book. When the bathroom door opened, he set the book aside and looked up. Xiao Sun stood in the steam of the bathroom, the dark grey-blue bathrobe loosely tied around his body, which emitted a faint pink glow. The sash wasn't tightly secured, occasionally revealing glimpses of the white flesh of his thigh when he moved. Xiao Sun bent one knee and knelt on the edge of the bed, supporting himself on either side of Gu Lingji. He carefully kissed him, extending his tongue to delicately explore, imbued with a sense of reverence. Feeling him slightly open his mouth, Xiao Sun's tongue gently slid in. Gu Lingji slightly opened his jaws, lightly biting Xiao Sun's tongue before sucking it tenderly. His hands roamed, undoing the sash and caressing the sides of Xiao Sun's waist. Beneath his touch, clear tremors radiated through Xiao Sun's body. With one deft move, Gu Lingji maneuvered Xiao Sun onto the bed and switched their positions. Chapter 31. Xiao Sun was calming his breathing. His bathrobe had already completely opened. He slipped off the sleeve hanging on his arm, pressed down on Gu Lingji's shoulder, and kissed him again. However, this time, he only had a share in being conquered. The deep color of the bathrobe made the skin beneath appear even whiter. Gu Lingji pressed against Xiao Sun, kissing from his lips down to his smooth and firm jawline, nibbling on the pulsing artery, leaving distinct marks, as if a male beast was declaring sovereignty. Lips traveling further downward, they rested on the red bud on his chest. The soft provocation of the tongue combined with the light bites of teeth quickly caused the small red bud to stand erect. Of course, Gu Lingji didn't neglect the other side, using one hand to slowly rub while the other explored lower. Although Xiao Sun exercised regularly, the intensity wasn't very high. A thin layer of muscle covered his bones, fine and resilient. The touch was clearly distinguishable as it circled around Xiao Sun's tightened abdomen, scratching lightly a few times, making his breathing heavier. Holding the half-raised little fellow, Gu Lingji's fingers were dexterous, stroking the shaft while teasing the sacs, not leaving out any part. Xiao Sun tilted his head back slightly, with increasingly focused pleasure gradually letting him abandon thought, passively accepting it all. Finally, after the body tensed then relaxed. Gu Lingji pulled several tissues from the tissue box at the bedside table to clean the white fluid on both of their bodies, then lowered his head again to kiss away the saliva on Xiao Sun's lips corner, gently pecking. After he had slightly recovered, just as Gu Lingji was about to flip him over, Xiao Sun grabbed onto Gu Lingji's arm, squeezing tightly. "Let's do it face to face, I want to look at you." What could Gu Lingji say? Only action followed. He reached under the pillow for prepared lubricant, squeezing out plenty without worrying about wasting any. Gu Lingji carefully expanded, even enduring difficulties, unwilling for Xiao Sun to get hurt. How could Xiao Sun not see Gu Lingji's restraint? Between breaths, he chuckled softly, his wet eyes sparkling. Lifting his waist, he rubbed against the person above him. "That's enough, come on." Gu Lingji picked up what he'd grabbed earlier along with the lubricant before opening it, but Xiao Sun's hand reached over and snatched it away, throwing the thin piece far away with a toss. Gu Lingji was nearly driven to laughter by frustration. "What are you doing, little troublemaker? I don't want it." Being teased twice consecutively, even someone as well-tempered as Gu Lingji couldn't tolerate it anymore. He kissed Xiao Sun's lips, confirming he had relaxed, then pushed indecisively. Rather than lingering tediously making both uncomfortable, he decided to go straight through. The feeling of being instantly filled made tears immediately flow from Xiao Sun's eyes, seeping into his hair. A long-awaited immense satisfaction covered up the tearing pain. He finally belonged entirely to this person once again. So good. Gu Lingji tenderly kissed Xiao Sun's reddened eyes and brows, waiting until his emotions calmed slightly before making small movements. After adapting, Gu Lingji gripped Xiao Sun's waist and began rapidly thrusting. At the moment of release, pleasure swept through all senses. Gu Lingji was inside Xiao Sun's body, caressing his sweat-soaked back, kissing his face bit by bit from his eyebrows to his lips and earlobes, not missing any place. After the residual waves of climax passed, he left that warm and tight spot. Gu Lingji did not intend to have a second round, planning to take him to clean up, but Xiao Sun lightly held his hand. "Let's do it again." Gu Lingji gave the swollen ruby on Xiao Sun a gentle twist, drawing a tremble from him. "Good, there will be more opportunities later," he said, stopping the teasing that made Xiao Sun thoroughly flushed, wrapping a robe around them and taking him to the bathroom. While giving Xiao Sun a clean-up and letting him soak for a while, Gu Lingji tidied up the bed which was in disarray, wrapped the person up in a thin blanket. Only then did Gu Lingji shower himself and solve the issue for still not fully satisfied little Gu Lingji. As soon as Gu Lingji stepped out of the bathroom door, he saw Xiao Sun gazing at him. His dark and glossy eyes were filled with laughter, mixing with the rosy eye rims, displaying an unusual allure. There was no significant difference from a child who had received candy. The innocence of an infant and the sensuality of youth were perfectly blended. "Are you this happy?" Gu Lingji said as he got onto the bed, cradling him in his arms and dimming the already not too bright bedside lamp, meeting Xiao Sun's waist. The comfortable force on his waist slightly altered Xiao Sun's response, infusing a trace of sweetness. It went without saying that Gu Lingji understood Xiao Sun's thoughts, and he was no different. But what needed to be said still had to be said. Everything from the last life hasn't happened yet. There's no need to be so anxious and fearful, there's still a long road ahead, and we must always look forward. Xiao Sun knew that one couldn't avoid destiny, so he snuggled closer into Gu Lingji's embrace and murmured softly, "I know, but I can't help thinking about it." "Ixin, darling," Gu Lingji tightened his arms around him, stopping his previous kneading movements to gently pat the back of the person in his arms instead, stroke by stroke. "We can't change what happened in our past life. Fortunately, we now hold this life in our hands. If we dwell only on the past, aren't we wasting heaven's favor in allowing us a second chance?" Xiao Sun paused in shock for a long time, then slowly curled up bit by bit until he was entirely cradled in the other man's arms, with his head resting against Gu Lingji's elbow. Gu Lingji allowed Xiao Sun to move freely, and when he saw that the other remained silent for quite some time, he wanted to say something else but was interrupted by muffled laughter coming from the chest pressed against him. An instant smile spread across Gu Lingji's face. It didn't matter if he became the target of Xiao Sun's laughter, being able to untie the knot in Xiao Sun's heart made everything worthwhile. When Xiao Sun had finished laughing, he raised his head and looked at Gu Lingji's indulgent, gentle expression. He smiled again. It was rare to see this person speak so much. This was always the case, whether it was in the previous life or in this one. It seemed like he would forever boundlessly tolerate all kinds of his behaviors. How fortunate he was. Because you tolerate me and love me, I also want to repay you with equal love, letting you feel enveloped by love too. Because of you, because of your love, I've become better and more courageous to face everything in the future. His brother Lingji was right. Past events were not meant to destroy the present, they held the reality of the moment tightly in their hands. The military headquarters had been temporarily stabilized due to the situation caused by Sun Anping. As such, Gu Lingji and their group had also avoided further contact with the Sun family. At the moment, within the entire base, the number of those whose psychokinetic abilities reached the second rank could be counted on one hand. The openly known ones included Cheng Anyan from Xingzhou, Gu Lingji himself from Gemma, and Sun Anping, the eldest son of the Sun family who had just arrived at the base. Indeed, this Sun Anping was the leader of the large convoy that Gu Lingji and his team had encountered previously. They had never imagined that he was actually the eldest grandson of the Sun family from the capital city. Before the apocalypse, Gu Lingji had dealings with the Sun family as well. However, the Sun family had always claimed that they only had one grandson, Sun Anil. According to the information released by the Sun family now, this Sun Anping was indeed their firstborn grandson. Due to poor health since childhood, he had been recuperating outside. To prevent any disturbance during his recovery, the Sun family hadn't disclosed any messages regarding him. After obtaining his abilities post-apocalypse, his physical condition improved, which naturally rendered irrelevant any concern about disturbances. However, keen observers knew well that Sun Anping likely came from an illegitimate background and had never been acknowledged before. Now, he managed to secure a place within the Sun family solely due to having stronger abilities than Sun Anil, though the intricacies behind these matters remained unclear. Others might not know, but Gu Lingji and his group were very clear on this matter. When they met Sun Anping along the way, he had just surpassed the first rank. His rapid advancement after arriving at the base must have been aided by something or someone. Moreover, Zhong He from Qiyan had recently broken through to the second rank. He was in a romantic relationship with Sun Jingtong, the second sister of the Sun family, who was also the aunt of Sun Anping and Sun Anil. Secretly, he stood on the side of the Sun family. Currently, Gu Lingji also belonged to the military department, which was accelerating its research and development of new crop varieties. Some crops had already been planted, and if it weren't for Gu Ziqing's limited influence over the growth of crops using her ability, she would still have to report to the planting base of the military department daily. Although farming wouldn't immediately yield visible results, it was undoubtedly a very advantageous asset in the long run. In this light, the military department had a slight edge over the Sun family. Only, no one knew that the members of Gemma, except Su Yan, had all reached the second rank. And although Su Yan hadn't yet achieved the second rank, her combat skills were exceptional, surpassing even Gu Ziqing in talent. Thus, her fighting prowess wasn't lacking either. Their recent performances naturally attracted a batch of independent psychic warriors who hadn't joined any group yet. However, every single one was rejected at the door. Sometimes, having too many people could end up being a hindrance, and they had a long journey ahead of them. Too many members weren't necessarily a good thing. For this reason, Gemma grew increasingly mysterious within the base. Chapter 32. Gu Linji and his group's main purpose for coming to the capital base was lay stone, everything else was secondary. Shen Yaofeng's concerns were not without reason. Even if Bian Wei acted with great caution, over time, it would be hard not to make mistakes. Therefore, after contacting several researchers, he left the military department. To outsiders, Bian Wei's decision seemed unwise. No matter how strong Jiamu's strength might be, it was just a small team, far inferior to the military department. Although Jiamu belonged to the military department, who would have better prospects than staying in the military? General Zhao Fulin, upon hearing these rumors, shook his head and smiled. Bian Wei was a smart person. It was clear which side could offer him better development. Seeing that Jiamu was so tight-lipped, he felt even more confident in letting Bian Wei join. General, can we really trust Bian Wei? Du Tianming didn't fully trust Bian Wei. Every time they met, he thought this man wasn't quite what he appeared to be. You don't trust him? General Zhao Fulin knew his longtime aide-de-camp too well. Yes, General. Tianming, to be honest, I don't fully trust him either. But I believe his ambition will help him make the right choice. But, I've heard about his relationship with Shen Yaofeng. I know, but relationships are only temporary measures, how can they match the comfort of power in your hands? General Zhao Fulin slightly narrowed his eyes and pressed out the cigarette burned down to its end into the crystal ashtray. Compared to the stormy waves outside, here at Jiamu, it was calm and peaceful. Fighting zombies, training, methodical and orderly. However, Gu Linji and his group had done one other thing, spreading information. It couldn't be denied that Sun Onping's quick advancement was partly due to the contribution of the lay stone. As for Wei Zhong, he lagged behind. There's an old saying, a son-in-law is never as close as a grandson. Gu Linji and Xiao Sun decided that before confirming any real leads on the lay stone, they should avoid as much contact as possible with other groups endowed with special powers to reduce the possibility of exposure of their relatively high abilities. On the other hand, they also didn't want any unnecessary entanglements. Now, knowing about Sun Onping's fast promotion, they guessed that the lay stone might already be in Sun family's possession. In their previous life, it was the military department of Xingzhou that set a trap using the lay stone, making it even more interesting. They estimated the Sun family must have played a part. The water in the base had already become murky enough, and they wouldn't mind stirring things up a bit more. In the Sun family mansion, Sun Hongchang reclined in a rocking chair, a thin blanket draped across his knees, atop which rested a few-month-old doll cat. Grandfather Sun had his eyes closed, gently stroking the trembling young kitten. He remained silent for a long while. Sun Anil sat nearby, holding a stack of documents, furrowing his brows tightly, clearly showing his agitation, yet not daring to say anything to disturb the grandfather. These days, unknown from where the rumors sprouted, it said that the Sun family was holding on to a mysterious stone that could quickly enhance supernatural abilities. Sun Onping's rapid promotion was due to the use of this stone. Furthermore, whoever possessed this stone could stimulate supernatural abilities in someone without them. In no time, the Sun family found itself at the center of attention. Have you found the people? No, we only know that the news spread overnight in the outer city. Beyond that, we're clueless. What's Zhao Fulin's reaction? No significant rumors have come out, but people from the military department have also been privately investigating. We don't know what game they're playing. That broken stone, does it even have such a big effect? If we had it, wouldn't we be using it? Would we need to recruit those with supernatural abilities? That's enough. Let's not talk about that. Inform the research institute to accelerate the study. All right. You can go first, Grandpa won't keep you for dinner tonight. Sun Anil opened his mouth wanting to say something more. Recently, some actions by Sun Onping annoyed several of his closer seniors. He originally wanted to mention it to his grandfather, but seeing Manager Li shaking his head slightly behind the grandfather, he changed his words and said, Grandfather, please eat early. I'll return home now. After hearing the sound of the door closing, Sun Hongchang lifted his eyelids, sighed, and let the cat down. Once on the ground, the cat darted under the sofa. Old Li, do you think which of these two children can shoulder the heavy responsibilities of the Sun family? Sun Hongchang turned his head, looking out the window at the sunset, leaning back against the armchair. Lord Sun, both of the young masters are naturally excellent. Li Yan bowed slightly, lowering his gaze as he answered. His daughter married Sun Anil last year, making his position somewhat awkward. He shouldn't say too much. You won't even tell me the truth. Sun Hongchang coughed twice, a few low and hoarse sounds coming from his throat. I know my old bones all too well, and now that I'm on my last legs, I can't even find someone who will confide in me. Lord. Haste makes waste of Anil's temperament. Onping is vicious. It's all the sins of our forefathers. Sun Hongchang closed his eyes again and spoke to himself. That's enough, go call Onping for dinner. Zhao Fulin, after all, was a soldier, unfamiliar with Gu Linji. But when Sun Hongchang was still in good health a couple years ago, he dealt with that young man. He wasn't simple, nor willing to be subordinate to anyone. The way Gu Linji was acting now, wasn't it about staying out of trouble? Yet if they wanted to stay, could they really avoid getting involved? Clearly, they didn't intend to stay. If not for the position and convenience within the base, why had they come to the capital? After much deliberation, Sun Hongchang couldn't make sense of it, unless it was, that stone. But how could they possibly know? Jiamu occasionally took on a few missions, accepting fewer difficult tasks so as to minimize collaborations with other teams. Still, no matter how much they wished to avoid contact, there were times when they couldn't help but meet others. One early morning, just leaving the base and not far along, a vehicle chased up from behind. Xiao Sun moved aside a little. Their mission location this time wasn't too far away, so they weren't in any rush to get there, assuming the vehicle behind them would go ahead. Unexpectedly, the cars slowed down next to theirs and kept pace side by side. It was still somewhat humid in early autumn, the windows open. Xiao Sun glanced over and recognized none other than Cheng Anyan. This was their first direct encounter with people from Xingzhou in this rebirth, despite deliberately avoiding them. Captain Gu, long time no see. Chao Wenbin leaned over and greeted Gu Lingji. Jiamu's people at the base were shrouded in mystery, meeting them face to face was truly difficult. Xingzhou enjoys Olao's favor, naturally much busier than we are as outsiders. Gu Lingji sat in the passenger seat, turning to respond, not appearing overly enthusiastic. Chao Wenbin gripped the steering wheel a little tighter, shifting the topic. We're going to District 23, what about you? At present, the base had newly replanned its surroundings, dividing it into areas. The inner city consisted of zones 1 to 5, the outer city zones 6 to 15, and outside both inner and outer cities, zones 16 to 30. Zone 17. Alright, wish you guys a smooth journey. And you, good luck. The two vehicles split at the upcoming intersection. Recently, there have been anomalies in Zone 23. Sun family handed it over to the military department, guessing Zhao Fulin had no choice but to send Xingzhou. Xiao Sun kept an eye on the road conditions. Bian Wei had already informed them the military department recently planned actions towards Zone 23. Seeing that they only sent one vehicle with a limited number of people, it was likely only for reconnaissance purposes. Still, this time around, Xingzhou probably faces more danger than safety. What Gu Lingji said earlier, wishing them success, was sincere. The fluctuations in Zone 23 are strong, noticeable even at the base. If I'm correct, the zombies there must be at least level 3. May they have some luck. Xiao Sun turned the steering wheel, recalling after hearing Gu Lingji's words. There was such an event in their previous life, but he wasn't aware how they solved it. He only knew that afterwards, a significant conflict erupted between Xingzhou and the military department, eventually resolved through reconciliation. As for this time around, perhaps with Qingtuan, a bug-like presence, they could lend them a hand. Chapter 33. Changzhe, Yu Huiping, along with Gu Zicheng and Baisu, sat at the back. They weren't particularly interested in Xingzhou, and this mission was straightforward, so they didn't feel much pressure. Right now, they were snacking on chips without a hint of the post-apocalypse tension they were supposed to have. Alright, it was actually just Changzhe and Gu Zicheng eating. Baisu had served in the military before and felt a sense of camaraderie towards people like Cheng Anyan. However, what's done is done, and right now, he wanted nothing to do with the military department. After wiping his hands, which were oily from peeling sunflower seeds for Gu Zicheng, Baisu glanced out the window at the deserted streets. If he met those people from back then again, perhaps all he could do would be to remain strangers since he didn't want to cause trouble for everyone else. Gu Zicheng noticed him and quickly suppressed her raised corners of her mouth. She set down her chips, grabbed both sides of Baisu's head with her hands, pulled it closer, and gave him a quick peck on the nose tip before smiling brightly as she fed him a chip. Then she handed Qingtuan, who was dozing by her leg, over to him and went back to chatting and laughing with Changzhe. Baisu touched his nose tip, curving a faint smile before setting aside unnecessary thoughts. Gu Lingji enjoyed watching their playful banter. In the post-apocalyptic world, there probably wouldn't be many couples like them. Precisely because of that, everything he did held meaning. With this in mind, Gu Lingji looked at Xiao Sun who was seriously driving beside him and leaned over to kiss his cheek. Xiao Sun naturally tilted his head and returned the kiss on Gu Lingji's face while his eyes carried warm, unobtrusive laughter, still tinged with a bit of shyness. Gu Lingji loved how bashful Xiao Sun appeared but still managed to respond properly despite it. Gu Lingji was correct, this trip to Xingzhou turned out to be anything but smooth. They slowed down deliberately to wait. Around 4:30 in the afternoon, they saw a car from Xingzhou coming swiftly and stopped. Jiamu's vehicle blocked the road ahead, preventing any passage. The anger David Chow harbored inside finally reached its peak. But before he could utter an angry word, Xiao Sun stepped out of the car and approached him, calming him down instantly with just one sentence, "Is anyone injured? We can help." Even though they'd arrived as fast as they could, David Chow knew clearly that based on Cheng Anyan's injuries, it wasn't even a question of whether he could survive the return to the base. Even if they made it back, all the commotion would definitely delay treatment. Cheng Anyan simply couldn't afford to waste time. At this point, whatever complicated games needed to be pushed aside, and he had no choice but to trust them. "If you're really capable, this time we owe you a huge favor. As long as it falls within our capability, Xingzhou can meet one request of yours. Remember your words." Xiao Sun had no doubts about David Chow's promise. Xingzhou was reliable enough. As for the conflicts of past life, they stemmed merely from incompatible ways of thinking. Gu Lingji followed up, "Let everyone get out of the car." David Chow restrained the questions and discontent of those in the car using his gaze and made them obediently disembark. Changzhe and Yu Huiping stood guard outside, while the others boarded the car. All vehicles assigned by the military had been specially processed, ensuring that nobody from outside could see what was happening inside. Cheng Anyan lay on the back seat, not looking well at all. The wound on his abdomen was grotesque, bleeding incessantly. Thankfully, psychics no longer risked infection by zombie viruses, otherwise, things would have gotten even more complex. Gu Zhicheng quickly removed the bandages and cotton soaked in blood, while Qingtuan cleverly placed its paws on Cheng Anyan's body, letting the gentle greenish light seep into the wound, which started to heal visibly. Within moments, the wound completely scabbed over. Gu Zhicheng took the wet wipes passed by Bai Su to clean off the blood stains from her hands, then picked up Qingtuan and wiped off the blood stains from its paws as well. Once everything was dealt with appropriately, everyone got off the car. David Chow rushed back into the car, followed closely by the others from Xingzhou. A few minutes later, David Chow exited the car, approaching Gu Lingji. The suspicion and distrust in his tone dissipated. Even if he previously thought Jiamu unreliable, after they saved Cheng Anyan's life, this favor was undeniable, and they definitely owed it back. Since Gu Lingji was willing to help, even if they had ulterior motives, it wouldn't significantly conflict with their interests. My words are my bond. You can bring up your demands whenever you'd like. Alright, Gu Lingji nodded to show he understood. And Mr. Chow is a smart man, I believe you know what to say without needing me to elaborate. Certainly, you may rest assured. This conversation marked the clarification. For now, both parties had reached an initial agreement. Subsequently, Gu Lingji replaced Xiao Sun and drove ahead. Chow Wenbin sat back in the car, took off his prescription-less glasses, and pressed his brow. The only girl in the group, Lu Xinhui, her round face all wrinkled up, it's all my fault. If it weren't for saving me, Big Brother wouldn't have been injured, and we wouldn't have to agree to Jiamu's request. It's not your fault. And Yan's physical condition hasn't been good these days, sooner or later something would happen, Chow Wenbin consoled. Rescuing Lu Xinhui wasn't an issue originally. The problem was that Cheng Anyan's body had already reached its breaking point. No matter how much he wanted to stop it, he couldn't. He didn't want to take this mission initially. Cheng Anyan's mental and physical state were constantly on high alert, with too many potential dangers. He didn't want to take the risk, but Cheng Anyan insisted. So he picked a few top-notch psychics from the team, but things still went wrong. Thank goodness for Jiamu, otherwise, how could we possibly explain this to sister-in-law? Qian Deming couldn't hold back despite trying. He had followed Cheng Anyan for 7 or 8 years now. To him, compared to Zhao Fulin, he valued even more the older brother who had saved him from death multiple times. Resentfully, he said, it's all Zhao Fulin's fault. Exactly. Feng Feihan agreed. He and Qian Deming joined the same batch, and their loyalty towards Cheng Anyan far exceeded what they felt towards the military department people. Brother Chow, why does our Xingzhou always have to be controlled by the military department? We work ourselves to death every day while those old men hide inside the base giving orders, not treating us like human beings. Brother Chow, let's go solo. Qian Deming had long harbored this idea, he didn't want to feel stifled anymore. As soon as Qian Deming spoke, the car fell silent instantly. 3 pairs of eyes stared at Chow Wenbin. Feng Feihang and Lu Xinhui clearly agreed with Qian Deming's thoughts, eagerly waiting for him to make a decision. Chow Wenbin wasn't the one who hadn't thought about it before. He brought it up to Cheng Anyan but was rejected. Zhao Fulin truly lived up to being a cunning old fox. He knew exactly Cheng Anyan's nature and guessed correctly that he wouldn't rebel against the military department. However, under such circumstances, blindly obeying them could only allow Xingzhou to be used as someone else's weapon, dragged into power disputes, and eventually becoming sacrifices in struggles. None of them wanted such an outcome. After a long pause, Chow Wenbin finally spoke slowly, when Yen wakes up, I will discuss it with him. Having settled this matter, they then turned their minds to talk about Jiamu. Do you think Hu in Jiamu has healing psychic abilities? Lu Xinhui supported her chin and asked. Whoever it is, it must be dual-system psychic abilities, Feng Feihan quickly responded. This Jiamu really seemed unfathomable. They've been so low-key all along, probably because they don't want to expose themselves. Imagine, if those above find out, Jiamu won't have a moment's peace from now on. Qian Deming smirked a few times saying this. Don't mess around, Mingzi. Feng Feihan frowned and punched Qian Deming. I'm just saying it. They saved Big Brother, they are our benefactors. Though I, Qian Deming, haven't read much, I would never repay kindness with ingratitude. In short, Chow Wenbin raised his voice to remind, not a single word about today's events should be leaked outside, not even to the rest of the team. Yes, sir. The people from Jiamu should be far away by now. Let's head back. The vehicle started moving. Chow Wenbin looked far into the distance. Perhaps, Jiamu could become a significant help in freeing them from the control of the military department. Chapter 34. After passing through the detection point and entering the base, Gu Lingji and his group drove for only a short while. Curious about the movements of Qingtuan around the window, Gu Zhicheng leaned over to take a look. He instantly let out an exclamation, look at that girl. The one with long hair and the white dress. The others directed their gaze toward her. Her white dress stood out conspicuously in the chaotic surroundings, but it was as if the people around her didn't see her at all. The girl seemed to sense something, turning her head toward their direction, as if, looking directly at them. For just a brief moment, then she turned back around and quickly disappeared into the crowd barefoot. On the day we first arrived at the base, didn't Qingtuan run off, said Gu Zhiqing as he held the somewhat dejected Qingtuan in his arms. We chased after it, and when we finally found it, it was with that girl. So, said Gu Linji, glancing at Xiao Sun, Qingtuan, and she must have some kind of connection. Xiao Sun shook his head lightly. In his past life, there had been no mention of such a person within the base. However, he inexplicably felt certain that just now, the girl had been looking directly at him, an odd feeling indeed. I believe we will meet again, he stated. Though the others were surprised by Xiao Sun's certainty, they did not say much. The peculiarities surrounding Xiao Sun had already become commonplace to them. Gu Linji trusted Xiao Sun's intuition. The attraction between Qingtuan and the girl was probably mutual. Speaking of what made Qingtuan unique, it was the mysterious energy it once absorbed and the healing ability it gained thereafter. Therefore, rather than saying the girl and Qingtuan had an affinity, it might be more accurate to say the girl was drawn to the mysterious energy. Whatever fate brought wouldn't be calamity. As long as the girl seemed harmless, their paths would eventually cross. There was no need to dwell on this right now. The tranquility inside the base didn't last long. The first ripple occurred with Zhao Fulin's death. Zhao Fulin's sudden demise was not without reason. His greatest support, Xingzhou, chose to step aside, using the opportunity to negotiate independence from the military department. To put it bluntly, the current military division had split into two factions. One faction was led by Xingzhou's team of psychics who, upon breaking away, took part of the military forces along with them. Supported by Xingzhou's influence within the base, establishing themselves independently proved no challenge. The other faction was the new military department, headed by officers from the previous military department. They retained control over most of the military force and weaponry of the base and still held leadership authority. General Wu Yangping was currently the leader. The conflict between the two factions boiled down to a clash between psychic powers and conventional armament. Both sides wanted the fight resolved swiftly because the Sun family remained ever vigilant. Neither could afford carelessness, fearing that internecine strife might lead to mutual destruction and hand a free victory to the Sun family. Chao Wenbin had informed Gu Linji ahead of time, which is why when news of Zhao Fulin's death broke, Chao quickly declared allegiance to Xingzhou's side. As for the Sun family, they weren't idle either during this period, causing quite a commotion. Taking advantage of the chaos in the military department, Sun Onping rapidly dismantled any obstacles within his own family, suppressing those who supported Sun Anil, consolidating all power under his control. Sun Hongchang voiced no objection, tacitly approving of Sun Onping's actions. Only when Sun Onping prepared to deal the killing blow to Sun Anil did Sun Hongchang intervene, sparing the lives of Sun Anil and his spouse. After dinner, everyone dispersed. Gu Linji and Xiao Sun ascended to a protruding balcony atop the roof. Despite the autumn season, the weather remained stiflingly humid, making sitting outside on higher ground and enjoying a breeze a leisurely activity. Reclining on a widened single lounge chair, Gu Linji idly played with Xiao Sun's right hand. Unbothered, Xiao Sun concentrated on weaving fine strings with his left hand, practicing the precision of his telekinetic abilities. Sun Onping truly has skillful methods, gaining recognition from Grandpa Sun so swiftly, Xiao Sun remarked. Though familiar with the complexities of major families, when he was still with the Xiao clan, he had deliberately chosen design over finance management to avoid being entangled in fierce competition. Alas, his wish to stay clear did not prevent others from dragging him into it. In the younger generation of the Sun family, Sun Anil is clearly unsuitable to manage the clan, being overly hasty and lacking deep strategic thinking. If the reins are handed over to him, the Sun family won't last long before being swallowed up by the military, commented Gu Linji, recalling Sun Anil as merely an impetuous young man. But this Sun Onping. Xiao Sun paused his left-hand movement, he seems not entirely aboveboard. From the beginning of the apocalypse, he treated women purely as tools for release. Such a person finds it hard to inspire trust regarding any semblance of rationality or justice. At this point, each faction sweeps only their own doorstep clean. Let the military department and the Sun family fight amongst themselves. Regardless of the victor, any outcome at this juncture is a loss for the base. Rather than uniting against zombies, they immerse themselves in struggles for power. Planning ahead becomes difficult with such priorities. That's true, Xiao Sun nodded, and as long as they found the Thunderstone, their mission would be accomplished. By the way, the news we released a while ago should bear fruit soon. It seems Xingzhou doesn't know anything about it, and these days the research institute of the military department has been dispersed. If there were a Thunderstone, how could the people at the military department just let it go? Now, there is only one last possibility left. Gu Linji put aside the thread from Xiao Sun's hand onto the nearby wicker table and pulled him into his arms by his waist. Xiao Sun shifted around to find a more comfortable position, lying on top of Gu Linji, poking at his jaw lazily. Let's wait a few more days. If there's still no news, then we'll make contact with Sun Onping, said Gu Linji, stroking Xiao Sun's back like soothing a cat. Just follow your arrangement. Tired? Let's go back inside. Not yet, stay a bit longer. Don't fall asleep here. You might catch a cold. I won't fall asleep. In the end, it was Gu Linji who carried the half-asleep Xiao Sun back. As for Xiao Sun's annoyance upon waking and Gu Lingji's teasing afterward, that was another story. Before Gu Lingji had a chance to contact the Sun family, someone came knocking. It was Sun Jingtong. Sun Jingtong arrived a little after 11 p.m., clad entirely in black from head to toe, blending seamlessly into the night. At the time, Changzhe and Baisu were keeping watch and were startled by her sudden appearance. Baisu led her into the living room while Changzhe went to call Gu Lingji and the others. Sun Jingtong removed her hat and gave Baisu a faint smile, showing no dissatisfaction at his aloofness. Sorry to bother you this late at night. Baisu simply nodded and left her standing there. Maintaining a gentle smile on her face, Sun Jingtong didn't seem bothered by the lack of attention. She sat there composedly, embodying what it meant to be an elegant young lady. Not long after, Gu Lingji, Xiao Sun, and Changzhe came down. Since it was late, they decided not to disturb Gu Jicheng and Su Yan. Dian Wei had been busy dealing with people from the military department lately, having only just gone to sleep, so they decided not to wake them either. Upon seeing everyone come in, Sun Jingtong stood up and bowed slightly, wearing an appropriate smile. I sincerely apologize for disturbing you all at this hour. It's no trouble. Please sit, said Gu Lingji, who was genuinely curious as to why Sun Jingtong had come. There wasn't much they had to discuss. I'll get straight to the point. Sun Jingtong took a deep breath and faced them, succinctly stating her purpose before placing a photo on the table. I can provide information on the location of the Thunderstone and even help you obtain it. In return, you must ensure the safety of both Zhong He and myself. Upon hearing Sun Jingtong's words and seeing the Thunderstone in the picture, the group was somewhat astonished, not because of the Thunderstone itself, but due to her actions and attitude. They already had some guesses about the Thunderstone. Logically speaking, given Sun Jingtong's status within the Sun family, she shouldn't have any worries regarding food or clothing. Add to that Zhong He's abilities, and they really shouldn't need to resort to such drastic measures. Reason, Gu Lingji previously had no direct interaction with Sun Jingtong, nor did he understand Zhong He well. Even Xiao Sun's account mentioned little about these two individuals. Even though Sun Onping was now in control of the Sun family, they had no clear reason to betray it. Sun Hongchang could protect Sun Anil, and surely he could protect Sun Jingtong and Zhong He too, especially since Zhong He had the backing of Qi Yan, Crimson Flame. Sun Jingtong sighed softly. Our situation is actually quite dire. After Sun Onping seized power, he started oppressing other forces within the clan. He's basically mad, allowing Sun Anil to escape once, but she remains unconscious until now. As for Qi Yan, from the very beginning, it was founded under my father's manipulation. Only to attract able-bodied psychics, did they grant some powers to He. Now, with Sun Onping continuously consolidating his authority, we have no way out anymore. He won't leave us alone. The reason I've come tonight is to evade Sun Onping's surveillance. Gu Lingji exchanged a glance with Xiao Sun, feeling a faint sigh inside. One does not fear a rational opponent but an irrational madman. Alright, said Gu Lingji, believing Sun Jingtong's words to be credible, but... The Thunderstone is indeed within the Sun family. Sun Jingtong realized what was needed next and picked up where Gu Lingji left off. The rumor spread the other day must have been Jiamu's doing. Sun Onping's quick advancement was thanks to the Thunderstone, yet their research hasn't made much progress. So far, they've only discovered it accelerates psychic ability enhancement. Contrary to rumors, it does not trigger psychic abilities. Rumors mix truths and falsehoods to appear believable. Xiao Sun glanced at Gu Lingji, tilting his head slightly toward him, acknowledging Sun Jingtong's sincerity. Sun Jingtong smiled faintly, unsurprised by Xiao Sun's words. She glanced down at her wristwatch and stood up, saying, I need to head back. If I'm gone too long, Sun Onping's people might start to suspect something. He will likely take quicker actions while the military department is in the midst of a power struggle. We'll try our best to investigate the Thunderstone as soon as possible. Alright, stay in touch. Chapter 35. After seeing Sun Jingtong off, the group closed the door and sat down. Do you think, how credible is Sun Jingtong's words? Changzhe thought that Sun Jingtong's words were very attractive to them, but it could also be a trap. Xiao Sun picked up the photo and carefully observed it, confirming the authenticity of Leisure, and nodded to Gu Lingji. Whether it's a trap or not, we have to try it. As long as Leisure is real, that's enough. Gu Lingji didn't have absolute confidence either, but it was worth a try. Even if it's a trap, they have to make them spit out the thing. However, before this, Xinzhou probably can't wait. Xiao Sun expressed his concern. The operation mentioned by Chao Wenbin last time, they are likely to seek our cooperation. Gu Lingji agreed. Chao Wenbin could be called a fox, never letting go of anyone he could use. This time we need to extort them thoroughly. Changzhe talked about this with great interest. You'd better think carefully about that. Gu Lingji laughed. Laughter aside, Changzhe was right, they're not people to be easily toyed with. The atmosphere in the base became increasingly tense, like a barrel full of explosives ready to ignite at the slightest spark, then everything would be turned upside down. 2 days later, Chao Wenbin came. Chao Wenbin didn't waste words, briefly expressing his purpose. There would be an action in 2 days to retrieve a large batch of weapons from the military base in Zone 29. Does Wu Yangping know about the existence of these weapons? Gu Lingji tapped his fingers a few times on his knee. He didn't think Wu Yongping wouldn't know about such a big batch of weapons. Yes, Chao Wenbin replied candidly, it can be said that as long as the military department cannot get these things, they will not pose too much threat. Compared to the abilities of psychics, munitions are certainly irreplaceable. Due to internal struggles earlier, and the complicated external situation, no one had touched these weapons. So, what benefits can we gain? 1/5 of the seized arms. The 1/5 reported by Chao Wenbin was already the biggest concession. They still needed these to counteract the new military department within a short period. Relying solely on psychics would be strenuous. 1/3, Gu Lingji increased the ratio, and before Chao Wenbin could object, he added, this counts as paying back the previous favor. Naturally, Chao Wenbin was unwilling. But since they owed such a huge favor before, the hardest debt to repay in this world isn't money, it's favors. Therefore, there was no reason for them to refuse when Gu Lingji brought it up. Alright, let's say so, Chao Wenbin accepted. However, the premise is that we must get the things before the military department. Of course. The military department probably plans to set out within these 2 days. We must leave latest by the morning after tomorrow. Hope you prepare as soon as possible, sooner is better, and we might even depart tomorrow. Understood. As soon as Chao Wenbin left, Changzhe couldn't contain himself anymore. Judging by how they value this, there must be plenty of stuff. You're just interested in this kind of thing. Gu Lingji teased him while looking at Changzhe rubbing his hands together excitedly. He's just too lonely. Shen Yaofeng joked upon returning from seeing Chao Wenbin off. Little master, I don't bother dealing with your childishness. Changzhe grinned with gritted teeth. How long have you been single anyway? We'll pack up first, you two keep arguing. Gu Lingji stood up with Xiao Sun, casually saying. What's there to argue? Changzhe jumped up from the sofa. I'll also go pack. This time whoever goes, I definitely cannot stay behind. In the end, Shen Yaofeng, Bian Wei, Gu Zhicheng, and Su Yan were confirmed to stay behind to attend to matters. Everyone else would go. The departure time was moved forward. It wasn't chosen to be at night either. Even at night, it would be nearly impossible to evade the military department's notice. Instead, traveling during the day boldly was a better option. Just after Xinzhou and Jiamu left in the morning, the military department followed in the afternoon. However, compared to the lightly equipped 2 psychic teams, the military department's scale and show of force were much larger, amounting to about 300 people. Ordinary people who didn't know the specifics assumed they were going on some high-level task. Most who knew a little bit held their breath and waited, and Sun Onping merely sent a 5-man team, accepting a simple cleanup mission, leaving the base and trailing far behind the military department. The route chosen by Gu Lingji's group was difficult to traverse, but precious due to its proximity. With only 3 vehicles, their speed wasn't slow. The military department, on the other hand, chose routes mostly cleared before, although farther, more personnel and vehicles meant this was not a bad strategy. They also took advantage of the convenience provided by previous base cleanup missions. Thus, the 2 sides didn't encounter each other initially. After setting out, Gu Lingji's group encountered no major issues and had already traveled half the total distance by nightfall. However, at this point, they hit serious traffic congestion with cars packed so densely on the road that there was no way through. Abandoning their vehicles wasn't an option either, leaving them momentarily in a deadlock. Yu Huiping placed a portable LED lantern on the front windshield, while Gu Lingji spread out a detailed map on the hood of the car to study it together with Chao Wenbin. If we detour, it will be much farther and we might even be slower than the military department. Chao Wenbin was anxious, as this operation could determine their future status within the base. Why detour? Gu Lingji's finger pointed to the map. Cutting diagonally across this amusement park would actually be closer. Chao Wenbin adjusted his glasses and admitted he hadn't thought of that, but our knowledge of the situation inside the amusement park is limited, and any trouble could also delay us significantly. Even so, it should still be faster than detouring. Xiao Sun interjected from the side. Let's go according to what they suggest. Cheng Anyan glanced at Gu Lingji and decided to trust their partners. Seeing Cheng Anyan agreed, Chao Wenbin didn't say anything further. Shall we rest for half an hour, then set off? Cheng Anyan sought Gu Lingji's opinion. No problem, we can spend the night in the amusement park tonight. Alright. Taking advantage of this half-hour break, everyone ate dinner and rested briefly before departing again. The elaborately carved gates of Starry Sky Amusement Park were wide open in the distance. As far as they could see, there were hardly any zombies, nor many signs of people. At the entrance, Chao Wenbin retrieved a few brochures from the visitor service center and handed out 2 copies per vehicle. For nighttime rest, they chose independent and enclosed buildings. In the end, the group decided on a themed restaurant as their target. Around the restaurant was grassland, making it easier to observe the surroundings. However, from afar, they noticed weak light emanating from the second floor of the restaurant, standing out prominently against the pitch-black surroundings. Thinking now of withdrawing, the sound of their engine would carry very far in such an overly silent space, and the people inside the restaurant had likely already discovered them. Chao Wenbin got out of his car and walked over to Gu Lingji's, asking, should we proceed? What do you think, Mr. Chao? Gu Lingji withdrew his arm from the window frame and turned to counter-question. We don't know the situation inside the restaurant, going recklessly may lead to conflicts and waste time. Chao Wenbin furrowed his brows and suggested, "Our suggestion is that we detour east of the Ferris wheel and rest in the forest tree houses tonight." Gu Linji took the guidebook Xiao Sun handed him, found the location of the tree house on the map under the faint moonlight, and after some consideration, agreed. "We need to move faster to avoid those inside the restaurant catching up with us." "Understood, just go ahead, we'll follow." Upon arriving at the forest tree houses, the tired group efficiently pried the locks open. After arranging shifts for watch duty, they each settled down to rest. At 11 o'clock, Feng Feihang and Yu Huiping were on guard duty. Feng Feihang spoke non-stop but kept his voice low, while Yu Huiping occasionally responded, which did not dampen Feng Feihang's enthusiasm at all. Suddenly, Feng Feihang let out a startled cry as a cat suddenly darted out, scaring him. Chapter 36. Yu Huiping drew the military dagger from his waist and stood up. At this moment, how could such a cat appear? Although it was a bit thin, it looked relatively clean, which was indeed strange. Stranger things were yet to come. The cat didn't seem scared upon seeing the two people. Instead, it stopped in front of them and slowly started to transform, standing upright. It actually stood up, becoming human. The crowd who had been woken up directed their attention towards the poised woman. Her visit at midnight surely wasn't just for showcasing her supernatural abilities. Despite being scrutinized by various gazes, the woman showed no signs of panic or timidity. With composure, she explained her reasons. Her name is Zhao Mei, and she indeed comes from the restaurant. She lives with her husband and daughter in the suburbs. On their way to the base, they encountered some people from the restaurant who were out collecting supplies, so they stayed behind, originally planning to leave after a couple of days. However, during one trip outside, her husband was scratched by a zombie and committed suicide to avoid turning into one. She suggested going to the base to the leader but he consistently refused, saying there were too many power struggles within the base. He said though the outside world was dangerous, it was still preferable for its freedom and fewer worries. She hadn't thought about leaving with her daughter because these people took advantage of her supernatural abilities, making her search for supplies while keeping her daughter as a hostage every time she went out. She wanted to leave but felt powerless against them, thus having no choice but to keep dragging on day by day. Tonight, when they discovered them, Zhao Mei volunteered to come and probe the situation. The leading figure decided to see if he could get something out of it, so he let her go, confident that having her daughter around would ensure her not playing any tricks. "There aren't many people passing through here. Are you guys here for that military base?" The deeply sunken eyes of Zhao Mei flickered with a hopeful gleam. She couldn't think of anything else these people might be doing here except looking for weapons. Hearing this, everyone became solemn. Gu Linji and Xiao Sun exchanged glances, perhaps this person could be of help to them. "What do you know?" Gu Linji tentatively asked. Zhao Mei's heart eased slightly, as long as these people came for weapons, she believed they would agree to her request. "My husband was one of the designers of this base. After his accident, he told me in great detail about the structure of the base. More leverage meant more chances of survival. For everyone, this truly came like receiving a pillow when one is drowsy, very timely. How can we trust you?" Chao Wenbin got up seriously. Zhao Mei straightened herself but lowered her head, bitterly smiling. "At this point, I don't know how to make you believe me either. I can go with you, if it turns out to be false, you can take my life anytime without any loss on your side." After a brief consultation between Gu, Xiao, Cheng, and Chao, they decided to provisionally trust Zhao Mei's words. If it turned out to be true, then they were sure to win this time. "What are your terms?" Chao Wenbin asked. He roughly knew what she'd want, but in the post-apocalyptic world, compassion has become cheap and cumbersome. Zhao Mei revealed her first heartfelt smile of the night. "All you have to do is take my daughter and me to the base. You don't have to return. We will send someone to rescue your daughter. Remember, your lives depend on what you tell us." Chao Wenbin said, something they'd already discussed earlier. "All right, thank you. When will you save my child?" "They'll definitely torture her if I don't go back tonight." Zhao Mei asked cautiously, her whole face brightening up. "Right now." Gu Linji responded, then ordered Yu Huaping, "Proceed carefully." Yes, Yu Huaping turned toward the restaurant. For him, using his supernatural ability to rescue a person wasn't a difficult task, and he could do it quietly. As Yu Huaping's figure disappeared into the darkness, Zhao Mei's heart tightened again. "Everyone continue resting. We start early tomorrow morning." Chao Wenbin glanced around, allowing everyone to rest, not forcing them to stay awake all night. They dispersed accordingly. Gu Linji and Xiao Sun returned to the treehouse, lying down in each other's arms. Gu Linji paid attention to Xiao Sun's movements. Seeing that he hadn't fallen asleep for quite some time, Gu realized he was still thinking about Zhao Mei's situation. "Stop worrying. Huaping will be back within 2 hours. Relax." "I'm not worried, just feeling somewhat reflective." Xiao Sun rubbed his neck twice into Gu Linji's collarbone. His voice, still recovering from being awoken, sounded tired and sticky. "Their condition isn't bad." Gu Linji tightened his arms around Xiao Sun. Compared to most people, Zhao Mei's circumstances weren't terrible. There had been so many tragic scenes along the journey, and given their limited capabilities, all they could do amounted to barely scratching the surface. At the core of it, Gu Lingji wasn't a good person and didn't have the energy to care about such matters. All that mattered was that those around him were fine. That was all he asked for. When we get to the base, she can join Feng team, and after that, she will finally have support. Xiao Sun said this, then looked up to kiss Gu Lingji's chin lightly, smiling faintly as if suddenly enlightened. He added one more sentence with an open mind. Brother Lin, I love you. If it weren't for you, maybe I'd be like them too, fighting in the quagmire of the apocalypse, living in constant fear. Everything we have now is hard-won, so what is there for me to be unsatisfied about? As Gu Lingji looked at Xiao Sun's glittering eyes, he felt that all the starlight in the galaxy couldn't compare with the dazzling brilliance inside them, and this moment was something he could remember forever. Xiao Sun had said, love, for the first time. Their chests were tightly pressed together, and their differing heartbeats gradually merged into one rhythm. They were both infatuated and intoxicated. I love you too. Beyond this, there was no need for more words. In the post-apocalyptic world, injustice abounded, along with many tragic people who deserved sympathy, but the ones close by were the most important. Xiao Sun, covered in scars and bloodied from regretful past experiences, knew well that it was difficult to be a good person. All he asked was to have a clear conscience amidst the chaos. The autumn colors deepened, the weather turned cooler, and plants began to wither slightly. But the warmth overflowing from within was enough to resist the approaching cold waves. On the second day, just as dawn broke, everyone got up, waking Zhao Mei, who was hugging her daughter curled up under the tree, and left in the car. This was partly because they were short on time, and partly because if they stayed longer, they might invite trouble. Zhao Mei tightened the jacket wrapped around her still sleeping daughter. This was what Xiao Sun had just given, even though it was a bit large, but perfect for keeping her warm. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, they reached the northern gate of the base, saving a lot of time compared to the original route. Naturally, going for weapons couldn't involve taking a child, so Feng Feihang and Li Wen stayed behind to take care of her and watch the vehicle. Mom, where are you going? I'm scared. The little girl clutched Zhao Mei's clothes, her face crumpled as her watery eyes seemed ready to burst into tears at any moment, her voice small and shaky. Hui, be good. No crying, okay? Mom will be gone only for a while. You stay with these two uncles, and then Mom will come back, alright? Zhao Mei gently placed the child on the ground and consoled her softly. Feng Feihang caught the look from Hui and hurriedly forced a smile that he thought was kind, one that made Li Wen struggle to suppress his laughter without breaking decorum at the moment. Go on. Zhao Mei encouraged her child, her eyes full of encouragement. Hui took a few steps before looking back at Zhao Mei again, then approached Feng Feihang and glanced once more at Zhao Mei before grabbing his extended hand softly saying, Uncle, hello. Ah. Zhao Mei stood up and moved towards the group that had waited for some time. She was thankful for their patience and slightly apologetic, sorry for making all of you wait. Let's go, Cheng Anyan ordered sharply. Once inside, Zhao Mei looked around carefully, comparing the information her husband, Gao Zhu himself, had provided with the actual site. Luckily, her husband had explained things in detail, and every sleepless night she had repeated them, otherwise, she wouldn't have much confidence. Follow this straight road, at the first fork in the road, choose the left or the middle path, which respectively lead to the two warehouses, Zhao Mei said fluently. As soon as Zhao Mei finished speaking, both sides fell silent. Given the current situation, it would be impossible to finish before nightfall if they acted together, but splitting up gave Chao Wenbin some concerns. Compared to Xingzhou, Ji Mu here had fewer things to worry about, since they were merely secondary collaborators. Getting their share was enough. Chapter 37. Xiao Sun broke the silence, taking out paper and pen from his bag, saying, let's split up. Zhao Mei will go with you guys, she'll draw the map, we'll use the map. Xian Deming has met us before, so he should go with us. How about that? Gu Lingji followed up without waiting for Chao Wenbin to say anything. Alright, after we get the stuff, let's meet at the entrance. We should aim to finish this before nightfall. Chao Wenbin conceded, undoubtedly, this was the best solution. Holding the map drawn by Zhao Mei, the five of Gu Lingji set off first. The way was free of any casualties, although there were signs of human destruction, it was probably left by people who just passed by trying their luck, and they seemed to have come away empty-handed. This base was originally in the suburbs, and the warehouse location was extremely secluded, no one could find it easily without a guide. After turning 9 corners, passing by a flower bed, going through the staff canteen, and walking for almost 10 more minutes, they stopped at the door of an old small factory building. Gu Lingji glanced at the map in his hand, confirming that this was indeed the place. When they pushed the door open, dust rolled towards them. Once the dust had settled, everyone saw what was inside and were surprised. Messy clutter was stacked everywhere in disorder, damaged chairs, tables, and old parts. If Xiao Mei hadn't specifically mentioned it, who would pay attention to such a place? Find the 8-pointed star insignia, about fist-sized. The group led by Gu Lingji started searching separately, while Xiao Sun had already distributed flashlights. The 5 of them dispersed to search, and Xiao Sun began using his spiritual power while looking around. 20 minutes passed, and all one could hear inside the factory was the sound of moving things. Nobody had found anything yet. Time ticked away. After nearly an hour of searching, everyone felt exhausted. Cursing under his breath, Qian Deming kicked away a crippled stool, doubting the accuracy of Zhao Mei's map. Little did he know, the stool hit a stack of wooden boards, causing them to collapse and raising a cloud of dust, making him sneeze repeatedly. The 4 others were attracted over by the noise from Qian Deming's side. "Did you find anything?" Xiao Sun asked, covering his nose and mouth. "No." Qian Deming patted the dust off himself, somewhat dejected. "Do you think Xiao something is messing with us or what?" Neither Gu Lingji nor Xiao Sun responded. Bai Su and Yu Huaping didn't bother answering either, leaving Qian Deming feeling rather frustrated and even more gloomy. Xiao Sun looked at the footprints Qian Deming had left on the dusty ground. It was strange, aside from the layer of floating dust just fallen earlier, these footprints varied between deep and shallow, which logically shouldn't be the case unless the dust itself selectively fell. Xiao Sun glanced back at their own chaotic footprints but didn't see anything like that. Going past Qian Deming, Xiao Sun noticed a strip-like area with a thicker layer of dust, as if something had been pushed across to accumulate it, prompting him to investigate. Gu Lingji, seeing Xiao Sun's expression that indicated he might have found a clue, gestured silently for the muttering Qian Deming to quiet down. Qian Deming was stimulated by the glances following him over here and sheepishly closed his mouth. Xiao Sun thoroughly inspected the surroundings, focusing his target on 7 or 8 old filing cabinets leaning against the wall. "Come give me a hand, push the cabinets away," he called out. Everyone rushed over to help. After moving the cabinets, Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun squatted down on the floor where, stark clear against the shiny tiles, appeared an octagonal star with simple carved patterns on it. Gu Lingji tapped it lightly, hearing the sound that resembled solid ground, but when probed further with an iron rod, he confirmed it was hollow underneath. However, the surrounding floor was seamless and difficult to pry open. Gu Lingji pressed downward onto the octagon star carefully, adjusting slightly after pressing, revealing an eyeball scanner as the octagonal part slid to the side. With no other choice, violence became necessary. Gu Lingji made Xiao Sun step back a few steps, then directly released electromagnetic interference, breaking the lock and splitting the whole door panel into 2 halves, pushing them each side. As the doors opened, they revealed a roughly 10 square meter dark entrance, a chill wind blowing up along the stairs. Keeping Yu Huaping to guard the exit, the remaining 4 grabbed their flashlights and descended the steps one by one. They walked down for about 2 or 3 minutes until reaching the bottom. Bai Su noticed the emergency devices and switched them on, bringing the basement lights alive with a hum. This basement was approximately as big as a football field, densely packed with all sorts of armaments. Under the ghastly white light, cold gleams reflected off the frigid machinery. Qian Deming's eyes lit up, grabbing a gun immediately and not wanting to put it down. Ever since he'd left the military, with stringent control in Xingzhou, he hadn't held a gun like this for quite some time. "You count, start collecting now." Gu Lingji cut off Qian Deming's excitement. The sooner it started, the smaller the risk. "Hey, okay. Qian Deming reluctantly put down the gun and started counting carefully. Qian Deming counted in the front while Xiao Sun followed behind to collect, and they finished within half an hour. Xiao Sun wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead. It was strange, ever since the ring disappeared, collecting things from afar was easier for him than physical contact. During this trip, he had consumed a good deal of spiritual power. They quickly returned to the surface. Yu Huaping sighed with relief when they came up. After stepping out of the factory building and taking only a few steps, Gu Lingji suddenly frowned and shouted loudly, "Get out of the way." Xiao Sun, Yu Huaping, and Bai Su were used to following Gu Lingji's orders and quickly moved aside. Unfortunately, Qian Deming reacted too slowly and was forced back by a sudden gust of icy wind. Gu Lingji immediately erected an electromagnetic barrier behind him to block the sharp claws mixed with wind blades that swung at them from the side. Once steady on his feet, Qian Deming finally got a clear look at what it was. Shocked, he warned, "Watch out. We encountered one of these last time." It was normal for zombies to move and come to this area. The zombie missed its first strike and didn't attack right away after being deflected, instead turning its head around unnaturally, as if observing them. Gu Lingji stood still without moving, not even looking back, and gave a low command, "Go." After speaking, he anticipated Xiao Sun's opposition and added, "That includes you." Xiao Sun had already expended quite a bit of mental strength. Staying behind now wouldn't just mean he couldn't help much, but he might even end up in danger. Bai Su noticed Xiao Sun's hesitation and said, "I'll stay behind." His attribute was also wind, though his level wasn't as high as the zombies, he could still manage some help. Gu Lingji obviously considered this as well and agreed for Bai Su to stay behind since his abnormal abilities required less energy consumption, giving their joint attack a better chance. With that thought, and seeing the zombie beginning to grow restless, Gu Lingji voiced in a deep tone, "Do I need to repeat myself?" Knowing how critical the situation was, Xiao Sun had no choice but to leave along with Yu Huaping and Qian Deming, despite feeling extremely uneasy. As the 3 turned the corner, Bai Su tightened his grip on the hilt of his knife and walked over to stand beside Gu Lingji. "You take the lead in attacking, remember, self-preservation comes first." Gu Lingji thought quickly and decided to have Bai Su restrain the zombie so he could seize the opportunity to counterattack. Of course, there was also a part of intention in letting Bai Su get some practice. The zombie should find Bai Su more interesting since they both shared the wind element affinity. Chapter 38. Bai Su nodded, drew his sword and took 2 quick steps towards the zombie. The blade and his whole body were encircled with a bean-green mist-like energy. The zombie swiped its claws to block the attack, glanced at Gulinji, and decided to deal with this person of the same attribute first. The same series energy was very tempting to the zombie. Baisu's moves were flexible and versatile, not confronting head-on. Dealing with the brainless attacks from the zombie was more than enough, although due to the difference in levels, he couldn't cause too much harm to the zombie, but he was good enough for restraint. Gulinji didn't want to waste time on prolonged entanglement. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed the old vine. The thick Azaman's forearm vine carried electromagnetic energy rushing straight to the zombie, instantly tightly binding the zombie. Baisu stepped back, dodging the zombie's claw, swiftly turning around and hacking down at the zombie's neck. The sound of the blade rubbing against flesh and blood was faint yet sticky. Gulinji retracted the old vine. Even though he was accustomed to being calm in all situations, he still marveled at this great weapon, the old vine. Strangely enough, this vine seemed to have quite a deterrent effect on zombies. Baisu shook off the bloodstains on his blade, put away the sword, and pulled out the military dagger at his waist, digging out the crystal core of the zombie. The shimmering green was rather beautiful, one could never guess how filthy its origin truly was. Gulinji took the crystal core handed over by Baisu, turned it once in his hand. This was their first harvest of a third-grade crystal core. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the crystal core to Baisu. "It's yours." Baisu was somewhat surprised, looking at the crystal core, then towards Gulinji, puzzled as to why he gave him the crystal core. "Not far from advancing, right?" Gulinji said and turned back. The sooner they meet up, the less Xiao Sun would worry. Baisu responded with a single word and kept pace with Gulinji. "Make good use of it, aim for early advancement." Gulinji understood deep down that Baisu spent more time with Gujicheng. An increase in Baisu's level would give him peace of mind. Although Baisu didn't talk much, he was clear-headed inside. After thinking over Gulinji's words twice, he understood what he meant and immediately tightened his grip on the crystal core. "Understood, big brother, please rest assured." Hearing this call of "big brother," Gulinji knew he understood his meaning and did not say any more, speeding up his pace. This title, Big Brother, was hard-won thanks to Gujicheng, causing Baisu to blush at the time. Growing up without support, joining the army, and despite having life-and-death comradeship with fellow soldiers, there was still a difference. This call of "Big Brother" signified Gulinji's acknowledgement and gave him family. After walking for just 2 minutes, Xiao Sun ran up to them. Seeing that the only damage on the duo was a few tears in their clothes made by wind blades, he felt reassured. Baisu tactfully greeted the two and left first with Yu Huiping and Qian Deming, who had also returned, leaving space for the ones who definitely had things to say. Xiao Sun glared at Gulinji for several seconds, then turned and walked away without a word, clearly lost his mind at the time. Gulinji was also a third-level psychic. His chances against a brain-dead zombie were quite large, plus the presence of the old vine made it a sure thing. His power might be consumed, but weren't there freshly seized weapons? At the sight of Xiao Sun's expression, Gulinji knew he was undoubtedly upset and figured he was throwing a tantrum. Taking one step forward, Gulinji shortened the deliberate distance between them until only a narrow gap remained, pulling over Xiao Sun's slightly clenched hands and gently uncoiling them. "Ai Sun, I'm not trying to hide anything from you," Gulinji organized his wording, caressing the slender and even fingers in his palm, counting them again and again. "I'm worried about you using your psychic abilities excessively without knowing your limits." Gulinji knew that the zombie wasn't a threat, but he was genuinely concerned about Xiao Sun. Psychokinetic abilities were used silently. By the time he realized, stopping it would be too late. "I've promised you that I wouldn't do it again." Xiao Sun paused momentarily, estimating that his earlier fainting spells probably left a shadow on Gulinji. But mental strength is hard to control. Before you can precisely control it, I really can't let you take risks." Gulinji spoke slowly, the dimming sky combined with the quiet environment making his following words light yet heavy. He said, "I can't bear such an outcome." Xiao Sun stopped in his tracks, watching Gulinji's face slowly turn towards him. For the first time, in those always resolute eyes, he saw weakness, fear, and unease. In that instant, guilt and regret almost drowned Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun's throat felt uncomfortable. It was him who forced Gulinji into showing such an expression. Xiao Sun pulled away from Gulinji's hand, then threw his arms around the man in front of him, burying his head in his neck. After a while, he softly said, "Brother Lin, brother, don't be like this. I'm sorry, it was wrong of me to act so willfully and sulk with you. Believe me, before I can better control my mental power, I won't recklessly use it. Alright, I trust you." Gulinji lifted the arm hanging at his side and hugged Xiao Sun, his slightly closed eyes flickering with a trace of a smile. After Xiao Sun calmed down for a moment, Gulinji patted his back. "Alright, let's go back. Don't make them wait too long." The two still held hands as they walked back. Xiao Sun hesitated for a long time, deciding to say everything clearly. "Brother Lin." Gulinji looked ahead without turning his head toward the person beside him. "Brother Lin, I know you're smarter than me, more thoughtful in your actions. I'll listen to you." Xiao Sun paused, then continued, "But, I have one condition, you mustn't hide things from me." "Alright." Gulinji, hearing Xiao Sun's promise, was satisfied deep down. He kissed Xiao Sun on the tip of his nose. "Reward. You're treating me like a kid." Xiao Sun raised his hand to touch his nose, seemingly embarrassed and also complaining. Gu Lingji simply stopped, wrapping his arms around Xiao Sun for a deep kiss. Finally, letting go of a panting Xiao Sun, he teased, "Is this still treating you like a kid?" Xiao Sun silently pulled Gu Lingji forward, blushing not only in his ears but also on his cheeks. "You just said not to make them wait too long, hurry up." "All right." Gu Lingji smiled, stepped over Xiao Sun, and reversed their positions, accelerating their pace. When the two reached the door, Cheng Anyan and the others had already arrived. There was no damage or traces of battle, indicating a rather smooth mission. The group briefly exchanged experiences and then drove back. The situation at the base was extremely tense. They didn't know what trouble might arise during these few days they were away. Zhao Mei and her daughter were in the same vehicle as Gu Lingji, while all people from Xingzhou were in the other two vehicles. After traveling a certain distance and ensuring they wouldn't meet anyone from the military department, they found a two-story detached bungalow for the night. After dinner, Zhao Mei took her child to rest. The remaining people naturally had to discuss the distribution of the firearms, knowing there would likely be no time once they arrived in the capital. Qian Deming had already told Cheng Anyan and the others how many weapons Xiao Sun had collected. This made several people exchange looks in surprise. What Xiao Sun alone had gathered equaled the amount collected by two people on their side. There were only two space manipulators in their team, both of whom participated in this operation. Even so, they couldn't fit all the firearms. Thinking Xiao Sun's storage capacity was probably full, they decided not to make another trip. But they certainly didn't let the military department have it cheaply. If the military department couldn't find a place, that was their problem. But if they did, they'd have a big headache. After we get back to the base, we may not have another chance to meet again. Apart from the 1/3 we deserve, there's still quite a bit left. What are you planning to do with it? Although Gu Lingji chose to cooperate with Xingzhou, it was merely mutual benefit. Extra trouble should be avoided as much as possible. Chao Wenbin had already discussed with his team members. They would put some of the weapons in their two cars for emergencies, storing the rest outside the base. It served as a backup plan. Location: not far from the capital, there is a park, where we'll store them. Chao Wenbin knew that after returning to the base, an intense battle with the Sun family was inevitable. Leaving some behind would provide an alternative route if necessary. Only thing is, we'll need your help to make a quick trip. No problem. The next morning, just as everyone was about to set off after packing up, a loud explosion came from the direction of the military base. Even from such a distance, the sound was immense, showing that the military department was in for a great calamity this time. Chapter 39. Chao Wenbin closed the car door. Among the people sent by the military, there were not a few elites. No matter how many losses occurred inside, as long as they had this batch of arms, the military would no longer pose a threat. Gu Lingji, on the other hand, was less concerned about that. He was more worried about the base. When they approached the base, Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun switched to Cheng Anyan's car. There were 5 people in the car. Besides Gu, Xiao, Cheng, and Chao, Feng Feihan was also brought along, while the others returned to the base ahead of time. The cars drove into the park and stopped beside a small forest. Xingzhou had once taken over the cleaning task in this area, so he was quite familiar with the surroundings here. Under Chao Wenbin's lead, the group entered the woods and walked to a small artificial hill. At this point, Chao Wenbin signaled Feng Feihan to dig a hole in the ground. This was no challenge for an Earth-based mutant. Next, the group descended into the hole, and Xiao Sun took out a flashlight to provide light. Cheng Anyan threw the several solid steel bars he was holding onto the ground and activated his mutation ability. The steel bars quickly extended at a visible speed, covering all 6 walls of the soil chamber, leaving only one exit open. "Alright, let's store the arms here," said Chao Wenbin as he turned to Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun had already organized the weapons from the space pocket and took out the extra part. The group wasted no time, sealing the entrance and erasing any traces before hastily driving back. Even before reaching the base gate, the group sensed an unusual atmosphere. The entrance to the base was already under strict quarantine, and those who just arrived were blocked outside. There weren't many people, so Chao Wenbin simply honked the horn and drove straight up to the gate. After communicating with the guards, permission was granted, allowing some of the people who were stuck outside to slip in as well. Chao Wenbin's face grew somber, briefly relaying the information he had obtained earlier. Sun Onping has already infiltrated the military headquarters building, and now he is surrounding our outpost. After Chao finished speaking, neither Gu Lingji nor Xiao Sun commented further. At this point, it was likely the final showdown, and each side would have to rely on their own abilities to secure what they needed. Until now, both parties owed each other nothing. When they got out of the car, both sides still expressed mutual, "take care." Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun quickly turned into the alley, entering through the door. Upon seeing the crowd gathered in the courtyard, both breathed a slight sigh of relief. 3 unfamiliar faces must have been the researchers mentioned by Bian Wei. Along with Yu Hua, the 4 of them were huddled at the corner table. Seeing the 2 return, everyone stood up. Gu Zhiqing stepped forward, knowing the 2 must want to hear the detailed situation immediately. Without wasting words, he stated, during Sun Onping's attack on the military headquarters building, Yao Feng and Bian Wei took advantage of the chaos to bring them out. Bai Su and Huai Ping went to escort them. They had just returned shortly ago. Where are they now? Gu Lingji received 2 cups of water offered by Su Yan and handed one to Xiao Sun before continuing the question. Zhong He and Sun Jingtong aren't sure how things are going, so they went to check, replied Gu Zicheng, looking at his watch. They've been gone for an hour and a half. Just as he was speaking, Shen Yaofeng and the other 3 returned. Upon seeing Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun, Shen Yaofeng couldn't even catch his breath before he hurriedly spoke. The Sun family is currently focusing their efforts on attacking the Xingzhou outpost. We should take advantage of this opportunity. Zhong He stepped forward without hesitation, directly pulling out 2 maps from his pocket and unfolding them to hand over to Gu Lingji. This is the map of the Research Institute. Half of the defense forces have been redirected by Sun Onping. Gu Lingji looked at Zhong He and Sun Jingtong, then turned and walked to the table to lay out the 2 maps. Where is the lay stone? Everyone crowded around. After all, the lay stone was what they cared about the most. Zhong He pointed at the map. Here. Fine, time waits for no man, let's set off right now. Gu Lingji continued making arrangements. Shen Yaofeng, Bian Wei, Bai Su, and Chang Zhe went to support Xingzhou, attempting to delay Sun Onping. Gu Lingji would head to the Research Institute with Yu Huaping and Zhong He. Xiao Sun and Gu Zicheng would stay behind. Xiao Sun originally wanted to go with Gu Lingji, but before she could say anything, a look from him stopped her. With Zhong He around, using her unique powers wouldn't be convenient, and her help would be limited, making it better for her to stay and guard these individuals. The group left the alley, splitting into 2 groups. Zhong He drove, and with very few people on the road, the car sped along. In less than half an hour, they arrived near the Research Institute. Zhong He parked the car and explained, the Research Institute has installed surveillance cameras, we can't drive directly up to it. There's a blind spot behind the Research Institute, we'll enter through there. Alright, lead the way. The trio reached the back wall of the Research Institute and were preparing to go inside when Gu Lingji suddenly asked Zhong He, where is the surveillance room? The surveillance room? Zhong He was surprised for a moment, then pointed at an open window on the 6th floor facing them and replied, it's in the innermost part of the 6th floor. Go in from here, turn 2 corners, and you'll arrive. Huaping, you have 5 minutes. Gu Lingji planned that rather than being discovered during a fight, it would be better to silently take the lay stone. Understood. Yu Huaping immediately dashed in, climbing along the air conditioner's outer unit and bed edges to quickly reach the 6th floor. Zhong He marveled at this person's skill and was even more grateful for Sun Jingtong's suggestion to seek Jiamu's help initially. While not extraordinarily smart himself, he was glad he had chosen a lover who could perceive worldly affairs and human hearts. In less than 5 minutes, Yu Huaping poked his head out of the window, signaling that everything was ready. By the time the other 2 entered, Yu Huaping had already come down to catch up with them before they even passed through the building's entrance. With Zhong He leading the way, the trio chose the path with the least number of guards. Although it took them a bit longer, no additional issues arose, and they didn't intend to attract the attention of the Sun family. At the 3rd floor where the lay stone was stored, Zhong He stopped in front of a long corridor and turned off the infrared scanner at the controller nearby. Everything seemed incredibly smooth until, upon seeing the research lab door, the air in front of them began to distort. Once the air returned to normal, they found themselves in a forest instead. Zhong He frowned deeply and exclaimed, not good. It's Fang Qizhi. What happened? Gu Lingji wasn't overly surprised. Based on the situation, it seemed like they had fallen into some kind of illusion trap. Zhong He confirmed Gu Lingji's suspicion, Fang Qizhi's mutation power is illusions, and he just reached stage 2 a few days ago. Judging by the appearance of this illusionary realm, it won't be easy to break. Gu Lingji nodded slightly. The sensation underfoot was indeed earth, not as cold and hard as metal. The trees were well simulated, leaving almost no visible flaws to the naked eye. However, details like scents and humidity levels weren't quite perfect yet. Given more time and experience, Fang Qizhi would undoubtedly become a formidable opponent. The ultimate goal of illusions is to make them indistinguishable from nature. How much do you know about Fang Qizhi and his illusions? Asked Gu Lingji, intending to recruit this individual if possible. Not much. Sun Onping values him highly, and he rarely interacts with others. I only know there is such a person. Zhong He scratched his head sheepishly, realizing how little information he actually had about Fang Qizhi. Probably, Sun Onping alone truly understood him. This was Gu Lingji's first encounter with a mutation ability involving illusions. As such, he knew little about them and would need to figure things out step by step. Since Fang Qizhi had only reached stage 2, breaking the illusion shouldn't be too difficult. The 3 split up to search for clues. Chapter 40. After Yu Huaping and Zhong He left, Gu Lingji remained still, deep in thought. To break through an illusion, one must find its inconsistencies, the places that don't feel right. This simulated illusion was of a mountainous terrain. Clearly, Fang Qizhi was very familiar with this kind of illusion, and it was not easy to find any inconsistencies at once. Gu Lingji didn't want to waste any more time, so he directly activated his power, forcefully shattering the illusion with overwhelming pressure. The illusion dissipated, revealing Yu Huaping and Zhong He nearby. A child of about 10 stood at the entrance of the lab, staring at them with wide, round eyes in surprise. No one had ever been able to escape from this environment by their own power before. It could only be said that Gu Lingji's power level was high. If someone else of the same level tried, they might indeed have difficulty breaking through. Let him stay. Gu Lingji turned his head and instructed Yu Huiping, who followed behind him. Yu Huiping nodded, took a few steps forward, and with one palm strike rendered the astonished teenager unconscious. Catching the boy as he slumped down, he laid him gently by the door. Zhong he stopped hesitating. Without waiting for Gu Lingji to speak, he automatically approached, inputting passwords, scanning fingerprints, identifying irises, and opened the door. When the three entered, they saw a circular room with a table placed in the center. On the table was a glass dome covering what they had come for, the Thunderstone. Before the trio could take possession of the Thunderstone, several low, chilling laughs came from behind them. Turning around, they saw Sun Onping, who should not have been there. Sun Onping, slightly hunched over, emanated an eerie and sinister aura, smiling mockingly as he stared fiercely at Zhong He and said, "Zhong He, how dare you betray me? Sun Onping, it was you who acted unrighteously first, how can you blame me for returning the favor?" Zhong He knew the confrontation would happen sooner or later, yet thankfully he always kept himself straight when facing big issues. Unrighteous? Sun Onping sneered, "You never complained when my son Sun Anyue was almost killed. I let you go back then, but now look where you are, stealing my family fortune." Clumsy-tongued Zhong He found himself speechless momentarily, face turning red with embarrassment. Sun Onping glanced at Gu Lingji indifferently, saying offhandedly, "Gu Lingji, am I correct? I know about you, taking advantage of my resources isn't enough, and now you're here stealing my things. That's certainly not behavior expected from a true gentleman." Gu Lingji was unsurprised that Sun Onping knew about the prior events. After all, Fu Jiehui likely spilled everything when realizing he couldn't benefit anymore from associating with Sun Onping, though given Sun Onping's personality, whether Fu Jiehui still had a life after that remained uncertain. "Of your deeds, which ones were done as a true gentleman? Taking something without asking is stealing, and on this point, I make no excuse," admitted Gu Lingji candidly. The Thunderstone did originally belong to the Sun family, thus, their action could genuinely be seen as stealing. However, in these chaotic times, to gain footing, we rely on our abilities. And you, unknowingly losing everyone's trust, do not deserve to hold such a treasure as this Thunderstone. Useless talk. Sun Onping was impatient, wanting to reach Xingzhou quickly and needing the power of the Thunderstone. Had he not intended to retrieve it, he wouldn't have returned at all. Just recently breaking through to stage 3, Sun Onping's powers were unstable. This instability meant heightened activity. In an instant, he activated his powers, forming water arrows that shot toward the trio. Gu Lingji gestured for Yu Huiping to grab the Thunderstone and join Zhong He in the battle. Ducking under the water arrows, Zhong He conjured numerous fireballs for attack. Alas, due to the disparity in levels outweighing the attribute advantage, they were at a disadvantage. Gu Lingji wasn't willing to reveal the existence of Old Vine just yet, so he held back most of his strength while sparring with Sun Onping. Perhaps because Sun Onping's powers had been enhanced by the Thunderstone, they seemed abnormally solid, showing no signs of fatigue even after half a day of battling, while Zhong He started showing some signs of exhaustion. But this solidity sparked Gu Lingji's suspicions. Despite appearing formidable, there seemed to be a hidden weakness beneath. Or perhaps, Sun Onping's quick-tempered nature was also influenced by the Thunderstone. Glancing out of the corner of his eye, Gu Lingji saw that Yu Huiping had already obtained the Thunderstone. With no intention to prolong the fight, he signaled for Zhong He to step aside and planned to resolve the situation quickly. According to the five-element theory, wood normally overcomes earth, and earth overcomes water. However, a counter-effect exists: water nourishes wood, causing overly strong wood to instead control water. Upon noticing the theft of the Thunderstone, Sun Onping became infuriated, intensifying his output, sending powerful water jets their way. Gu Lingji released a deep green electromagnetic field, dispersing the water jets and striking Sun Onping. With tiny arcs of electricity flickering across his body, Sun Onping trembled like a leaf, clutching his head in pain before collapsing on the ground unconscious. Yu Huiping and Zhong He thought Sun Onping was just knocked unconscious, but Gu Lingji knew it wasn't that simple. Xiao Sun had once mentioned to him that after reaching stage 3, a crystal core would form in the brain, similar to what zombies have. At stage 4, one could sense it; at stage 5, one could move its position according to their will. Just now, Sun Onping's crystal core either cracked or shattered. Either way, it would eventually vanish, which was irreversible. When the crystal core disappeared, so did the abilities. No longer paying attention to Sun Onping, Gu Lingji took the Thunderstone and instructed Yu Huiping to carry Fang Qiji, who was still unconscious, as they quickly left. It was already dark. Arriving at the crossroads, Gu Lingji got out of the car and told the others to return first. The stronghold in Xingzhou was not far away. Hearing from the noise that the battle hadn't ended yet, he decided to check on the situation. By the time Gu Lingji reached Xingzhou, the fight had been going on for more than 6 hours, with heavy casualties on both sides. It was the final phase, and everyone was exhausted. This was the point where they relied purely on their willpower to push through. Their abilities had been depleted, and now they were using sticks, swords, and guns. Although there were still plenty of munitions left on the Xingzhou side, due to heavy losses, they didn't want to use them anymore. Gu Lingji easily weaved through the chaotic crowd. When Shin Yaofeng and his team saw him, they immediately understood that the Thunderstone had been secured, and they felt much relieved. Inside the stronghold, Gu Lingji found Chao Wenbin. Chao Wenbin had taken many injuries. Seeing Gu Lingji, his eyes lit up and asked hastily, "Have you found what you were looking for?" You can see the situation now, it's at an impasse. But it's only a matter of time before it ends. If you're willing to help, we could reduce the casualties significantly. What do you think, Mr. Gu? Chao Wenbin spoke quickly, clearly anxious. But, let me say this up front, we can't offer anything for Jemu. Chao Wenbin said this because Shin Yaofeng's arrival. This time, no need. Just managing the base well will be enough. Gu Lingji wasn't overly sympathetic, but survival in the apocalypse wasn't easy, and if helping others came without cost to himself, why be too calculative? Do you have a megaphone? Yes, although Chao Wenbin didn't understand, he immediately ordered the logistics team to fetch one. Do you have a plan? Gu Lingji took the megaphone and walked outside without answering. Curious about Gu Lingji's plan, Chao Wenbin followed him out. Chapter 41. Gu Lingji stood on the steps in front of the small building outpost and said, "Sun Onping's special ability is gone." This sentence was clearly transmitted through a loudspeaker to everyone present. Everyone stopped what they were doing, especially Sun Onping's subordinates, who looked bewildered at Gu Lingji. Chao Wenbin didn't expect Gu Lingji to say such a thing. How could this be? Don't listen to his nonsense, he's just trying to buy time. Hold on everyone. A middle-aged, burly man reacted first, shouting loudly, "When the boss returns, we will see Star Zhou." Humph, Gu Lingji sneered lightly, then continued, "Why hasn't Sun Onping returned after so long from retrieving the Thunderstone? Think about it yourselves." The people on Sun's side began whispering nervously. Although some said that Sun Onping might have been delayed by unforeseen circumstances, once the seed of doubt was planted, it quickly sprouted and grew strong. Seeing the favorable momentum, Chao Wenbin picked up from where Gu Lingji left off. "As long as you are willing to lay down your weapons, we Star Zhou will not make things difficult for you." Most of Sun's family members hesitated. Holding out until now, they were already at their last gasp. "We will find the boss." The burly man from before shouted, leading the way forward. With someone taking the lead, the rest threw down their weapons in scattered fashion and followed him. The people of Star Zhou sighed in relief, some even sat directly on the ground. It was finally over. Cheng Anyan took a deep breath, walked up to Gu Lingji, and expressed his gratitude earnestly, "Thank you. No need, the base will rely on Star Zhou in the future." Gu Lingji stepped down from the stairs, gathering a few others to prepare to leave. Cheng Anyan stood straight and gave Gu Lingji a salute, which Gu acknowledged with a nod. Is it really true that Sun Onping's special abilities are gone? Chao Wenbin had doubts and pursued a few steps forward to confirm again. Why don't you confirm it yourselves? Gu Lingji didn't look back, as he urgently wanted to go back and see Xiao Sun. Farewell. Watching their car drive far away, Chao Wenbin turned to Cheng Anyan and said, "Anyan, why don't we still confirm Sun Onping's condition? Otherwise." "There is no need," Cheng Anyan interrupted Chao Wenbin's words, turning to walk inside the building. "Since Gu Lingji has said it, it must be true. Now let's count the casualties first and make further plans." "All right." Chao Wenbin wasn't really doubting Gu Lingji's words, but if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, it always seemed somewhat unbelievable. Special abilities could really be lost. Could they truly be taken away? When they returned to the courtyard, it had been dark for quite a while. From a distance, the air still carried a strong smell and a faint metallic tang of blood. Once inside the courtyard, the atmosphere improved slightly. The scent of food drowned out the harshness of combat, bringing back the warmth of everyday life. Feng Qizhi had already woken up, and Gu Zhicheng was playing with him. Judging by his demeanor, he seemed to have some psychological issues, with a mental age of only 6 or 7 years old. However, for now, this matter could be set aside. Xiao Sun saw the group returning, relaxed her expression, and busied herself arranging for everyone to wash up and eat. After an exhausting afternoon, they must have been hungry. Zhong He and Sun Jingtong had matters to attend to and left immediately. 2 tables were set up in the courtyard, and a few bottles of wine were opened in celebration, not many, as too much drinking could cause problems. Mainly, it was for creating a festive atmosphere. As everyone ate, drank, laughed, and joked, even cold-hearted spectators would have felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Gu Lingji hooked Xiao Sun's left hand under the table and placed it on his thigh, scratching lightly on his palm. Xiao Sun turned to look but saw Gu Lingji seemingly unfazed, focused on eating. She blinked, turned her head away, gripped the mischievous hand firmly without making a sound, and quietly placed a piece of sweet and sour spare rib on his plate. Gu Lingji didn't like sweet things. Gu Lingji didn't let go either, giving Xiao Sun a piece of beef strip in return. Xiao Sun liked beef and was contentedly eating when she leaned close to Gu Lingji's lips and nibbled off a piece of the partially eaten spare rib from his chopsticks. Then, she pushed the bowl of tomato and beef brisket soup beside her towards him. Holding the bony hand in his grasp, Gu Lingji gazed at Xiao Sun's unusually pale cheeks under the bright white energy-saving lights in the courtyard. His proud and affectionate little expression made his heart itch pleasantly warm. The lingering sweetness in his mouth was diluted by the savory taste of the tomato and beef brisket, leaving behind only a faint hint of sweetness. Just the right amount of sweetness. The several osmanthus trees outside the yard looked pitifully sparse, yet the last batch of flowers still swayed gracefully, gently stepping toward the depths of autumn. Along the walls of the courtyard, clusters of violet violas remained lush thanks to Gu Zicheng's care. Even under the night sky, they proudly held up their tiny heads as if eager to join this rare occasion of joy. After a hearty meal and plenty of drinks, everyone became rather relaxed, their nerves unwound for a rare moment. Bian Wei leaned against Shen Yaofeng. He and Changzhe had drunk the most tonight. After Shen Yaofeng had steadied his almost falling body several times, he simply placed Bian Wei in his arms. Changzhe started with a cup but later grabbed a bottle of wine, dragging Yu Huiping aside for some hard drinking. Yu Huiping usually abstained from alcohol and sat quietly nearby, occasionally responding to the drunken man's nonsensical chatter. Bai Su and Gu Zicheng finished eating early and climbed onto the roof with a plate of mulberry leaf pastries to watch the stars. Qingtuan sprawled beside them, struggling with a pastry, getting flakes all over its face and sneezing a few not-so-loud sneezes. Su Yan took care of Fang Qizhi, chatting and laughing with Lu Shasha, the only girl among the new arrivals who were conducting research. Their interaction was pleasant. Yu Hua, Zhou Mingyuan, and Chen Siki were astonished by these people's antics, plus it had been a long time since they had such a comfortable meal. With some wine, their spirits soared, discussing topics that others struggled to join. Gu Linji observed the carefree chaos in the yard and felt that life couldn't get any better. Gu Linji and Xiao Sun were the first to leave, as it was already after 10 o'clock. Before heading upstairs, Xiao Sun reminded Su Yan not to rush tidying up, to relax instead. Su Yan agreed and didn't insist on cleaning up. Instead, she prepared some hangover remedy for Changzhe and Bian Wei after the gathering ended. After closing the door, Gu Linji pressed Xiao Sun against the wall behind it and kissed her fiercely. The lingering aroma of Bordeaux spread between their lips, intoxicating. What has always been intoxicating, however, is not the wine. The ridge of Xiao Sun's shoulder blades dug painfully into the door, yet no attention could be diverted from their kiss. Deprived of oxygen bit by bit, Xiao Sun clung tightly to Gu Linji's waist and back, unwilling to loosen even a little. They stumbled and collapsed onto the bed, foreheads and noses touching lightly. In unison, they smiled before diving into another round of passionate kisses. An enchanting night followed. As expected, the next morning everyone woke late, until Hisu knocked on the door and startled Yu Huiping, who had accidentally fallen asleep while keeping watch. Hisu stepped into the yard and was met with an unruly scene that the screen wall couldn't entirely hide. Luckily, the shocks brought by Jiamu had already been plenty, and this incident added nothing more. Yu Huiping was a man of few words, quieter even than Bai Su, so asking him to announce anything would indeed cause him difficulty. Estimating that everyone was still asleep, Hisu didn't stay long. He came today mainly to return the emblem and express gratitude. Had it not been for the convenience provided by this emblem, his parents might not have escaped Sun Family's purge of the military department. He considered joining Jiamu, but he saw clearly Jiamu wouldn't stay long at the base. Besides, his parents were old and couldn't endure a long journey or the trouble that entailed. With Sun Onping losing his superpower, the Sun family would surely collapse, and from now on Starjo would dominate the base alone. It was time for him to make plans ahead. Chapter 42. Su Yan woke up the earliest. She had been boiling porridge, making a 1,000-layer pancake, and steaming little mantou with purple sweet potato fillings. She also prepared a few refreshing side dishes. By the time she was done, most people were still asleep. Gu Zicheng was woken by the smell of the food, as well as by Su and Yu Huiping who were always disciplined, along with Lu Shasha. These few ate first, and they would wait for the rest to wake up before eating. After they finished eating, it was just in time to clean up the battlefield left over from yesterday. They would set out tomorrow, so the last lazy sleep should not be interrupted. Gu Linji and Xiao Sun got up when it was almost 10. When Gu Linji came downstairs to fetch the meal, Yu Huiping informed him about Hisu's visit. Gu Linji stood on the stairs and looked at the emblem lying in Yu Huiping's hands. Return it today when you find the time. How can something that has been given away be taken back? Through this ordeal, Hisu's straightforward nature might have changed a great deal. Both hoping he changes and hoping he doesn't, Gu Linji chuckled softly, shaking his head. In the Xiao Sun he initially knew, there was an unpolished toughness. However, while Hisu's character is openly displayed, Xiao Sun hides it deep inside. When mentioning this to Xiao Sun tossed the spoon into his half-empty bowl of porridge and slightly raised his graceful eyes. What? Are you saying I'm old? Perhaps things in the capital city had come to a close, all the worries that had been piling up in Xiao Sun's heart were gone, and he could think about other things now. Gu Linji was in a good mood. He took the bowl from Xiao Sun, handed him a purple sweet potato mini mantou, and smiled. I don't even have time to like you, how could I possibly dislike you? I am older than you by several years, and when I grow old, I fear you might dislike me. Xiao Sun lightly snorted, taking a bite of the mantou. The sweet, glutinous taste of the purple sweet potato paired perfectly with the elastic, dairy-rich skin, leaving a trail of sweetness in his mouth. With a flick of his tongue, he rolled the filling into his mouth and shoved the remaining skin into Gu Linji's mouth. After swallowing the mantou, Gu Linji gathered the bowls and placed them on the wooden tray. Are you jealous about what the kid said? Giving him the badge is just a keepsake. Or shall I tell Huaping not to give it to him? As Xiaosun watched Gu Lingji picking up the tray to leave, he quickly reached out and pulled at the corner of his clothes. Leaning forward suddenly, his sore waist immediately protested, causing him to make a grimacing face. You're really going? Have I ever lied to you? Gu Lingji was teasing him anyway, so he didn't go down anymore. He put the tray down and wrapped Xiaosun tenderly in his arms, relieving some of his soreness with appropriate strength. Xiaosun realized now, but simultaneously, there was a genuine bitter feeling rising in his heart. He knew he wasn't the same Xiaosun that Gu Lingji originally knew. And yet, throughout it all, his brother Lin never changed towards him. This person hadn't changed. Darling Sun, people are but one of the myriad things in this world, naturally prone to change. However, no matter how someone changes, certain things remain unchanged. The part of you that hasn't changed, I like. The part of you that has changed, I also like. The very thing that first attracted Gu Lingji was Xiaosun's eyes. They were as moist as spring wind, occasionally revealing a detachment and firmness outside of human affairs. It seemed that everything in the world could be reflected in his eyes, yet none left a mark. Penetrating clarity and steadfastness. What changed in Xiaosun was merely the external way he dealt with the world and his attitude. His inner self remained intact. Not conforming to vulgarity, not deceiving the heart, you are still you, the essence has not changed. I like the old you, and I also like this present you, sharp and fierce. Do you understand what I mean? After finishing, Gu Lingji gave Xiaosun time to react and think, without rushing him. Xiaosun's head was still resting on Gu Lingji's chest. His hand slowly extended, following the outline of the person in front of him, passing over the collarbone and hooking around the neck. Then he raised his head, his eyes glistening bright with wateriness, making up for the tears he didn't shed the previous night. Xiaosun's eyebrows hung low, tears streaming down his cheeks, yet his lips curved high. There was a sob in his voice, a hint of indescribable, as though a child returning home on a snowy night. He said, Brother Lin, why are you so good? One of Gu Lingji's hands remained on Xiaosun's waist supporting him, the other wiping away his tears, comforting softly, no matter how good I am, I still belong to you. All yours. Yes, all yours. Not a bit given to others. Such a wonderful man, I must hold on tight. From body to soul, everything is in your hands, unable to escape. After indulging in their sweet moment, the two of them rolled onto the bed. They didn't engage in anything intimate but instead chatted idly until they were called by Gu Zhiqing for lunch. At the dining table, Bian Wei formally introduced everyone, including Yu Huiping. The four of them turned out to be brain enhancers. Yu Huiping specialized in agriculture and livestock research, Zhou Mingyuan and Chen Siki were proficient in various electronic machinery, Zhou Mingyuan focused on communications while Chen Siki leaned toward systems, Lu Sha was devoted to new energy research. All four were outstanding among the younger generation, making Gu Lingji very pleased. Although some might not be immediately useful at this stage, they would surely play a significant role in the base construction. Everyone tidy up what needs to be packed this afternoon. Those who wish to take a final walk around the base can do so, but you must return before 7 o'clock tonight. We'll set off at 8 tomorrow morning. Most people dispersed after the meal. Su Yan and Lu Sha were tidying up their modest luggage, while Gu Zhiqing shyly smiled as he went out with Bai Su. Gu Lingji and Xiaosun preferred not to go out and stayed behind to enjoy the rare tranquility. Xiaosun fetched a set of purple sand tea wherein skillfully brewed Fenghuang Dansong oolong tea. Autumn had arrived, and with dry air, drinking oolong tea was simply perfect. Just as they picked up their cups, Zhong He and Sun Jingtong arrived. Perfect timing, come try, Xiaosun invited them to sit down, placing the red lychee step-up cakes closer to Sun Jingtong, assuming that girls more or less liked these pastries. Su Yan was a traditional Chinese pastry chef before the apocalypse. Besides her expertise in Chinese desserts, she also excelled in Western ones. Back then, this craft brought great joy to Gu Zhiqing, whose taste spanned both East and West, especially fond of all kinds of sweets. Sweet paired with green, sour paired with red, sunflower seeds paired with oolong. Seeing the dish of pastries and pickled olives on the table, Sun Jingtong felt envious. There were probably few besides Jiamu who still found the time for leisure. Sun Jingtong wasn't overly polite, naturally exuding grace befitting her background. We know you will leave within these few days. I thought I'd visit now since we won't be seeing you off when you leave. Sun Jingtong placed her cup down. She hadn't sat so calmly for a cup of tea in quite a while. We'll depart early tomorrow morning. If you come tomorrow, you might only find an empty house. Xiaosun refilled Sun Jingtong's tea and leaned back into his chair. Great favors need no thanks. If we meet again someday, the two of us are at your service. Sun Jingtong spoke each word clearly, with Zhong He eagerly nodding beside her. You're too kind, Gu Lingji smiled faintly, reciprocating the sentiment. If such a day comes, it will truly be our honor. Sun Jingtong and Zhong He didn't linger long and left after sitting for a while. The end of the world seemed endless, no one could see what awaited them far away or even in the near future. However, the road lay beneath their feet, and humans, while alive, must always move forward. Chapter 43. The next morning, as Gu Linji and the others were just leaving the base gate, they saw a few people from Xingzhou waiting for them and so stopped the vehicle. Knew you were leaving, but didn't expect it to be so soon, Chao Wenbin spoke first. If it weren't for Sun Jingtong passing on the message, we probably wouldn't have even said goodbye. The base just finished a battle, and Xingzhou surely has much to handle. Gu Linji had considered convincing the people of Xingzhou to come along, but this thought passed quickly. Xingzhou couldn't abandon its responsibilities. As busy as we are, we still came to see you off. Without Jiamu's help, who knows what state we might be in now. Chao Wenbin sighed. There will be another meeting, there's no need for a proper farewell. Xiao Sun was certain they would meet again, the Jingqing base wouldn't last forever, and a westward relocation was inevitable sooner or later. Though puzzled by Xiao Sun's certainty, Chao Wenbin didn't argue and went along. We'll count on your support when that time comes. Of course. I still want to challenge you to a match. Cheng Anyan looked fiercely at Gu Linji, blurting out unexpectedly. Fine, I'll wait for you. Gu Linji locked eyes with Cheng Anyan, accepting the challenge ahead of time. Not wasting your time further, we part here. Wishing you a smooth journey. Take care. Take care. After bidding farewell to Gu Linji's group, Chao Wenbin and Cheng Anyan returned to the base. They still had much work ahead. Leaving the Jingqing base, after half a day of travel, the number of people dwindled significantly. According to the plan, they would pass through Ji, Jin, Yu, Shan, and Yu provinces before finally entering Tibet via the Sichuan-Tibet highway. Along the way, everyone focused on improving their powers. It could only help to become stronger. Though Lei Shi, Thunderstone, strengthened many abilities, based on Sun Onping's situation, one's personality was secondary. Any harmful effect on one's core crystal could make it not worth it. Progressing step by step and laying solid foundations was fine, they didn't need to rush. Placing a few researchers in a single vehicle, Gu Linji handed over numerous electronic devices. Rebuilding communication was currently the most important task. Zhou Mingyuan eagerly rubbed his hands together, his eyes shining. While in the military department, he had already made some progress in restoring communications. If the final chaos hadn't interrupted his research process, communication might already be restored. Changzhou was the most eager among them all. To contact those in Tibet earlier would ease his mind greatly. Hence, he also stayed in that vehicle. Gu Linji understood and let him be. Handing the cabinet containing seeds over to Yu Hua, though slightly surprised, he wasn't someone to stick rigidly to old rules. He comprehended their previous actions. At the time, everything was too chaotic, and the research results he managed to bring out were merely a small part. With these seeds' enhancement, he believed that by the time they reached their destination, he should be able to produce seeds more suitable for growth in this post-apocalyptic world. Fang Qiji's condition was mostly clear now. It seemed he suffered from underdevelopment since birth, with an intelligence level equivalent to that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Well protected by his family and interacting little with others while following Sun Onping, fortunately, the boy's character was sunny and bright. Though his power developed very slowly thanks to Su Yan's careful attention, at least he was making progress. Even children needed opportunities to grow. Taking advantage of the journey, Xiao Sun organized the space. Having been busy lately, he hadn't paid much attention, and it had gotten a bit messy. When organizing, Xiao Sun noticed something alarming. The dark, black room underground in the space had disappeared. He'd seen it just a few days ago when he retrieved items. At noon rest, Xiao Sun informed Gu Linji about the matter with the space. It wasn't due to distrust of others, but simply that fewer people knowing about the ring was better. Perhaps someday it would be revealed, but not now. Gu Linji patted Xiao Sun's hand as reassurance. If it's disappeared, let's temporarily put it aside. As long as your ability isn't problematic, it should be fine. Since it was left behind by your ancestors, it likely won't harm you. Still, keep a closer eye on it in the future. Xiao Sun nodded. If only my father could have told me more about these things, even rumors would help. We wouldn't be so clueless. Maybe he didn't know either. After all, the ring has been passed down for too long. That's true. What about that piece of jade? Any changes? Gu Linji then asked about the jade ornament with powerful allure for both humans and zombies. Searching within the space, Xiao Sun found the jade piece and shook his head. No. While I think there's no need to rush on some seemingly unsolvable issues right now, we've encountered too many anomalies along the way. Gu Linji looked at the group resting around them and slowed down his speech. Too many that it's abnormal. You mean? Xiao Sun furrowed his brow. What Gu Linji said wasn't entirely beyond his notice but hadn't been linked together. All these are coincidences. Lei Shi, Thunderstone, the crystal tree in the cave, the old vine, the jade ornament, and the girl we met in the base. Gu Linji counted them one by one. There was no time to dwell on them before, but upon reflection, plenty of strange things had occurred around them. My mutation abilities and perhaps, even your rebirth can be added to the list. Xiao Sun's expression froze for a second, his breathing suddenly becoming rapid. Everything Gu Linji said was absolutely correct. These might not be coincidences after all. Gu Linji placed his hand on Xiao Sun's shoulder. Calm down, the situation isn't that bad yet. Xiao Sun gripped Gu Linji's hand and gradually calmed down, his palm already drenched in cold sweat, his voice still unsteady. Right, except for the Lei Shi, Thunderstone, the other things seem to have no harmful effects on us. If there is indeed someone manipulating behind the scenes, based on the current situation, he or she appears to be on our side. While rubbing Xiao Sun's trembling fingers, Gu Lingji made an assumption. Lin, if we're talking about manipulators, could the strange girl be her? Xiao Sun guessed. She doesn't appear to be a manipulator, more like an executor. Gu Lingji kept his steady pace. If only we could chat with her face to face, I believe she would tell us a lot. Before they could finish their conversation, Yu Huiping, who was keeping watch, had to interrupt them because a large group of zombies were surging from the southwest direction. Changzhe grabbed his binoculars and nearly fell off the car roof. In the Jingqing base, they hadn't seen so many zombies. It was simply a zombie tide. And it blocked their way precisely. Those crystals haven't been used yet, why don't we try them this time? Xiao Sun had just experienced a shock, and this timing of the arrival of the zombies couldn't have been better. Good, let's test its power, Gu Lingji tacitly agreed. Xiao Sun took out a small box and distributed the crystals to everyone. With Gu Lingji's permission, Changzhe explained their origin to the newly joined members, causing a wave of exclamations. The zombies surged forward densely, like an ocean of rolling waves, their howls sending shivers down people's spines. When they were 100 meters away, the group threw the crystals into the zombie crowd with all their strength. Thanks to their enhanced physical attributes, covering such a short distance was effortless. Bai Su stood on the roof, manipulating the wind to spread the exploded crystal powder further, increasing the coverage area and preventing harm to themselves in case of a sudden change in wind direction. The entire process lasted less than half an hour, and the massive zombie tide was forcibly halted, leaving Yu Hua and the others gaping in astonishment. It was Gu Zhiqing who pulled them out of their amazement. What are you all standing there for? Pick up the crystal cores. The crystal cores littered the ground white, with quite a few elemental types displaying vibrant colors, a pretty sight indeed. Moreover, these crystal cores were easy to pick up without dirtying anyone's hands. Everyone sprang into action, and gathering the crystal cores took much longer than fighting the zombies. After pooling the cores, Xiao Sun allocated them among the group, then stored the remaining ones in the space. To enhance one's abilities daily consumed quite a few crystal cores, but this time, the harvest would last a while. In the next few days, they encountered very few people, and the zombies appeared sporadically. During this period, they came across a bee farm where purple linden trees covered the slopes, their ripe fruits fallen all over the ground. Seeing the sign of the bee farm, Su Yan remembered that the honey from this brand was excellent. Genuine quality honey doesn't spoil, but the status of the honey here was unknown. Her mention piqued Gu Zhiqing's interest, so they decided to take a chance and see if there was any honey left. As a result, they obtained a batch of top-quality purple linden flower honey. Chapter 44. As they approached the boundary between Jin and Ji provinces, one evening they stayed in a village that had been abandoned for many years. Su Yan was preparing dinner, while Gu Zhiqing and Lu Shasha took a walk around and picked a bag of wild vegetables. After spending much time outdoors, they repeatedly referred to the book, Complete Wild Vegetables, given by Xiao Sun, making sure which ones could be eaten and which couldn't, gaining a rough idea. Su Yan saw that the two had mostly picked coral vegetables. Checking through them, she thought it was quite an accomplishment to find so many at this time. It wouldn't make much of a stir-fried dish, so she made a wild vegetable tofu soup instead, adding some shredded meat for a fresh taste. The weather was getting colder, so this would warm everyone up a bit. Coral vegetable also has expectorant and cough-suppressing properties, serving as a preventive measure. After dinner, Changzhe took Bai Su and Gu Zhiqing to explore the tunnel he had discovered. Bian Wei found it interesting, so Shen Yaofeng followed too, and together they all went into the maze-like tunnels. Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun climbed to the top of a hill. The stars gathered in clusters, decorating the night sky. They chatted idly, but didn't say much before a luminous white figure appeared in front of them. That's right, the two had avoided the other specifically to deal with the child who had been following them for several days. After their earlier speculations, Gu Lingji had vaguely felt someone trailing them. Neither Gu Lingji nor Xiao Sun spoke. The girl looked at them, standing still in her spot for a moment, then slowly walked over. Her bare feet stepped on the grass that was already slightly dry, leaving trails of lush green wherever she passed. The girl wore the same white dress she had when they first met her in the Beijing base, except her hair was pitch black, while her eyebrows, eyes, and lashes were all white. Her lips were pale with a blue tinge, her skin almost transparently pale, yet it wasn't the kind of unhealthy pallor. This strange girl seemed too ethereal to belong to the human world. Her movements were somewhat stiff as she knelt down about a meter away from the two and opened her mouth. Hello, my name is Xiaomu. Xiaomu, Gu Lingji repeated the girl's name, knowing she must have a reason and purpose for showing up. So he got straight to the point, asking directly, can you tell us your purpose? It's not time yet. Xiaomu's lips moved gently when she spoke, but there was no expression other than seriousness on her face. But you don't need to worry, what's happening now poses no great threat to you. You didn't come just to tell us that. Gu Lingji did not dwell too long on the issue and changed his question. I'm here to take the dog. Qingtuan. Xiao Sun was confused, then recalled the strange power Qingtuan had absorbed. Indeed, Xiaomu knew everything clearly. However, how could they let her take Qingtuan? Qingtuan is also one of us. If you want to take it, do you think you can give us a sufficient reason? Gu Lingji naturally disagreed. But considering Xiaomu's ability, they might not even notice if she quietly takes it away. Since she spoke up, it meant it was certain to happen, without room for negotiation or reversal. Taking Qingtuan was likely the only option left. I need the power inside Qingtuan, forcibly extracting it will lead to its death. The two exchanged glances. There was no way to doubt Xiaomu's words. What about after? Xiao Sun asked, would Qingtuan survive afterward? I don't know. Xiaomu's face remained calm as ever, but she gave them a form of compensation for her silence. You can put Lei Shi and Mu Xing together. Mu Xing? What is it? The jade you found at the research institute. What will happen if you place them together? Xiaomu just stared at them, no longer responding. It wasn't time yet, further talk was unnecessary. Coming to see them was already a breach of her duty. From these few sentences of dialogue, the two realized that Xiaomu was not good at communicating with others. Seeing that she had no intention to answer, they stopped pursuing the answers and decided to try it out themselves. There's a question I'd like to ask you. Xiao Sun hesitated for a long time before finally asking what was on his mind. My rebirth, was it because of you? Xiao Sun wasn't worried that the present was just a dreamlike fantasy. Even without meeting Xiaomu, things had fateful connections and destinies. Yet since they'd encountered her, it was natural to want to clarify things. Xiaomu nodded. Xiao Sun's rebirth was indeed their doing, a mistake they made initially choosing the wrong person, and it was thus their responsibility to make amends. I'll come take it away tomorrow morning. Xiaomu said, then stood up and left as if she had merely completed a task. Gu Linji and Xiao Sun moved closer. From Xiaomu's sparse words, some of their suspicions were confirmed. This Xiaomu was probably helping them, but the extent of her help was quite clear. They had many speculations, but since Xiao Sun's rebirth was because of Xiaomu, she had no reason to harm them. Alright, don't think too much. Things are always moving towards a better direction. Gu Linji hugged Xiao Sun. The anomalies we've encountered might have Xiaomu's influence in them, but the real choices and actions are made by us. Xiao Sun wasn't the type to be stubborn. No matter what role Xiaomu played in the apocalypse, their future was never in anyone else's hands. Next, they needed to consider how to tell Gu Zhiqing. She had the deepest bond with Qingtuan, so parting was minor, life or death was major. What if this farewell meant they'd never see each other again? In the end, the two decided not to tell Gu Zhiqing about the possibility that Qingtuan might not return. Since Qingtuan's survival was still uncertain, there was no need to make Gu Zhiqing sad prematurely. When Gu Linji and Xiao Sun came down from the hill, Shen Yaofeng and the others had just climbed out of the tunnel not long ago. Everyone was covered in dirt, especially Changzhe who looked the worst. The tunnels were ancient, with no protection or development like some places. Naturally, they were much more dilapidated, with many collapses. Their luck wasn't great either as they ran into one of the collapsed sections, but luckily everyone managed to dodge it in time. After setting up the tent and washing up, it was already late. Gu Zhiqing was drying her hair while walking into the tent. She promised to share what she saw in the tunnel with Su Yan and Lu Shasha. Qingtuan followed her closely, playfully rubbing against her legs now and then, making happy little barks occasionally. Gu Linji called her over. Xiaocheng, come here for a moment. I want to talk to you. All right. Gu Zhiqing put the towel on her arm, stepping back out of the tent, following Gu Linji and Xiao Sun aside. Qingtuan stayed nearby, happily playing with the grass, chasing dog tails and tough weeds while occasionally emitting cheerful barks. What? Gu Zhiqing couldn't believe it when she heard. She quickly turned to look at Qingtuan playing joyfully, then returned her wide-eyed gaze to her brother. Her face lost its laughter, replaced with disbelief. Was her brother joking, right? She turned to Xiao Sun for confirmation, calling, Sun Gu. Xiao Sun averted his eyes. The trace of hope flickering in Gu Zhiqing's eyes stabbed him painfully, but all he could do was sigh regretfully and nod. Gu Zhiqing stared down at the ground, indistinguishable between leaves and grass stems. She couldn't act selfishly, or rather, she had no room for being selfish. If even a sliver of choice existed, her brother and brother Sun wouldn't let her struggle so much. Before Gu Linji could comfort his sister by touching her shoulder, Gu Zhiqing lifted her head. Her eyes were rimmed red, her nose lightly sniffling as she forced a smile. It doesn't matter if Qingtuan goes with her. As long as it stays alive, that's all that matters, isn't it? Yes. What more could Gu Linji say? He could only agree. I'll take Qingtuan to play for a while. You guys rest early. With that, Gu Zhiqing ran a few steps to Qingtuan, picked up the puzzled pup, and walked toward the forest behind. Su Yan heard the commotion and leaned out to check. Bai Su was faster than Su Yan. He greeted Gu Linji and Xiao Sun first, then went after Gu Zhiqing's retreating figure. With Bai Su there, they didn't have to overly worry. The difficulties would eventually be faced sooner or later. Chapter 45. The next day, as soon as Qingtuan saw Xiaomu, she ran over and started circling around Xiaomu. The same kind of energy made them feel close to each other. Gu Zhiqing's eyes were red and swollen, looking like she had been crying. Seeing the intimacy between Qingtuan and Xiaomu, she felt a little better. At least if Qingtuan went with Xiaomu, she wouldn't be mistreated. Xiaomu was about to leave with Qingtuan in her arms when the little one suddenly realized what was happening and quickly broke free, darting back to Gu Zhiqing's side. She tugged on the hem of her pants anxiously and let out some hums. Gu Zicheng squatted down and rubbed Qingtuan's head. Her hand paused for a moment before she firmly pushed her away. Qingtuan came back a few times, but this wasn't a solution. Taking a deep breath, Gu Zicheng said gently, "Qingtuan, be good and go with her. We'll see each other again soon, okay? Listen to me." Though her tone was light, there was an unyielding firmness within it that Qingtuan, being human-like, understood. Watching Qingtuan and Xiaomu's figures disappear, Gu Zicheng remained squatting there, her head bowed, unmoving. Gu Lingji sighed quietly, "Pack up your stuff. We'll leave in half an hour." Gu Zicheng didn't sink into depression for long. Once they left Jin province, she recovered. Separations are always temporary. Seeing Gu Zicheng regain her spirits, everyone else breathed a sigh of relief. Then, even better news arrived, part of the communication system was restored. Contact with Tibet was finally established. When the signal from Tibet was received, the entire group became extremely excited, especially Changzhe. Zhou Mingyuan wiped his forehead where there wasn't actually any sweat. During this time, after the magnetic field underwent significant changes and gradually stabilized, he could cautiously restore parts of the communication system. Although the video feed wasn't very clear and kept cutting in and out, at least a connection had been re-established. Seeing the person on the screen, He Yan felt the heavy stone in his heart finally settle. Although Changzhe missed He Yan, in light of the larger situation, they needed to first understand the circumstances on both sides. He moved aside slightly, watching He Yan without blinking. After a glance at Changzhe, Gu Lingji naturally understood his feelings and kept the conversation short. It seemed things were going well on He Yan's end. Though the apocalypse came earlier than expected, they were prepared fairly well. After waking up from the coma, they quickly took stock of their personnel and seized control of the city while others were still in shock. The location and plan had already been chosen. Taking the city as their base, over nearly 5 months, their camp had grown to a small scale, all thanks to having pre-prepared construction materials, which saved them a lot of trouble. Tibet's environment was now incomparably different and much more suitable for living. Gu Lingji considered this. Their base was developing well, and with the large quantities of supplies they brought along, it filled the gaps in the base's resources, strengthening its power significantly. When the sea levels rise, they would have greater confidence and bargaining power. "Alright, we'll arrive within a month," Gu Lingji stood up, concluding their brief talk. "As for other issues regarding the base, we'll discuss them later." With that, Gu Lingji gave a teasing look at Changzhe, pulling Xiao Sun into the modified RV-turned-lab. Others quickly dispersed as well. Zhou Mingyuan wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to improve the communication equipment but was dragged away by Yu Huiping. On He Yan's end, Zhu Junan, his longtime assistant, cleared the room within half a minute. The last person walking out also closed the door behind him. During dinner time, nobody called Changzhe over, but just as the time was right, he got out of the vehicle himself, probably ordered by He Yan to eat. "Plenty of time ahead, with the communications restored. Are you worried about not getting another chance?" Shen Yaofeng joked. "Go away, I'm feeling generous today so I won't bother with you." Changzhe served himself some food and sat by the fire pit, feeling good, and thus his appetite was good too. "Almost there, hang in there for a few more days, and we'll be there soon." Gu Lingji's mood was also good, everything falling into place despite numerous mysteries still remaining. "It's rare to see you comforting someone." Changzhe grunted twice and then thought of something, raising his head to ask, "Once we get to Tibet, don't you think giving Duran a break?" "Sure, give him a vacation, 3 days enough." "About right," Changzhe nodded solemnly, "just don't go back on your word." "I won't." In the following days, through video calls, Gu Lingji learned pretty much all there is to know about the Tibetan base. Only an on-site visit would allow further plans to proceed. Due to He Yan's swift actions and possession of certain weapons and food supplies, their control over the base was currently relatively stable. However, after regaining their senses, the original powers within the city also formed their own factions. Though they were not yet a significant threat to Gu Lingji's group, they still presented an underlying concern, among which the Jing family, old rivals from before the apocalypse, were particularly troublesome. The others were merely groups of psychics, hardly worth worrying about. Gu Lingji thought of the Jings. Even before the apocalypse, the Jing family had been a prominent clan. Who would have expected the apocalypse? Only a contingent that had gone to Tibet for trade remained there. Led by the third young master of the Jing family, Jing Tianhe, who unexpectedly stayed behind, they had possession of a stockpile of weapons, which was their strength. Still an inexperienced young man, he had managed to hold out against He Yan for so long, clearly showing some talent. Issues in Tibet were not immediate concerns, rather, what was in front of them now posed a real problem. Xiao Sun followed Xiaomu's instructions and placed the thunderstone next to the wooden star stone. Several days later, the wooden star shattered, revealing a pure white jade-like stone inside. When it touched the black thunderstone, the two began fusing together, eventually forming an ugly, flat lump with numerous holes, grayish in color and utterly devoid of beauty. Gu Lingji idly played with the strange rock in his hands. This rock emitted no energy waves and lost the original functions of both the thunderstone and the wooden star. Xiao Sun sighed helplessly, "Now although we've resolved 2 mysteries, we've encountered another challenge. It must be related to those 3 seeds. Gu Lingji handed the rock to Xiao Sun. Take a closer look. Xiao Sun hadn't carefully examined the rock after its fusion, simply handing it over to Gu Lingji directly. Now upon careful inspection, he noticed subtle patterns beneath the dull gray, all similar to the features of the 3 seeds, save for the grayish hue. Perhaps, when we see Xiaomu again, we'll understand. Xiao Sun felt as though they were close to finding answers. Gu Lingji grasped Xiao Sun's hand holding the rock, put it away. Xiao Sun complied, placing the rock together with the seeds. I just looked at the map. Tomorrow morning, we'll pass through a seed wholesale market. I'd like to check if there are any other usable seeds. The more of these things, the better. After passing through Shan province, they entered Yu province. The group did not deliberately avoid Chongqing city. This should be the last large base they'd pass through before entering Tibet, and likely the closest base to their own. Therefore, it was necessary to investigate a bit. The weather turned cold quickly, especially with significant day-night temperature differences. Thankfully, psychic constitutions held up well, unaffected by the sudden temperature fluctuations. That night, they set up camp in a small grove near the Chongqing base. Changzhe and Gu Jiqing agreed to propose having hot pot for dinner, an idea that met strong approval from everyone. Faced with eager eyes, Xiao Sun rummaged through his storage space but couldn't recall whether he had hot pot seasoning. After thorough searching, he regretfully announced that he didn't have any. Disappointment was unavoidable, though only slightly. Polished by half a year in the apocalypse, none of them pursued pleasures of taste anymore. Eventually, Su Yan devised a method to make homemade hot pot seasoning, satisfying everyone. Scallions, ginger, garlic, sugar, cloves, star anise, Sichuan peppercorns, cassia bark, rice wine, cloves, bay leaves, grass fruits, white cardamom, and of course the most crucial fermented broad bean and chili paste, combined to form an exquisite broth. Fortunately, Xiao Sun had collected various seasonings during his travels. They divided into 2 groups, one spiced pot and one unspiced pot, featuring a variety of vegetables, meats, and mushrooms, making the feast nearly as lavish as pre-apocalypse times. Occasionally enhancing their lives wasn't bad, considering their daily diets already exceeded what people struggling on the brink of death could hope for. With full stomachs, they chatted leisurely while digesting food. But just then, unexpected visitors arrived. Chapter 46. The one who arrived was a young man in his mid-20s. His attire was clean, though the eyes hidden in the darkness were unclear, dim yet not entirely lifeless. Though he had a slim and wiry frame, it wasn't frail, and one could tell that his explosive strength wouldn't be lacking. What truly astonished people was not the man himself but rather the wolf following him. Yes, it wasn't a dog, nor a wolf dog, but a real wolf. In the night, its sun-like eyes gleamed with a faint light, its ears stretched out flat, a pose ready to defend. The man patted the wolf's head and gently rubbed its ear as if to console it. The new arrival's behavior did not seem like he intended them harm, instead, there was some hint of friendliness. As for Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun, no one knew where they'd gone. Shen Yaofeng surveyed the area, and among those present, some gazed skyward while others looked down at the ground. Changzhe had already slipped into the car after determining that the man had no ill intent. The only one left watching was Bian Wei. However, he just sat in place, merely observing the spectacle. Shen Yaofeng silently cursed inside but eventually took up the job Changzhe had abandoned before the apocalypse. He stepped forward twice, too lazy to exchange pleasantries, and directly asked, "Is there something you need?" Zhou Qirong, hearing Shen Yaofeng's straightforward tone, free from any insincere courtesy, understood immediately that negotiation was possible. Without further hesitation, "Do you have antipyretics and antibiotics? I would like to trade for some." Judging from the state of these people, they seemed well equipped, perhaps even possessing such medication. Upon hearing this, Shen Yaofeng quickly furrowed his brow but neither confirmed nor denied. Of course, they had the medicine, and plenty of it, but having it didn't mean they must give it away freely. To my knowledge, Chongqing base isn't very far from here. The base should definitely have some drugs. Why approach us outsiders? Shen Yaofeng obviously understood what he was saying, but under current circumstances where relations with the base had deteriorated, the base was completely locked down. It wasn't just getting into the base that posed a problem, obtaining drugs was an even larger issue. If it weren't absolutely necessary, he wouldn't rashly seek help from strangers either. As long as I get the medicine, I will agree to whatever conditions you set. As long as his younger brother could hold on, he would do anything asked of him. Shen Yaofeng contemplated internally. This person's abilities likely related to animal communication or control, which was quite intriguing. Huai Ping, contact Lingji. Yu Huai Ping nodded and went to fetch the walkie-talkie from the vehicle to reach out to Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun. Zhou Qirong felt somewhat bewildered, though the night effectively masked his surprise. While the base could maintain communication, that was only over a very small range. Here, in such mountainous terrain, there should be no signal. Yet, somehow, these people could still communicate. It took approximately 20 minutes before the two returned. Shen Yaofeng concisely explained the situation before retreating and sitting next to Bian Wei. Those responsible had finally come back, so now he could rest. Gu Lingji paid no heed to Shen Yaofeng's lackadaisical demeanor. He accepted the folding chair Yu Huaiping handed over, sat down with Xiao Sun, and then said, "Please sit first." Then he indicated to Yu Huaiping to also bring a chair for Zhou Qirong. Zhou Qirong had no time for slow discussions. "Can I have the medicine first? My brother is not in good condition. How can we trust you?" Gu Lingji loosely clasped his hands together. In fact, he believed Zhou Qirong. Being someone with siblings himself, he could see through the man's composed exterior. The anxiety in his eyes betrayed his feelings. As Gu Lingji often said, they were neither philanthropists nor saviors. "I'll stay behind, Sanji will bring my younger brother," Zhou Qirong finished and then quietly told the wolf beside him, "Sanji, be a good boy and bring Xiao Rui here." Sanji, the wolf named thus, emitted a low growl twice from its throat, clearly reluctant to leave Zhou Qirong alone. "Don't worry about me," Zhou Qirong said hurriedly, "bring Xiao Rui, you only need 10 minutes, right?" "I'm fine." Sanji stared at Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun, let out a low roar, then turned swiftly, darting into the forest until it disappeared. "Now, can you tell us your story?" Gu Lingji asked. Earlier, during their walk with Xiao Sun, they had seen the silhouette of the base from a distance. Beyond the extensive walls of the base, there were many points of firelight, indicating numerous people outside. These individuals, however, appeared orderly, not newly arrived refugees. Why then was the base under strict lockdown, preventing entry? Staying outside late at night greatly increased the risk of encountering zombies. With the medicine secured, Zhou Qirong calmed down slightly, sitting to recount the situation at the base. The status of Chongqing base was not complex. Now controlled by the government, all allocations were extremely strict. Although brothers Zhou Qirong and Zhou Qirui hadn't joined the special ability teams, they managed well on their own. They hunted, killed zombies, and leveraged their unique powers to live comfortably within the base, until something changed for Zhou Qirui. The two of them were twins. Since childhood, Zhou Qirui had been physically weaker than most people. Even after awakening his special abilities, which brought some improvement, he was still prone to illness. All their crystal cores, apart from those exchanged for basic necessities, had been traded for medicine. Once, by sheer chance, Lei Qiang, the son of the leader of the base's most prestigious Thunder Special Ability team, saw Zhou Qirui and wanted him as a pet. Who at the base didn't know that over the past few months of the apocalypse, more people had died on Lei Qiang's bed than could be counted on one hand. And it wasn't just that the bond between the Zhou brothers went beyond simple sibling affection, just as mere siblings, Zhou Qirong couldn't allow this to happen either. And so, offending the Thunder faction meant drawing the ire of Lei Mao, who spoiled his only son. The Zhous hastily fled when they caught wind of an impending assault, only to encounter sudden adverse weather changes, leading to Zhou Qirui developing a fever. Initially low-grade, the fever evolved into something high and persistent over recent days. He could no longer afford to delay treatment. It also became clear that within this group, there were at least 2 openly homosexual couples. Thus, Zhou Qirong spoke candidly without hesitation. As Zhou Qirong shared his account, all present empathized deeply. Before the end times, these sorts of depraved events were rampant. Now in the aftermath, they were even worse and done without pretense or restraint. Just as he finished speaking, Sanji returned with 2 other wolves in tow. Their eyes, a haunting deep blue, stood out vividly. Even before the 3 wolves approached, Zhou Qirong perceived their presence. Zhou Qirong carefully dismounted Zhou Qirui from the wolf's back. Xiao Sun, upon seeing the fiery red hue of Zhou Qirui's face, immediately rose, "Let's go to the car." Upon entering the vehicle, Changzhe realized the situation and quickly ended his video call with He Yen after a few sentences. Then he helped unfold the bed stacked against the car wall. Xiao Sun did not reach for tablets. Instead, he directly pulled out syringes and 2 vials of intravenous solution, handing several ampoules over to Yu Huaiping while explaining to Zhou Qirong, "He's had the fever for too long. Direct injection will bring relief much faster. He knows how to administer injections." Gu Lingji said this, then led Xiao Sun off the car first. Both Changzhe and Zhou Mingyuan followed suit, exiting the vehicle shortly afterward. Stepping out of the car, Changzhe was startled by the 3 wolves at the door. "WOC. These are wolves. What is going on?" After understanding the full explanation, Changzhe kicked at some dry straw on the ground and cursed, "TMD, what scum, unbelievable. People like that don't live long." Gu Lingji sneered dismissively and ceased further discussion, saying instead, "It's late, everyone should wash up and rest." Xiao Sun pinched the bridge of his nose. He was indeed exhausted. Among their companions, Bai Suo and Gu Zhiqing returned last. Despite Gu Zhiqing's boundless energy, Bai Suo managed to rein her in, handling her ever-proliferating ideas well enough. Gu Zhiqing, upon returning, noticed the 3 wolves lying obediently beside the RV door. Her eyes gleamed momentarily after hearing everything from Su Yen. She formed a favorable impression of the Zhou brothers. Anyone capable of earning such genuine loyalty from animals certainly couldn't be bad. Zhou Qirong bent down and pressed his forehead against his younger brother's, relieved to discover that his temperature had dropped. With this assurance, the worries that had weighed heavily upon him for days finally dissipated. Lying down beside Zhou Qirui, he gently tucked his exposed hand back under the light blanket, placing an arm protectively across his body to keep the blanket secure, ensuring that his brother wouldn't catch another chill. Once his concerns faded, memories of prior conversations resurfaced. Zhou Qirong had agreed to do anything asked of him. Yet, none of Gu Lingji and his group had made a single demand. Chapter 47. The next morning, Su Yan made millet and pumpkin porridge, adding wolfberries and tremella fungus, alongside stir-fried celery with cured sausage, cold mixed lotus root and a small dish of mustard greens for each person. Accompanied by steamed buns, it was quite a feast. All the ingredients were seasonal vegetables. Su Yan, dedicated to culinary arts, evidently also excelled in health maintenance. Moreover, this porridge was suitable for patients as well. Su Yan busied herself serving the meals and set up the folding table before knocking on the door with the brothers' portions. Zhou Qirong was a light sleeper, he had only dozed for a couple of hours. As soon as Su Yan knocked, he woke up. Seeing her carrying food, he didn't hesitate to take it, only offering a word of thanks. "Is your brother awake? If not, wake him up so he can eat something before sleeping again." Yesterday, Su Yan had seen Zhou Qirong, who was an endearing child just like Fang Qiji. Perhaps due to having lost her own child, she felt a particular connection with these worrisome ones and always offered a few extra reminders despite their ages. Of course, that was provided they were on the same side. Upon seeing Zhou Qirong, the three wolves immediately stood up. Once Su Yan left, Zhou Qirong indicated that Zhou Qirong was fine. They then turned to look for food. After making sure his brother ate and went back to sleep, Zhou Qirong got out of the vehicle. There were things that needed to be clarified sooner or later. After everyone finished eating, those who needed training left. Only Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun remained sitting at the table. Zhou Qirong came straight to the point. "As mentioned yesterday, I agree to any condition you have." "What are your abilities?" Xiao Sun asked. "My younger brother can communicate with animals and control them. Mine is." Zhou Qirong raised his hand, and a mist formed in his palm, slowly swirling. "Mystification with corrosive properties." "I thought the one who controls animals was you." Xiao Sun put down his teacup with interest. "It might be because we are twins. I can also communicate with animals, and little Roy won't be harmed by my mist." Zhou Qirong didn't intend to hide anything. Gu Lingji was sizing them up, and he was observing the team too. "Would you be interested in joining us?" Gu Lingji posed the question, which was appropriate for the time, since they should enhance the team's combat strength. Sure, Zhou Qirong didn't hesitate. He had previously refused to join the anomaly group in the base due to ideological differences, but that wasn't because he was against joining teams altogether. This team he encountered now was a better choice in every aspect. "So, we'll stay here for 2 days, then leave tomorrow, heading for Tibet," Gu Lingji briefly explained the situation. "For more details, you can ask Yao Feng." "Understood," Zhou Qirong nodded in agreement. Leaving tomorrow gave them enough time. "Tonight, I want to go to the base and settle some personal grudges." Gu Lingji admired such a character, seeking revenge when there's enmity. "Do you need help?" "No, this matter must be resolved by me alone." "Where is the base's warehouse?" "No, where is Thunder's stronghold?" Xiao Sun thought of pulling another prank before leaving. The base was fine, it still supported quite a number of ordinary people, but not Thunder. "I'll draw a rough map shortly, it will be clearer." Upon hearing Xiao Sun's statement, Zhou Qirong was also happy to cooperate. However, he remembered something else. Within less than 5 kilometers southwest from here, there's a large building materials market, and the warehouse isn't far away. The base sent a team there once, but they didn't take much, so there should be plenty left. About 2 to 3 kilometers further, there's an herbal medicine production site. Gu Lingji tapped his hands lightly on his knees several times. They had collected building materials along the way. Such supplies would be essential for constructing the Tibetan base. Regarding Chinese herbs, they hadn't really considered that aspect. Although they had a few complete sets of Western pharmaceutical equipment, whether they could replenish the depletion depended on whether someone skilled was available. On the contrary, traditional Chinese medicine did not have to worry about quantities since Gu Ziqing could control herbaceous plants. The building materials market needs to be visited, and as for the herbal medicine production site, I'll think it over. Gu Lingji tentatively decided on the route. Zhou Qirong had no objection. He just provided information, and the decision-making still rested with the person before him. Fearing that Zhou Qirong would wake up and find no one around, Zhou Qirong returned to the car after a short while to keep watch. "Brother Lin, do we really need to visit this herbal medicine production site?" Xiao Sun had doubts. "And even if we do, it's hard to say if those herbs will still be alive now." "Sun, have you ever thought about it? After the apocalypse, the physical fitness of psychics has significantly improved. Zhou Qirong is only an individual case, those who need a lot of medicine are not psychics but ordinary people." Gu Lingji paused for a moment, then continued, "However, psychics also suffer many injuries, most of which are external wounds. There are too few healing psychics, so they will still rely on medicine. Although we have a complete production line, we don't have much chemical raw materials prepared, and they will eventually run out one day. What should we do when that happens?" Xiao Sun thought for a moment, once again admiring Gu Lingji's thorough thinking. Brother Lin means that compared to non-renewable chemical raw materials, Chinese herbs can regenerate, meaning there's an infinite supply. Yes, in this environment, producing Western medicine is just too difficult. Gu Lingji raised his hand and rubbed Xiao Sun's head, the smooth touch making him unable to let go. There's also Cheng, Chinese herbs happen to be within her ability range. Xiao Sun grabbed Gu Lingji's wrist and pulled the hand that was bothering him off his head, holding both hands on his lap. Gu Lingji's face showed undeniable amusement. He didn't say anything but moved his fingers and scratched Xiao Sun's palm a few times. Xiao Sun's hand twitched, tightly gripping the mischievous fingers, then released them, got up, and kissed Gu Lingji on the cheek, raising an eyebrow corner teasingly. Somehow, he turned gentleness into frivolity. I also need to train. Brother Lin isn't almost reaching the 4th level, right? Don't need training. Before Gu Lingji could say anything, Xiao Sun had already turned around and walked away. Gu Lingji chuckled. Even when leaving, he couldn't help but flirt. He loved Xiao Sun's various little expressions, especially when they appeared in his eyes. At 11 o'clock in the morning, Su Yan started preparing lunch and unexpectedly found a fairly large roe deer by the temporarily set-up stove. There were bite marks on the neck of the deer. Su Yan touched it with her hand, the body was still warm. Yu Huiping was nearby, pointing at the 3 wolves lying beside the RV. Su Yan understood with a smile. These wolves were truly grateful. Just as Gu Zicheng and Bai Su returned, Bai Su took out a knife and skillfully handled the roe deer. Gu Zicheng saw Zhou Qirue getting off the car and went over together with Fang Qizhi. Zhou Qirue was naturally shy, perhaps due to being protected too well, inexperienced in worldly affairs, still childish in nature, and particularly compatible with Fang Qizhi. They became familiar with each other before lunch. Gu Zicheng was more interested in those 3 wolves. She learned that their names were Senji, Matu, and Xin Yan. It was easy to understand, these names were simply derived from the English words for sun, moon, and stars. Gu Zicheng carefully patted Senji's head, inevitably reminding her of Qintuan. The way they named things was quite similar. Su Yan made braised roe deer meat. She saved some for stewing soup later in the evening. The fresh wild game greatly satisfied everyone's taste buds. At 1 o'clock in the morning, most people had rested. Gu Lingji, Xiao Sun, and Zhou Qirong entered the base unnoticed and then split up. Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun followed the map to find Lei Feng's stronghold and the base while Zhou Qirong headed to the club to find Lei Kuing. It was Friday today, he must be indulging himself there. Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun reached Lei Feng's stronghold without any obstacles, although there were quite a few guards, they cleverly avoided them, directly utilizing the old vines to reach the 4th floor. Lei Feng had a small storeroom on the 4th floor where their crystal cores were kept. Possibly due to trust issues, they were not stored in the space pocket of a space psychic but in the storeroom instead. Only Lei Mao had the key. However, for Gu Lingji, any lock was no obstacle. Using electromagnetic waves to destroy the lock, the two quickly entered the room, closing the door behind them. Chapter 48. Xiao Sun turned on the flashlight, quickly scanning around and finding the safe, which was quite prominently placed on a table against the wall. Gu Lingji placed his palm on the mechanical lock and easily opened the safe. The safe had 3 tiers. The top layer contained neatly arranged transparent white plastic boxes, inside which were crystal cores organized by attribute and grade. There were no grade 1s, mostly grade 2s, while the grade 3s only filled half a box, not few at all. The middle layer consisted of platinum, gold, silver, and other precious metals. The bottom layer held luxury items such as watches, diamond rings, and jewelry. Xiao Sun picked up a watch, stroking its face and snorted lightly, Vacheron Constantine, Rolex, these watches here with Lei Mao is quite regrettable. Gu Lingji leaned close to Xiao Sun's back, holding his wrist, and his fingers gently caressed the watch on his wrist, from the strap to the dial. His voice was extremely low, sliding into Xiao Sun's ear and sending vibrations that trembled all the way to his heart. Indeed, after all, a good watch should naturally be paired with the best person, isn't that right, darling? Xiao Sun's body stiffened for a moment, then relaxed again, a flush of rosy pink spreading from his earlobes. Wanting to withdraw his hand, he felt devoid of any extra strength, knowing very well he'd never beaten Gu Lingji in this aspect before, so he gave up trying and let his wrist remain in Gu Lingji's grip, swiftly emptying the contents of the safe. Under the harsh white light of the flashlight, Gu Lingji saw the pink hue creeping onto Xiao Sun's neck, revealing his vital veins, a unique fragility and beauty. He opened his mouth, taking hold of the flesh on the side of Xiao Sun's neck, grinding his teeth as the artery beneath shivered slightly, inciting further ravishment. Lingji, Xiao Sun leaned back against Gu Lingji's shoulder, not realizing how this posture laid everything bare before him. The warm breath sprinkled across his neck ignited his nerves, causing Xiao Sun's legs to buckle, but they were timely encircled by Gu Lingji who pulled him close into an embrace. Shaking, Xiao Sun's trembling hand still gripped the flashlight. Don't do it here. Gu Lingji's teeth did not leave Xiao Sun's neck, nor did he release his wrist, responding only with a nasal grunt. By the time Gu Lingji released his bite, under the light of the flashlight, clear tooth marks could be seen above Xiao Sun's collarbone on his neck. When I first gave you this watch, you tried to refuse repeatedly. Gu Lingji maintained his pose, allowing Xiao Sun some time to regain his breath. At that time, I wasn't. Xiao Sun's tone hesitated, suddenly realizing Gu Lingji was dredging up old grievances, turning his previously straightforward words into vacuous echoes. In the end, I accepted it, brother Lingji. Look, haven't I always worn it? Gu Linji kissed the tooth mark, my person deserves the best, remember that. No matter when, these words will never change. These were the words he couldn't express back then, but fortunately, now, he had a lifetime to fulfill this promise. Alright, I'll remember. Xiao Sun gazed at the dim corner of the wall, where the pressure around his wrist made the sensation of the watch strap even more distinct. Instantly, his mood brightened. The best he had already gained. When the three regrouped outside the base, it was not yet 3 o'clock. Did you clean everything up? Gu Linji asked softly. Zhou Qirong replied quietly. If he hadn't wanted to prevent chaos in the base, he might have even dealt with Lei Mao himself back then when others from Base 1 were present. It was something he could not do. The death of his wife in midlife and the loss of his only son in old age, for Lei Mao, this was already the harshest punishment. By the time Lei Mao discovered what had happened that night, Gu Linji and the others were already far away. They didn't travel far out of the mountains before arriving at the construction materials market. Judging by its size, it was indeed substantial. Before the apocalypse, this market ranked high among the nationwide material markets. As Zhou Qirong had said, most of the building materials were intact. Xiao Sun had studied civil engineering in the past, so he was quite familiar with construction materials. He collected them, both large and small. After sweeping through the market, they turned their attention to the warehouse area, discovering an abundance of supplies and reaping a rich bounty. In the afternoon, they headed to the Chinese herbal medicine production site. Even before reaching the place, they could see the lush plants almost covering the buildings. They'd gone wild. They found the warehouse first, collecting many dried herbs and seeds that had not spoiled. As for the living plants, things got complicated. The group split into several teams, each equipped with an identification manual for Chinese medicinal herbs. They spent the entire afternoon marking useful, living herbs, planning to collect them the next day. After dinner, Gu Zicheng and Bai Su returned to the cultivation site. In the afternoon, they were too preoccupied with searching for medicinal herbs to notice that there were actually some rather interesting plants around. Su Yan and Lu Shasha were making things out of bamboo according to the books they had, passing the time. The others were mostly resting. The next day, they would have to set off again. When Gu Zicheng returned, he brought back a mutated indigo plant, long and slender, with tiny round leaves. Its stems and leaves were dark green, blending beautifully in his long hair as an accessory, looking particularly charming. Of course, if it was just about looks, Gu Zicheng wouldn't have been interested. This little guy was all by itself, yet it managed to survive, Gu Zicheng said softly as he placed the indigo plant into his hair, where it then coiled naturally, as though it had grown there all along. And it can communicate with wood element psychics. Bai Su had already tried, no luck. Wood generates wind and thunder, so Gu Linji also gave it a shot, but it still didn't work. It seemed that only direct wood element psychics who could manipulate plants would be able to do so. I saw indigo mentioned this afternoon while reading the book, Su Yan recalled. Without its name, it wasn't easy to make the connection. It also has quite a few other names, like Qing Zai grass, water indigo, little green, and a couple I forgot. Little green. Gu Zicheng mused, how about we call you Qing Zai? The indigo plant extended its tip, tickling Gu Zicheng's cheek, clearly pleased with its new name. Except for the Zhou Qirong brothers, everyone else knew the implications, and fell silent for a moment. Zicheng, take a look at the fan Shasha and I made. You're good with your hands, want to give it a try? Su Yan held up the half-made small bamboo fan, changing the topic. Sure. Gu Zicheng smiled and joined the bamboo weaving group. The next day, following the markers they'd placed the previous day, after collecting the plant specimens, the group started towards their final destination. Since they got on the Sichuan-Tibet highway, Changzhe noticeably became more excited. As they were getting closer to Tibet, how could he not be happy? The spectacular and perilous beauty of the Sichuan-Tibet highway was breathtaking. After traveling through the monotonous and desolate northern route, entering the southern route brought them through increasingly lush forests, winding rivers, and sea-like lakes, brightening everyone's spirits. There weren't many vehicles on the road along the way. Apparently, within the first half year of the apocalypse, there wouldn't be too many people rushing directly to Tibet. SN City lay in a valley. Though it wasn't too obvious yet, one could see that the environment here was improving, and the climate had significantly improved compared to before the apocalypse. Since contact was re-established, SN City's base was named Jiamu. Chapter 49. In the afternoon, near the base, the number of vehicles on the road increased. Although the two-way road was only a single lane in each direction, traffic flowed orderly and did not appear congested. This alone demonstrated that the base had developed quite well. Some people at the base were confused. What did He Yan mean by waiting outside the base afternoon with an appearance as if expecting someone? Was there anyone who needed to be personally waited for by the head of the base? Jing Tianhe received the message from his subordinates, smiled but said nothing. While others might not know, how could he not? It would be even more difficult to establish themselves here in the future. Still, Jing Tianhe clenched his fingers, the pale knuckles emitted a crisp sound. Over the past half year, a balance had been formed within the base. If Gu Linji wanted to directly seize control, not only would he not agree, most of the base's psychics wouldn't either. Lacking popular support, this was his opportunity. Moreover, it was possible to take advantage of this chance to pull He Yan down as well. 3 vehicles approached, gradually slowing down until they stopped. The passenger door of the first car opened first, and a figure jumped out, dashing straight towards He Yan. The spectators were all stunned. Who didn't know that He Yan had a cold face and a cold heart, with efficient and ruthless means? There was once a person who tried to ingratiate themselves with him but ended up being thrown out of the base to fend for themselves. However, contrary to their expectations, He Yan actually spread his arms, firmly catching the person who rushed into them. Furthermore, his attitude towards those who got out of the car afterward was 100% respectful. What was going on? The crowd hadn't time to worry about how many jaws dropped in surprise. Finally, all the important people had gathered. Although some familiar faces were missing, similarly, there were also new ones added. He Yan looked at these few individuals before him and confirmed their identities based on Chang Tuo's description, feeling a deep sense of emotion rise. It's settled, I'll give you a 3-day leave. Gu Lingji's face also bore a smile. Without any surprises, this base would become their main camp. But naturally, He Yan also wished to spend more time with Chang Tuo, yet there were things he simply couldn't put aside. It's fine, Gu Lingji waved a hand. He Yan indeed needed rest. Isn't Zhu Junan still around? With him, it will be enough. The affairs of the base can't be handled properly in a day or two anyway. During these few days, we'll first understand the situation. Everything else, we'll discuss later. Alright, He Yan nodded, maintaining a gentle warmth on his normally cold and severe face. Let's go in first. Everything is already arranged. He Yan gathered their group near the downtown office department, sectioning off a cluster of apartment buildings assigned to them. These buildings spanned across 3 neighborhoods, none too tall, making them convenient while strategically encircling the office building. Within the range of the apartment complex, facilities such as public dining halls, medical service points, and convenience stores were set up, relatively complete and adequate. Moreover, garrison points were established throughout various locations in the base, achieving coverage and control through interconnected points and lines. At the center of the residential complex, there was also a not-so-small park intended for relaxation. From the beginning, He Yan reserved this area to build a villa as Gu Lingji's residence upon arrival at the base, which was completed in terms of construction and renovation a month ago. Before Gu Lingji arrived at the base, part of He Yan's team lived in the office department while another part resided in the apartments. Afterward, He Yan and Zhu Junan moved along with everyone else into the villa. Outside the residential apartments were areas designated for the settlement of psychic abilities and their families, known as the core zone. Housing distribution was determined, food must be earned oneself, and apart from that, the number of people residing in a house wasn't managed by the base. Next was the intermediate zone, and further out were the peripheral regions where certain affiliated psychics of Jimu cycled through garrisons regularly. Psychic teams stationed here gained relatively higher points due to the system in place, ensuring solid defenses at the periphery. One large difference between this base and others was that according to initial plans, Gu Lingji did not place ordinary citizens on the periphery but instead kept them in the middle region. For ordinary civilians, not everyone was allowed into the base, they had to undergo screening and possess unique skills. Whether teachers, musicians, or skilled workers, as long as they had something valuable, they could enter the central area. There was one other point, no shanty-type accommodations existed in the core zone, and management was rather strict. However, water that is perfectly clear contains no fish, a person who observes everything too closely gains no disciples. Therefore, regarding some underground activities that were not excessively deviant, the authorities chose to turn a blind eye. Those without any special skills could not enter the base, but the base had cleared a large area relatively safe outside the city wall for them to live. This area was equipped with residential buildings and other basic infrastructure to ensure basic living conditions. Ordinary people who wished to live long-term in the middle zone also needed points, however, they did not obtain these points through psionic abilities. Instead, they might earn points by caring for or cleaning rooms for psychics or babysitting children, etc. There was a specially designed points board and task board for ordinary citizens at the Central Points Hall, which used to be a prosecutor's office near the apartment buildings. After dinner. As an assistant, Zhu Junan was very familiar with the affairs of the base. After He Yan gave a brief handover, it did not prevent Gu Lingji from understanding the situation. The toughest nut to crack is Zheng Tianhe. His current galaxy group has over 600 people, among whom around 200 are psionics, accounting for 1/5 of all the base's psionics. They include 28 third-rank psionics, 93 second-rank psionics, and over 80 first-rank psionics. Zhu Junan reported detailed conditions of the base. They also possess a significant number of firearms. We have more than double the number of psionics compared to galaxy group, with each level nearly doubling theirs. Here are the specific lists, as well as the current structure and personnel arrangements of the base. How do they conduct themselves? After taking a stack of materials and flipping through them briefly, Gu Lingji handed them to Xiao Sun, thinking for a while before asking. Zheng Tianhe treats people generously, is carefree and outgoing, and highly strategic. The ones following him are loyal. Although they've always been high profile within the base, they haven't committed any serious misdeeds. Many don't approve of them, but can't touch them overtly. Gu Lingji nodded. Before the apocalypse, he hadn't had direct dealings with Zheng Tianhe, only knowing that the Zheng family had a wildly spoiled third son. Now, it seemed his pampering wasn't misplaced. Jing Tianhe was no pushover and indeed had some skill. The various developments within the base were good, things were on track. Gu Linji understood their arrival could cause discontent among the people if not handled properly. Tackling this issue would take precedence over addressing Jing Tianhe. What reactions did the base show today? There was no reaction from Jing Tianhe or the freelancers. However, there was some private chatter among the rest of the psychic groups, although they didn't dare act recklessly. They may not, but that doesn't mean everyone else won't. Gu Linji deeply understood that even this small grievance, if exploited by someone malicious, could easily stir up a wave. What's our next move? Zhu Junan found himself stuck between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, wanting to help Gu Linji stand firm and take over the position of the leader was necessary, yet difficult. Though He Yan had originally declared he was only temporarily in charge of the base, many people sneered at such statements, who would willingly give up power once grasped. Organize a ranking tournament. Gu Linji and Xiao Sun had already discussed it thoroughly. In a world where strength reigned supreme, nothing was more convincing than actual power. Securing a foothold and establishing authority, both goals could be achieved in one move. Zhu Junan paused, his thoughts coming back, and couldn't help but applaud. Good idea. I'll get started on it right away, aiming to finalize the regulations tomorrow. We've already prepared them. Xiao Sun pushed the file folder sitting on the table toward Zhu Junan. Take a look, based on the actual conditions of the base, make adjustments where necessary, added Gu Linji. All right. Zhu Junan smiled, waving the folder. With this, we're good to go. You've worked hard during this period. Once He Yan returns, arrange shifts so you can all take a break. With everything said, Gu Linji's tone relaxed. Not me, I'm alone anyway, going on vacation wouldn't offer much enjoyment. Zhu Junan shook his head, his solitary room felt far less inviting than staying with the group. As you wish, just implement the arrangements directly without consulting me further. Okay. After Zhu Junan left, Gu Linji and Xiao Sun chatted for a bit about the current state of the base and then retired early to settle down and cleanse the travel fatigue. Chapter 50. The next morning, Zhu Junan arrived with a folder in hand, looking as if he had spent the entire night awake. There was no cook employed in the villa, so the kitchen was still managed by Su Yan, along with Gu Jicheng and Lu Shasha. After the dishes were cleared away, Zhu Junan spread out the documents on the table in front of Gu Linji. These two places have been slightly modified. Please take a look at them. The rest will remain unchanged. Good, issue the announcement immediately. I'll get to it. Zhu Junan came in a hurry and left just as quickly. Gu Linji looked at the people gathered around the dining table. You all should also prepare well. Don't be careless about the ranking tournament. Once the announcement was posted, it caused quite a stir. Some people rubbed their hands in anticipation, ready to give it their all, while others were filled with great worry and anxiety. However, beneath all the excitement and liveliness, there lay an undercurrent of tension lurking beneath the calm surface. The ability ranking competition would begin in 5 days. The competition was divided into 2 phases. The first phase consisted of internal rankings within each tier. The second phase would be a cross-tier challenge where the top 3 from each tier could choose to challenge the top 3 from the tier above them or decline. The base would also award prizes to the top 20 individuals from each tier. Jing Tianhe threw the schedule onto the table, lowered his legs that were previously propped up, stood up, and walked to the window. Watching the bustling crowd below, his face remained devoid of any smile, the shadow in his eyes becoming increasingly dark. On the list, Gu Linji arrogantly ranked alone in the 4th tier. Already at the 4th tier. Tell everyone, those who can enter the challenge phase will receive heavy rewards from me, Jing Tianhe said, gritting his teeth, inform the Eagle team that if they don't rank among the top 20, they know the consequences. Yang Maoxuan frowned but did not voice any opposition. He knew this was make or break time, either crush Gu Linji and seize control of the base or get completely wiped out. He understood better than anyone else just how ambitious this child, whom he had watched grow up, truly was. Still, Yang Maoxuan reminded him, Tianhe, is it really necessary to be so harsh on the Eagle team? Pushing them too far might not end well. Uncle Yang, don't say anything more. Jing Tianhe turned back to the window, refusing to look at Yang Maoxuan again. The Eagle team enjoys the best resources. If they can't show corresponding strength, why should I feel any obligation to keep supporting them? Yang Maoxuan, seeing Jing Tianhe's manner, knew there was no way to sway him. He had always found it difficult to deal with this boy since he was young. Beneath a veneer of generosity lay rigidity, it wouldn't last long. All they could hope for was that their plan unfolded as scheduled, otherwise the future held more disasters than good fortune. Since the first phase involved many participants, it took a long time. After a 23-day race course, the rankings were set for tiers 3, 2, and 1, and the top 3 in each tier were decided. As for tier 1, there wasn't much mention. In tier 2, the top 3 included Jiamu, Tianhe, and a middle-aged man named Shuo Jiai, who was an independent participant. Tier 3 saw Xin Yaofeng, Bai Suhe, and Jing Tianhe claiming the top 3 spots. A few days before the start of the challenge phase, during a cleanup operation, the base uncovered a relic site featuring strange patterns. They reported it to He Yan, who immediately recognized its significance. It resembled the sketch Chang Tua had once shown him. Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun specially made a trip over. The pattern was on an altar, which was square with a circular base. The central pattern matched the one originally found inside the crystal and was also a perfect circle identical to the base. Both of them squatted down, and Xiao Sun reached out to gently touch the already cleaned up pattern, which was over a meter in diameter. It was made of white marble, exuding a faint green hue, making it quite beautiful. This altar must be related to Little Mu, though we're unsure of its purpose. Xiao Sun stared at the pattern, puzzled by the number of mysteries that were yet unsolved. Without Little Mu's explanation, they couldn't find many clues. It won't be long now. Gu Lingji stood up, helping Xiao Sun to rise. All the clues are converging in our hands, it's only a matter of time before we solve the puzzle. Xiao Sun nodded, stepped back a little, and pulled out a mini camera to take several photos. Next came the 6-day challenge phase, with matches taking place every other day. The final day featured a Tier 3 versus Tier 4 challenge followed by the award ceremony. Speaking of cross-tier challenges, only a very small number could actually win due to the fundamental differences in strength between levels. Still, the match between Zhuo Jia and Shen Yaofeng was somewhat entertaining. Shen Yaofeng naturally won easily, but Zhuo Jia displayed noteworthy combat awareness and strategy, qualities worth both admiration and recruitment. On the final day of the competition, the open-air stadium, converted into an arena, was packed to the brim. Since there was only Gu Lingji in the 4th tier, even though the entire competition schedule was public, no one had yet seen his ability in action. Furthermore, after Gu Lingji arrived at the base, He Yan had seemingly handed over authority to him. This battle between Jing Tianhe and Gu Lingji had thus become a proxy fight between Jiamu and Galaxy. Who would win or lose? This battle today was crucial. In the backstage rest area, a dedicated room had been set up. Jing Tianhe sat on the sofa and asked in a deep voice, "Are you all ready?" "Everything is ready, we just need to wait for the match to start," Yang Maoxuan replied softly. Jing Tianhe leaned back on the sofa, staring at a narrow strip of space atop a cabinet along the opposite wall. His eyes darkened, and his lips curled slightly as his teeth glinted with a small but sharp light in the dimly lit, windowless room. The stadium buzzed with people, and even the winter cold seemed heated by the crowd's excitement. There were 10 minutes left until the match began. Suddenly, someone came to report that zombies had appeared within the base, near the civilian area, already causing many casualties and likely resulting in new zombies. A situation like this had occurred once before, so Chang Tua and Su Yan were sent to handle it. After the brief interruption, the match was about to begin. He Yan gave a brief introduction, stabilizing the atmosphere on site. As the match officially commenced, the stadium gradually quieted down. Jing Tianhe looked at Gu Lingji. He recognized this person. His father had mentioned this prodigy multiple times to educate both him and his elder brother. This name had once been his nightmare. "I've heard my father mention you. Please give me your guidance, Mr. Gu." Jing Tianhe suppressed the disgust in his heart, flashing a wide smile. He was almost unable to wait. The show was about to begin. Gu Lingji's status in the 4th tier had already stabilized, making handling Jing Tianhe's 3rd tier ability straightforward. However, Jing Tianhe's fire-based ability had some suppressive effects, being high-level 3rd tier, coupled with fragmented attacks and rapid dodging, proving somewhat troublesome. Gu Lingji intended to allow everyone to learn and observe how Jing Tianhe used his abilities, so he patiently engaged with him. At the infield rest area, Xiao Sun and others were paying close attention to the situation in the arena. Yu Jifeng hurriedly entered, saying urgently, "Something's happened. An anomaly has appeared in Lushan Valley. The mountain conditions are complex, and we don't dare enter rashly." Xiao Sun glanced at Gu Lingji's figure, pondering briefly, "Let He Yan stay here and oversee the match. I'll go take a look." "I'll go too," Shen Yaofeng stood up upon hearing this. "You should stay. You just competed 3 days ago, haven't fully recovered yet, and neither have Bai Su and Shen Yaofeng. Stay behind to rest more." Xiao Sun reasoned, since Shen Yaofeng and Bai Su had won their matches 3 days ago, but hadn't restored much of their powers yet, it was better for them to rest. "Isn't Miss Gu from the wood system? That would be advantageous in the mountains," Yu Jifeng suggested. "Yes, I'll go with Brother Sun." Gu Jiqing jumped off her chair and stood beside Xiao Sun. Dian Wei was responsible for security at the scene, so couldn't leave, and Shen Yaofeng and Bai Su didn't insist either, going might actually slow things down. "Be careful," Shen Yaofeng reminded. "All right. Go with peace of mind, I'll record the whole thing properly." Dian Wei shifted his gaze away from the camera and grinned. "That's very kind of you," Xiao Sun also smiled lightly. "It's time, shouldn't you patrol around?" "I'm going now, watch out, remote wind." "All right, noted. Please hurry up, the situation was already urgent when I came." Yu Jifeng glanced at his watch, urging them on. Despite the cold weather, his face was flushed, and sweat appeared on his forehead. "We're leaving right now." Xiao Sun spoke and started walking toward the exit. Gu Jiqing kissed Bai Su's cheek, "I'll be back soon," and chased after Xiao Sun's footsteps. In less than 10 minutes, Zhou Qirong and Zhou Qirui returned from their patrol. Upon hearing the situation, Zhou Qirong immediately said, "I and little Roy will go check it out too. Sanji and the others might be able to help." Shen Yaofeng felt uneasy in his heart but agreed with Zhou Qirong's suggestion, estimating the distance. They just left not long ago. If you hurry, you might catch up with them before they enter the mountains. No worries, let's go, little Rui. Hey, Sanji, Muzhou, Nian, hurry up. Chapter 51. Although Gu Lingji was on the field, he also noticed that Xiao Sun and Gu Ziqing had left. However, he didn't think much about it. Zheng Tianhe's tactics were similar to his personality, putting on a facade but switching strategies when needed, seemingly bold and straightforward but in fact cunning and ruthless. After more than 20 minutes of probing and entanglement, everything worth knowing seemed clear, but there was still some unease in his mind, so he stopped, entangling, and Louding suddenly appeared, directly slamming Zheng Tianhe to the ground and restricting his movements. Zheng Tianhe was very surprised. He hadn't expected Gu Lingji to have such an odd trick up his sleeve, leaving him numb all over. Yet, he couldn't help but feel excited. It would take at least half an hour from here to Lushan. Even if Gu Lingji set out now, it would be too late. Zheng Tianhe knew he wasn't Gu Lingji's match, but seeing Yu Jifeng, Xiao Sun, and Gu Ziqing leave together, he was satisfied. In this round, he wasn't losing. Shen Yaofeng took the walkie-talkie handed by his subordinate. It was Chang Jia. After hearing a few words from him, Shen abruptly stood up, and naturally, everyone around him heard and also stood up. If the zombies appearing in the middle zone were part of someone's plot, then what was the purpose? Shen Yaofeng stared at Gu Lingji who had just finished the competition, flashes of various details rushing through his mind until he suddenly understood. His hand trembled, almost dropping the walkie-talkie. Just as he was about to call Gu Lingji, he saw him leap off the platform and quickly approach with a few strides. Zheng Tianhe's sudden laugh made Gu Lingji realize something, and catching the reaction from Shen Yaofeng and others in the rest area confirmed instantly that Zheng Tianhe must have planned something. Lingji, something's happened. Shen Yaofeng realized that at this point, they could only try their best to salvage the situation and hoped all those people would return safely. Let's go, we'll talk on the way. Gu Lingji now fully understood the situation. Zheng Tianhe's target was clearly Xiao Sun and Gu Ziqing. If anything happened to either of them, it would be something he'd regret not preventing. Control the galaxy group, especially Zheng Tianhe. Gu Lingji said as he walked, his face stern and grim, his voice seeming to carry shards of ice. Understood. He Yan returned and ordered his subordinates to seal off all exits of the stadium, controlling the members of Galaxy present. Then he personally went after Zheng Tianhe and contacted Chang Jia, instructing him to take his men straight to Galaxy's base. The vehicles sped out of the base, and on board, after listening to Shen Yaofeng, Gu Lingji realized they had fallen into Zheng Tianhe's trap. Forcing himself to stay calm, he reasoned that both Xiao Sun and Gu Ziqing were at stage 3. The highest-ranked psychic on Zheng Tianhe's side was also no more than stage 3. In the last few days, there hadn't been significant personnel changes within Galaxy. Therefore, theoretically, they shouldn't be in danger. Regret weighed most heavily on Baisu and Shen Yaofeng. Baisu leaned against the car door, eyes closed, silent, but the hand gripping the hilt of his knife shook slightly. He didn't know whether Gu Ziqing would come to harm or even what to do if she did. Less than 10 minutes out of the base, a vibration coming from beneath the earth jolted the passengers. It originated from the direction of Lushan. 80% chances are that the worst had already occurred. The silence inside the car deepened even further. When they reached the foot of Lushan Mountain, it became clear that the mountain had cracked open. Fallen trees, cascading rocks and mudslides, and collapsed makeshift buildings were all signs of chaos. A preliminary judgment indicated this might be the work of an Earth-type psychic. As they were preparing to enter the mountain to search for people, Zhou Qirong emerged along a barely visible path. Sanji and its partners looked quite perplexed, circling their master. Seeing the group led by Gu Lingji, Zhou Qirong stepped forward and quickly said, "By the time we arrived, they had just gone up a few minutes before us. But after we climbed for 10 odd minutes, we unknowingly found ourselves back at the entrance again. This has happened twice." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately understood that there might be an illusionist or a type of psychic manipulating reality involved. Gu Lingji recalled the list of psychics in Galaxy but remembered none with such abilities. If there were, he definitely wouldn't have forgotten. Thus, it appeared Zheng Tianhe had concealed this person. Contact He Yan, send Fang Qizhi here, Gu Lingji quickly arranged. Yao Feng will remain behind to wait for people while the rest of us split up and enter the mountain to find them. Moreover, mobilize several helicopters to search from above and allocate additional forces to seal the mountain. Those responsible are still on the mountain. Alright, Shen Yaofeng responded while contacting the base. However, before Gu Lingji could step onto the stone steps leading into the mountain, Shen added, "No, communication is impossible, the signal has been jammed. You return with Huai Ping. The range of the signal jamming shouldn't be too large. We'll use whistles to stay in contact," Gu Lingji explained. With a psychic limited to the 3rd tier, the jamming radius likely wouldn't exceed 3 kilometers. Still, he instructed, dispatch the helicopters anyway and have them stand by outside the signal jamming range for emergencies. Understood. Shen Yaofeng and Yu Huaiping got into the car and started driving back. Gu Lingji, Baisu, and the Zhou brothers split into 2 groups at the first fork in the valley after entering. Gu Lingji patted Baisu's shoulder without uttering a word, finding the people was what mattered most. The already tough mountain path had become even more difficult to traverse after the earthquake. Gu Lingji only hoped that neither Xiao Sun nor Gu Ziqing had been injured, otherwise, the situation would be even more perilous. After half an hour, Gu Lingji and Bai Su returned to the entrance just like the Zhou brothers before them. By then, not only were the Zhou brothers present, but Shen Yaofeng, Chang Jia, Zhu Junnan, and over 100 others were lined up neatly. Feng Qizhi was curiously examining Lushan Mountain, whose peak seemed to vanish into infinity. It doesn't work. We marked our way yet ended up here again, said Gu Lingji as he asked Feng Qizhi, how about it? Is this some sort of illusion? Feng Qizhi closed his eyes and focused, sensing intently for dozens of seconds. When he opened his eyes, he shook his head, it doesn't seem like an illusion. The energy fluctuations are different from mine. Seeing Gu Lingji fall silent, Shen Yaofeng spoke, people have already been sent out. If anyone tries to leave the mountain, we'll surely spot them. These are the remaining forces. What do you think? It's possible the psychic causing this isn't even on the mountain. Search the nearby areas instead, Gu Lingji said slowly. As time passed, the danger increased exponentially. Keep a few groups advancing into the mountain to search, even if this maze has 30 forks, every single one must be checked thoroughly. I'll give it a try, Chang Jia stepped forward. He had always been fascinated by mazes and Rubik's cubes and played them quite often. Based on the current scenario, this definitely wasn't a simple maze, it was an intricate composite one, further complicated due to being located on a mountain. 40 minutes later, Chang Jia returned, looking dejected with no apparent results. Is this guy's power really a maze? I've never seen such a labyrinth before, it's all structured in looped squares within squares. Plus, because of the complex terrain in the mountain and the earthquake, I couldn't tell whether the routes were dead ends or not. Damn it. Gu Lingji clenched his fist tightly and then relaxed it helplessly. At a loss for what to do. Xiao Sun and Gu Ziqing had entered the mountain over 2 hours ago. Their conditions remained unknown. A feeling of unprecedented helplessness and fear grew stronger minute by minute. Just 2 hours, only 2 hours. Any results from the search? Gu Lingji faced Lushan Mountain, standing straight, and asked. Not yet. Keep looking. Chapter 52. Xiao Sun and Gu Ziqing arrived at the foot of the mountain, where they indeed felt abnormal energy fluctuations on the mountain. They followed Yu Jifeng up the hill. Xiao Sun looked at the 5 people guarding below, they were all unfamiliar faces. Although he had only been at the base for a few days, he had met all the members of Jiamu. He had no impression of these individuals, though he assumed he simply hadn't remembered them. Yu Jifeng moved quickly, as if in a hurry. After walking for a few minutes, the mountain's foot was no longer visible behind them. Yu Jifeng approached a cave and pointed at its dark entrance, saying, the fluctuations are inside. Why isn't there anyone guarding the entrance? Xiao Sun questioned, puzzled. Such carelessness wasn't typical of Jiamu's style. Yu Jifeng nervously tightened his fists inside his pockets. There just aren't enough hands, you know. Yu Jifeng switched on his flashlight with the other hand and hurriedly entered the cave. Xiao Sun frowned slightly, something didn't feel right. Gu Ziqing looked at Xiao Sun and held onto his arm, confused as she glanced toward the cave. The cold mountain air became even more chilling near the cave entrance, sending shivers down her spine. Zheng Cheng, let's go back down. Xiao Sun decisively decided not to enter the cave. Holding Gu Ziqing's wrist, he turned and began walking downhill. However, after only taking a few steps, an earthquake-like tremor shook the ground beneath them. An earthquake? Amidst the chaos that followed, a maze mysteriously initiated. At the exact moment of the quake, Xiao Sun overlaid surrounding air into a protective shield, protecting Gu Ziqing from falling rocks between the mountains. When the shaking ceased, Xiao Sun lowered the shield, and the two stood up, brushing off dust from their clothes. After surveying the area, Xiao Sun had a premonition that this earthquake was not coincidental but orchestrated by an Earth-type ability user. The fluctuation of Earth-related abilities was quite evident. It seemed Yu Jifeng might also be involved, and their arrival at Lushan Mountain may have been premeditated. Brother Sun, let's head back. Something here doesn't feel right. Gu Ziqing caressed Qingzi trembling around her forearm. At this point, it was clear something was amiss. Probably won't be that easy. Xiao Sun's spiritual power had already received feedback, he could sense things only within a 50-meter radius. Beyond that limit, further perception was obstructed. From what he could sense, the distribution of powers appeared irregular initially, yet Xiao Sun suspected this represented merely part of the picture. Gu Ziqing extended her hand, unfolding the tricolor caladium leaf. 3 fragile foxtail grasses slithered onto her palm, their pale bean-green light shimmering faintly in the forest's dimness. Let the little tails scout out the path and gather some information. Sounds good, agreed Xiao Sun. Knowing they couldn't move aimlessly now, as the way down was no longer visible, it was better to first observe. Come, sit here for a rest. We don't know when we can leave. Following Xiao Sun, Gu Ziqing found a fallen tree, with a trunk as thick as a bowl placed conveniently against a slope for comfortable seating. Brother Sun, do you think who is plotting against us? Gu Ziqing twirled the caladium leaf and asked. Most likely Jing Tianhe, Xiao Sun replied, gazing through the cracks of branches at the overcast sky, speculating how much effort Jing Tianhe must have put in to stay hidden. Gu Ziqing tilted her head, revealing a row of white teeth and mischievously curved eyes. It doesn't matter who it is, once we get out, they'll be done for. Even before we get out, Jing Tianhe's group will be finished, Xiao Sun responded with a faint smile. Your brother must have noticed the signs. Gu Ziqing nodded confidently, certain by now that both Gu Linji and the others would have realized something was wrong. A quick analysis would uncover the culprit. Looking down at her watch, she commented, it's almost 12 o'clock. We've been out here for almost 2.5 hours. From his storage space, Xiao Sun pulled out water and ready-to-eat packages, opening a tin of beef. Setting up a pot, he boiled some hot water and managed lunch. Luckily, Xiao Sun had brought supplies, otherwise, in such an unpredictable environment, they might have gone hungry. Right after finishing their meal, the 3 foxtail grasses hopped back, moving restlessly in front of Gu Ziqing, entwined and fighting each other. Gu Ziqing frowned, looking at the agitated grass blades. Her mind was filled with 3 chattering voices causing a headache, until she finally reprimanded them. She then shook her head at Xiao Sun, saying, they couldn't find a way out, just turning around within a fixed range. Xiao Sun also had no better solution, let's check it out. There might be another discovery, it's better than wasting time stuck in one place. Certainly, those below, like Gu Linji, must be frantic trying to help them out since they couldn't get out and those outside couldn't get in. It was already 1 p.m., yet those who ascended the mountain were still wandering in circles, and searches beyond the perimeters remained fruitless. Gazing at the bleakening mountain landscapes, Gu Linji could only hope both parties stayed safe. Shen Yaofeng walked over, handing Gu Linji a pack of compressed biscuits and a cup of hot water. Have some. Those 2 aren't rabbits. How's the base? Gu Linji took it, placing the biscuit on the folding table. Shen Yaofeng didn't say much, everything's under control already. Did Jing Tianhe say anything? No, he refused to talk. Tell He Yan, no matter what method, get Jing Tianhe talking. Gu Linji rotated the disposable paper cup in his hand. And Yang Maoshuan, there's no way he isn't involved. Alright. What about Baisu? He just came down from the mountain and joined the search team again. Speaking of Baisu, Shen Yaofeng also felt a bit helpless but fully understood both of them. If Bian Wei had been the one in trouble, he wouldn't have stayed calm either. Understanding Baisu's mood, Gu Linji didn't interfere and let him go. Thinking of the shielding range, which had lasted at least 3.5 hours, third-rank psychic users couldn't maintain such long-term shielding, their powers wouldn't sustain it. He then asked, has the shielding range decreased? Shen Yaofeng was surprised, he hadn't considered this. I'll get someone to test it immediately. 10 minutes later. The range is shrinking, now it only covers 50 meters around including the foothills. Shen Yaofeng rushed over, Gu Linji's guess was correct. The height has also lowered to 70 meters, and helicopters have already been sent out. Good. Report any news immediately. Don't worry. Xiao Sun touched a new carving on the tree inside. No matter how they went, they would always return to the front of the cave. 1 person doing the shielding, 1 earth element, 1 maze, plus Yu Jifeng who was an undercover agent before, at least 4 people. Gu Ziqing rolled her eyes, winding her high ponytail into a bun. Qingzi struggled out from her hair, wrapping around her wrist beside Laoding. We've been circling for more than an hour, and we still don't see any hope of getting out. Yu Jifeng doesn't look like someone who'd come here to die. That cave might provide a breakthrough. Xiao Sun stopped. In that case, I'll go back and hope the cave wasn't collapsed during the earthquake earlier. Gu Ziqing immediately turned around, jumping up a few cracked steps with a tap-tap-tap sound. The 2 picked up their pace and within 5 minutes returned to the entrance of the cave again. A man-high cave opening black as a large ink blot greeted them. Xiao Sun took out a high-brightness flashlight, illuminating about 3 to 4 meters. Gu Ziqing clung to Xiao Sun's arm with one hand, while 3 foxtail grasses floated around the other. The caladium leaf stuck tightly to her forearm. After walking about 100 meters, a fork appeared in the road. Which way? Gu Ziqing asked. This fork looked identical in both directions. Xiao Sun carefully observed the ground at both intersections. There were no footprints or traces of sweeping. Let me. Gu Ziqing waved her hand, and Qingzi grew longer and thicker, flicking across the floor, causing dust to rise simultaneously in both paths. Underneath the soil layer, there were still no footprints. The 2 fell silent for a moment, glanced at each other, and simultaneously stared at the 2 paths. They instinctively chose the right path. I'm accustomed to going right. Gu Ziqing smiled and stepped onto the right path first. Xiao Sun quickened his pace and kept steady after walking ahead of Gu Ziqing by a step. The airflow is better on the right side. They twisted and turned for about 10 minutes, walking into a space becoming increasingly open. It stabilized extending outward when the cave reached a height of 4 to 5 meters and a width of about 3 meters. Suddenly, Gu Ziqing felt her foot sink, realizing something was wrong. Be careful, Brother Sun. I think I triggered a trap. Chapter 53. As soon as the words were spoken, a layer on the top of the passage formed into diamond-shaped cones. Even when they fell to the ground, they didn't break, mostly retaining their shape, they appeared to be soil blocks. Retreating was impractical, and moving forward carried an unknown risk too. Xiao Sun paused for a moment, then pulled out a hexagonal metal piece which began to overlap continuously, forming a bell-shaped protective shield around the two people. Time was pressing, so the protective shield wasn't particularly large, just enough to allow the two of them to huddle inside. Gu Ziqing hugged her knees, leaning against Xiao Sun's side while still managing to make light of their situation. Don't we look like little bees in a beehive? Xiao Sun extracted a thin layer of air outside the cover, blocking the sound of the falling earth pieces colliding with the shield. Upon hearing Gu Ziqing's analogy, he couldn't help but smile. You really are creative. It's just that we can't stay here too long, Gu Ziqing laughed and seriously added. The oxygen won't last long. Xiao Sun knew they couldn't stay here indefinitely. Fortunately, the mud shouldn't fall for too much longer. Gu Ziqing wasn't overly concerned about their predicament, she had always been optimistic. Xiao Sun kept an eye on the situation outside. After 5 minutes, everything completely stopped. With his mental power probing outward, he found the protective shield was completely buried. There was still 40 to 50 centimeters of soil above the shield. Gu Ziqing glanced at the soil beneath their feet, letting Qingshan drill through it to clear the dirt off the top of the shield. Xiao Sun first withdrew the metal sheet on top, only a few small soil chunks and dust fell down. After climbing up and finding a stable footing among the piled hard soil lumps, he managed to pull Gu Ziqing out. The soil lumps accumulated to over 2 meters. The return path was blocked, so continuing forward was the only choice. After traveling some distance, Xiao Sun finally retracted the metal plate. Earlier proximity would have caused collapse due to the lack of support, leading to a dangerous landslide. The piles of diamond-shaped soil blocks were unstable and their sharp edges made walking quite difficult. Suddenly losing balance, Gu Ziqing tumbled backward. Xiao Sun rushed to steady her, but it was too late. She landed a hand on the ground, and after the soil blocks shifted a few times, her palm was cut by an approximately 3 centimeter long wound, and blood gushed out immediately. Xiao Sun squatted down, pulling out alcohol to disinfect the wound, and then wrapping it with a bandage. He also sat down himself. Let's rest for a bit. Gu Ziqing shook her hand, seemingly trying to shake off the pain. We've come quite far. This cave doesn't seem like a maze. That's correct. Moreover, although the labyrinth outside is hard to navigate, there are no real dangers. Its purpose seems merely to keep us trapped. Xiao Sun turned the flashlight beam toward the front where not too far away was a corner, and then force us into this cave. So, this cave must be the real big weapon then, Gu Ziqing guessed further. Yu Jifeng must have come in here too. He seems to have taken the left path. Maybe the left path is safe, but the airflow on this path suggests there's definitely a way out somewhere. In that case, let's cheer up. With good luck, we can even have dinner together with everyone. Gu Ziqing stood up full of energy, showing no sign of discouragement. Looking at Gu Ziqing, Xiao Sun felt his concerns lessened somewhat. Having such a little sunbeam around truly made it hard to stay melancholy. After turning 2 more bends, faint brightness could be seen ahead. Gu Ziqing let out a small cheer, and the two supported each other as they walked out. Upon exiting the narrow channel, they entered a square space of approximately 100 square meters. Opposite was a smaller cave entrance flanked by 2 lions which appeared to be made of clay. In such a rudimentary place, these 2 lion statues seem rather strange. Xiao Sun held back Gu Ziqing. These 2 lion sculptures seemed out of place compared to their surroundings. Sure enough, the 2 lions rustled and stood up. One each, Xiao Sun and Gu Ziqing intended to end the fight quickly. Xiao Sun used a short knife. A few rapid maneuvers brought him behind the lion. As he leaped, overlapping increased the length of the blade twice, directly severing the lion's head. However, the clay lion quickly grew a new head. Gu Ziqing used enlarged taro leaves to dismember the lion, but her situation was similar to Xiao Sun's. Since they couldn't kill the lions, they'd need to trap them. Brother Sun. Led them together. Gu Ziqing shouted, and beside her, Qingshan hovered around slightly. Xiao Sun understood Gu Ziqing's meaning immediately. The two of them led the lions to bunch up together. Qingshan swiftly wrapped itself around the lions, and both sprinted towards the cave entrance, retrieving Qingshan. Xiao Sun superimposed additional layers of earth at the cave entrance and reinforced it with crosswise metal strips inserted into the walls, ensuring the lions wouldn't follow. The two of them walked slowly, calming their rapid breathing. Gu Ziqing said, my ability has been used up to about 70 or 80%. I'm about the same, Xiao Sun admitted frankly. There was no point in hiding anything now. Let me probe again and see if the shielding has weakened a bit. Xiao Sun held on to Gu Ziqing's wrist as she led him forward slowly. He closed his eyes and focused on sensing the surroundings. Xiao Sun was surprised to find that the shielding had indeed weakened considerably, but his own abilities were also almost depleted, unable to support long-distance detection. However, he had pretty much mapped out the structure of the cave. They had already covered 2/3 of the distance, so they weren't far from the exit. If nothing unexpected happened, they would be out within an hour. Xiao Sun opened his eyes and glanced at his watch. 4:28 p.m. Bai Shuo dragged Lu Minghui out of the car, yanking him by the collar all the way to Gu Lingji, pushing him down to the ground. Lu Minghui nearly collapsed on the ground, trembling violently. The stares of everyone around made him feel cold with fear. It had already been communicated over the comms, Lu Minghui was an array master, albeit a half-trained one who awakened this array-based power after the apocalypse. Following a few books, he set up the current array. Speak up, don't make us act, Shen Yaofeng's icicle was pressed against Lu Minghui's neck. They couldn't afford to waste any more time. Lu Minghui's legs felt like jelly, he knew these people were not ones to trifle with. Thinking about the latest news he had just received, that Jing Tianhe had already been captured, he realized he had no way out and hurriedly confessed. He was only responsible for the array inside the mountain cave. His skills weren't proficient enough, so the array wasn't overly complex. He worked together with Kong Haowen, a soil elemental ability user, to set up the double fish array. The principle behind the double fish array was simple: once activated, he could control it remotely, setting the activation time and proceeding according to the plan. Whether or not the plan succeeded, he did not know. If one wanted to leave Mount Lu, the cave was the only way out, and there were no forks before activation. But once it was activated, there would be two paths. Regardless of which path was taken, the traps would shift accordingly. If they split up, the traps would double and affect both individuals, meaning that there was no way to avoid the traps altogether. As for whether Yu Jifeng could leave within the agreed-upon time, it all depended on his abilities. The shielding naturally severed contact between them. And what about the labyrinth? How do we break it? Gu Lingji asked. Ignoring the double fish array inside the cave, how were they supposed to get through the labyrinth? Labyrinth? What labyrinth? Lu Minghui looked thoroughly puzzled, having no knowledge of any labyrinth. Given Lu Minghui's appearance, it didn't seem like he was lying. That must have been something deliberately concealed by Jing Tianhe. Is Kong Haowen still on the mountain? Gu Lingji followed up with another question. Yes, he went down the mountain with Yu Jifeng. Going down the mountain? Gu Lingji closed his eyes briefly. It seemed likely that Jing Tianhe never intended to let Yu Jifeng and Kong Haowen come down the mountain. The labyrinth blocked movement both upward and downward. Hurry with the interrogation, we must find out everything about the labyrinth. Gu Lingji waved a hand, signaling someone to take Kong Haowen away for further questioning. I'll go push them, Changzhi turned to contact the base. Is there any possibility of destroying the labyrinth? Gu Lingji stared at the mountainside, uniformly blurred into a monotonous color, mumbling as though talking to himself. Shen Yaofeng glanced at Shen Yaofeng and whispered in the same low tone, after the earthquake, the condition of the mountain is unclear to us. Destroying the labyrinth directly might cause a secondary collapse of the mountain, and the cave system might. Whether Shen Yaofeng said it outright or left it unsaid, Gu Lingji understood perfectly well. He simply couldn't help the growing concern in his heart. Nevertheless, worry aside, he firmly believed that Xiao Sun and Gu Jiqing would be fine, this mirror ray wouldn't stop them. That's all he could do, believe in them. Night had fallen. Chapter 54. Xiao Sun and Gu Jiqing had been walking for over an hour when they realized their estimation was off. The cave twisted and turned, seemingly endless. It's 6 o'clock. We can't keep going like this. How about we try to dig a hole and tunnel our way out? Gu Jiqing suggested. Xiao Sun thought for a moment and agreed, let's give it a try. After selecting the position, Qingzi excitedly shook its branches and spiraled into the earth wall, sending dirt flying out of the newly made hole like a small tunnel boring machine. When Qingzi finished breaking through the wall and backed out, Gu Jiqing was ready to crawl in first. Xiao Sun placed his hand on her shoulder, I'll go first, you follow behind. No worries, Qingzi has already checked the way. Gu Jiqing giggled, trying to explain. Listen to me, Xiao Sun insisted. Since Gu Jiling wasn't around, he naturally felt the need to protect his only remaining family member. Alright, I'll listen. Gu Jiqing stepped back from the tunnel opening, pulling Qingzi, who had transformed back into its thin form, and wrapping it around Xiao Sun's arm. Take Qingzi with you, the mountain is made of soil, Qingzi will be quite helpful. Xiao Sun looked up and saw Qingzi affectionately shake its little leaves, and strangely enough, he detected a hint of shyness, making him chuckle lightly, this little guy actually knows how to blush. Qingzi likes brother Sun, Gu Jiqing nudged Xiao Sun, slightly embarrassed herself. Qingzi communicated with her mind, and she did indeed have feelings for Xiao Sun. Regardless of Gu Jiling's opinion, she respected Xiao Sun, and most importantly, he was the person recognized by Gu Jiling. They shared the same spirit, and her admiration for him grew accordingly. Xiao Sun patted Gu Jiqing's head and didn't further discuss the matter, let's go, be careful. Alright. The tunnel Qingzi dug was about 30 meters long, large enough for two people to pass through. However, after exiting the tunnel, they found themselves still inside another tunnel. They stared at each other blankly. Should we try again? Gu Jiqing asked. Alright, let's try again. They tried 2 more times, but the result was the same. Looks like we must walk through honestly. Gu Jiqing walked slowly with her hands clasped behind her back. Fine, there has to be an end somewhere. Unable to think of any better solution, Xiao Sun reluctantly agreed with Gu Jiqing's statement. There's news. Changzhi came over, someone from the Eagle Group confessed. Tell me. The Eagle Group said that the array map of the Pisces formation obtained by Lu Minghui was incomplete, but it didn't hinder forming the array. The effects were similar. As for the hidden part, a Yen and others are still interrogating Yang Maoshan. What about the maze? It was created by Yang Maoshan. If he wishes, he can deactivate it. Bring him here, I want to talk to him. It was past 8 o'clock, and the long tunnels had left both of them somewhat weary. From morning until evening, they were very exhausted. Still, the longer they stayed inside the cave, the more Xiao Sun's unease grew. Completely cut off from the outside world, their current situation could genuinely be called a predicament. Though optimistic, both of them knew well enough that it wouldn't be easy to break free. Xiao Sun enveloped the two of them in his spiritual power, attentively listening for even the tiniest of movements. At that moment, the tunnel began shaking violently, and instead of just rocks falling from the ceiling, the entire tunnel collapsed. Xiao Sun acted decisively, grabbing Gu Zhicheng and running forward as soon as the collapse started. The longer they remained in the cave, the greater Xiao Sun's anxiety grew. There was absolutely no connection with the outside world, and their current predicament was severe. Even though they remained optimistic, they both understood clearly that escaping would not be simple. In the previous life, Gu Zhicheng chose to detonate her crystal core. This time, under no circumstances would he let her fall here. Sections of the caved-in roof fell continuously, and the two had nearly depleted their psionic abilities. Hold on. The collapse of the cave might mean that we're close to the exit. Gu Zhicheng was being dragged along by Xiao Sun, feeling her legs becoming heavier. Her psionic abilities and stamina were drained from the day's exertion. An unexpected event happened suddenly, a large mass of mud fell from above. Xiao Sun almost instinctively used the momentum to throw Gu Zhicheng away, then a landslide sealed the tunnel tightly. Gu Zhicheng's mind went blank for a second as Qing Zi dragged her further through 2 turns before stopping. All was silent. Brother Sun. Yang Maoshan descended from the helicopter, a middle-aged man nearing 50 looking extremely haggard. Gu Zhiling didn't have time to waste words or play emotional cards. Cutting straight to the point, disable the maze, tell us the secrets of the Pisces formation, and I'll give Jing Tianhe a chance to live. Yang Maoshan stayed silent, unable not to admit that Gu Zhiling had hit the nail right on the head with his opening sentence. Jing Tianhe had grown up under his watchful eye. No matter how many faults Jing Tianhe had, he was willing to accommodate him in every possible way. Yang Maoshan knew that Gu Zhiling wouldn't let them go, especially Jing Tianhe. If he could fight for a sliver of hope for Jing Tianhe at this stage, there was nothing left to hesitate about. He just needed to confirm one thing. I can tell you, but I have one more condition. No matter the life or death of these 2 individuals, you must honor your promise. Yang Maoshan had opposed Jing Tianhe's plan from the start, yet under current circumstances, this was the only path available to him. By now, if Xiao Sun and Gu Zhicheng hadn't exited the cave, their chances of survival were exceedingly slim. Upon hearing these words, the anger among those present was immediate. Changzhe's fireball ignited instantly in his hand, almost thrown out of rage. You're despicable. Yang Maoshan remained unperturbed, maintaining focus on Gu Zhiling. That particular word was exactly what Gu Zhiling wished to avoid hearing at all costs. The temporary energy-saving lamp flickered in his eyes, reflecting a cold gleam that even the seasoned Yang Maoshan found hard to endure. Alright, I agree. Yang Maoshan exhaled with relief. The array map obtained by Lu Minghui is indeed incomplete, but the missing parts are irrelevant to setting up the formation. Focus. Bai Su's grip on the blade never faltered. He feared if he relaxed even slightly, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from striking the man before him. Yang Maoshan understood the gravity of the situation. Looking at everyone's expressions, he cut straight to the important details. There are no traps or dangers within the maze. The purpose of creating it was to drive them into the cave. Only by going through the cave could they leave Lu Mountain. Once the array activated, the entrance disappeared. With Lu Minghui's limited abilities, finding it would have been impossible. Entering the cave, the first half isn't too hard to traverse. Kong Haowen's psionic powers aren't advanced enough either, so passing that wasn't very difficult. However, in the latter section of the cave, near the exit, once stepping into it, the entire cave collapses. Gu Zhiling stood up, walking over to where Yang Maoshan sat. He bent down, lifting him forcefully as he stared down at him. If the cave collapsed, the likelihood of being buried alive was almost 100%. Deactivate the maze and interference field, then head for the exit. In the instant Xiao Sun threw Gu Zhicheng away, there was an inexplicable sense of relief within him. Using his last bit of strength, he formed an air shield, barely holding back the heavy pressure of falling earth around him. When the collapse ceased, Xiao Sun's energy was depleted. His air shield dissipated due to lack of support, leaving behind a small triangular space. Xiao Sun's left knee had twisted earlier and was already swollen considerably. Despite the freezing temperatures inside the mountain, the injury was merely soft tissue damage without affecting ligaments or the meniscus, so he abandoned any attempt to cold compress it. Twisting his knee might not have been the main issue, it was the severe cuts on his thigh causing blood loss combined with dropping body temperature that made him feel dizzy. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a bandage to treat the wound and stop the bleeding. Leaning against the damp earth, Xiao Sun tilted his head backward. The overly quiet and enclosed darkness let his thoughts wander boundlessly. Chapter 55. As everything seemed to be heading in a good direction, fate proved unpredictable and was hijacked by Zheng Tianhe's scheming. Xiao Sun couldn't believe that he would die here. He still had an entire lifetime to spend with Gu Lingji. He couldn't leave him alone to face the remaining storms of life. But if he were truly stuck here, if he truly stayed here, then he could consider it as winning in some way. Xiao Sun slowed his breathing, conserving oxygen, calculating in his mind, this cramped space wasn't meant for long stays, and the oxygen wouldn't last long. Once his special abilities and strength recovered slightly, he would try to find a way out. Luckily, only one leg was injured, so the other could still be used. He hoped Gu Lingji would find him soon. Yet, he didn't know if or when he'd see him again. Xiao Sun gave a self-deprecating laugh, it was such a luxury. Suddenly, rustling sounds came closer from afar. Before Xiao Sun's sluggish nerves could react, a tiny sprout poked through, followed by the appearance of a hole. Gu Zicheng's head popped out, catching sight of him, his eyes instantly turning red. Gu Zicheng crawled out, kneeling beside Xiao Sun on all fours. In the darkness, he didn't notice the blood-soaked bandage around Xiao Sun's thigh. Clutching onto his shirt hem, he lowered his head, resting his forehead on Xiao Sun's shoulder. "Xiao Sun, you bastard." After a while, Gu Zicheng muttered through a stifled sob, rarely addressing him by his full name. Xiao Sun raised his hand to embrace Gu Zicheng's shoulder, hugging each other for warmth. Despite being scolded, he didn't argue back or get angry, only feeling a bit more helplessness. "Why don't you listen? You can't be so selfish." Gu Zicheng's voice choked. What if something happens to you? How am I supposed to face my brother?" Xiao Sun sighed, mustering his energy to comfort this stubborn little girl, countering her words. "Then how would I face your brother if you were the one to stay here, huh?" "It's different." Gu Zicheng tightened her grip. Xiao Sun could feel her trembling, both from cold and residual fear. "Without me, my brother would grieve, but life would go on. If you weren't here, for the rest of his life, he wouldn't ever be truly happy. Brother Sun, you're his life. Love and family are different things." Xiao Sun remained silent, never expecting Gu Zicheng to say this. He felt touched yet regretful. "Little Cheng, what about Bai Su?" Gu Zicheng paused. It's not that she hadn't thought about it, but she deliberately avoided thinking about it. "I can't, Brother Sun. After our parents passed, it was my brother who raised me. He sacrificed and compromised so much for me, and I have nothing to repay him. He doesn't want repayment. He wants you to live happily and healthily," Xiao Sun said softly. "I do too." Gu Zicheng's voice gradually calmed down. "With you around, he'll be happy." Losing either one is a regret. Xiao Sun realized they had come back to the same topic but saw a newfound clarity in himself, rephrasing his thoughts. The meaning of family and love to a person is different. To have both makes life complete. You wouldn't want him to have regrets, would you? Alright, Gu Zicheng hesitated before agreeing. "So, we must all live well. No choosing between two." "There will be no choosing." Xiao Sun stood up, the pain in his leg made him sway slightly. Gu Zicheng immediately supported him. "You can cry once we're outside." Looking at each other in the darkness, their expressions were calm yet resolute. No choosing, yes, it was her who was overthinking it. Why insist on making such a difficult choice? They wouldn't encounter such a dilemma again. Even if they did, they could definitely turn danger into safety. Having someone to care for means having a strong desire to return. Xiao Sun took out a new flashlight, illuminating the small area. Once her eyes adjusted to the light, Gu Zicheng noticed the wound on his leg and couldn't help but blame herself for not noticing it sooner. She asked if she could crouch down to examine it. "Is your leg hurt?" Xiao Sun held her back, explaining, "I've already dealt with it simply. The artery isn't damaged, it's fine. We should still hurry and get out." "Alright," Gu Zicheng supported Xiao Sun, taking the flashlight from him. Within seconds, several ideas crossed her mind. Crawling back through the tunnel she returned through would be too difficult for Xiao Sun, and it might exacerbate his injury. Wait a moment. By now, Xiao Sun's consciousness had become somewhat unclear. All he saw was Gu Zicheng saying calmly, freeing one hand to transmit her supernatural power to Qingzi. Her demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Gu Lingji's. "Brother Sun, you trust me. I will definitely bring you out. We will leave here alive." Xiao Sun's last vision fell upon the tunnel dug by Qingzi, wide enough for both of them to stand side by side and pass through. Gu Zicheng tossed the flashlight to Qingzi, unable to dig out the soil as she had done before, nor could she push it away. Instead, she had to press the chunks of earth hard against the walls, creating a path while manipulating the dogtail grass to proliferate rapidly to reinforce the tunnel, preventing the falling soil from collapsing again due to instability. After reinforcing it, Gu Zicheng grabbed Xiao Sun's arm and hoisted it over her shoulder with one hand, tightly holding him around the waist with the other. Gathering all her strength, she stepped into the tunnel. Everything would be fine, there were people waiting for them to return. With someone waiting, they definitely could make it back. Yang Maoshan led the way, walking east along the foot of the mountain for more than 400 meters before ascending. After just a few minutes, he stopped, revealing a cave entrance that had partially collapsed. Before anyone could move forward to clear the passage, Yang Maoshan added, "The two entrances of the Pisces array, the import can only let people in, and the export can only let people out. If you go in from here, it will disrupt the structure inside. Judging by its appearance, it must have already collapsed. This meant they couldn't enter, not even step into the cave to do any clearing work, or else it might worsen the situation. They could only wait for those inside to come out on their own. They were utterly powerless. As midnight approached, fog arose on the mountain. Zhou Qirong dispersed the surrounding mist, and everyone's eyes anxiously fixed on the exit. It was 3 minutes past midnight. Gu Lingji's eyes turned sharp, noticing some slight movement at the cave entrance. First to appear were Qingzi's battered leaves and branches, dragged along as Gu Ziqing staggered out. The passage maintained by Qingzi collapsed quickly behind her, leaving no spare energy to sustain it any longer. The bright lights outside gathered at the cave entrance but couldn't penetrate even half a meter in. In her dazed state, Gu Ziqing vaguely saw several figures. Her muscles were trembling violently, too exhausted to hold on any longer. As soon as her front foot stepped out of the entrance, her knees buckled. She almost tumbled down the small slope at the mouth of the cave, feeling dizzy and disoriented. The moment Gu Ziqing emerged, Gu Lingji and Bai Su rushed forward to catch both of them. Carrying them directly onto the standby helicopter, they returned to base. Inside the room, the heater was cranked up high. Gu Lingji stood by the door, looking at the pale faces on the bed, his heart heavy but still relieved. He had just returned from checking on Gu Ziqing. Aside from an excessive use of her abilities and some minor injuries, there were no serious problems, proper rest would suffice, and Bai Su stayed with her so Gu Lingji could feel assured. Xiao Sun's condition was also stable. This time, he actually listened without pushing himself when his powers ran dry, perhaps because he fainted from blood loss, having no more chance to overexert himself. No matter what, the result was good. Today had been agonizing for Gu Lingji. Xiao Sun was his chosen lover, and Gu Ziqing was his beloved sister. He didn't want anything bad to happen to either of them. Losing neither. Being greedy is only human nature. Gu Lingji walked to the bedside, bending down to tidy Xiao Sun's hair gently, placing a soft kiss on his forehead before lingering without moving away. His lips brushed against the slightly cool forehead as he whispered lightly, "I'll be right back." Shen Yaofeng was still waiting outside. Chapter 56. Seeing Gu Lingji come out, Shen Yaofeng cut to the chase and directly said, "Yu Jifeng and Kong Haowen have already been captured. How do you want to deal with these people? Disable Jing Tian's special ability, sever his tendons in his hands and feet, then throw him to the zombie crowd. As for Yang Maogong and others, disable their abilities and expel them from the base. What about the remaining members of the Galaxy team? You and He Yen decide how to handle it. Retain those who can be useful, appropriately deal with the rest. The key is to do a good job in soothing all parties and strengthen patrols. Understood, rest assured. The award ceremony from yesterday hasn't been held yet. When will it be postponed to? In 3 days. All right. In less than a day, at a little after 11 o'clock at night, Xiao Sun finally woke up. Gu Lingji put down the documents, extended a finger to Xiao Sun's cracked lips to prevent him from speaking, prepared a cup of warm water placed on the bedside table, leaned over to support the person while propping pillows behind them at the head of the bed. Drink some water first. Xiao Sun, taking advantage of Gu Lingji's hand, sipped a bit of water and asked, "Where's Xiaoqing?" "Not yet awake, but I've examined her, there's no problem with the crystal. Her powers are slowly recovering, she'll wake up soon." Gu Lingji set down the water cup. "Does your wound still hurt? Are you hungry?" "Linga, I'm fine, don't worry." Xiao Sun's colorless lips gently curved into an arc, and he placed his hand on Gu Lingji's hand. "I can't really feel any pain anymore, I am just a little hungry, is there anything to eat?" "You," Gu Lingji gently rubbed Xiao Sun's ear, stood up, and shoved the cup into Xiao Sun's hands. "Su Yan has had her porridge ready several times now, just in case you woke up and were hungry. I'll go get it." Xiao Sun, holding the cup with one hand, reached out to grab Gu Lingji's hand, but only managed to clutch at his sleeve. "I'm not very hungry, let's eat together tomorrow morning." How could Gu Lingji fail to see Xiao Sun's reluctance to let go? He came back and sat on the edge of the bed, picked up the walkie-talkie. "Good boy, I won't go, I'll let the night watchman bring it over." Xiao Sun released his grip, holding the cup with both hands, lowering his head to look at half of his face reflected on the small surface of the water, falling into silence. Gu Lingji didn't ask anything. After the porridge arrived and Xiao Sun had finished drinking, he turned off the light and got into bed, carefully avoiding the injury on his leg, hugging him close. "Sleep now." Xiao Sun had much to say, but seeing Gu Lingji with closed eyes as if he was about to sleep, the words choked back in his throat. After all, his body was still weak, and before long, he fell asleep. After Xiao Sun fell asleep, Gu Lingji opened his eyes and gently stroked the soft hair of the person in his arms. As long as the person was fine, the rest could wait until later to discuss. For now, let him rest well. The next morning, while Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun were eating breakfast, Su Yan knocked on the door and announced that Gu Ziqing had awakened. Xiao Sun stopped using his chopsticks and grabbed the edge of the quilt just to be held back by Gu Lingji. Signaling Su Yan to leave first, Gu Lingji did not remove his hand. "Xiaocheng is awake, we'll go after finishing breakfast." Xiao Sun remained silent and stopped eating. He simply stared at Gu Lingji. Gu Lingji conceded, grabbing a light blanket. I'll carry you over. And in front of my sister, Xiao Sun wasn't being stubborn either. He fetched a wheelchair from the dimension space. Use this. Gu Lingji didn't argue further, unfolded the foldable wheelchair, lifted Xiao Sun onto the wheelchair, covered his legs well with the blanket, then spoke. Without my permission before full recovery, you are not allowed to use your special ability or the dimensional space. Okay. Xiao Sun agreed readily. Since the room wasn't far away, upon entering, Bai Su stood up to vacate the spot beside the bed, and just then Gu Zhiqing had finished eating and started clearing up the tableware, leaving the space for the three of them, saying, I'll take the dishes downstairs. How's your leg? Gu Zhiqing asked. No issues, Xiao Sun replied, looking up at Gu Lingji who was still standing, hinting a little, Linga, I'd like to say a few words to Xiao Cheng alone. Gu Lingji glanced at one, then the other, and nodded. Both of you need to rest, 5 minutes. After Gu Lingji closed the door, Xiao Sun and Gu Zhiqing exchanged glances and laughed. Hey, Gu Zhiqing quickly chimed in, don't you dare say, thank you. Not going to, Xiao Sun chuckled, but remember, never say such things again in the future. I know, Gu Zhiqing's head bobbed repeatedly, acting extremely obediently. That's good. As the elder brother's wife is like a mother, you should listen to what the sister-in-law says. Smart aleck. Xiao Sun felt slightly embarrassed, seeing that she smiled cheerfully, but her eyes were earnest. He realized that she had truly taken it to heart. Also noticing that she didn't seem very energetic, he didn't say anything else, rest up. Gu Zhiqing agreed as she slowly slid into the quilt, blinking her eyes, Sun Gage goodbye, and you rest well too. Xiao Sun smiled in response, then turned around with his wheelchair and went out. Gu Zhiqing chuckled silently to herself, everyone was doing well. That was wonderful. Gu Lingji had Su Yan send more hot porridge because Xiao Sun hadn't eaten enough earlier. He ate a little over half a bowl this time before settling down. Seeing the sun shining outside, Gu Lingji carried Xiao Sun, who was wrapped snugly in a blanket, to the balcony. The rocking chair covered with a thick cashmere blanket looked very cozy. He carefully arranged Xiao Sun's legs and loosely held him in his arms. Without waiting for Gu Lingji to ask, Xiao Sun recounted his experience on Lushan Mountain, jokingly laughing as he mentioned how he might not have returned if it wasn't for Gu Zhiqing going back for him. As Xiao Sun spoke, Gu Lingji gazed past the white-painted railing, squinting at the oriental bright and snow tower tea trees newly transplanted into the garden below. The tea tree buds had formed, pinkish red and pure white flowers dotted among deep green leaves. Sunlight faintly illuminated them with a thin bright hue, making the scene especially beautiful. Keeping his gaze fixed on the view, he asked, it's been over a month now. I remember we planted these tea trees the day after we arrived here, didn't we? Xiao Sun redirected his distant gaze to look down at the tea trees below for a moment before absent-mindedly replying, caught off guard by his sudden question, the soil quality in Tibet is better than I imagined. All of them survived, and their growth cycle has shortened significantly, almost ready to bloom. From H City to here, despite the long journey, they're all thriving fine. And you? Gu Lingji rested his face against Xiao Sun's neck, his tone vague and unclear, you always seem to get injured. Upon hearing this, Xiao Sun felt a lump in his throat but couldn't think quickly enough to respond. Then, Gu Lingji continued. I've thought about it, if we didn't take this path but instead found a place to live quietly away from everything, would things be better than they are now? Xiao Sun felt like his mind was spinning, these siblings seemed to share an eerily similar train of thought. Let me finish, Gu Lingji noticed Xiao Sun trying to turn over, tightening his arms slightly to restrict his movement, compared to your safety, everything we're currently pursuing is meaningless. But, Sun, at this point, we have no retreat, the road ahead will inevitably be rough, and what do I have to ensure that all of you can remain safe? Before Xiao Sun could object, saying that what he wanted wasn't protection but standing side by side with the person he loved in battle, Gu Lingji said something that silenced him. His eyes misted over with tears, trembling slightly. Sun, the price of your rebirth, Xiaomu never mentioned, yet all her actions hint at a possibility. Everything happens for a reason. If shouldering this responsibility is inevitable, then I will do so alongside you. Gu Lingji had no intentions of saving the world. Initially, he had planned to find a relatively safe place without aspiring to dominate during the apocalypse. His aim wasn't grand conquests, but rather peaceful living in one corner. External material possessions existed to serve humanity, losing the ones he cherished for some power or authority would certainly amount to misplaced priorities. However, various signs they discovered along the way inexorably pushed them onto this path. And Xiaomu was more akin to a guide, perhaps even a harbinger. If repaying this price is necessary, then there's no choice for us, Sun. Remember this, what I've hoped for, from beginning to end, is for you to survive. Without you, even if the apocalypse eventually comes to an end, it will mean nothing to me. Where we stand is not important, it's who stands beside me that matters. Protect yourself, if only for me. Chapter 57. Xiao Sun struggled, twisting his body awkwardly and stretching his arm out from the blanket to tightly embrace Gu Lingji. He knew this man loved him, but how could he have imagined what this love meant to Gu Lingji? It wasn't merely a matter of entrusting life and death. A person so outstanding should be standing at the peak of the mountain. This had been his thought all along. He had never asked if Gu Lingji wanted to stand high, as much as he claimed his love with words, it was always this man who loved him more, considered him more. In an instant, Xiao Sun almost fell into the abyss of guilt. Yet, Gu Lingji's words still echoed clearly in his heart. The sound didn't pass through the ear bones for conduction but directly drilled into the auditory center, sparking firework-like sensations, then converging into a river that flowed straight to the heart chamber. Is loving myself equivalent to loving you? Gu Lingji, where exactly do you place yourself? Whether it was the person from the previous life who took risks to save him, or this person now who carefully considers everything for him, both made his heart ache deeply, wishing to return every bit of affection multiplied 12-fold. However, it seemed no matter how hard he tried, the neglect and harm already caused couldn't be compensated. Only now did Xiao Sun realize how selfish he truly was. Thinking he could end it all without regret, he left behind pain for the person he cared about most. Xiao Sun steadied his voice, he wouldn't utter anything like, repayment. Love isn't need, nor is it repayment. Gu Lingji, listen up too. If we start again, regardless of the role Xiaomu plays in between, I'm back for you. I admit I once thought, if I died and could reach this point with you, I wouldn't consider it losing. But now, I regret it. I want to be with you, to indulge ourselves recklessly in the apocalypse. I need to take good care of myself, Lin brother. With your attitude of hitting a wall in matters of feelings but not looking back, how could I bear seeing you bruised and battered? When everything ends, wherever you wish to go, whatever you want to do, I will be with you. In this life, I will accompany you to the end. Love doesn't need to be repaid, nor can it be used as repayment. I love you, just as I love myself. Xiao Sun's tone slowed as he spoke word by word, loosening his arms around Gu Lingji and propping himself on his chest. The moisture in his eyes hadn't faded yet, and his cheeks flushed with redness, slightly bashful but steadfast and candidly adorable. Gu Lingji supported Xiao Sun's waist, adjusted his posture to let him lie sideways in his embrace so as not to hurt his leg, and gently rubbed his ears, which were tinged with the same blush as his cheeks. The tears soaked through their winter coats, wrapping warmly around his heart, making his entire heart more stable and cozy due to this gentle yet fervent protection. Good. After Gu Lingji's voice fell, it was as if the final decision had been sealed. Xiao Sun lightly smiled, his red crane eyes flickered, and he stretched his neck to kiss Gu Lingji's jawline before lying down in his arms and closing his eyes. His joy and satisfaction grew like stars rapidly filling up a glass bottle, almost overflowing. Gu Lingji bent down to kiss Xiao Sun's hair multiple times. Every expression on this person's face made him love him immensely. Gu Lingji shifted his gaze towards the camellias, their flowers delicately unfolding the first petal after rooting in Tibet, bathed elegantly in the soft light diffused by the sun. At the award ceremony site, the sky was leaden gray, heavy clouds hung low, and the chilly air seemed stagnant, forming a huge ice block covering the heaven and earth, pressing people to involuntarily breathe lighter. On the audience seats, everyone focused their attention on the long-prepared award platform in the field. Jiamu's stance somewhat influenced their future development. Considering the events of the past few days, the grand array presented by Lushan and the base allowed anyone with a modicum of insight to roughly deduce what had occurred. The majority sensed Jing Tian's disappearance, his comeuppance, deserved and negligible. If roles were reversed, they probably wouldn't forgive him either. What truly captivated their interest was how the members of Galaxy would be treated. In the past couple of days, Jiamu had announced that Galaxy wouldn't be completely eradicated, and its members continued their activities within the base, yet there was an undeniable atmosphere of unease among them. Shen Yaofeng recently took over quite a lot of work from He Yan, naturally since he had always managed this area. He Yan was delighted to hand off these diplomatic affairs, considering the past 6 months of struggles had drawn to a close, allowing him to revert mostly to his original duties. To put it plainly, Shen Yaofeng was responsible for the management of the base while He Yan handled safety issues. There was no interest in public spectating, and thus no seats were arranged on the rostrum. After a brief opening speech, Shen Yaofeng, who acted as the host, introduced Gu Lingji, marking his first official meeting with the general populace since arriving at the base. Gu Lingji took a distant look at everyone in the rest area, took the microphone, stood there, and scanned the crowd with his gaze. An instant wave of overwhelming authority silenced all the chatter within the field. In just a few short minutes, Gu Lingji's words reverberated deeply in the hearts of every individual present. Life at Jiamu base would continue as normal. Regarding Galaxy's members involved in recent events, necessary measures would be taken accordingly, with detailed announcements posted in the credit hall for public scrutiny. The ins and outs of the matter were basically written out. Everyone has a scale in their heart, since it could not be completely concealed, they had good reasons to make the details known to all. This eliminated suspicion and testing. Gu Lingji spent less than 3 minutes on stage, but he established his authority. In this world, where the strong are respected, after seeing their strength, even if some people still harbored resentment in their hearts, outwardly they had no choice but to comply. The past month had been enough to prove that these individuals possessed the required capabilities. Their arrival not only filled the gap in crop cultivation but also improved the base's electronic systems, with research into new energy sources placed on the agenda. Their management and solutions left no room for criticism. Moreover, they brought a large quantity of seeds, ones that could grow peacefully in the apocalypse. To have such powerful figures as leaders of the base, why worry about lacking a safe haven in the apocalypse? Perhaps, they should thank Galaxy. After this incident, Gu Linji and his team fully integrated into the base. Though some troublemakers weren't entirely weeded out, they remained useful within controllable limits. Competition and discord would preserve long-term vitality and enable better control of the base. The award ceremony proceeded smoothly, and none of the awards or prizes for the former Galaxy members were reduced. Such impartiality reassured the various factions observing from afar. Offending these people could result in widespread repercussions, creating an atmosphere of constant self-preservation. Everything was back on track, and the base's development progressed according to expectations. However, the news that Gu Zhiqing brought early in the morning once again raised concerns among everyone who had just relaxed. Upon reaching the 4th tier in her ability, Gu Zhiqing was able to communicate with more plants. This information came from a green-land coral fern, which had heard it from its fellow plant companions. Su Yan could vaguely perceive events happening 4 to 5 months ahead, though she had not paid much attention to it previously. When Gu Zhiqing mentioned this, Su Yan used her powers, only to vaguely see vast expanses of water covering the land. The land's surface was much smaller compared to what it was now. In conclusion, this piece of news posed no immediate threat to them, but inevitably related to something crucial. The sea level had risen significantly. Chapter 58. The group gathered in the living room for a long discussion but made little headway, so they could only proceed step by step. Can we get in touch with the Jingqing base? Gu Linji asked Zhou Mingyuan in the corner. Zhou Mingyuan looked troubled. His side certainly had no problems. This month, he had already collaborated with Chen Siki to perfect the basic communication network within the base and was currently working on restoring the signal further. In about another month, they would be able to use mobile phones within the base to make calls and send text messages. However, no matter how much progress he made, it was hard to overcome the large environment. Even the strongest signal couldn't reach Jingqing. I have recalculated the new magnetic field, and it will take about 3 months to stabilize long-distance communications enough to reach Jingqing. Without new issues arising, this time cannot be shortened any further, Zhou Mingyuan said helplessly, echoing the old saying, even the most resourceful housewife cannot cook without rice. Everyone turned their attention to how to contact the Jingqing base. Xiao Sun quietly fell into deep thought, feeling suspicious. The rise in sea level should occur more than 3 years later. Why was it happening so much earlier? Could it be that someone was secretly manipulating things? But who could possibly have such great power? Xiao Mu. Impossible, she wouldn't do such a thing. Then who? In the situation where the magnetic field has not fully stabilized, if the signal is strong enough, could it possibly reach Jingqing? Gu Linji asked. Zhou Mingyuan's eyes brightened momentarily, then dimmed again. We can give it a try, but we don't have the related equipment. Zhou Mingyuan hadn't realized it, but others understood immediately. Wasn't Gu Linji's special ability enough? Already at the 5th stage of development, his ability might just work. After understanding this, Zhou Mingyuan became excited, his face turning red. How hadn't he thought of it? He immediately declared, I'll prepare right now and see if I can make it happen today. With that, he rushed out. There were many things to prepare. As Zhou Mingyuan left, Gu Linji drew everyone's attention back. Although the rising sea level doesn't pose an immediate threat to us, we can't let our guard down. The expansion of the base is inevitable. Yao Feng, you're in charge, come up with a plan as soon as possible. Heian, you need to pay attention to all factions within the base and ensure the safety inside. Shen Yao Feng and He Yan nodded in agreement. Also, improving your special abilities must not be overlooked. Gu Linji reminded them, looking at Gu Zhiqing and Su Yan. During this period, Lu Shasha had devoted all her energy to researching new energy sources, leaving most of the chores in the villa to these 2 women. He added, Yao Feng, pick some reliable people, arrange for them to move here, and specialize in doing odd jobs. I'll take care of it right away, Shen Yao Feng said, realizing he had neglected this aspect. Alright, if there are no other issues, we can dismiss for now. Gu Linji naturally noticed Xiao Sun's silence. After everyone had left, he didn't disturb him but leaned back against the sofa, closing his eyes to perceive the increasingly powerful ability flowing through him. At the 5th stage, things were like this, but what would the next stages bring? He anticipated with eagerness. However, the progression of his special ability seemed too fast compared to his previous life. Xiao Sun came back to his senses, realizing he had been lost in thought. Gu Linji always kept a small portion of his focus on Xiao Sun. The moment Xiao Sun returned to awareness, Gu Linji opened his eyes. What did you think of? The rise in sea level should be a few years from now, but the lead time is too long. Xiao Sun paused and then continued, stating his suspicion outright. Furthermore, since I've been reborn, many things have changed from my previous life. The most obvious change is the acceleration of various situations, as though something can act against us and catch us off guard. Xiao Mu should be on our side, meaning there may be another person similar to Xiao Mu that we haven't yet discovered. Gu Linji remained leaning against the couch, pulling Xiao Sun closer. The two leaned together as he massaged Xiao Sun's lower back with appropriate force, without directly responding to his words but instead speaking about special abilities. You once told me, in the previous life, reaching the 5th stage of special ability happened 2 years later. But now, only 7 or 8 months have passed. So it seems everything is accelerating the process. Xiao Sun closed his eyes, resting his weight on the backrest and on Gu Linji's shoulder. He wasn't greatly surprised by this conclusion. Both Gu Linji and Xiao Sun simultaneously felt a sense of helplessness, as if they were caught up in someone else's game. Gu Linji rubbed his temple lightly. The helplessness brought about by having to rely on others was truly irksome. However, he wasn't one to dwell on things and thus decided not to dwell on these thoughts further. Xiao Mu should be even more anxious than us. Our priority now is to improve our abilities. Starting tomorrow, unless assigned a mission, join Xiaocheng and the others in training. Xiao Sun mumbled an agreement without opening his eyes, blindly turning to his side, half embracing Gu Linji. He raised his leg and rested it on Gu Linji's thigh, his chin pressing against Gu Linji's shoulder as he murmured faintly, "We can deal with the training tomorrow. Let me sleep for a while first." Gu Linji had kept Xiao Sun up late last night, and all in all, Xiao Sun had slept for less than 4 hours. Earlier, he had been forcing himself to stay awake, but now exhaustion and drowsiness were catching up to him. With the cozy environment, he couldn't resist any longer. Gu Linji slightly adjusted his position to make it more comfortable for Xiao Sun. The heater was already on inside the room, so he decided to wait until Xiao Sun fell asleep deeply before carrying him back to their bedroom. Zhou Mingyuan worked fast and completed everything just as dusk was setting in. It was also dinner time, so Zhou Mingyuan directly went to the dining hall. Instead of long tables, the dining hall usually arranged small round tables for everyone, making the atmosphere much more casual. At this point, some people were still out and hadn't returned. Those present were only Gu Linji, Xiao Sun, Su Yan, Fang Qizhi, Zhou Qirong, Zhou Qirue, and Lu Shasha. The research fanatic skipped lunch earlier, and even now faced with food, there was no appetite. Gu Linji, seeing this situation, guessed they wouldn't have a peaceful meal anyway. As the rice hadn't been served yet, he asked Aunt Lu, who recently joined them, to keep the dishes warm along with everyone else's, waiting to serve later. Su Yan agreed to take Fang Qizhi out for a walk afterward, while Zhou Qirong knew that his younger brother wasn't interested in technology-related things, so these four didn't go along. Only Lu Shasha followed, after all, having deep feelings for Beijing where she had studied and worked for over a decade. Zhou Mingyuan's lab, as well as several other labs, were temporarily set up in the southeastern corner of the villa's first floor. Once the research institute was built, they would move over. Seeing the four people entering, Chen Siki, who was watching the device, couldn't help but eagerly say, "Everything is prepared, we just need to input the electromagnetic waves and start the trial." Without wasting words, Zhou Mingyuan turned on the electromagnetic collection device, then checked one final time. Pointing to two facing coils, he explained, "Place your hand in the middle and release the electromagnetic waves, that's all." Gu Linji nodded, placing his hand between the two coils. After Zhou Mingyuan gave the signal to start, Gu Linji emitted the electromagnetic waves. Deep green arcs converged chaotically yet orderly onto both end coils. The converted energy carried the signals through the distorted magnetic field, heading eastward. Chen Siki and Lu Shasha watched the display screen closely. Their preparation alone was not enough. On the other side, the devices must be intact and functioning properly as well. A minute later, Lu Shasha's eyes lit up. Connected. After waiting another few dozen seconds, the connection was established. Initially, it was a snow-like screen, but soon, two figures became visible. The person saw Gu Linji and the others immediately recognized them. "Go call the deputy leader over," the elder one said, calming down from their excitement, sending someone nearby to fetch Chao Wenbin. This was the first time they'd received a signal from outside the base, and from an acquaintance too. "Please bear with us, Captain Gu. Our deputy leader is just upstairs and will come down shortly." Gu Linji maintained the output of the electromagnetic waves, nodding to show he understood. Chapter 59. Before long, Chao Wenbin appeared on the screen. Seeing them, even his usually calm temperament couldn't help but get a little excited. He didn't sit in the chair pushed over by his assistant. Instead, he placed both hands on the control panel. "Have you arrived in Tibet? How's the situation? We've been here for nearly 2 months now, and everything that needed handling has been dealt with." Gu Linji succinctly replied, "Electromagnetic consumption was fast, and he couldn't maintain it for much longer. It's rather the Beijing base. We've gotten news that the sea level is rising. It won't take more than a month before the water floods the Beijing base." Upon hearing this, Chao Wenbin was stunned. He didn't have time to think about how Gu Linji in faraway Tibet had received the information, just the message itself shocked him to no end. A rise in sea levels? How could this be possible without any prior warning signs? Once he recovered from his shock, Chao Wenbin furrowed his brow. The words from Gu Linji were absolutely not empty rumors. If true, what should they do then? "Whatever decision you make, there will always be a place for you here in Tibet," Gu Linji made a promise. On the brink of an apocalypse, having a strong ally would be greatly advantageous. Before Chao Wenbin could respond, Xiao Sun took over from Gu Linji. "You don't need to reply immediately. We'll be in touch again in 3 days." Staring at the pitch-black display for a long time, Chao Wenbin turned around and addressed the few people inside the room. "Seal your lips tightly, not a word must leak out." The individuals in the room hadn't yet calmed down from the good news of re-establishing contact with the other bases, only to be startled into a stupor by the sudden piece of alarming information. It took a while for them to regain their senses. "Notify me the moment the captain returns." "Yes." After the connection was severed, Gu Lingji retracted his hand. The consumption of his abilities was much greater than he had anticipated. In less than 5 minutes, his powers were almost entirely depleted. Xiao Sun subtly stepped forward and supported Gu Lingji unobtrusively, instructing several others, remember to archive the data once it's organized. I'll arrange for the next room to be set up as an archive room shortly. Alright, understood. Exiting the lab and walking past the corner, Gu Lingji stopped. The short burst of massive psychic energy expenditure left him dizzy, his legs weakening beneath him. Having discerned Gu Lingji's condition wasn't optimal, Xiao Sun quickly ended the communication, changing his hold from support to embrace. Let's go back to the room and rest for a bit. Gu Lingji didn't resist either, considering Xiao Sun had already endured enough from his antics the night before, so he merely shifted a symbolic amount of weight onto Xiao Sun's shoulders, tacitly agreeing to his proposal. 2 steps later, Xiao Sun comprehended Gu Lingji's thought process. Brother Lin, I'm fine. I was fully recovered after waking up at noon. His tone altered slyly. Would you like me to carry you back? Holding you works too. Gu Lingji chuckled, bending his arm that rested on Xiao Sun's shoulder, tickling Xiao Sun's jaw lightly. Without words, he surrendered his full weight onto the person beside him, lazily closing his eyes. Xiao Sun tried to raise his head slightly to evade, but Gu Lingji's arm blocked his neck, leaving him no choice but to be teased by his brother Lin. Glancing sideways, he noticed Gu Lingji had closed his eyes, his eyelashes gracefully drooping. This unintentionally alluring pose matched perfectly with the additional weight on his body. His heart fluttered like early spring buds scratching against his chest, basking in warm sunlight and filling him with overwhelming joy and contentment. Xiao Sun pursed his lips and, obeying his heart, tilted his head and kissed the tips of Gu Lingji's eyelashes, without hesitation or gentleness, like raindrops naturally falling on the lake's surface. Pretending not to notice Gu Lingji's faint smirk, Xiao Sun brought the man back to their room, helping him lie down on the bed. I'll bring our meal upstairs. Gu Lingji maintained his smile all along, his dizziness now gone, realizing his hunger. He tugged gently at Xiao Sun's hand. Alright, let my little Sunner attend to me this once. Xiao Sun laughed softly in agreement, withdrew his hand, and playfully patted Gu Lingji's hair top. Good boy, Lin Lin. We'll eat soon. And without waiting for further comments from Gu Lingji, he hurried downstairs, lest he blurt something embarrassing, raising doubts about whether they'd enjoy this dinner at all. After the meal, Xiao Sun carried the dishes downstairs and climbed back into bed, cuddling close to Gu Lingji. Taking out a copy of Modern Urban Planning, he began flipping through it. Gu Lingji hooked an arm around him, pulling him closer to share the reading experience. Suddenly, there came a knock at the glass window of the balcony. The two exchanged puzzled glances. Outside was a 10+ square meter terrace, located on the 2nd floor. Climbing up wouldn't be hard. Surely it couldn't be Changzhe or Gu Jiqing playing tricks, right? Xiao Sun rolled off the bed, stopping at the sliding curtain. He glanced back at Gu Lingji, then pulled the double-layered curtain apart with a swift motion. A pair of silvery white eyes shone eerily under the night sky, startling at first glance. It was Xiaomu. Pushing open the transparent sliding glass door, Xiaomu entered, bringing in a cold draft. Xiao Sun closed the sliding door, drew the curtains, and when he turned around, Gu Lingji had already gotten up and was leading Xiaomu out of the room. He took the coat draped over a chair by the sliding door, fetched a new blanket from the wardrobe, and hurriedly caught up. Xiaomu was still dressed in her thin white dress, barefoot as always, but there were no signs that she felt the cold. Her expressionless face, delicate neck, and wrists, as well as her feet stepping quietly on the carpet, were all as porcelain white as ever. Xiao Sun placed the coat on Gu Lingji's shoulders and leaned forward to hand the blanket to Xiaomu. Xiaomu sat on a single-seat sofa, hesitated for a moment, then set down the hot tea that Gu Lingji had just poured for her, and accepted the blanket. She draped it over herself without actually wrapping it tightly. She seemed unfazed by the cold. Indeed, Xiaomu wasn't bothered by the cold. In fact, she hardly perceived the outside world at all. Neither warmth nor cold, hunger nor fullness affected her. Accepting the tea and the blanket might have been due to some faint longing for warmth after wandering the mortal world for many years. Xiaomu picked up the cup again, held it with both hands on her lap, letting the slowly rising steam carry an intangible quality she could never sense in this chilly winter weather. There isn't much time left, Xiaomu said abruptly. Gu Lingji clasped Xiao Sun's icy hand, and neither spoke, waiting for Xiaomu to continue. The sea level is rising fast. In 1.5 years, less than 2 at most of this continent will be submerged, leaving only a few highlands spared. But these places won't be nearly enough to sustain human survival and reproduction. Thus, building a city above the clouds has become urgent. A city above the clouds? Yes, that is, constructing a new city thousands of meters above ground. Both Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun fell into deep thought. According to this trend, moving higher would indeed be essential, and the true threat wasn't the zombies, it was the rising sea levels. But how was it even possible to build a city in the clouds? Gu Lingji recalled the items they had gathered along their journey, instantly making the connection. Is it related to that strange stone? The stone formed by Thunderstone and Jupiter is called Wanxiang Stone. Combined with 3 yundis, they form the foundation for building the city. Place the Yundis on 3-star viewing platforms, infuse them with wooden energy, and have someone at the center provide the construction materials. I'll use the Wanxiang stone to form a complete ecological base and protection shield on the city site. The longer the Wanxiang stone remains intact, the greater its efficacy. This was why Xiaomu had disclosed this information during their last meeting. There was a lot of information in Xiaomu's short explanation, and it took both of them some time to fully sort it out. Chapter 60. Now, the items in their hands include cloud beans and 10,000 phenomena stones. As for construction materials, Shaosun's spatial ring has everything needed to support the construction of a medium-sized city without any issues. Regarding wood element energy, Gu Lingji himself, along with Bai Su and Gu Jichen, are just barely sufficient. They can also look for some wood element ability users in the near future, but it remains unknown if their abilities will be strong enough to last throughout the process. Also, where are those 3-star observing platforms located? After hearing the two's questions, Little Mu took a sip of hot water. Though unfamiliar, she wasn't repulsed by the sensation of the liquid passing through her throat. She continued, the ruin you discovered a few days ago is one of the 3. In terms of elemental powers, the energy attached to Qingtuan was left behind by Ancestor Shao, which suffices as 1/3 of the necessary force. The remaining 2 ruins must be found on your own, relying on your own abilities. Must we provide the construction materials from the central point? How will the materials reach high altitude? Gu Lingji was worried about Shaosun being alone, especially since combining spiritual power and space usage could lead to unforeseen consequences when used excessively. Furthermore, if building the city among the clouds failed, there might be repercussions that they wouldn't be able to bear. Little Mu looked down at the water inside her cup. The steam had dissipated somewhat and no longer rose vigorously. She lightly shook the cup, creating ripples on the small round surface of water. When the water finally settled, she raised her head and said, "Don't worry about the elemental powers. You can use the assistance of other ability users. As for the central point, I'll set up an array to move it wherever you need." Shaosun patted Gu Lingji's hand and then turned to Little Mu. After clarifying the larger picture, he asked another critical question. You mentioned before that time is running out. How much do we have left? We did not anticipate how greatly altering time would affect the situation. At this rate, humanity will face large-scale extinction within 2 years. That means, excluding these past 6 months, we only have a bit more than a year left. Moreover, your abilities must reach at least the 7th level, or even higher. Both were silent involuntarily. A little over a year's time to improve their abilities by 3 levels was extremely difficult, getting harder as the levels grew higher. However, they'd already faced many challenges, and this was nothing new. Little Mu stood up, ready to take her leave. But Gu Lingji questioned her, what do you mean by, we? And who exactly is Ancestor Shao? Perhaps, choosing Shaosun was inevitable. Little Mu looked at both of them, her pupils slightly constricted, seemingly unwilling to answer. Instead, she changed the subject. I've already provided the key information. Without any accidents, we should be able to survive the apocalypse. Having said that, Little Mu turned around and disappeared from the room. Gu Lingji didn't bring it up, but Shaosun hadn't noticed these 2 questions either, so by Ancestor Shao, Brother Lin means Little Mu might be related to my ancestors. Exactly. Isn't your spatial ring something passed down from your forebears? If my guess is correct, the person who made the ring is the Ancestor Shao Little Mu referred to. Gu Lingji gently massaged Shaosun's fingers at the position of the ring. Shaosun nodded, then does we refer to Little Mu and some other companions? It appears so. Shaosun was shocked inside. He never imagined that his ancestors could be such extraordinary individuals, maybe even having the ability to determine the survival or destruction of humanity. As she said, these things aren't important now. What matters is starting the construction of the city among the clouds. All past events are history. What truly concerns us is the future. Perhaps Little Mu has something difficult to talk about. With the situation urgent, everyone gathered in the conference room the following morning. Gu Lingji omitted the part about Ancestor Shao, assigning all the tasks. Jiamu Base still needed expansion, which could serve as a buffer zone for the upcoming floating city. After listening, everyone fell into a brief silence. One crisis calmed, another arose. The primary tasks included Shen Yaofeng and Bian Wei staying at the base to oversee its expansion, He Yan and Changzhe leading a team to find the other 2-star observation platforms, Shaosun, Zhu Junnan, Zhou Qirong, and Zhou Qirui gathering construction materials in nearby areas as additional resources, where more is better, Gu Lingji staying at the base to command overall operations, personally managing all interdepartmental coordination efforts, Bai Su, Gu Jichen, and Su Yan searching for and training wood element ability users. Upon receiving their assignments, everyone hastened to start work. Zhu Junnan and Zhou Qirong confirmed their departure timing and began preparations. Once again, the meeting left Gu Lingji and Shaosun until the end. Gu Lingji didn't want to be apart from Shaosun, but under the current circumstances, there was nothing he could do. Not only was their training indefinitely postponed, but not seeing each other and having inconvenient communication was enough to test anyone. For the greater good. I'll be back soon, within a month. Shaosun stood up and took a step to stand by Gu Lingji, placing his hand on the latter's shoulder as a guarantee. Gu Lingji held the hand on his shoulder, turned sideways to face Xiao Sun directly, and embraced the person in front of him around the waist. Be careful on the road, don't overdo it, and contact me at least every 2 days. Alright, whatever Brother Lin says goes. Xiao Sun hugged Gu Lingji, noticing that since they had fully clarified things between them, there was a subtle change in this person's attitude. However, he had to admit that he liked this transformation, in all senses. The two groups were both scheduled to leave 2 days later. That night, naturally, there was another round of passionate intimacy between Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun. Afterward, Xiao Sun grew drowsy, while Gu Lingji observed the bite marks and suction marks on the right side of his clavicle under the soft warm yellow light, kissing them gently a few times. Xiao Sun opened his eyes just slightly, struggled for a moment, then closed them again, lazily rubbing the head tucked into the hollow of his neck. Gu Lingji didn't want to tire him further, cradled Xiao Sun into his arms, and they both fell into a deep slumber. Departure day arrived. Xiao Sun looked at the helicopter parked on the tarmac. Zhu Junan and others were already aboard. He had originally thought they would be driving off-road vehicles but never expected them to have prepared helicopters. After all, within a certain range, helicopters could navigate effectively, which explained why Zhu Junan was arranged. Zhu Junan was skilled at piloting various types of aircraft. Turning to look at Gu Lingji, Xiao Sun smiled and asked, Brother Lin. Sooner you go, sooner you return. Gu Lingji met Xiao Sun's gaze squarely, pulling the man closer for a kiss before saying, go. Xiao Sun squeezed Gu Lingji's hand and simply said, don't worry. Xiao Sun boarded the cabin as Zhou Qiron was about to close the door when the shout of, wait, stopped his action. Gu Zicheng and Su Yan each carried a large food box running over. After handing them over, Gu Zicheng explained, we just managed to catch you. This contains pastries, cooked food, and some dishes fresh out of the pot, still hot. Put them in your space pocket quickly, and enjoy them on the way. Xiao Sun was also surprised at how thoughtful the girl had been, bending down to adjust her hair, which had been blown onto her face likely due to being busy all night. Alright, thanks, little Cheng. I just helped with small tasks, Sister Yan did most of it. Gu Zicheng stepped back, wrapping her coat around her tighter, hugging Su Yan's arm as she laughed. Su Yan smiled lightly, she was happy to contribute where she could. It's cold outside, go back inside fast. Yes. Chapter 61. The propeller tore through the air, gradually moving further away. Gu Lingji withdrew her gaze and looked at Gu Zicheng beside her, didn't sleep all night. No. Gu Zicheng countered. They had just dozed off for over an hour and ended up oversleeping, almost missing their flight. Su Yan smiled silently. Gu Lingji also didn't press the issue, alright, let's go back. I still have some things to deal with. Gu Zicheng shook her head, I have some things to take care of too. There's a problem in the Chinese herbal garden, I need to check it out right away. After speaking, she loosened her arm from around Su Yan's, Sister Yan, go rest soon. Qi Ji will be looking for you later. After Su Yan left, Gu Lingji and Gu Zicheng walked out together. Gu Lingji remembered not seeing her during breakfast, it seemed she hadn't eaten, Aunt Lu should still have your meal reserved. Go eat first, there's no need to rush. Gu Zicheng blinked her right eye and grinned, Su is driving me. I'll eat on the way. While speaking, they arrived at the entrance. Gu Zicheng waved goodbye to Gu Lingji and jogged towards the SUV parked nearby. Bai Su lowered the window to greet Gu Lingji. Once Gu Zicheng was seated, they departed. Gu Lingji chuckled softly, what a girl. In no time, Gu Lingji composed herself and asked Yu Huiping behind her, is everything arranged for Li Sheng? It's all set. 3 days ago, Yu Huiping had already placed him in the intermediate zone and instructed them not to wander around recklessly. Gu Lingji nodded. Until she was sure that Li Sheng posed no problems, it would still be wise to avoid meeting Xiang Sun. Although old acquaintances might seem trustworthy, they needed to ensure loyalty first. The car quietly entered the Z-free area, and Gu Lingji followed Yu Huiping into the apartment building. Li Sheng was greatly surprised upon seeing Gu Lingji. He didn't know Yu Huiping, but he had seen Ms. Gu several times who had dealings with the young master. This relieved his anxious mood significantly. Meeting someone familiar after being displaced for half a year gave the man a sense of warmth, even though they were not close and belonged to different worlds. Li Sheng's wife immediately knew this person was extraordinary from her husband's respectful demeanor, so she quickly brought out the tea. The tea leaves were left by the previous tenant. Seeing his wife entering the room holding their daughter, Li Sheng shyly laughed, it's not great tea, please don't mind. Gu Lingji took a sip of tea from her cup, skipping small talk and cutting straight to the point, why did you choose Tibet? Going northward would have been the more reasonable choice. Upon hearing this, Li Sheng paused momentarily, then decided to tell the truth, it was what the young master said. He mentioned the West. With little time to spare, Li Sheng hurriedly arranged the surgery for his daughter. Immediately after the observation period, the apocalypse hit. Remembering Xiao Sun's words, after much deliberation, he decided to follow the advice and headed west. His luck held when he awakened to a speed-related power ability. Although there were obstacles along the way, they were all manageable, ensuring his safe arrival in Chongqing with his family where his daughter was recovering, albeit slowly. Being alive meant hope. However, he wasn't optimistic about the authorities in Chongqing. After resting there for a short while, he continued westward, eventually arriving here. Before reaching the base's hall, I was stopped by this gentleman. Li Sheng paused here, assuming Gu Lingji already knew about it as soon as he entered the base. Gu Lingji fiddled with the ring on her finger. She didn't doubt Li Sheng's statement. Xiao Sun may seem cold and strict now, but deep down, he is still kind-hearted towards those around him, precisely what one would expect him to do. Now having assessed this, she questioned, besides driving, what else can you do? Li Sheng understood that Gu Lingji was asking something other than abilities when she mentioned, besides driving. He replied immediately, before becoming a driver, I was a gardener, then I was reassigned. But please rest assured, I never abandoned gardening. I kept learning from others whenever I had spare time. What about your wife? Though she doesn't have any abilities, she worked as a maid at the Song family before the apocalypse, so she can do various tasks. Considering her own villa situation, Gu Lingji felt they were indeed in need of staff. Newly arrived Aunt Lu and a few maids still required monitoring. Li Sheng's timing was perfect. The gardens need proper maintenance, and his wife could oversee a few maids. From the brief encounter earlier, Gu Lingji noticed that she was perceptive, understanding cues, and well-mannered. Just one thing, your power may not serve much purpose here. What nonsense. At my age, all I wish is for my family's peace and safety, and that's sufficient. Li Sheng sighed as he spoke, for he never had grand ambitions. To put it another way, if it weren't for Master Xiao helping with my daughter's illness, how could we have afforded treatment? Regardless of guidance, just thinking about my daughter, I'd be willing to work tirelessly for life, serving you wholeheartedly without regret. Remember your words today. Gu Lingji stood up and stopped looking at the excited man in front of her. No matter what, he did not want any problems with the people around him. Li Sheng saw them to the door, wanting to ask more questions, but Gu Lingji had already gone downstairs. Yu Huiping said, at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, someone will come to pick you up. Li Sheng responded repeatedly, followed down to the building, watching the vehicle drive far away. It took him a long time to go back upstairs, where his wife and daughter were waiting outside the room, and now they could finally settle down. When contacting Beijing again, Cheng Anyan and Chao Wenbin had already made their decision. The base currently has more than 137,000 people, with over 5,000 psychics, and it's too difficult to evacuate everyone. Chao Wenbin had been worried sick for these past 2 days because there were so many people in Beijing and only 1 month left. How could everything be accomplished on time? Cheng Anyan sat silently, grim-faced. The rise in sea level was an impending disaster. If the evacuation issues weren't handled well, they would risk disintegration from within. Gu Lingji foresaw this situation and frankly asked, have you considered whether all these people are willing to evacuate? Both were stunned for a moment, and Chao Wenbin came to a sudden realization, distracted by haste and stress. With so many people, it was implausible that everyone would agree to leave. This, indeed, was the biggest problem. Those who believed would definitely be just a small portion. Most people wouldn't believe, let alone consider evacuating. We'll take care of this issue. Cheng Anyan stood up, staring into the screen at Gu Lingji, speaking every word firmly, the original plan stays unchanged. Within 15 days, prepare the personnel and equipment, once the time comes, set out on schedule. Can we make another contact before departure? Of course. After ending the communication, Chao Wenbin looked at Cheng Anyan with melancholy mixed with solace. They would not scatter. As long as Cheng Anyan was here, they wouldn't scatter. Release the news, within 10 days, tally those who will migrate westward, and start organizing equipment immediately. As both walked outside, Cheng Anyan assigned the tasks accordingly. Good, I'll go do it right away. A battle ensued, one without zombies yet still immensely challenging. In contrast to the subtle tension in the Beijing base, Jia Mu's situation progressed relatively smoothly. The expansion of the base was proceeding methodically. Vast areas outside the base were replanned as residential zones. Comprehensive hospitals and various medical points were almost complete. Traditional Chinese herbs, under collaboration with several TCM doctors, were gradually being promoted, expanding in utility. The first batch of crops planted were about to be harvested, dramatically shortened growth cycles ensuring food security. The central electronic system of the base had finally been established, achieving comprehensive surveillance coverage. Communications within the entire base had also been restored, with the internet available for limited periods of time. Fully releasing it would still take some time, and the timing wasn't ripe yet. Gu Lingji tried to contact other bases capable of receiving signals, suggesting they relocate to higher ground. However, most people didn't believe this information. Some even used harsh words, making Zhou Mingyuan and Chen Siki unable to bear listening anymore. Gu Lingji delivered the message clearly, whether they believed or not was entirely their affair. That evening happened to be the day when Gu Lingji communicated with Xiao Sun. After the phone service resumed, everything became even more convenient. Chapter 62. This day, Xiao Sun and his group had just finished with a warehouse. Seeing that it was getting late, they decided to stay overnight here. After dinner, the tents were set up, and only then did Xiao Sun call Gu Lingji. The two exchanged information. Gu Lingji mentioned that Cheng Anyan's group ultimately only took less than 2,000 people. Xiao Sun paced back and forth, trying to generate a little heat. After listening, he couldn't help but feel somewhat amazed. All facilities in the capital city are relatively complete, and besides, the news about the rise in sea level is no less than a fairy tale. It's reasonable that few people believe it. But it's a pity about those hundreds of thousands of people. Those people aren't fools either. When things get bad, some of them will still manage to escape. When do they expect to arrive? A conservative estimate would be around 2 months. I wonder how many of these people will remain. Just let nature take its course. Let's not talk about them. Gu Lingji changed the subject. It's been over half a month. Do you miss me? Xiao Sun wasn't prepared for this question. He stopped walking and paused for a moment. He switched hands holding the phone and honestly replied, yes, I miss you so much, every night. Gu Lingji chuckled softly, and the sound transmitted through the airwaves into Xiao Sun's ears, stirring a wave of delicate currents in the cold night, leaving him tingly. Guess what I'm doing? Gu Lingji got the answer he wanted, relaxed a bit, as recently he'd heard plenty of sarcasm. At this moment, even just hearing Xiao Sun's voice was good enough. Xiao Sun could hear the sound of something being flipped on the other end. He silently laughed, though his hand gripping the phone was icy, his face gradually turned red. It wasn't hard to guess, it was something Xiao Sun had taken out of space right before he left. It was several albums, and naturally, the main character in these albums was none other than Xiao Sun. Big brother Lin, soon, there are only 2 more places. Xiao Sun comforted Gu Lingji this way, and also comforted himself. Since the apocalypse, the two hadn't been separated for such a long time. Not to mention half a month, even 1 day apart was rare. The heart-wrenching pain of missing someone, the suffering of being separated by distance, the two had truly experienced it now. Don't rush, stay safe. You outside? Gu Lingji asked. Before Xiao Sun could answer, he continued, I'll hang up, go back inside and rest. Xiao Sun obediently hung up the call. Gu Lingji must have been busy all day. Still, somehow, right before hanging up, they shared a kiss through the phone. Xiao Sun rubbed his face, trying to erase the blush, not thinking about how Gu Lingji reacted, and went back to sleep in the tent. Inside the tent, it was pitch black. Upon seeing him enter, Zhou Qirong got up and went outside. It was his turn to keep watch tonight. After saying hello, Xiao Sun removed his coat and crawled into the sleeping bag, still clutching his phone. Not 2 minutes passed, and Gu Lingji's message arrived. Good night kiss. I'll give it to you when you come back. Count carefully how many you're missing. Xiao Sun smiled contentedly, then slept. The matter of going back could be discussed when he returned. After sending the text, Gu Lingji put down his phone and picked up the album again. From birth, full moon celebration, 100 days, first birthday, second birthday, all the way to university graduation, Gu Lingji gently traced Xiao Sun's face in the photos, a strange sense of satisfaction welling up within him, as if he'd really participated in every single phase of his life, watching him grow from an innocent child into a delicate, well-behaved teenager, and finally into the handsome young man he was now. Each version of him was the one Gu Lingji longed for deeply. In the earlier photos, the gentle woman who frequently appeared was none other than Xiao Sun's mother. Although Gu Lingji had never met her, he was immensely grateful. Perhaps because she gave Xiao Sun's once blank canvas a bright background, years later, he was still able to maintain his character and individuality in that cold family until they met in college. Closing the album, Gu Lingji looked at the empty large bed, left the warm yellow circular night light on, and grabbed a thin quilt to sleep on the sofa. Accustomed to the warmth of 2 people, he didn't want to lie on the big bed alone anymore. A few days later, they received He Yan's message. Based on the already discovered observatory, they had drawn up blueprints and split into 3 small teams to search. Up until now, they had ruled out half of the possible locations but still hadn't found the second one. Gu Lingji said, no problem. In a couple of days, you and Changjia should return first, leaving the team to continue searching. He Yan's and Changjia's special abilities also needed to be enhanced as soon as possible to prepare for the final establishment of the city. Every high-level ability user meant more hope and security. Li Xing settled down with his wife and daughter in the villa. Aunt Li and Aunt Lu got along well, fully freeing Gu Zicheng and Su Yan. Thus, Su Yan would occasionally make some pastries as rewards for everyone, leaving everything else to Aunt Li and Aunt Lu. Both women had excellent skills, making various dishes that garnered endless praise from everyone. Li Sheng's daughter, Li Wenting, had just turned 12 and got along well with Fang Qizhi. Despite Fang Qiji's delayed intellectual development, he was transparent in nature, which Su Yan liked very much. The companionship of the 2 children benefited their respective growths, making the large house even livelier. However, the noisiest place still belonged to the training ground in the basement. The training ground was utilized every day. After completing their daily tasks, everyone basically spent their time there training, individual training, duels, small group battles, all sorts of exercises were exhausting everyone. On this day, a team battle had just concluded, with participants lying or sitting about. Glancing around, only Gu Lingji was still standing. Changjia lay sprawled out on the ground without any decorum, pointing at Gu Lingji weakly before dropping his hand, complaining, Why are you crazy today, Gu Lingji? Why did you target me so much? Oh, I was acting on someone's behalf. Gu Lingji revealed the person who had commissioned him without any guilt. Changzhe grumbled a few complaints under his breath. It could be none other than He Yen who would do such a thing. Shen Yaofeng, nearby, lost all decorum as he sat on the ground teasingly saying, "You should let him rest easier." "How have I not made things easier?" Changzhe instinctively rebutted. "What do you think?" Shen Yaofeng hinted, then pushed himself off the ground. "You take your time figuring it out. If you can't remember, go ask Ah Yen. He'll gladly engage in a thorough exchange with you." Changzhe howled, covering his eyes with his arm, assuming the pose of a corpse. Shen Yaofeng told Gu Lingji that he'd head up first, calculating the time. It was also when Bian Wei should return from patrolling the newly designated areas. Gu Lingji grabbed his coat, glanced at his watch, and threw a comment over his shoulder as he ascended. "Aunt Li said she's making water-boiled fish tonight, it's perfect timing." Changzhe sprang up immediately, having been craving water-boiled fish for days. Gu Zicheng followed behind, dragging Bai Su towards the dining hall since Aunt Li had promised her sweet potato balls tonight. Xiao Sun returned to base in the dead of night. To avoid disturbing the rest of the others, the helicopter landed on a plaza outside the apartment building. Xiao Sun cautiously opened the door, the lock emitting a slight sound. Entering the living room quietly, the scene caught his eye caused a frown. 2 piles of files rested on the coffee table, next to them were several albums. A coffee cup left behind a trace of its residue, giving off faint bitterness. The floor-standing night lamp by the sofa emitted a warm glow, and Gu Lingji lay there, covered with a light quilt. Walking to the side of the sofa, Gu Lingji, usually vigilant, hadn't woken up. Thankfully, with sufficient heat from the radiator, sleeping like this wouldn't cause a cold. Xiao Sun felt the urge to scold him a little but found more pain and guilt rising within. Chapter 63. Xiao Sun sat down on the thick carpet, pulled the light blanket up a bit, leaned over and rested his head against Gu Lingji's neck, closing his eyes. In order to return as soon as possible, he had been without sleep for 2 days. Gu Lingji had not yet opened his eyes but had already sensed the steady breathing beside him. His heart trembled, like an empty nest that finally waited for its returning bird after a long wait. Gu Lingji slightly lowered his head, his cheek pressing tightly against Xiao Sun's hair. The smooth touch was filled with the satisfaction of being reunited after a long separation. He held this pose for a while before regaining consciousness. One hand replaced his shoulder to steady Xiao Sun's head, and carefully stood up, picking Xiao Sun up in his arms. Because Xiao Sun had been sitting on the carpet for several hours, all his joints were stiff from staying in one position for too long. With a sudden change of posture came an uncomfortable sigh as he rubbed closer into Gu Lingji's embrace. Gu Lingji patted the hand that lay upon Xiao Sun's back to soothe him. He placed him gently on the bed, covered him with blankets, then proceeded to lightly kiss his forehead, the corners of his eyes, cheeks, and nose tip, finally lingering for several seconds on his lips. "Is there anything more exhilarating in this world than finding out you miss me just as much as I miss you?" Gu Lingji turned around and went out. He had gone through all the documents on the table, the ones needing approval were also approved. However, there were issues in a few places that required further discussion. If it wasn't for these concerns, he truly wanted to lie down with Xiao Sun for another nap. When Gu Lingji returned, it was almost 11 o'clock. Xiao Sun still maintained the initial posture, not moving at all, quite tired. Zhu Junsouth had already reported the basic situation. Everything was not completely smooth, but it was fraught with little danger. Moreover, they reaped substantial rewards. Xiao Sun had slept for a considerable amount of time. Not long after Gu Lingji returned, Xiao Sun woke up. But seemingly still drowsy, after blinking his eyes, he took some time to realize he was lying in the bed. Seeing Xiao Sun awake, Gu Lingji bent over, his arms propped up by Xiao Sun's side, lowering his head to look at him, their eyes within 10 centimeters of each other. In a good mood, Xiao Sun no longer felt so exhausted. He leaned up and pecked Gu Lingji's nose tip, smiling with half-closed eyes, his voice raspy and muffled. "Good morning, Brother Lin." Gu Lingji kissed Xiao Sun back on the lips, moistening the dry, chapped lips with his tongue. "Not exactly morning anymore, it's 11. Afterward, Gu Lingji got up to pour a glass of water. By the time he turned around, Xiao Sun had already sat up and drank the entire cup in one go. While Xiao Sun drank the water, Gu Lingji pulled the curtain aside. Although it was an overcast day, there seemed to be a hint of clarity and brightness. Gu Lingji poured another cup, and Xiao Sun slowly sipped it, counting silently, "You promised to take care of yourself before I left. See the results. You've been sleeping on the couch. No credit." Gu Lingji sat down at the bedside. Observing Xiao Sun's face full of both anger and concern, he decided not to tell him that since he left, he hadn't slept on the bed once, or else who knew how this spoiled brat might react. When Xiao Sun was reborn, towards Gu Lingji, he was always compliant and seldom revealed his own emotions and opinions. Now, though, his coquettishness and complaints all precisely hit Gu Lingji's weak points, frustratingly adorable. However, this is what Gu Lingji always wanted to see. This was the Xiao Sun he first met, the Xiao Sun with his own feelings. No matter what Xiao Sun appears like to others, at least in front of him, he can fully expose every aspect of himself without any hesitation. "Alright, this time it's my fault. Punishment is up to you." Gu Lingji readily admitted his mistake and complied with Xiao Sun's words. Xiao Sun tapped the cup with his fingers and thought for a moment before saying, "Then your punishment is liking me a little more every day." As soon as he said it, he blushed, feeling embarrassed. He was such a grown man, yet behaving like a teenager in love. Who knew that Gulinji would reply so naturally with a bright smile, "It won't be liking you a little more each day, it will be liking you much more." Xiao Sun looked at Gulinji, gradually breaking into a smile. The warmth in his ear roots had yet to dissipate when another blush spread across his face. For a while, he didn't know how to respond. But not much later, maybe only tens of seconds, he slowly smiled again, blurting out without thinking, "Brother Lin, I'm the same. Thank you for liking me. Thank you for loving me even after countless years have passed." Gu Linji patted Xiao Sun's cheeks and pointed to the plate he had brought in and placed by the bedside. "Wash up a bit. There's still some time before lunch. These pastries made by Su Yan aren't overly sweet, so eating them beforehand wouldn't make you feel greasy. Have something to tide you over until mealtime." Xiao Sun looked in the direction of Gu Linji's finger and saw cinnamon rolls and matcha puff pastries. They were small, looking both cute and appetizing. In the past, he didn't enjoy these much, but after Gu Ziqing started liking them, Su Yan also began making more. Occasionally, Xiao Sun followed suit, discovering that they weren't bad at all. After washing off nearly a month's worth of travel weariness and changing clothes, Xiao Sun finally relaxed, consuming a small amount of pastries and a cup of hot coffee. Su Yan had improved the method of making cinnamon rolls, giving them a slightly sweet and salty taste, with the aroma of cinnamon being just right. The addition of almond flakes to the matcha puffs enriched their texture. Even though Xiao Sun was not someone who indulged in comfort, he couldn't help but admit that such a life was indeed wonderful. When he saw Li Sheng in the garden, Xiao Sun leaned over and gently kissed Gu Linji's cheek. A bright light flashed in his crane-like eyes, leaving behind fragments of starlight, as if encompassing all of nature. From then on, the whole world seemed to be within those eyes. To what extent must one love another person in order to consider every single minute and tedious detail? Xiao Sun didn't ask, he already knew, so there was no need for the question. After returning, Xiao Sun joined the training team, and now enhancing their superhuman abilities was the top priority. By the time the people from Xinzhou arrived, they had already elevated their powers to the 5th rank. "How far is Xinzhou still?" Gu Linji asked. "Less than 10 kilometers. Yao Feng, you and Bian Wei, take some people to go and meet them," Gu Linji instructed. Knowing that Xinzhou would have encountered countless difficulties along the way, only at the base could the full extent of casualties be fully assessed. All right. Not long after Cheng Anyan and his group left the base, they learned from those following them that the rising sea level had already flooded many coastal cities. They had escaped from that base and kindly warned them about their slow pace. Among over 1,000 people, less than 30% were superhumans, and not many of them were high-ranked. Carrying families along, it was impossible to move quickly, and by the time they met Shin Yao Feng, the group had dwindled down to only 400 people. Upon arriving at the base, Gu Linji looked at the weary crowd and said, "Go rest first. We'll discuss the rest tomorrow." Cheng Anyan observed Gu Linji. Within half a year, the gap between their strengths had become like heaven and earth. What was once a potential battlefield has now diminished into non-existence. Unperturbed by such thoughts, the current priority was to settle well the people he had brought. As agreed upon earlier, these individuals were arranged in an apartment building vacated in the core area. For those who were neither superhumans nor related to anyone, the rules dictated that those with specialized skills were assigned to the middle zone, while others stayed in the common zone. Though Cheng Anyan disliked seeing those who had followed him end up in the common zone, he understood, rules are rules. Some of those going to the common zone naturally felt disgruntled by this arrangement but ultimately had no choice but to follow it since they lacked the ability to protest effectively. The next day, inside the villa's reception room, Gu Linji, Xiao Sun, Cheng Anyan, and Chao Wenbin fell into a brief silence after Aunt Li served tea and excused herself. Yesterday, Chao Wenbin hadn't rested, focusing instead on arranging his own group properly and taking a tour around the base to understand its general situation. He knew there must have been a reason for Gu Linji's decision to come to Tibet initially. Speculating about the future may seem too mysterious, perhaps chalked up to good fortune, yet never did he expect such growth here. It greatly surpassed his expectations. The construction of infrastructure, basic planning, and handling relations among different parties were all flawless. Those with enough strength could live almost as they had before the apocalypse. Throughout their journey, nowhere else compared to this place, prompting genuine admiration mixed with envy. Gu Linji had no intention of explaining why he came to Tibet back then, saying simply, Xinzhou will remain as a superhuman unit. Registration matters have been taken care of, and relevant charters and regulations are available here. Xiao Sun handed over a thick file folder. All superhumans in your team need to register accordingly, as do their relatives. Once completed, hand it over to the central hall. Good, we'll finish this as soon as possible. Chao Wenbin accepted the folder. There is one point we should clarify beforehand, those allocated to the common zone may feel dissatisfied. If anyone causes chaos, we will handle it according to the base's rules, Xiao Sun supplemented. They absolutely wouldn't allow anyone to disrupt the base's order. Cheng Anyan remained silent, while Chao Wenbin glanced at his companion and sighed, if anyone commits an offense, deal with it as necessary. They are part of this community and should abide by the management. If you need crystal cores, you can borrow from the bank first and settle down later, Gu Linji frankly stated. At this moment, beating around the bush would be a waste of time. Chapter 64. A month ago, the bank was just established with reset interest rates and other regulations. Psi talents could deposit in used crystal cores and then receive specially made cards. If they needed to consume anything, they could simply swipe their cards. This was all thanks to Chensiji's newly restructured system. In this way, the crystal cores were circulated, not only making full use of resources but also solving some people's urgent needs while avoiding a lot of trouble. However, the review process for lending was very strict. Gu Linji didn't plan to give Xingzhou any special treatment, as it would have quite negative impacts on future management otherwise. Chao Wenbin nodded. He understood Gu Linji's concerns, which were completely normal. Although they had replenished supplies along the way, their consumption was great, so by the time they arrived here, they indeed had few crystal cores left. However, with the help of the bank's loans, they'd get through this period and repay quickly. Before he even expressed gratitude, Cheng Anyan did it first, which both surprised and moved him. Cheng Anyan nodded, thank you. This was for informing them about the rising sea levels and providing shelter. Upon hearing Cheng Anyan express his gratitude, both Gu Linji and Xiao Sun felt somewhat surprised. It seemed that after spending so much time in the post-apocalyptic world, even someone as inflexible as Cheng Anyan learned to adapt. After all, change means survival, refusal leads to extinction. For the rest of the time, Gu Linji and Xiao Sun shared a series of things like searching for the stargazing platform with them. They noticed the astonished looks on the faces of both men. No matter who it was, being suddenly exposed to such things would naturally be shocking. However, the most important thing is to enhance your psi abilities, said Gu Linji. Understood, Chao Wenbin agreed, and together with Cheng Anyan, they stood up. There are still things to deal with back in the team, so we won't stay long. As long as there is something you need, let us know, and Xingzhou will never shirk. Cheng Anyan's voice was still gruff, but no one would take his words lightly. Of course, the base's construction requires the joint efforts of everyone. The upcoming Cloud City will require the combined strength of many people. Gu Linji slightly inclined his head. The arrival of Xingzhou was undoubtedly a strong force. Although many members were lost during the journey, the core strength was well preserved. In time, it would be formidable. Although the arrival of Xingzhou sparked discussions within the base, especially among several powerful Psi teams, seeing a new and seemingly capable Psi team arriving with connections to the leader certainly drew attention and respect. No one dared to overlook them or risk being overshadowed. But after observing them for a month, it turned out that these people followed strict rules. Even the crystal cores initially used to settle down were borrowed from the bank. Besides a few standout Psi talents, they posed no significant threat. Gradually, relations warmed between the groups. From then on, Xingzhou was largely integrated into the Jiawu base. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. However, there was still no news regarding the other two stargazing platforms. The mapping routes had been thoroughly investigated, yet no trace remained. After the base was running smoothly, Gu Linji and Xiao Sun found themselves relatively free, focusing mainly on enhancing their Psi abilities. After Gu Linji ascended to the 6th rank, his Psi growth rate visibly slowed down. Xiao Sun thought back to his past life when his Psi enhancement never encountered a bottleneck, but then reconsidered the changes of this lifetime and came to terms with it. As long as progress continued, slower was fine and perhaps more stable. The speed at which his Psi abilities increased previously was truly too fast. The weather was gradually getting warmer, though the lingering cold would occasionally make its presence known. Gu Linji leaned against the headboard, pondering the news Shen Yaofeng mentioned in the afternoon and how to bring it up to Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun emerged from the shower, handed the towel to Gu Linji, then sat on the edge of the bed facing away from him. Gu Linji carefully dried Xiao Sun's hair while slowly speaking, leaving the decision on how to handle the situation up to Xiao Sun. Telling him now would provide psychological preparation for any encounters later on. The list of Psi talents from Xingzhou has been counted, and Zhong He and Sun Jingtong are included. Xiao Sun lazily responded, exhausted after a day's training. Everyone else except Gu Linji was similarly fatigued. Xiao Jinhong and Wang Yulian are also on the list. Xiao Sun hadn't heard these names in a long time. When he realized Gu Linji was referring to his half-siblings, he showed no special reaction, maintaining a neutral tone as if talking about completely unrelated people. If they come, send them away. It doesn't concern me. Gu Linji put down the towel and held Xiao Sun in his arms, leaning against his damp hair. The fresh scent of tea trees filled his nose as he carefully chose his words. You, your father, and Lu Helling were on the westward migration route, but Wang Yuman went elsewhere before reaching the capital city base. Xiao Jinhong's Psi ability is damage transfer, while Wang Yulian was a member of Phoenix team before joining Xingzhou during the westward migration. Her ability is cat transformation. Xiao Sun turned around, burying his face into Gu Linji's neck. Though he claimed not to care, this was still his biological father. Gu Linji gently stroked Xiao Sun's back. After a long pause, the person in his arms muffled a response. It's better if they're dead, it spares them the suffering in this apocalypse. Gu Linji knew whom Xiao Sun referred to and didn't respond, just tightening the arm wrapped around Xiao Sun's waist. In the afternoon, the two sat on the terrace basking in the sun. Although it wasn't yet start of spring, a few patches of forsythia that Gu Jiqing had brought back from outside the base had already bloomed once. It seemed they would need to develop new calendars and seasonal terms, along with new manuals for plants and animals, since both types and habits had significantly changed. On the small round table was an old silver-colored fat-bellied narrow-mouthed coarse pottery bottle, casually holding several branches of forsythia flowers. Most were still buds about to bloom, plump and scattered delightfully, truly adorable. The gentle fragrance spread perfectly, neither too strong nor too faint. The two idly discussed the stargazing platform issue, their leisurely surroundings easing the confusion over the lack of progress. The first stargazing platform was discovered due to a landslide. The relics should be underground, considering how many years have passed. Xiao Sun couldn't help but wonder, logically speaking, their maps should have included all possible locations, and they'd also scanned underground, yet found nothing. Let's check the stargazing platform again tomorrow. Maybe something was missed. Gu Lingji guessed there must be some connection between the three stargazing platforms. They'd visited the site a few times without new discoveries. Now, stuck in this impasse, there was no choice but to visit once more. Finding the remaining two stargazing platforms sooner meant settling one less concern. The sea level was rising rapidly, and the construction of Cloud City wouldn't be accomplished overnight. Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun took one person with them to the stargazing platform. The area had already been cordoned off. Such a large object wasn't easy to completely hide. Taking future city-building plans into account, Gu Lingji decided not to completely seal the news but simply fenced the stargazing platform with iron railings and posted guards. Not everyone remained uninterested in the purpose of the ruins, but given the firm stance of the base, none dared challenge authority. As long as it didn't affect their own interests, attention soon waned. Chapter 65. The arrival of the two drew some people's attention and soon a small crowd gathered. This place had already been included in the general area during the base expansion, so there were quite a few people around. Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun carefully searched around the star-watching platform before walking onto it. They squatted beside the pattern in the middle. The green layer on the white marble seemed to be growing inside the stone. The pattern was round and smooth, perfectly formed, without any sign of carving. Gu Lingji touched the pattern all around with his hands but found no kind of mechanism. Xiao Sun stood up, moving his legs which had gone numb, then suddenly an idea struck him. The pillars supporting the Cloud City are built on the star-watching platform. Building these pillars requires special abilities. In other words, establishing the Cloud City throughout the entire process requires such abilities. Maybe the abilities could also activate something. Gu Lingji thought it made sense. Now there was no other way, might as well try the wood element ability. Gu Lingji placed his palm downward on the pattern, and an endless flow of special ability was channeled into the stone. It was like mud entering the sea, leaving no trace at all. Xiao Sun just wanted Gu Lingji to stop when suddenly, the originally thin layer of green gradually darkened, giving both of them a thrill. Gu Lingji increased the energy output, and the green on the pattern became darker and eventually turned black as ink, occasionally flashing dark-colored fine light. Seeing that the dark light began to spin faster and faster, at this moment Gu Lingji quickly flicked his hand and retracted his ability. Xiao Sun was somewhat confused about why Gu Lingji suddenly stopped. Hearing his explanation, energy can't be fed in anymore, it should be enough. Speaking, he directly pulled Xiao Sun down from the star-watching platform, faintly sensing something. The surrounding people were attracted by the commotion here, they were staring unblinking at the platform. The circular pattern gradually rose, split open from the middle, and a streak of dark thunder shot straight upward, instantly summoning two streaks of same-colored thunderbolts from the sky falling down. The entire process lasted less than 5 minutes. Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun walked onto the platform and saw everything had returned to normal. Both had a clear understanding, the positions where those two lightning bolts fell must be the locations of the other two star-watching platforms. Without paying attention to the astonished and noisy crowd, Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun directly returned to the villa, contacting others on the way to gather in the meeting room of the villa. After everyone gathered, Gu Lingji immediately issued the orders. He Yan, Bian Wei, you both lead people separately to verify the positions of the star-watching platforms, must finish ahead of others, ensuring absolute safety. Yao Feng goes to announce the news of the Cloud City. Changzhe, seal off the whole city, only entrance allowed. Others, keep a close eye on each special ability team, remain vigilant. Everyone rushed off upon receiving the orders. The previous scene would certainly attract various parties' attention, fearing misunderstandings causing unnecessary troubles. That night, the base could be described as sleepless. After knowing such astonishing news, who could still sleep? They have known for long the rise in sea level, but they didn't expect even the roof of the world couldn't escape its fate. City in clouds? Dream talk, wishful thinking. But, when the situation came, they had to believe. Such obvious anomalies weren't unseen by anyone blind. Besides accepting the base's statement, who else could provide another explanation? And the notice issued by the base was very clear: those who believed, contributed to the construction, and those who didn't believe or even spread rumors and disrupt things, whoever they may be, will be driven out of the base entirely. Sunk over a year in this post-apocalyptic world, sensible people know well that Ji Mu led by Gu Lingji is their hope and reliance. Aside from believing, what else could they do? Would these people really drag themselves into disaster? Anyway, following Ji Mu leaves at least a path to survive. If expelled from the base, all they might face is death waiting. The strength of Ji Mu, they've seen. Crisis coming, clear-minded people can go further. Therefore, an agreement was rapidly reached across the base: build the Cloud City urgently. 2 days later, the other 2 star-watching platforms were found. The 3 platforms together formed a perfect triangle, consistent with their initial speculation. It looked like special abilities were indeed required to start it. Guardians were assigned to the other 2 star-watching platforms to prevent accidental entry or damage by animals. Also, small bases were planned around them with complete facilities which were expected to be finished before building the city. Doing so was to protect the star-watching platforms, also providing a buffer for the future Cloud City. However, amid the orderly activities, the base also saw the emergence of many whispers, mostly about Xiao Sun. Xiao Sun threw a stack of papers on the table, leaning against Gu Lingji with arms crossed, mocking, "Who else but Xiao Jinhong is so boring?" And knew his past. Yu Huiping, at Gu Lingji's gesture, quietly stepped out of the door, leaving the space to the 2. Xiao Sun naturally was not afraid of these remarks. Luring Gu Lingji. What if he did, abandoning his parents? Xiao Jinhong could even say that. As for Xiao Bohan, it was impossible for Xiao Sun not to harbor hatred towards him. If he had shown even a little parental affection, their relationship wouldn't have become so strained later on. Xiao Sun knew himself to be just an ordinary person, unable to achieve the saintly act of repaying grievances with virtue. Mutual peace was his bottom line. What do you want to do with this? Starjo has already removed him from its roster. Gu Lingji asked. In his view, driving Xiao Jinhong away or letting him vanish completely was feasible, but he couldn't ignore Xiao Sun's feelings. There's no need to deal with him, just warn those who connected with him. Xiao Sun closed his eyes, and there was a hint of imperceptible fatigue in his voice. Xiao Sun didn't want to kill him, isolating a person sometimes was more cruel than taking his life. Gu Lingji pitied him. Just as everything was settled and the goal was clear, such an incident happened, which was very upsetting. Alright, I'll handle the rest, you rest. Gu Lingji placed Xiao Sun on the bed, covered him well, about to go out when his hand was caught by Xiao Sun. The eyelashes of Xiao Sun trembled as his stretched hand tightly gripped the little finger and ring finger of Gu Lingji. Gu Lingji understood what Xiao Sun was thinking. In the chaotic times, life and death struggles never ceased. Whether one should hate or not wasn't up to them. No matter how tough Xiao Sun appeared outwardly, inside he was still soft-hearted. Soft, yet never weak. He didn't care what others said or thought, all he cared about was Gu Lingji. Gu Lingji turned around and sat down, ruffling Xiao Sun's hair and twirling a strand falling on the pillow between his fingers. Sun, if I were to handle this, it would definitely be 10 times, 100 times harsher. We would return every hardship we once suffered back to him. If I really did that, would you hate me? Xiao Sun opened his eyes, stared into Gu Lingji's eyes, hurriedly saying, no. Then noticing the faint smile at the corner of his mouth. I love a complete Xiao Sun, I like and accept every aspect of him. Gu Lingji looked at Xiao Sun, the words slipping between his lips weren't thorns piercing the heart, but breezes filtered by sunlight, breaking through thick clouds and blowing into his heart. It's not because your goodness beautifies your flaws, but because I love you exactly as you are. Xiao Sun let go of his hands, nuzzling his head onto Gu Lingji's leg, curling up, encircling his waist while lightly laughing where Gu Lingji couldn't see. When Xiao Sun's mother was still alive, she once told him, he was a little deity, the happiest person in the world. He never believed her then, thinking it was merely her comforting him. Now, he believed. Where is he a deity? It's the deity giving Gu Lingji to him, making him the happiest person. After embracing enough, Xiao Sun obediently lay down on his own. Go ahead, Brother Lin. Gu Lingji straightened the messy hair rubbed against Xiao Sun, gently tapping his forehead with a finger. Sleep first, I'll be back soon. Gu Lingji delegated the matters and didn't inquire further. The waves of the post-apocalyptic era were crashing down, who would still care about an insignificant ant? Chapter 66. 1 year later. Most of the land had already been submerged, the population and the number of zombies were drastically decreasing. The few survivors were in the rare highlands. Currently, zombies were seldom seen. Fortunately, after reaching the 6th level of special abilities, it was no longer necessary to rely on cores for improvement, strengthening one's own practice was sufficient. Jiamu base had developed quite perfectly, basically restoring to pre-apocalypse levels with all facilities intact. Recently, almost no one had returned to the base, the rise in sea level had largely cut off communication between bases. Standing at a high point in the base, as far as the eye could see, there was nothing but an endless ocean around. The Yunnan base couldn't hold out 3 months ago and had completely relocated here. As for the other 2 observatories outside the base, they established underwater bases before the seawater reached this area. In terms of special abilities, Gu Lingji had already reached the 8th rank, while the others had mostly reached the 7th rank. Everything was ready. During this year, Xiamu hadn't shown up again, though Gu Lingji had informed everyone about her existence. The timing of the city construction would depend on Xiamu's message. Everyone at the base vaguely sensed that the construction of the Cloud City wouldn't be too far off, given how urgent the situation was now. No one knew when the rise in sea level would stop. According to the current rate, the base could only last for half a year at most. Xiamu's arrival was within Gu Lingji's expectations. It used to be cold this time of year, yet this year's temperature was much higher, and climate changes were becoming increasingly evident. The three sat on the terrace, discussing matters related to the city construction. It will take approximately a month to establish the Cloud City, and upon its completion, the rising sea level will stop. Compared to the last time they met, Xiaomu appeared more exhausted but continued her monotone voice devoid of emotion. When do we start? Asked Gu Linji. They had already waited for Xiaomu for over a month. The rise in sea level had long since threatened the survival of the base. In 2 days, at 8 o'clock in the morning, it will begin precisely. Good, understood. Last time you mentioned Xiao Zhu. Could you tell us what happened? Xiao Sun hesitantly asked. He had his suspicions. This Xiao Zhu should be the ancestor of the Xiao family, but by the time it reached him, the genealogy and relevant deeds had been lost. He only knew that the pair of ink jade rings was left behind by their ancestors. However, he didn't know the actual story behind it. Xiaomu lowered her eyelids and remained silent for a long while. The last time Gu Linji had inquired, she hadn't wanted to tell them, not because she refused, but because those past events were too heavy for them to bear. However, now it didn't matter anymore. If she didn't tell them soon, there might be no opportunity left. She didn't want her master to have done so much without anyone knowing, even though she realized that person didn't value these things at all. Tightening her intertwined hands slightly, Xiaomu slowly began her tale. Many years ago, she didn't know exactly how many years, back then, when they were just born, Xiao Zhu had spared no effort to prevent a great calamity, but still, the calamity wasn't entirely stopped. The outbreak of the disaster was merely delayed. Under the conditions back then, surviving the calamity was impossible. Thus, they could only hope that future generations' advancements would allow them to deal with it. That pair of ink jade rings ultimately stemmed from Xiao Zhu's personal desire. If the Xiao family existed until the disaster broke out, it could also be considered leaving a lifeline for their descendants. The relatively small space in the lower part of the space served as her dwelling place, which naturally disappeared after she left. In the final moments, Xiao Zhu entrusted the myriad images stone and the yun beans to them, and left them with her remaining strength to assist future generations. Subsequently, Xiao Zhu passed away, and they fell into endless hibernation until the apocalypse woke them up. They referred to Xiaomu, Mumu, and Muzi, who were born from the tri-body separation of a cold jade. In the previous life, she followed the ink jade rings to find Xiao Jinhong. Initially, she didn't interfere, but after Xiao Sun died, Xiao Jinhong suffered severe injuries, losing his special abilities and passing away within 2 months. Eventually, the rising sea levels led to the majority of humanity's demise, failing her mission. Therefore, they collectively reversed time and allowed Xiao Sun to retain memories from the previous life, hoping that his rebirth might change the tragic ending. They had no second chance. Before either of them could ask further, Xiaomu plainly said, there are 3 cloud cities in total, with Mumu and Muzi responsible for the other 2. Once all 3 cloud cities are built, channels will connect them. Gu Linji and Xiao Sun cleared up their lingering doubts but were unable to dwell on their astonishment, feeling even greater worry about the distant future road ahead. Inside the conference room, everyone present had a solemn look on their faces. The 2-year apocalyptic experience had been enough to hone them. Now, at the final critical moment of life and death, everyone was giving it their all. Gu Linji and Xiao Sun stayed behind at the base. The wood element abilities were provided by Gu Linji and some other wood element ability users. As for the city building materials, they would rely on Xiao Sun and most of the other element ability users, with Xiao Sun mainly responsible for producing building materials while others handled transporting them to the clouds. He Yan, Changzhe, Baisu, Gu Jicheng, and the remaining wood element ability users went to another stargazing platform located underwater. The last stargazing platform was entrusted to Qing Tuan, who had already made all necessary arrangements there. Set off immediately. Meeting adjourned. Gu Linji stood up, every word resounding clearly. They would not lose. Gu Linji walked over to Baisu and Gu Jicheng, glancing briefly at Gu Jicheng before fixing his gaze on Baisu. I'm leaving Xiaocheng in your care. Baisu, facing Gu Linji's intense stare, nodded solemnly. Gu Jicheng watched the two from the side, then looked toward Xiao Sun who had walked over alongside Gu Linji, and silently smiled. Everything would go well, there was no room for anything else in her mind. All preparations were being carried out in full swing, the atmosphere within the base exceptionally tense. Ability users had stopped training, preserving their energy. Those without special abilities mostly joined the logistics team, striving to ensure that the ability users had no worries at their back. Gu Linji and Xiao Sun stood at the highest point of the base, a lookout tower, watching as a fleet of helicopters flew further and further away. Looking back at the orderly preparations within the base, Xiao Sun felt a sense of admiration. He had never imagined a day where everyone worked together for the same purpose, setting aside prejudices and biases, uniting into one force. Gu Linji followed Xiao Sun's gaze, roughly understanding what he was thinking about. He grasped Xiao Sun's hand and said, humans are indeed quite complex creatures. In the face of disaster, they can cast aside past grievances, but after the disaster passes, they often revert to their old ways. Xiao Sun turned his head to look at Gu Linji. The future is uncertain, but as long as people can focus their strength now, it's enough. Victor Hugo once said, ugliness lies next to beauty, deformity close to grace, vulgarity hides behind nobility, good coexists with evil, darkness and light intertwine. The subtlety of humans lies in their complexity, and no one could deny the intricacy of human nature. In a world where such humans exist, that's the truly real world we live in. Every day in this world, injustices occur, along with baseness and filth. But, we live not merely to witness these things, but for the feelings of attachment within our hearts. Because of the beloved people and things that exist here, this world becomes meaningful to us. Fortunately, you are who you are, I am who I am, that's enough. They didn't mean to make great efforts for humanity's future, it was just due to the situation. However, they must admit that it is these flesh and blood people who form the foundation of the world. People are lovable. As long as humans live, there's hope, there's possibility. Even if it's just that faint longing. Chapter 67. The day before the scheduled time, after Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun had finished the remaining tasks, they returned to the villa. Su Yan, Aunt Li, and Aunt Lu had prepared dinner early. The sumptuous meal temporarily relieved their tension. However, tomorrow was drawing closer minute by minute. After returning to their room, the two of them washed up, then hugged each other and leaned against the headboard without a word. Looking back on their journey, time seemed to pass so quickly, yet it also felt infinitely prolonged. Xiao Sun couldn't describe his feelings at the moment, but he knew that regardless of the outcome tomorrow, as long as Gu Lingji was by his side, even if the future was uncertain, he would be able to face it. Gu Lingji massaged Xiao Sun's hand, directing an old vine from the ring on his finger to extend a thin branch, wrapping it around Xiao Sun's wrist, as if trying to tether him tightly. Xiao Sun was pulled out of his reverie by the sensation on his wrist. He looked at the fine branch coiled around his wrist, then glanced up at Gu Lingji. Meeting the gaze of the person next to him, the unease in his heart completely dissipated. All he wanted was peace of mind. Don't worry, everything will be fine. No matter what happens, success or failure, we won't fall here. Gu Lingji gently patted Xiao Sun's arm while holding his hand and said warmly. This was the biggest and most weighty promise he could make. Xiao Sun didn't say anything. He curled up and nestled into Gu Lingji's body, closed his eyes slightly, and smiled. A long time later, standing amidst clouds, Xiao Sun looked down at the continent beneath his feet with its newly exposed land, still unable to forget the scene he had witnessed that day. Perhaps the grandest spectacle in the world was just like that. The sky was overcast, heavy with dark clouds. It seemed as if something were stirring behind the cloud layers, yet the atmosphere within the base was almost frozen solid. The base had issued orders, ordinary people stayed indoors, those involved in building the city were gathered around the stargazing platform, and other psionics maintained vigilance. To the south of the stargazing platform, the area had been cleared. 3 days earlier, Little Mu had drawn an enormous array there. At that point, Xiao Sun would stand at the central focal point, with other psionics surrounding the array to channel their abilities into it. Gu Lingji held Xiao Sun's hand, gently rubbed the center of his palm with his thumb, then let go and softly said, "Go ahead." Xiao Sun took a deep breath. His released hand reached out to grab Gu Lingji's once more. As the crucial moment approached, anxiety crept in, his voice choked, "You promised me." Success or failure rested on this one attempt. At 7:55, the 3 stargazing platforms confirmed the time for the final operation. Placing the cloud beams at the center of the patterns, they stood ready. Atop the platforms, everyone released their respective abilities, shades of green mingled together. Although most wood-based abilities hadn't yet reached the 7th tier, each individual contributed what they could. At exactly 8 o'clock, all 3 locations simultaneously injected their powers into the central patterns of the stargazing platforms. The variegated greens transformed into a pale, semi-transparent jade hue, then shaped themselves into regular columns rising straight toward the heavens, connecting and resonating with the other 2 locations. As time passed, the jade color gradually deepened into a rich emerald green. Xiao Sun fixed his gaze on the platform enveloped in a green glow, the figure of Gu Lingji appeared only faintly in outline. Involuntarily, he slowed his breathing, feeling as though these dozen minutes stretched endlessly. Little Mu stood at the edge of the array, gesturing that Xiao Sun could begin. With a quick glance at the platform, Xiao Sun focused on the space. Shen Yaofeng, Bian Wei, and several others with high-tier abilities channeled their energy into the array. The construction materials taken from the spatial realm turned into frosted light and flew upward even before manifesting into tangible forms. Little Mu looked up, clutching the myriad phenomena stone in his hand, gazing at the cloud-obscured sky. Suddenly, his white pupils contracted sharply into a fine streak of translucent white, then vanished into the horizon in an instant. The vast green light was not blinding but radiated a burgeoning vitality. Intermixed frost-colored light illuminated the dim skies, creating a brilliant contrast against the fading daylight, leaving only the expanding deep green expanse. Second by second, the crowd's psionic energies nearly depleted. On the stargazing platforms and within the array, people kept collapsing. Those still standing exerted every ounce of effort to continue. No one knew how long it had lasted when the green light dispersed the layered clouds above. The backlash of expended psionic power sent everyone sprawling. Slowly dissipating clouds revealed a colossal grayish-white object supported by 3 immense pillars, whose majestic scale was unmistakable despite being kilometers away. This was the city among the clouds. In contrast to the jubilation of those around him, Gu Lingji's eyes pierced through the crowd, landing upon the center of the array where he saw Xiao Sun lying on the ground, Shen Yaofeng squatting nearby checking his condition. Gu Lingji's heart tightened as he stumbled slightly, the dizziness from exhausting his psionic power causing a brief blank in his vision. Each step he took toward Xiaosun was unbearably heavy. People moved aside to clear a path, Shen Yaofeng stepping back to make room for Gu Lingji, who knelt down and embraced Xiaosun into his arms. Despite his stoic expression, his hand trembling as he brushed Xiaosun's disheveled bangs revealed his inner turmoil. His vital signs seemed normal at first glance, he should just be unconscious, Shen Yaofeng murmured quietly, not daring to provide an extensive diagnosis, given the unique nature of mental psionics. The crowd quieted down amid the earlier uproar. Gu Lingji's mind was momentarily flooded with anxiety, but soon it dispersed. Xiaosun's eyes fluttered open slightly, meeting Gu Lingji's face filled with both guilt and affection amidst the haze. Feeling rather ashamed, he thought that his lack of psionic strength had caused him to collapse, leaving him unable to support his partner through the trial. Gu Lingji moved slowly, cradling Xiaosun's head gently and pulling him into his embrace, whispering by his ear, "Sun, don't scare me like that again." Hearing the tremor and joy in the man's voice akin to relief after a near loss, Xiaosun felt a lump rising in his throat, barely managing to utter a sound before tightening his arms around Gu Lingji's back. Shen Yaofeng saw their moment and suggested everyone return, promising announcements on further migration details while emphasizing the need for rest and recovery. Standing atop the cloud city among the clouds, for humankind, this marked a destined new epoch. Regardless of what challenges lay ahead, it was undeniable that humanity had entered a groundbreaking era. He Yan and the others returned the next day, leaving behind personnel at the other two locations as outposts. During this period of recuperation, Gu Lingji arranged teams to explore and survey the cloud city, mapping it electronically. To everyone's amazement, a highly modern urban landscape awaited, complete with architecture, landscaping, and protective shielding systems around the city's perimeter. Living there posed no immediate problems, requiring only enhancements to network infrastructure. Simultaneously, the base dispatched helicopter squads to search for survivors. With sea level stabilizing, Jammu base was mostly preserved, ready to house more people once the first migration occurred. 3 days later, Zhou Mingyuan and Shinseki departed ahead to establish initial systems, followed by larger migrations after a week when basic facilities were in place. The relocation list underwent much discussion before reaching a consensus aligned with base principles. Priority went to psi-capable individuals and their families, followed by ordinary people whose skills benefited human development. Others remained without eligibility for the Cloud City at this time. As for Little Mu, she hadn't been seen since she left with the myriad phenomena stone during the city's construction. Gu Zhiqing asked about Qingtuan's whereabouts, but Gu Lingji and Xiaosun knew it was impossible for Qingtuan to survive. The small animal couldn't endure the massive impact, its contribution to support the Cloud City's creation already pushing to the limit. Xiaosun avoided stating the obvious, simply replying that Qingtuan was with Little Mu, but neither mentioned where they had gone. Gu Zhiqing smiled faintly upon hearing this, whether believing it or not, never mentioning it again afterward. In the following 3 months, rescue teams continuously brought back many survivors, filling gaps within the base and improving operational systems bit by bit. The Cloud City officially received its name, Yinlu, meaning land among the clouds. Yinlu required more construction time, but now, stability had returned. All future improvements needed only patience, for the hardest trials were over. Gu Lingji and Xiaosun patrolled by helicopter for routine checks. As the sun sank westward, brilliant golden-orange rays bathed the sky and coated Yinlu's structures with a luminous, vibrant hue, bringing even sunset the vigor of sunrise. Xiaosun held Gu Lingji's hand, gazing tenderly at his profile, a gentle curve forming on his lips. Gu Lingji reciprocated with equal strength, every trace of softness evident in his expression. Gazing into each other's eyes against the backdrop of shimmering twilight, a warmth filled their hearts. No matter how the world changed, so long as they remained together, nothing seemed insurmountable. Happiness didn't lie in where one stood but who stood beside them. The city is still a city, it is stingy yet generous. Our greatest satisfaction is having a place to live here. From now on, whether it be the sun and moon here or the rivers of stars beyond, whether it be spring flowers and summer grass or autumn leaves and winter snow, I promise them all to you, to accompany you in seeing them together until the future we can reach. In the end, fulfilling our wishes and not wasting this life. At this moment, the communicator transmitted a message. A strange arc-shaped crack appeared in the west direction of Yinlu. The crack was neat, seemingly naturally formed, without any signs of artificial carving. The two glanced at each other, realizing that the other two cloud cities must have also been established. The journey ahead was still long. Return to base. Amidst the heavy evening glow, large patches of black gradually seeped in, blending with the vast horizon of the sea. Nightfall was approaching, and several falcons flapped their wings to glide past. The weary birds were returning home, enveloped in tender emotions. The trees in the mountains joyfully stretched out their branches and leaves, quietly leaned down to rest and gather strength, awaiting the arrival of dawn once again. All things grow just right for this moment. Chapter 68, Side Story 1. Gu Lingji first met Xiaosun at the 50th anniversary celebration of their alma mater. In fact, Gu Lingji's university period was only a year and a half long before it was interrupted by an incident at home. Therefore, in a strict sense, he could not be considered a graduate. A group of board members mocked him for not even having graduated from college and told him not to meddle here but to just stay put and collect his dividends. After all, he wouldn't need to worry about food or drink for life. Gu Lingji stood in front of the thick conference table. His parents' funeral had just been held the day before, and in the morning, as he was about to leave, his still rather young sister pulled on his hand, pleading with him to come home early. He truly had no time to spare with these people. Shen Yaofeng, his face cold, passed out folders and then silently stepped back behind Gu Lingji. Gu Lingji took a step forward. Someone knows more than me about the incident, and one day, I will make them pay the price they deserve. Until that day, I'll take the chairman's position, and I hope you elders can cooperate with the upcoming personnel adjustments without making things ugly, isn't that so? The faces of the 2 rows of shareholders displayed varied expressions. Han Qinghui closed the file folder and smiled warmly, saying, I have no objection. I know Lingji's capabilities, I am at ease handing over the company to him. Or do any of you have a better candidate? Han Qinghui was a long-time old friend of Gu Heyu. In the past, Gu Heyu left the Gu family with his wife and child to establish Oakwood International, which Han Qinghui partially funded, regardless of personal relationships. Over the years, he made quite a lot just from dividends. The information in the folder indeed silenced everyone. Not graduating from university? What a joke, it seemed this person had already obtained multiple doctoral degrees. Several investments on such and such street also yielded stable profits. Moreover, the thriving Qingqing electronics trade in recent years was led by none other than this youth who wasn't even 20. Even if we take a step back, they didn't really qualify either. After all, Gu Lingji held 43% of the shares. Adding another 10% managed on behalf of Gu Zicheng and 12% from Han Qinghui, it far exceeded the majority. And looking at the incriminating evidence about themselves tucked away at the end of the data, wouldn't each piece of it be enough to ruin them? This Gu Lingji, despite being so young, acted ruthlessly yet thoroughly. The Oakwood Group would not fail under his leadership. Yet, they actually used something like not finishing school as an excuse to find fault, feeling somewhat regretful inside for listening to what they shouldn't have. Of course, if everyone can continue to support Oakwood's development as before, Gu Lingji, guarantee that the annual returns will not disappoint you. Gu Lingji relaxed his expression slightly, warning them while avoiding going too far. Yes, young Mr. Gu is promising. We old fellows won't add chaos anymore. It's the younger generation's world now. We hope Mr. Gu doesn't hold grudges against us. Zhao Shi, his back drenched in cold sweat, thought if the person in charge at home saw these photos, his good days were over. Mr. Zhao is joking. H-City's economy can't do without everyone. We should unite our efforts. Gu Lingji gave a smile. He was sure this man was in prime condition. Everyone in the room harbored different thoughts, but outwardly, everything appeared harmonious. After the meeting dispersed, Han Qinghui approached Gu Lingji. Looking at the youthful figure standing before him, reminding him much of how his friend once looked in his youth, if not more so, he sincerely expressed his relief. Heyu raised a fine son. With you around, Oakwood will only get better. Gu Lingji's expression loosened slightly, but he still concealed his exhaustion well before this old friend of his father. It wouldn't have been possible without Uncle Han's help. Han Qinghui shook his head. He knew how much effort he contributed, and thus refrained from further discussion, turning instead to say, after you're done with this busy phase, when you've some free time, bring little Ching over to visit more often. Your aunt keeps talking about you. All right. When mentioning his younger sister, Gu Lingji's face finally relaxed after being tense throughout the day. Han Qinghui tried to resist, but couldn't help himself from advising, Uncle Han knows you have your own ideas, but please, be very careful dealing with those people from the main house. Don't worry, Uncle Han. I know my limits. Gu Lingji's expression darkened slightly. Those costs due to be paid would surely arrive, he had plenty of time. It took Gu Lingji 3 years to dismantle the Gu family. Nowadays, although the old mansion has retained its grand appearance, inside it was completely hollowed out. The current headmaster pleaded with him to acquire the Gu family enterprise, but Gu Lingji didn't show a bit of consideration. To tell the truth, receiving the invitation to the alumni event did not surprise Gu Lingji. Originally, he hadn't intended to go, but his sister Gu Zicheng had just started junior high and was curious about what college life was like. She insisted that he go and participate. If you think about it, Gu Zicheng was a little matchmaker. Changzhe heard about it and came along as well. After all, he had only graduated for less than a year. The three parted ways at the entrance of the auditorium. Changzhe took Gu Zicheng to tour the campus, while Gu Lingji went alone to attend the opening ceremony of the celebration. Amidst the reverent gazes, Gu Lingji thanked the student who had greeted him after registration. It had been a long time since he last saw such innocent admiration without any ulterior motives. Though Gu Lingji rarely attended ceremonies during normal times and hadn't participated in any school anniversary events before, the long speeches still felt tiring as ever. Right at this moment, Xiao Sun, a newcomer to university, caught his attention, never to leave it again. Xiao Sun stood on the stage as the student representative, speaking confidently for less than 3 minutes. His courteous demeanor and poised confidence were captivating. The brief speech injected some liveliness into the previously quiet venue during the leaders' addresses, with the applause continuing even after the host stepped back onto the stage. Gu Lingji watched the young man on stage, amused by his smile that exuded both approachability and a subtle aloofness. There was an intriguing mix of confidence and mischief in his eyes. Despite being newly enrolled, Xiaosun carried himself with the wisdom of one who had seen through the world's complexities, all the while maintaining an affable exterior with sharp, unique insights. Interesting. Abandoning his prepared speech mid-thought, Gu Lingji instead talked about his college days and the process of establishing Qingqing rather than offering any advice or lofty ideals. After descending from the stage, Gu Lingji did not return to his seat but chased out of the auditorium amidst applause and chatter, realizing that Xiaosun had left right after he began his own speech. Fortunately, Xiaosun hadn't rushed far, so Gu Lingji quickly caught up in a few steps. Xiaosun looked at the man who had just been on stage with confusion, unsure why he was stopped. Gu Lingji handed a business card over from his cardholder with a light smile and said, "Your speech was brilliant." Upon receiving the card, Xiaosun noticed its minimalist yet elegant design with a faint metallic sheen that matched the steady and composed man standing before him. "Mr. Gu." Xiaosun was still puzzled. "There must be some misunderstanding. I'm studying design. Someone like you wouldn't need to associate with someone irrelevant to finance or economics and unknown as I am. Major doesn't matter. Or do you think you can't have some personal friends outside work?" Gu Lingji countered, still smiling. "Not." Xiaosun replied, growing more confused. Did Gu Lingji think too highly of him? Private friendship. They came from entirely different worlds. "Mr. Gu, I'm sorry," Xiaosun attempted to refuse but got interrupted when his phone vibrated. Pulling it out, he hurriedly apologized, "Excuse me, I have an appointment." "Goodbye, Mr. Gu." "Goodbye." Gu Lingji watched Xiaosun leave, finding no regret for his somewhat rash behavior. On the contrary, this trip had proven worthwhile. Instead of returning to the auditorium, Gu Lingji contacted Changzhe, confirmed their location, and then went to meet them. Later, during a sun-drenched afternoon full of leisure, Xiaosun lay on the velvet lounge surrounded by sunlight, flipping through old accounts in Gu Lingji's embrace. Reflecting on their first encounter, he couldn't help but laugh, saying, "I really didn't get it back then. Why would the chairman of a group want to make friends with someone like me? What could you possibly gain?" Slipping his hand under Xiaosun's shirt collar, Gu Lingji gently massaged his waist as he asked, "Do you know now?" "I do." Xiaosun slightly lowered his eyes, hiding the ripple of emotions within, ignoring the mischievous hand moving against his skin. Leaning back slightly, he rubbed against Gu Lingji's neck. "If I had known then how things would turn out, I wouldn't have made things so awkward between us for so long. Had I known I'd love you like this from the start, I'd have shown my deepest affection then." How did that saying go? Something along the lines of, "If only I'd known how much I'd love you now, I might have fallen in love at first sight back then." Thankfully, fortunately, Gu Lingji never avoided or retreated. And thankfully, you didn't give up either. Come to think of it, Xiaosun was quite inexperienced back then. You might as well call it foolish. Xiaosun lightly pinched Gu Lingji's thigh. After all, what the man had done was practically flirting, but he hadn't thought of it that way mainly because Gu Lingji maintained such a good public image. Where's the foolishness in Xiaosun? "Let me see." Gu Lingji pulled his hand back, grabbing Xiaosun's chin and turning his face halfway around, observing him closely for a long time. Gradually, his expression softened as he said, "It wasn't foolishness, you were adorable." "Improper." Xiaosun wriggled free from Gu Lingji's grasp, slightly embarrassed and annoyed. He slid down a bit and lay on his side over Gu Lingji, muttering in irritation, "If you had acted like this back then, I would have definitely turned around and walked away." Gu Lingji sighed softly and stopped teasing the person in his arms, "That's only true when it comes to you." Gu Lingji didn't deny that he had indeed used some strategy. Xiaosun was perceptive about some things but rather slow about others. Step by step, Gu Lingji had infiltrated Xiaosun's life, gradually working his way into his heart without him noticing. By the time Xiaosun realized, everything had come together naturally. Xiaosun couldn't fail to see through Gu Lingji's intentions, yet he still felt bashful against his playful teasing. Reflecting on all the things Gu Lingji had done for him, a cool and warm stream of comfort welled up inside him, spreading a sense of peace throughout his entire body. He quietly replied, "Big brother is right, or else, who else do you want to act this way with?" Amused by Xiaosun's slightly mischievous yet tender tone, Gu Lingji ruffled the head nestled in his chest, "Be good, it's just you." Humping twice, Xiaosun became even more like a contented Scottish fold cat lounging lazily in its master's embrace after having a hearty meal. Darkness clouded Gu Lingji's eyes. "I haven't heard you call me that for so long. Say it again." By now, Xiaosun was truly feeling drowsy. It took him a while to realize what Gu Lingji meant and obediently called out, "Big brother," drawing out the word in a soft, spring-like manner that carried an undertone of seduction, completely ignoring the potential consequences of their intimate banter during daylight hours. Though tempted, Gu Lingji chose not to take advantage of the moment. Instead, he let Xiaosun drift off into a sleepy haze, gently planting a kiss on the crown of his hair. With a contented sigh, he closed his eyes basking in the sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Their days stretched far ahead, there was no need to rush anything. On the wooden trellis of the outside terrace, wisteria pods began forming, rows of jasmine lined along the intricately carved railing were lush and vibrant, clusters of baby's breath bloomed enthusiastically on the freestanding flower rack beside the reclining chair despite the recent winter. Time stretched endlessly forward, converging onto one shared point. After today, there will be tomorrow, after tomorrow, another day follows, and after all these, the future still lies ahead. Their years intertwined inextricably, no matter how long they might last, never to separate again. So, how about it? What do you say? Chapter 69, Bonus Chapter 2, Part 1. Yunlu has developed at an incredibly rapid pace. By now, all kinds of infrastructure are in place, including the academic zone, scientific research, finance, and schools, commercial zones, industrial zones, agricultural zones, and other areas. At its core, however, lies the area for psychics. After the monetary system was re-established, psychics could still earn higher commissions by taking on tasks, or they could step away from their psychic identities to work regular jobs. However, they still had to take turns stationed at Jiamu base. Generally speaking, after relocating to Yunlu, a large part of the rules still followed the old set while continuously improving upon them. 3 months after Yunlu's establishment, 2 additional cloud cities were subsequently built. The previously appeared interface served as the bridge connecting these 2 cities. A week after the appearance of the first interface, another one showed up. The moment the second interface appeared, both interfaces emitted a bright white light from within, encasing dark-colored light beams that shot out into the distance. Gu Linji and his group surrounded the huge interface, gazing silently at the endless beam of light, waiting patiently. 2 minutes later, the light beams let out a soft, buzzed sound, and the outer layer of glowing white light began expanding outward, forming a channel about 7 or 8 meters in diameter. The inner dark light settled down, creating a flat path. First and second flying classes stand by, departing in half an hour, ordered Gu Linji. Regardless of who they were on the other side, competition would inevitably accompany cooperation, so it was essential to scout ahead. Thankfully, Yunlu was established earlier, giving it an advantage. Also, inform Zhou Mingyuan to strengthen the signals in these 2 directions and establish contact as soon as possible. Understood. Yu Huiping received the order and departed, as he was currently managing affairs related to flight operations. It looks like we're going to be busy again, Changzhe sighed. Haven't you rested enough during this time? Bian Wei countered. After all, more than half of Changzhe's work was done by He Yan. He Yan managed the psychics and followed many existing rules, making his job relatively easy. Shen Yaofeng, on the other hand, responsible for the construction of Yunlu, had numerous blanks yet to be filled, making him busier. Oh, I see, Changzhe drew out his tone. Yaofeng has been busy recently, hasn't she? I understand, it must be hard to endure solitude. Bian Wei was hit with a pang of pain. Shen Yaofeng had been busy with the construction of Yunlu for months. He was not skilled in this field and thus couldn't help, continuing to handle personnel-related matters instead. Shen Yaofeng wasn't around at moments like these. Reflecting carefully, he hadn't seen her for 2 days and 3 nights. He didn't bother responding and silently turned his gaze toward the newly formed channel. Such bitterness wasn't meant for outsiders to know. Over time, Changzhe and Bian Wei formed an almost peculiar alliance through their long arguments and mutual mockery. Seeing the other deflate, Changzhe felt he might have spoken too harshly. After all, he himself had endured such a life for half a year. Empathy naturally arose. Changzhe placed a hand on Bian Wei's shoulder and consoled him. Look, don't be too upset. After this period is over, Yaofeng will be able to rest. After the news comes back, you might need to go and negotiate, which coincides with the conclusion of Yunlu's construction. Yaofeng can go along as well, Gu Linji remarked while looking back. Since the relocation to Yunlu, Shen Yaofeng had indeed been the busiest one. Hearing these words, Bian Wei's eyes lit up. This was diplomacy, negotiations, his forte. Less than a day later, the investigation team sent from both sides returned. Based on their calculations, the 3 cloud cities formed a perfect triangle, just like the 3 pillars underpinning the cloud cities. The establishment of the 3 cloud cities signified everything moving on to a new level. Subsequent interactions were mostly as expected, cooperation as the main focus, with some elements of competition. It was also a good thing. Since Yunlu was established earlier, its various facilities were more comprehensive, and the overall level of psychics was relatively high. In the triad of cities, it had subtly taken on a leading role. After Yunlu's establishment, Xiaomu never appeared again. Perhaps having completed its mission, it went back to sleep, or it might have disappeared altogether. Xiao Sun occasionally thought about it and couldn't help but sigh. The predecessors worked tirelessly for future generations, yet very few people living in the present truly know. Fame and fortune are ultimately fleeting. Once all traces are gone, nothing remains behind. People still rush about for the sake of livelihood, without anyone caring about how this world came into being, nor does anyone know what supports this city beneath it. The world moves rapidly, causing too much to fade away, leaving only a few remnants behind. However, as long as this world exists, they exist. The future holds dangers that humanity must face together. 6 years later. The Gu residents maintained a certain scale, though everyone had gradually moved out. However, every so often, they would still gather in the house for a reunion, as they had done for years. Nowadays, the only ones who remained living there were Gu Linji and Xiao Sun, along with a few others like Li Sheng. Gu Linji was inwardly pleased. He could maximize his time being alone with Xiao Sun, which was precisely what he wished for. Of course, now things had changed. What he sought, he also gained. In the early morning, Xiao Sun was still immersed in his dreams when a sudden commotion occurred. The curtains were pulled wide open, followed by two meaty bundles of laughter landing beside him. Xiao Sun vaguely remembered that Gu Lingji had gone to Europe a few days ago and was expected to return that afternoon. As for these two little rascals, Bai Su and Gu Ziqing had gone on vacation a week ago, leaving them here. Xiao Sun sat up amidst the brilliant autumn sunshine, a rare indulgence of sleeping late. Uncle Xiao is sleeping in. Without Uncle Gu, Uncle Xiao has no energy. Gu Xiao crawled out from under the covers, sticking out his tongue at Xiao Sun with a mischievous face. Xiao Sun had long grown accustomed to Gu Xiao's various antics despite having a face somewhat similar to Gu Lingji. Pulling his sleeping robe tighter around himself, he chose to ignore it, knowing full well this kid was small but very sharp for his age. He swatted Gu Xiao's fluffy hair and pushed him back into the bed, then turned to look at Bai Muzha. In stark contrast to Gu Xiao's wildness, Muzha's nature was quiet and gentle, someone who might not speak a word even after spending hours with Bai Su. Xiao Sun turned to check the time on his phone, nearly 9 o'clock already, and asked Muzha, "Have you eaten breakfast?" "I have," Muzha nodded. "Uncle should get up soon. Aunt Lu said today's vegetable porridge tastes best hot, reheating spoils the flavor." "Alright, good boy, Muzha." Xiao Sun let go, and Gu Xiao sprang up, ready to pounce on Xiao Sun, but tripped over the blankets and fell onto the bed, his little face bumping against Xiao Sun's knee, prompting an immediate wail. Bai Muzha couldn't bear to watch, stupid younger brother, dumb enough already without pretending otherwise. "We'll go downstairs first," Bai Muzha said and dragged Gu Xiao away, muttering along the way, "If you hang around much longer, it'll be noon before you know it, don't you want to go to the amusement park?" Gu Xiao had indeed been looking forward to Xiao Sun's promise to take them to the newly opened amusement park that day. He immediately ceased his crying. "Uncle, hurry up, we'll see you later." Xiao Sun nodded, his smile uncontrollable at the corner of his lips. When Gu Ziqing was pregnant, she hadn't yet known she was carrying twins, and had told them that no matter the gender, the child would be named Gu Xiao. Xiao, as noted in the commentary on the Water Classic, means water that is clear and deep. It not only echoed the names of Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun but also matched harmoniously in phonetic rhythm. Before either of them could protest, Gu Ziqing continued. She and Bai Su had discussed it. Bai Su grew up in an orphanage and took the surname Bai because one of its major donors bore that name. He didn't hold any strong attachment to it, and even if he really did, he'd be more than happy for the child to follow the mother's surname. Therefore, regardless of how the circle reacted, Gu Ziqing made the final decision. Upon finding out about the twins, it all worked out perfectly. Chapter 70, Extra Story 2, Part 2. As Xiao Sun went downstairs, Bai Muzha and Gu Xiao were sitting on the carpet playing a large jigsaw puzzle, already piecing together a small part of it. Lu Auntie, who was watching the children, turned around and went to the kitchen to bring out breakfast. A plate of crystal shrimp dumplings, a plate of okra egg rolls, a dish of side dishes, plus a bowl of mushroom and black fungus porridge. Xiao Sun felt quite satisfied. During this time, he also amused the two kids into eating some more. When they arrived at the amusement park, it was almost noon. Xiao Sun led the two while continuously eating and playing, visiting 3 of the 8 scenic areas. In the end, the 3 collapsed onto the chairs. Even though Xiao Sun was physically fit, he was utterly exhausted by these two energetic little emperors. But now, Gu Xiao was lying on Bai Muzha's shoulder, humming weakly without any strength left. Xiao Sun wiped the sweat off Gu Xiao's face and asked him, "It will take at least an hour to walk back from here. Can you make it?" Gu Xiao immediately stopped humming upon hearing this, falling limp, pretending to be dead. After half a day had passed and Xiao Sun and Bai Muzha showed no signs of movement, Gu Xiao secretly opened his eyes to probe the situation but instead met with Xiao Sun's beaming smile. Instantly feeling deflated, Gu Xiao started begging with a coquettish tone, "Dear uncle, carry me." "Muzha." Xiao Sun rubbed Gu Xiao's hair and then asked the silent Bai Muzha. Bai Muzha slowly replied, "I'm fine, I can walk myself." Xiao Sun sighed and pinched Bai Muzha's serious face. Why is this kid so sensible? No longer teasing the children, Xiao Sun pointed at the aerial track strung between trees not far away. "Let's take the sightseeing train back and enjoy the view from the sky." "Yeah." Gu Xiao cheered, raising his arms in celebration, only to collapse back onto his brother's shoulder like a noodle afterwards. It was nearly dusk when they exited the amusement park. Xiao Sun only remembered that Gu Lingji returned in the afternoon after a busy day spent circling around the two children. Gu Lingji walked over and took the sleeping Gu Xiao off Xiao Sun's back. He nestled close, giving a light kiss on Xiao Sun's cheek. "Let's go home." "All right." Xiao Sun agreed as the various lights of the amusement park reflected in Gu Lingji's eyes, forming twinkling star-like images. Without needing to look behind, he knew that he already had what truly belonged to him. Taking a step back, Xiao Sun lifted Bai Muzha up, gently rubbing his face with sympathy. "Muzha is amazing, aren't you tired?" Bai Muzha rested his hand at the nape of Xiao Sun's neck and slowly shook his head. This short distance was nothing for him since Bai Su maintained the habit of exercise regularly, even participating once a week himself. If it weren't for his parents' disapproval, he would want to work out every morning, hence his stamina far exceeded his always sleepy younger brothers. After arriving home, Aunt Li and Lu Auntie had already prepared dinner. Bai Muzha only ate a little, saying he would wait until Gu Xiao woke up later to eat together. Overseeing the two children falling asleep, they left one mushroom-shaped night light on, watching the two small figures snuggled up together. Gu Lingji and Xiao Sun quietly withdrew from the room. Tomorrow is the day of the gathering, and Xiao Cheng has just come back. After we send Muzha and Xiao Xiao home, you should take some good rest. Gu Lingji held Xiao Sun's hand and slowly walked down the stairs. Xiao Sun shook his head. Actually, it wasn't that tiring. Muzha could take good care of Xiao Xiao, and I didn't do much. Gu Lingji tightened his grip, pulling Xiao Sun closer to him, stopping to look at his features mere inches away. Through the years, Xiao Sun became increasingly steady, but only in front of him could occasional glimpses of awkwardness or shyness still be seen. Time didn't leave too many noticeable marks on his face. Almost 30, his eyes remained clear and moist as ever, holding what seemed like a pool of unfathomable spring water. His smiling figure stayed bright, exactly the same as all those years ago. Xiao Sun looked at Gu Lingji, with a trace of confusion in his brows. What's wrong, Lin brother? Nothing, just noticed after a few days apart that Xiao Sun seems cuter. Gu Lingji reached out and adjusted the stray hairs in front of Xiao Sun's forehead, then pulled him along as they headed downstairs. Xiao Sun slightly parted his lips but eventually closed them again. After all these years, when will this blushing habit of his go away? And if even in their 70s or 80s he still blushes, perhaps he'll just hide somewhere. After dinner, Gu Lingji handled some more work. Meanwhile, Xiao Sun sat quietly flipping through a book. Gu Lingji organized his documents and handed them over to Yu Huiping, then went to the terrace with Xiao Sun. The stars in this season shine brightest all year long. Relieved of their fatigue, the two embraced and lay on the double reclining chair covered with a thin blanket. The tale of summer still lingered unwillingly, but the heat in the air had vanished completely. The scents of Juliet and honey caramel mingled together, quietly flaunting themselves in the air, blending with a touch of freshness, becoming even more intoxicating. Xiao Sun snuggled up close to Gu Lingji, gazing at the countless stars blanketing the sky, which although not twinkling were exceptionally bright. His heart brimmed with fulfillment that couldn't be concealed. Such was his current life, something he had once yearned for excessively, not to mention its accessibility, it had been nearly impossible even to imagine. Dare not think, cannot think. We come to this world by force, not by our own conscious choice, and hardships follow us like shadows. The possibility of happiness is so minuscule. But it's you who pulled me out from the fences of life. Everyone has their own definition of happiness. Xiao Sun felt the warmth beside him and silently thought, happiness might just mean being able to stay by your side, experiencing all the frosts and snows with you, from full heads of black hair to white-haired old age. And until a certain day much later, we can still walk hand in hand, supporting each other, across a path paved with pebbles, to see the streams and flowers on the other side of the forest. Putting it more bluntly, Xiao Sun slightly turned his face, making sure Gu Lingji wouldn't notice his reddening cheeks. You are the entire definition of happiness. Gu Lingji's attention was entirely focused on Xiao Sun, naturally unable to miss his little actions, yet at the moment he was content not to expose them. Words indeed possess unimaginable power, but in some moments, they always seem inadequate, and the best scenario is that neither gets flustered over such things. Because understanding is mutual. Most fortunately, there are words that don't need to be spoken yet are more moving than spoken ones. An occasional light cloud floated across the clear night sky, but the stars remained as bright as ever. Yes, they have always been this bright in the past, present, and future. The next day. In the afternoon, around 3 or 4 o'clock, everyone gradually arrived. Su Yan came with Fang Qizhi and Zhuo Jiayi after lunch. Su Yan always went to help in the kitchen. She had been with Zhuo Jiayi for 3 years, adopting 2 children, living together with Fang Qizhi. Shen Yaofeng and Bian Wei, He Yan and Chang Zhi came one after another. Zhou Qirong, Zhou Qirui, Yu Hua, and Zhou Mingyuan arrived shortly after. Bai Su and Gu Zicheng returned via private plane before 5 o'clock. 2 tables were set up busily in the dining room. Fang Qizhi brought Gu Xiao racing up and down the stairs without any quiet moment. Bai Muzha sat obediently on the sofa, letting others tease him, his face turning red. Upon seeing Gu Zicheng and Bai Su come in, he jumped off the sofa and ran away to escape, causing a burst of laughter. Su Yan, Aunt Li, and Lu Auntie had already prepared dinner. The unopened Jeff Hamilton flowers in the vase emitted a swirling aroma, while their soft pink color perfectly adorned the joyful ambience of the room. Not fully blossomed yet, it is the best state. Murakami Haruki once wrote, there are incorrect choices that lead to correct results, and there are also correct choices that lead to incorrect results. To avoid such absurdity, it's necessary to adopt an actually non-selective stance. I roughly think and live like this. Things that have already happened, and things that haven't yet happened remain in the future. The future, though unpredictable, ultimately rests in our own hands after the decisions have been made. No one knows how the choices made now will affect the future, nor is anyone a saint. Doing what should be done, and leaving the rest to time for validation. Let the matters of the future be resolved by the future itself. And we belong to the present. The end.